Mom, is everything settled? Lu Lotzi is dragging a few kids around. I heard he even hits women. The woman before him was beaten to death. Pear Blossom married him, but as her sister-in-law, I can't bear to see this. Enough, enough. Why are you pretending to be naive with me? I took 50 yuan from Lu Lotzi to let Pear Blossom marry him. It's for our family to marry a girl from the city, Zhao Jiqing. What if the younger sister wakes up? I gave her a full bowl of cow medicine. Even cows would fall after drinking it. She probably won't wake up for a few days. Recently, everyone has been busy planting crops in the spring. The members of the Peace Brigade are all working in the fields. There's no one at the door, not even a shadow. The wife of the Lu family and her eldest daughter-in-law are not hiding anything, and they are talking loudly. They think no one will hear. But little do they know, behind the side room door near the main hall, someone is standing. It's the second daughter-in-law, who was given the cow medicine. After drinking that bowl of medicine, even a cow would fall over. How could a person not fall? A few days ago, there was a cold snap in spring. The original mother-in-law insisted she wash her nephew Lu Dajuan's quilt. Washing quilts means stomping on them with your feet. The river water was so cold that it shot up from her feet. Those days happened to be lucky days and she fell ill. Her eldest daughter, Pear Blossom, begged her to get medicine. The money saved by the Lu family was for marrying off a daughter-in-law to the city. How could she bear to spend it? To fool Pear Blossom, she gave her a bowl of cow medicine. And then, she switched her mind. She lay in bed all day, hungry and restless, and listened behind the side room door. Bai Su realized she had been transported into a historical novel. Her nephew Lu Dajuan liked Zhao Qingru, a girl from Beijing. And the Lu mother-in-law was waiting for Zhao Qingru to return to the city so she could take her grandson Lu Dajuan to enjoy city life. So, she planned to sell her daughter Pear Blossom, born to her as the second daughter-in-law, to a widower in the village. The money would be used for her grandson Lu Dajuan to marry. In the story, Bai Su is the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family. After marrying the second son, she gave birth to 5 daughters. Her mother-in-law, who favored boys, despised her, and her sisters-in-law mocked her for not having a son. The villagers gossiped about her, planting seeds of resentment. She was a bit confused. Deep down, she was thinking of adopting her nephew Lu Dajuan as her son. The Lu mother-in-law and her eldest daughter-in-law knew Bai Su's thoughts and kept her under control. Take, for example, the matter of selling Pear Blossom to Lu Lotzi. Bai Su had considered causing trouble, but when her nephew Lu Dajuan stepped forward, saying he would marry her daughter and treat her like his own mother, she calmed down. She believed that women must marry and live their lives. She cried and begged Pear Blossom to marry Lu Lotzi. Now, the Lu mother-in-law had even more control over her. She also married her second daughter, Manhwa, to a lame man from the neighboring village, and her third daughter, Hua, to the foolish son of a worker from the county town. Isn't this story full of twists and surprises? After her mother-in-law sold her 3 daughters, she fulfilled her wish to adopt her nephew, Lu Dejun, because her brother, who had served in the army and gained merit, returned and became an official in the county. Her uncle, Li Hua, was very protective of his sisters and always took care of his family, even when in the army. When he learned about his niece's tragic fate, he naturally wanted to support her. However, her sternness couldn't change her sister's foolishness. She adopted her nephew, Lu Dejun, as her son, and insisted her brother find him a good job. Now, her uncle completely stopped caring for her. To ensure Lu Dejun and his wife, Zhao Qingru, lived a good life, she turned her attention to her 4th daughter, Gui Hua. Gui Hua couldn't stand her mother's pressure and jumped into the river to end her life. Her youngest sister, Mei Hua, also lost hope and dropped out of school to run away with some troublemakers from the city. Finally, when the college entrance exam was restored, Lu Dejun got into university, leaving her as a lonely widow. He returned to Beijing with his wife, Zhao Qingru. Thinking back on the whole story, Bai Su was furious. She was not only angry at the shameless mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of Lu family and the ungrateful Lu Dejun, but also at her original self. As a doctor, she once helped police rescue women trafficked in remote mountain areas. No matter how much time passed, the tragic scenes of those women haunted her. She was once kept in a dark room, in a cage, looking as thin as a skeleton, wearing tattered clothes, smelling bad, with eyes dull and hopeless. Enduring long-term abuse and beatings, she became numb, living like a walking corpse. When police rescued her, she crawled on the ground like a dog, grabbing a basin of rotten rice and stuffing it into her mouth. Her existence was just a tool for venting anger and a reproductive machine. Whether she wanted it or not, in her confused state, she had already given birth to a string of children for that family to continue their lineage. Her daughters' lives were just as tragic as that trafficked woman's, especially her eldest daughter, Li Hua, who was kept and repeatedly abused and beaten by Lu Laizi, becoming a tool for venting anger and a reproductive machine. The main culprits behind her tragic fate were her own grandmother and mother. How could Bai Su not be furious? She hated the beasts that bought and sold women and children the most. She overheard the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the main room whispering while picking vegetables. When no one was watching in the busy spring planting fields, they planned to send Lu Laizi and his family to pick up the person later. Bai Su's veins bulged with anger. Despite the shocking news, she, a middle-aged single woman, suddenly became the mother of 5 daughters. She quickly grabbed the sickle behind the door and rushed out, swinging it at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of Lu. The original body was too fragile, so her aim was off. The sickle barely missed Lu's face, leaving a small cut and a bloodstain. "Someone's attacking! Someone's attacking!" Lu's wife screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Oldest daughter-in-law, quick, block her. Her aunt, Lily, wanted to step in to stop her, but Bai Su already swung the sickle toward her. Seeing her sister-in-law with red, swollen eyes and a desperate look, the mother-in-law jumped up and ran outside to escape. Who would dare to stop her? Crazy! Crazy! My sister-in-law has lost her mind. Lu's eldest daughter-in-law's arm was cut, and she screamed in pain, crawling and rolling out of the house. Bai Su chased after her with the sickle, shouting, "Selling lily flowers? Selling lily flowers to Lu the rascal?" Vicious and cursed, even willing to sell her own granddaughter. Using oxen medicine to kill people, human trafficking. How brave. Why don't you just go to heaven? Pushing my daughter into a fire pit, then none of you should live. 1 kills, 2 kill, slaughter you dogs and beasts. All the villagers were busy working in the distant rice fields. At first, no one was at the Lu household. Lu's wife and her eldest daughter-in-law were terrified, screaming as Bai Su chased them wildly. Finally, a young man carrying a bundle of rice seedlings appeared. Lu's wife and her daughter-in-law shouted for help and ran toward him. Bai Su, swinging her sickle, yelled at them to sell lily flowers. The handsome young man shook his rice seedling basket, knocking Lu's wife and her daughter-in-law down. Bai Su kept chasing and attacking, causing a commotion that alarmed the workers in the fields. As Lu's wife and her daughter-in-law fell and clutched their waists, crying out in pain, the team leader in charge of spring planting appeared amidst the crowd of villagers. During the busiest time of spring planting, why aren't you working and causing trouble? Lu's family wants to sell lily flowers to Lu the rascal, and they're driving Bai's wife crazy. The young man with the rice seedlings explained to the team leader on Bai Su's behalf. Then he said to Bai Su, Bai's wife, "Don't be afraid. Our team leader is a good official who cares for the people. He will help you. If you have any grievances, just tell him." The villagers, who were earning work points from the rice fields, also gathered around, attracted by the commotion. The timing was just right. Bai Su, with swollen eyes, put down her sickle. I was sleeping inside, feeling drowsy, when I overheard my mother-in-law and sister-in-law talking. They said that Dajuan and Zhao Jiqing are dating and that he needs to give 188 yuan as a bride price to get married, showing off wealth. Li Hua's uncle sent money from the army, but it wasn't enough, so they planned to sell Li Hua to Lu Laizi. Once she's gone, my past will disappear. Hearing this, Li Tsuelon finally relaxed and smiled. For someone who caught a cold, giving them a spoonful of that medicine would be deadly. It's better if they pass away. Then they can control Li Hua and her sisters. That worthless girl is wasting food, and now they're selling Li Hua. Next time they might sell Lanhua and Hua. All the sisters are pretty and can fetch good prices. Threatened by the sickle in Bai Su's hand, Mrs. Lu didn't dare to speak up. When she realized Bai Su was exaggerating, she got angry and shouted, "They only sold Li Hua. Who said they would sell Lanhua and Hua? You rotten, malicious girl, you're just causing trouble." In her panic, she blurted out the truth, revealing her guilt. Neighbors and villagers gathered around, watching the scene with disdain. Human trafficking, deliberate harm. Confessing openly, the evidence was clear. Unexpectedly, under the leadership of the Peace Brigade, there were still people like Mrs. Lu and her daughter-in-law. So ignorant and backward? The brigade leader immediately ordered the villagers, tie her up and have her undergo ideological education at the granary tonight. No matter how Mrs. Lu tried to defend her mother and husband, the brigade leader's decision was firm. The ideological education session at the granary went ahead as scheduled. Young children who didn't know the full story, some grannies with grudges against Mrs. Lu and her daughter-in-law, and Lu Lizi's mother, who was involved and criticized, all used sticks and mud to attack them without hesitation. Bai Su also took the chance to pick up stones and throw them at them. Seeing her mother and eldest aunt scream and fall to the ground, Li Hua was surprised and looked at Bai Su. She momentarily forgot her sadness, tears welling up in her eyes. Oh, so she saw the dirty trick? Bai Su winked at her and handed her a stone. Come on, throw one. Mom? Li Hua felt nervous, as if her mother had changed completely. When her mother chased after her grandmother and eldest aunt with a sickle to defend her, she was so moved she almost cried. She used to think her mom only liked her eldest brother. But she was wrong. For her sake, her gentle mother could also fight fiercely with a sickle against her grandmother and eldest aunt. Li Hua didn't dare to throw stones, so Bai Su whispered close to her ear, "Silly girl, throw it. Quick, throw one." Prompted by Bai Su, she looked at her with encouraging eyes, and the feelings of grievance she had kept inside suddenly burst out. Li Hua couldn't hold back and took the opportunity to throw a small stone at her. Seeing the stone hit her grandmother, Mrs. Lu cried out in pain, clutching her forehead. Li Hua felt satisfied and looked at Bai Su with shining eyes. "Does that feel good?" "Yes." Li Hua nodded excitedly, a little scared. "Mom, is this being unfilial? Your grandfather used to teach me that being filial means respecting elders, loving your siblings, and being kind. When the father is kind, the older brother is friendly, and the son is respectful, then you are truly filial. But elders who are unkind and mean are not good role models. If someone like that, why should you be filial to them?"
Bai Su patted Li Hua's shoulder.
"Silly girl, who is Lu Lizi? His first wife was beaten to death. If you marry him, you'll have to deal with his difficult parents and take care of his little children, becoming a stepmother. Later, he might lock you up or force you to have children for him. That would ruin your life. If you are still filial to those who harm you, then you're just foolishly obedient. I wouldn't look up to you." Bai Su had never spoken such a long, heartfelt talk before. The light in Li Hua's eyes grew brighter, like stars reflected in the sky. "Mom, from now on, I will only be filial to you. Good girl, be obedient." What was written in the book was true. Bai Su's 5 daughters inherited her beauty genes. Growing up in the countryside, exposed to sun and wind, each one was more beautiful than the last. Li Hua had an oval face and peach blossom eyes. Although her face was pale and yellow from long-term hardship and poor nutrition under Mrs. Lu's harsh treatment, she had a good foundation and a healthy body, not thin at all. With some care, she could become a beautiful, full-figured woman. Her determination to fight with a sickle and the way she had just learned to teach Li Hua made her look at her with admiration. Bai Su couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. "You're so pretty and obedient. You deserve someone to protect and love you for a lifetime." Her mother had changed. But Li Hua liked this new mother very much. To protect her and her sisters, she was willing to fight with a sickle against her grandmother and Annie, and she even taught her that being blindly obedient to unkind elders was wrong. When Bai Su pinched her face, Li Hua felt shy.
Mom.
After encouraging Li Hua to throw stones at her grandmother and teach her not to be blindly obedient, she learned how to stand up for herself. Bai Su brushed the dust off her hands. All right, let's go home. Let your mother-in-law and big uncle's wife receive proper ideological education from the villagers, so our peace brigade can bring honor to our collective. The family of Mrs. Liu, who had deeply absorbed the villagers' ideological lessons, groaned in pain all night. Her knees, swollen like buns from being hit by stones, couldn't get out of bed. Meanwhile, Bai Su, feeling refreshed after a good rest, was very hungry. The sweet potato porridge cooked by Chunya couldn't satisfy her hunger. Early in the morning, Li Hua was in charge of cooking rice. Bai Su opened the granary where the food was stored and found a few pounds of plain flour saved by Mrs. Liu, along with a small basket of eggs. That morning, the meal was rich. Soft plain steamed buns, one for each person, a boiled egg, and porridge made from white rice, thick and hearty. When the breakfast was served, old Liu's face turned purple with anger. "Dear sister-in-law, our grain isn't for such waste," he stammered. "How can you steam plain buns?" Old Liu also said, "Eggs are precious. Second military reads to exercise the mind. This is mom's way of nourishing second military." Liu Erjuan, like the original daughter Ho-Hot, was attending middle school in town in her third year of junior high. Bai Su's youngest daughter, Manhwa, was also in first year of junior high. From the Peace Brigade to the town school, it was over 10 miles. Ho-Hot and Manhwa stayed at school, returning home once a week. Mrs. Liu was very strict. If it weren't for Li Hua's uncle regularly sending money, Ho-Hot and Manhwa wouldn't be able to attend school. Only her grandson could eat plain buns and eggs. Whenever Ho-Hot and Manhwa went to school, they brought wild vegetable dumplings or hard, coarse grain bread that could almost teeth. Old Liu kept lecturing, and Bai Su felt her temper rising. She reached out and took the plain buns and eggs from the family's bowls and handed them to Li Hua and her sisters. "Your uncle and cousin don't like eggs or buns. You girls eat more." Li Hua and her sisters were stunned. Bai Su urged, "What are you waiting for?
Eat."
Ignoring old Liu's shocked expression and the angry gesture of Liu Dejun smashing his bowl, Bai Su peeled the eggs and placed them back into Li Hua's bowls. Chunya tried to them, but Bai Su struck with her chopsticks, eyes fierce enough to kill. "Anyone who dares to food from Li Hua and her sisters again, I'll cut them down." Was Auntie crazy? Seeing the chopstick stuck in the table and shake, and recalling her previous madness with a sickle, old Liu's family and Chunya's faces darkened with anger. They dared not make a move. Li Hua and the others finished their plain porridge, ate the steamed buns and eggs in their bowls, and then let out a satisfied burp before heading to work. Bai Su scooped a bowl of porridge, smiled gently, and got up. "I'm full. I'm going to feed Mom porridge. I want to show respect to her." As soon as Bai Su left, the frightened Chunya finally regained her senses. "Annie, do you think she's possessed by a ghost?" "Nonsense. Later, she might complain about you practicing superstitions, and you'll end up being taken to the village square like your grandma and mother." Old Liu thought Bai Su was pushed to her limit. Just like the team leader said, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. This is about Li Hua being sold, and they've completely torn their relationship apart. Sister-in-law hopes to adopt Big Army into their family, but only Big Army can control her. Old Liu looked at his son, Liu Dejun, who was upset about not getting white flour steamed buns and was eating porridge with pickles. Just wait and see how long she stays stubborn. Chunya always feels that her auntie has seen a ghost. Since yesterday, when she learned Li Hua was to be sold, she seemed like a different person. "I don't feel very at ease." Auntie also said she wants to respect her grandma. Before Chunya finished speaking, a scream came from inside the house. Liu's father and son rushed in and saw Liu's wife had rolled off the bed onto the floor, covered in porridge residue. trembling and pointing at the cabinet. Bai Su remained calm, smashed open the cabinet door, and took out a stack of money and notes from a hidden compartment. The family's money was saved for Big Army's marriage. At this point, Lu Dejun and his father couldn't hold back anymore and rushed toward Bai Su. It was as if Bai Su had eyes behind her back. She slipped out through the gap when they lunged at her and ran out of the house, pretending to be frightened. "It hurts so much. Don't hit me. If you don't get medicine for mom and sister-in-law, how will they get better?" Lu Dejun and his father chased after her, but Bai Su simply crouched down, trembling and covering her head. "You say the village members are too rough. If we ask them to pay for the medicine, how can that be? Mom and sister-in-law made mistakes and need to be educated. Our village members are good people and they've never been violent. Mom and sister-in-law fell off the bed by themselves. I need to get medicine for them. Taeyun, Andy knows this money is for you to get married. But your grandma and mom fell and got hurt. How can I not get medicine for them? This money will first be used to treat your grandma and mom. When Li Hua's uncle sends money back later, I'll save up for your wedding." After breakfast, it was time to go to work. The Lu family's house was close to the village path, and people came and went frequently. White Su shouted again and saw the Land family father and son chasing her. Everyone passing by the team stopped and crowded at the door, talking loudly and criticizing the Land family father and son. "Look, the Land family still wants to cheat us? Our daughter-in-law fell off the bed with her mother and wants to blame us.
How mean can she be?
Just yesterday, she was given a lesson, and today, the Land father and son are fighting again. They still haven't learned their lesson. Big Army used to seem like a good person, but why is he so unfilial now? Lihua's mother is too honest. She and her sister-in-law treat her badly, but she still wants to give them money for medicine. Zhao Jiqing from Beijing is so good-looking. If it were me, I wouldn't want someone like Land Army. I need to talk to Zhao Jiqing properly. Families like the Lands shouldn't marry in 2 hours." It was as if their fate was being tightly controlled. The Land father and son were once again pointed at and criticized by the team members. Someone even threatened to report them to the team leader, saying they should continue to be educated and advising Zhao Jiqing not to marry into the Land family. The father and son stopped walking, afraid to take any money or even move a finger toward White Su. They suffered a big loss and, with gloomy faces, went down to earn work points. White Su took the dozens of yuan bills she found from Grandma Land, along with a white steamed bun and a boiled egg she had hidden earlier. She wrapped them in paper with the leftover medicinal residue from Grandma Land's cow medicine, left the two lying inside the house, and carried a basket toward the town commune. After walking for a while and turning onto the main road, she heard the engine of a tractor sputtering behind her. White Su moved to the side of the road, and the tractor stopped beside her. A young man who had helped her yesterday, supporting the tractor handle and chewing on a piece of dry grass, was there. "Hey, Auntie, what a coincidence. Are you heading to the town commune?" White Su nodded, and the young man greeted her. "The team leader asked me to drive the tractor to pick up someone from the town. Come on, hop on. I'll give you a ride." Yesterday's chaos, which resulted in the Land mother and daughter being taken away for education, was thanks to this young man. He had thrown the rice seedlings to help push the Land mother and her eldest daughter down and he also helped speak for the team leader, praising him as a good leader of the people. Thanks to him, White Su was able to finish the job with the Land mother and daughter and send them to the team's grain threshing yard. She got on the tractor and said to him, "Young man, I really appreciate what you did yesterday. Auntie, don't be so polite. Do you forget who I am?" He was driving a tractor and chatting with Bai Su. "I'm the little guy from the He family, Hien. That's the household next to my aunt's house at the village health clinic. When Uncle Bai was around, he often took my mother up the mountain to find herbs. I didn't do much, just told the truth in front of the team leader. Hien? That name sounds so familiar. Isn't he the villain in the book, the one involved in black market deals?" To treat his mother, Hien, who was labeled a landlord, not only worked in the fields for points, but also secretly went hunting and sold goods on the black market. This helped their orphan mother and child survive during hard times. He was reported by the male lead, Lu Dajuan, and was badly beaten, which created a grudge. Such a brave and daring person became one of the first to try new things after the reform and opening up. He started a small business, earned his first big sum, and made his business successful. Then Hien reconnected with his uncle in Hong Kong. With investment from Hong Kong businessmen, he became very powerful in business. He had a grudge against Lu Dajuan, and after he became successful, he often played tricks behind the scenes against the main characters. While reading, Bai Su thought he was a lurking wolf cub, sneaky and ruthless, good at playing dirty tricks. But now, as the daughter of Li Hua, Bai Su finds it very satisfying that Hien is messing with Lu Dajuan. Moreover, yesterday he really helped her a lot. When Hien talked about Li Hua, his face looked a bit uncomfortable. Bai Su remembered from the book that Li Hua was very down on her luck, beaten badly by Lu Lizi, and left home with her child. The big villain, Hien, secretly helped her. She used to think Hien just wanted Li Hua to cause trouble for Lu Dajuan. Now it seems that before Li Hua married Lu Lizi, she might have had some vague feelings for Hien. Yesterday, Hien helped her push away the two from the Lu family and also spoke up for her in front of the team leader. Bai Su carefully looked at Hien driving the tractor and became more thoughtful. Little He from the He family, who are you going to the commune to pick up in town? Some educated youths from our team, and I heard there's someone who made a mistake and was sent to the cattle shed. Hien casually replied, the team leader is busy with spring planting, so he asked me to go to the town commune. That's good. You can drive a tractor too? You're really capable. Bai Su suddenly asked Little He from the He family, do you have a partner? No, nothing. Hien didn't expect his aunt to suddenly ask about this, making him blush deeply. He cleared his throat and explained, Aunt, my family has a bad background. Suddenly, she received another slap, her other cheek burning. You good for nothing. I'm talking and you dare to talk back? Su Qinglian felt wronged, her face burning with pain. She didn't know whether to speak or stay silent. She truly didn't know if she should say anything. Zhang Dachuan looked at her, feeling angry inside. Go call Meng Chongqing back now. Why should I call him back? Su Qinglian was truly confused. Zhang Dachuan kicked her hard, knocking her to the ground, then pointed and scolded. Why do you think I want that dog back? Are you brainless? If he I'm not spreading rumors, just telling you. You're not an outsider. Not an outsider? Hien gripped the tractor handle, his hand trembling slightly. When they reached the fork in the road near the town middle school, Bai Su got off the tractor and walked quite a distance ahead. Hien still shouted excitedly from behind, Aunt, after I finish picking up the people, I'll wait for you at the commune entrance. On her way to school, Ho-Hot almost collapsed from hunger. The food her grandma prepared wasn't enough. She and Manhwa carried only a small amount of rations, which didn't even match the amount their second older brother ate. They were growing taller and were hungry all day, drooling with hunger. Ho-Hot felt sorry for her sister and knew that Manhwa wasn't full. Thinking that both of them were starving, she decided to go hungry herself. That morning, she gave her own portion of vegetable buns and steamed bread to Manhwa. She thought if she could tough it out and drink some cold water, she might be able to manage. But after less than one class, she was so hungry that her chest pressed against her back, and she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Finally, when the bell rang for class to end, Ho-Hot wanted to drink a big gulp of cold water. At that moment, a classmate stopped her. Lu Ho-Hot, someone is looking for you at the school gate. Ho-Hot felt faint but walked out. When she saw the familiar figure at the school gate, she excitedly ran toward Bai Su. Mom, why are you here?
Just to see you.
Bai Su took a prepared bag of food from her basket and handed it to Ho-Hot. The rations I packed for you and Manhwa last time weren't enough. I happened to come to the town commune today for some errands and brought you some food. When someone is extremely hungry, their senses become very sharp. Ho-Hot felt like she smelled the aroma of plain steamed bread. That kind of steamed bread was only something the eldest and second brothers could afford to eat. How could it be plain steamed bread? It must be her imagination caused by hunger. Osmanthus couldn't wait to tear opened the bulging cloth bag. Inside, she saw white steamed buns and eggs, and she looked at them in disbelief. Her eyes filled with tears. "Mom, why are there only white steamed buns and eggs? Studying uses your brain. I want you and Manhwa to eat well." Bai Su looked at the delicate but very thin girl in front of her, who looked like a dry bamboo stick. She couldn't help but gently pat her head. "You and Manhwa eat first. Come to school next week, and I will prepare better food for you." Their mother coming to school to bring food already surprised Osmanthus. And now she said she would prepare some good food? Does that mean they might eat white steamed buns and eggs again? Thinking about how she and her cousin could also eat white steamed buns and precious eggs, Osmanthus felt her nose sour with emotion. Bai Su was worried she might delay Osmanthus's class, so she was about to tell her to carry the bag back to the classroom when suddenly, a boy taller than Osmanthus by a head sneaked out from the side and grabbed the bag from her hand. "Annie, you brought me some food?" Bai Su stepped forward to block him. The boy, Lu Erjuan, who didn't get the bag, looked at Osmanthus with shining eyes. "I saw it. Osmanthus is holding a bag with white steamed buns. It must be that Mom cares about my studying, so she sent Annie to bring it." Lu Erjuan tried to the bag again, but Osmanthus nervously held on tightly, her face turning pale. She had always wondered why Mom was so generous, letting them eat white steamed buns and eggs. Could it be that these weren't really for them? Mom always favored her older brothers. If her second brother wanted her bag of food, Mom would definitely side with him. Osmanthus was so hungry that she watched the food almost being snatched away by her second brother. She was so anxious, her eyes filled with tears. Just as she thought Bai Su would make her give up the bag, she was surprised to see the person in front of her push Lu Erjuan hard and shout fiercely at him. "Do you still think I'm your auntie? I'm not your mom. I don't have to take care of your eating, drinking, or going to the bathroom. Only you can eat white steamed buns."
Why?
"Because you look ugly and waste time at school? Studying is not enough. Your character isn't good either. As a kid, you stole needles, and when you grew up, you stole gold. People like you, who grab things as soon as they see them, will eventually become highway robbers and social outcasts. Why should I share the food I prepared for Osmanthus and Manhwa with you?" Lu Dajuan still pretended to be polite, but Lu Erjuan relied on the old lady's protection, acting bossy and domineering. He bullied Osmanthus and Manhwa terribly, leaving them with bruises and marks that never faded. At the school gate, some classmates gathered around. Bai Su spoke more confidently. "Your mother brought you more rations than all the Osmanthus and plum blossoms combined. Why haven't you shared a bite with them? That sounds really harsh." Zhou Chongqing's heart ached sharply, like being cut by a dull knife. Just as he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe, outside came the loud, desperate screams of Sun Mingyuan. "Lu Lanhua, what are you doing? How dare you hurt the dog and people? Quick, let it go." Hearing Sun Mingyuan's trembling voice, Zhou Chongqing, who had been lying still and didn't want to move, finally got curious. He climbed out of bed and looked out the window of the storage room. Following the screams, he saw Sun Mingyuan being attacked by a large dog, about half a person tall. Now, the classmates had gathered around, pointing and whispering, gossiping about him. Lu Erjuan felt very embarrassed and ran away, crying loudly. Ho-Hot looked at Bai Su with shining eyes, full of excitement and admiration. Bai Su said that her mother and the eldest aunt wanted to sell her sister. Ho-Hot was very worried. "Mom, is my sister okay? With me here, what could happen?" The matter didn't go through. Your mother and the eldest aunt were taken to the big team for grain threshing and received ideological education. If Lu Erjuan dares to bully you at school, just bully him back even harder.
The school bell rang.
Bai Su gently pushed the silly girl who looked so touched. "From now on, with your mother backing you up, no one can bully you. Go back to class." Ho-Hot carried her grain bag and walked away, looking back every few steps. Bai Su then headed to the town commune. First, she took some medicinal residue to report to the police, accusing Lu's family of deliberate harm and human trafficking. Next, she sent a telegram to Uncle Lihua at the post office. Then, Using the money she snatched from Lu's wife, she bought cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings at the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought some flour, dates, brown sugar, eggs, and a piece of cloth. After using up the remaining money on the ticket, she couldn't buy anything else. Bai Su felt regretful and carried her basket full of supplies back to the commune entrance. Hien, very perceptive, ran over to help carry the basket. "Auntie, how did it go?" "Pretty well." The medicinal residue was evidence, and the team members were witnesses. The police from the commune said they would verify the case at the Peace Brigade soon. If the accusations were true, they wouldn't tolerate it. Human trafficking and deliberate harm were extremely serious crimes, holding back the progress of the new society. Bai Su knew that the old woman and Lu Dajuan's father and son were very malicious. The big loss she suffered wouldn't be easy to fix, and they would have to torment her and Li Hua and the others. So, she decided to strike first. The matter of reporting the case was settled. Those heartless people who sold others would either die or be severely punished. If things didn't go as planned, it was okay. She could cause chaos in the Lu family, ruin their reputation, and still stand morally high, making those troublemakers too busy to bother her. This would give her a good chance to completely get rid of that family of bloodsuckers. Soon, when the police finished their verification at the Peace Brigade and appeared at the Lu family, the real show would begin. This move was so smooth that Bai Su felt very happy. She started chatting with Hien, a good young man. The captain had sent 2 educated youths, a man and a woman, and a grandfather and grandson. The old man was very weak, looking like he could pass away at any moment. The young man accompanying him was quite handsome. Hien was already the best-looking young man in the village, and the young man with the old man was just as good-looking, with a gentle, refined air and a hint of nobility. Of course. But, Aunt, the embroidery shop owner probably pays me more than 60 coins. 60 coins is the price I offer you. Can you accept it? Accept it? A handkerchief for 60 coins? There's nothing to refuse. She agreed, and Sun Hahua also felt relieved. For several days, Sun Hahua kept teaching them how to do double-sided embroidery. The mother and daughter stayed at her house all day. Sun Dae woke up and, seeing his wife and daughter gone, said annoyed, "Mother, is this my wife or my sister's wife?" Chin Baigu laughed and lightly hit him twice. "What are you saying? Your wife? Sharing a tractor with you guys is already bad luck enough. There are so many things to do. We can't stop. If we do, we'll be late for reporting to the brigade." The male youth glanced at the pale, increasingly breathless old man. He felt a bit compassionate. "We should stop for a moment. He's very sick. Don't forget who they are." "We can't get involved or cause trouble," the girl said unhappily. "This is bad luck. I don't want to ride with them. If the tractor stops, I'll walk to the Peace Brigade." The old man, with white hair, clearly had trouble breathing. His face was frighteningly pale, clutching his chest as if he might collapse at any moment. His chest felt so tight that any careless move could cause a disaster. The young man caring for the old man looked very alert and somewhat unpleasant, but to Bai Su, he was a living person's life. As a doctor by profession, Bai Su couldn't stand by and watch passively. She couldn't hold back and retorted to the mischievous young woman, "Then you can walk to the team. Honestly, I think riding in the same tractor as you is bad luck. Do you understand respecting the elderly and caring for the young?" Bai Su called out to Hien. "He's a young man from the He family. Stop for a moment. This old comrade isn't feeling well." Hien had enough of the trouble caused by the political background. He originally just wanted to do as the team leader asked and handle the task of picking someone up, not to get involved in other matters. But because Bai Su said something when she arrived about riding the tractor, he listened to her. When the 2 young people argued, he didn't plan to stop. But when Bai Su called out, he quickly stopped the tractor. Since the old man started to feel sick, the young people who were with him shouted for Hien to stop, then started to open their bags to find medicine. Now that the tractor had stopped, Hien carefully helped the old man lie down on his lap, then hurriedly fed him medicine. This old comrade looks pale, has difficulty breathing, and kept clutching his chest during the attack. He's having a heart problem. Thanks to the kind lady in front, the tractor operator was able to stop in time. Otherwise, the old man's condition could have been very serious, even life-threatening. Fan was no longer as wary of Bai Su and nodded in acknowledgement. The medicine wouldn't work instantly, and seeing that the old man's condition hadn't improved much, Bai Su spoke to the young people. If you're okay with it, let me check on him. Fan was stunned and looked hesitant. He couldn't stand it anymore. Ungrateful. My Aunt Bai's father is a famous traditional Chinese doctor in the area. Officials from the province even come to the team to seek his help. It's only because my Aunt Bai is kind and willing to help. If you don't want help, then just drive the tractor away. Go back to the health station and find Zhou Jiqing. I can't guarantee what might happen on the way to the team. Is your old man going to hold up? If you refuse to let my aunt check on him, I don't care if she pays attention to you or not. Was very annoyed with the cold-faced person on the tractor. He snapped at him and prepared to drive away. But the old man tugged at his sleeve, and Fan looked ashamed. It's us, the grandfather and grandson, who are worried about bothering Aunt Bai. After saying that, he glanced at the young person beside him. What's there to worry about? Whether you're a young person or someone else, you're here to contribute to our peaceful team. As a member of the team, we can't let you have any accidents on the way before you even report to the team. Then our peace brigade can't take responsibility either. The young man was cautious, showing that he and his grandfather must have endured a lot before being sent down. His roommate, a young worker, heard Sun Mingyuan's muffled sobs from inside the quilt and pretended not to notice. But Lin Lijuan couldn't rest easy knowing her brother Mingyuan was upset. She cooked red sugar eggs and brought them into the room. Brother Mingyuan, I cooked some eggs for you. Come and have a bite. No. Sun Mingyuan muttered angrily. Go away. Don't bother me. How can I leave you alone? Don't worry. You got scared and wet your pants by the dog. I won't think less of you, Lin Lijuan said, placing her hand on his shoulder and shaking him through the quilt. You're not the only one scared by that wolf dog from Lu Lanhua's family. His face looked much better. Comrade, sorry to trouble you. The old man politely nodded to Bai Su, indicating he felt better. When restarted the tractor, Fan's cautious expression disappeared. White auntie, my name is Fan. He wanted to say more, but there were other educated youths on the tractor, especially a girl who looked like she loved to stir trouble. He wondered if Bai Su's help might cause her trouble. So, Fan only introduced himself briefly and kept quiet. On the way to the brigade, he didn't speak to Bai Su again. Bai Su finished delivering food to the town school, then went to report the incident at the commune, followed by the post office and supply and marketing cooperative. Why marry a village girl? It's all about our dowry. Song Mingqing looked shocked and couldn't believe it, stammering. No, that can't be true? Song Tianqi chuckled softly, thinking about his own life after marriage and his past life. He realized he was being gentle with his words. Looking towards Song Mingqing, he continued, and Dad, honestly, since we have no sons, when you and Mom grow old, I will need to support you. Instead of giving so much dowry to marry a scholar from the county, which has no future, why not invite a son-in-law to join us? That way, when you and Mom are old, we will have someone to rely on. We're not the only ones scared by that wolf dog from Lu Lanhua's family. So, he put aside the brigade's honor for now and was pleased to have gained favor with the secretary. Captain Li was so fed up with Bai Su that he lost his temper. When drove the tractor into the brigade and talked to the police, the captain, who was with them, scolded Bai Su impatiently. Why are you only just getting back from the town? The police have been waiting for you a long time. Brother Bai, you accused your mother-in-law and sister-in-law of intentionally poisoning the cattle and involved in human trafficking. These matters have been mostly verified. The police officer approached and said, Lead the way. We're going to arrest the suspect. Bai Su led the police away. Only then did realize she had left all the goods bought at the local supply and marketing cooperative in the car. He wanted to carry the basket and catch up, looking through the torn cloth to see what was inside. He didn't chase after her. Instead, he took the basket back from Bai Su. Knowing how resourceful Aunt Bai is with the Lu family, He understood she wouldn't leave the goods in the car so easily. The basket mostly contained oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and some red sugar, red dates, and fabric. Aunt Bai would never buy such cheap items, which would be a waste for the Liu family. Things are about to get complicated. How can the cunning Liu father and son tolerate the girl from Lihua? They must make her and her mother suffer. So, Aunt Bai is probably preparing to leave the Liu family. Knowing she shouldn't let the Liu family benefit for free, Hien quickly helped Bai Su pack the items away. Then he took a pack of cigarettes and found the squad leader. After hosting the police, the squad leader ordered someone to settle the new educated youth and the grandfather and grandson. Just as he was about to go to the fields, Hien handed over a cigarette pack. He was surprised. What trick are you up to again? Where did you get these cigarettes? Last time I went to the county town to rescue someone, they gave me these. Hien casually said, such good cigarettes. It would be a waste to smoke them myself. I just want to keep some as a gift for Uncle. Enough, no need to be so informal. The squad leader looked displeased and pocketed the cigarettes. Tell me, what's the matter? Hien then explained about the grandfather and grandson, the old man falling ill on the way, and Bai Su saving him. The squad leader was surprised. The beautiful second daughter-in-law of the Liu family had learned some medical skills from her father. Over the years, she had kept a low profile, and no one on the team knew she could treat patients. He understood and said seriously, Comrade Bai Su is worried about Professor Yin having a seizure and causing trouble for our team. Don't worry, I understand. If someone reports this to me, I will keep it quiet. No, that's not what I mean. Hien grinned and said, Uncle, I heard from the commune in town that there are 3 worker-peasant soldier quotas this time.
Our team should get one, right?
Zhou Jiqing is close to Uncle, and if that quota goes to him, what will happen to the health work at the team's clinic? I think my Aunt Bai can handle it. Hien moved closer to Captain de Dui. Uncle, you don't know how amazing Aunt Bai is. That old man almost fainted onto the tractor because he was holding his chest. If he had fallen, he might have bled right there, and the 2 new educated youths would have been scared stiff. He hadn't reported to the team yet and got lost on the way. The commune can't blame us for that, right? Luckily, Aunt Bai was there. After Aunt Bai checked the old man's pulse, she pressed a few spots on his hand and face. Guess what? A man who was almost dead came back to life. Uncle, you see, Aunt Bai can diagnose illnesses. Isn't that just perfect to replace Zhou Jiqing's job? Hien kept talking in circles, taking several detours, and suddenly had this idea. No wonder yesterday this kid not only pushed Lu's wife and daughter down with a seedling basket, but also helped speak up for them. Actually, the quota of workers, peasants, and soldiers assigned to the team from the commune was meant for Zhou Jiqing. The young man was humble, perceptive, and a good youth. But his medical skills are so good that without him, the team can't find anyone suitable to work at the health clinic. If Lu's second daughter-in-law really could diagnose illnesses, that wouldn't be a problem. The team leader looked at Hien several times. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Pear Blossom is a good girl, and she needs to be willing. I don't have any plans. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Hien looked a bit uncomfortable. My Aunt Bai really can diagnose illnesses. All right. Hien still tried to cling on, but the team leader looked disgusted. I'll think about it later. Right now, it's busy planting spring crops. Go get to work in the fields. Okay, Uncle, I'll think about it. I'll go work in the fields. Knowing the team leaders think about it probably meant yes, Hien cheerfully left the house whistling. The water fields plowed by Nyo Sisi looked lively and busy. Pulling seedlings, making grids, transplanting rice, team members and educated youths were all busy and energetic. Manhwa was assigned to lead the youths in work, while Lihua, Hihua, and Chunya were planting rice in an acre of field. Standing in the muddy water, which was already cold, Bai Su's third daughter, Hihua, bent over to plant seedlings all morning, feeling chills from being watched. She turned and saw her older sister, Lu Chunya, giving her a hateful look, causing her to shiver. She shrank like a quail and moved closer to Lihua. Sister, why does Chunya look at me like that? His sister used to be very naive, relying on him and their father for everything. What exactly happened that made her change so much? Bai Su's life was getting better and better. As her older brother, he felt relieved but also worried. There might be some hidden reasons he didn't know about. He had to go back and see for himself to feel at ease. His wife used to dislike his sister. Recently, his sister sent some mountain produce and ointments, and his wife started praising her. A woman daring to run a pharmacy in the brigade? Even his wife, working at the island hospital, admired that very much. He Yen cheerfully left the house whistling. Her grandma was stingy. Breakfast was always sweet potato porridge with pickles, very watery, not filling at all. Having thick, creamy porridge would have been much better. But Li Hua and her friends ate precious eggs and white bread. They didn't leave a single crumb. Working in the fields made them hungry quickly, and they worked slowly in the morning, making Li Hua and Li Hua work harder. While Li Hua's sister was finally behind her, Chanya's eyes sparkled with a mischievous smile. She grabbed a bunch of rice seedlings and aimed at Li Hua's sister. Li Hua, I'll give you some seedlings since you ran out. Li Hua's sister couldn't dodge in time, and the seedlings splashed mud all over her. Her face turned pale, and she bit her lip. Chanya, you did that on purpose? I didn't. You ran out of seedlings. Seeing Li Hua planting rice ahead, Chanya looked innocent. Li Hua, I was just trying to help Li Hua by throwing her some seedlings. Why are you accusing me? There were no more seedlings left for Li Hua's sister, so it didn't seem like Chanya did it on purpose. But her proud little eyes betrayed her. Chanya had played small tricks like this before. Because Bai Su liked Lu Dejun, she also favored Chanya a little. Li Hua and her sister had always endured silently. Li Hua glared at Chanya, deciding to hold back. Suddenly, she remembered the scene from last night, Bai Su pushing stones into her hand. When the stones hit her grandma, Li Hua felt a wave of anger wash away, leaving her feeling more refreshed than ever. She remembered Bai Su's words, "If you're just blindly filial, I'll look down on you." Li Hua decided she couldn't hold back anymore. She didn't want to watch her sister be bullied. She picked up some rice seedlings from the edge of the field and threw them at Chanya. One bunch of seedlings landed at Chanya's feet, splashing mud all over her. That wasn't enough, so Li Hua kept throwing, hitting her several times with good aim. Mud splashed onto Chanya's pants, staining her clothes, and the mud was so high that it also got on her face. Muddy water even splashed into her mouth. After doing this, Li Hua gave Chanya a proud look. Chanya wanted to scream and curse Li Hua, but a strong feeling of shame overwhelmed her, and she cried out loud. Just then Lu Dajun, carrying a bundle of rice seedlings, came back. Seeing Li Hua hitting her sister Chanya with the seedlings and acting so confident, he couldn't help but get angry. His aunt, seeing this, went crazy like she had seen a ghost, and even her cousin started to lose her temper. His aunt first grabbed a knife to threaten, and early in the morning, she was acting wild again. It was about her wanting to marry Zhao Jiqing, which was now known all over the team. Worse, he had just gone to help Zhao Jiqing plant rice seedlings, and even the Jiqing folks were talking about it. They said he only cared about money, pretending to be a good person but not willing to spend money to treat his mother and grandmother. Everyone in the team now praised his aunt for being honest, but with all this chaos, they still hoped Li Hua's uncle would send money so they could save up for his marriage. Hearing these rumors, Zhao Jiqing looked at him with disdain and stopped letting him help with work, showing he was starting to distance himself. Lu Dajun was already angry and holding back his frustration. Seeing Li Hua throw rice seedlings at Chanya made his anger rise even more. Li Hua, what are you doing? Throwing rice seedlings at Chanya? Li Hua looked innocent. There are no more seedlings for Chanya. Can't you see that, big brother? Lu Dajun stared at Li Hua fiercely. You threw seedlings and got her all muddy? Chanya also threw them, and her clothes got muddy too. I was just trying to help her. Why are you blaming me? Li Hua responded back, repeating Chanya's words. Li Hua, who gave you the guts? Lu Dajun's veins bulged with anger as he pushed his bundle of seedlings forward. Behind him, a careless voice sounded. Hey, not working hard. What kind of show are you putting on? He was holding an empty basket and standing by the field ditch. It was Hien, who had helped beat down his mother and grandmother yesterday. Lu Dajuan hated him so much he clenched his teeth. He glared fiercely. I haven't settled the score from yesterday with you. You little brat, you stubborn troublemaker. Mind your own business. I may not be perfect, but I wouldn't do something so evil. Everyone rolled their eyes at his words. Few believed him. You dare to climb over walls, but you're afraid of this? Sun Dae grabbed his collar. His height was just enough to reach Sun Dae's shoulders. With one tug, he was lifted slightly off the ground. Chen Yuju, don't try to lie. My sister and niece are in this village. Besides some past conflicts with you, there's no one else. Chen Yuju's face turned red. It's not me, really. Zhang Chuanfu held back Sun Dae. Let him go. Are you planning to choke him to death? Sun Dae, angry. Big brother, why are you hitting people again?
Don't hit me.
Their shouting attracted the busy women working in the neighboring rice fields. They had witnessed Lu Dajuan and his father chasing Bai Su earlier, and now he was trying to hit Pear Blossom. One by one, they couldn't stand it anymore. Lu family boy, don't be so mean. Your family couldn't sell Pear Blossom to Lu Lotzi, and now you want to hit her? Are you even human? He's so shameless. Earlier, he was chasing his aunt to beat her. I heard Bai Mei wanted to go get medicine for her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. He cares about money and wants to keep it to marry a wife, so he's chasing his aunt to beat her. Why didn't I see he was like this before? Zhao Jiqing looks so nice, like a flower bud, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. A loud-mouthed auntie, full of enthusiasm, shouted toward the distant rice fields, Zhao Jiqing, come quick and see. It's not right to marry someone who beats people. The wife of Lu Lotzi, who was ahead of us in the team, was beaten to death. Zhao Qingru, who was bending over planting rice, felt so embarrassed she wished she could bury her head in the field. Lu Dajuan's face turned pale. Hien suddenly let go of the basket he was holding and, struggling with Lu Dajuan, who was pulling on the shoulder bag, he fell straight into the rice. Hien clicked his tongue and pretended to reach out to help him, but in reality, he stomped him in the mud. Lu Dajuan, get up quickly. Being the son of a reformed criminal isn't shameful. You'll go to the farm for proper reform. Grandma Lu and the women will surely change their ways, accept education, and start anew. Lu Dajuan, covered in mud and enduring the pain in his foot, struggled to stand up, looking miserable. What do you mean? Hien grinned mischievously and responded loudly, don't you know? The police came to our peace brigade to seek justice for Aunt Bai. Grandma Lu and the women were taken to the commune. Lu Dajuan staggered and ran along the ridge back toward the Lu family's house. Meanwhile, Hien, who had defeated him, stood proudly with a bamboo basket on his arm, looking confident, like a proud rooster having won a fight. Brother Hien. Lu Dajuan looked very fierce just now. So many people on the team were working in the fields. He was almost crazy, wanting to hit someone. Li Hua looked at him gratefully to avoid her cousin's anger. Li Hua's eyes were shiny and full of water. She softly called out, Brother Hien, her voice like a hook, as if it could steal someone's soul. Hien couldn't stand it. Aunt Bai put the basket on the tractor. When work ends later, you can carry the basket back. Hien felt his chest pounding hard. Li Hua's words stirred his heart, making his cheeks hot, and he quickly ran away in embarrassment. Big sister, you're not a fierce tiger. Hua Hua mumbled confusedly. Why does brother Hien run so fast? Like he's afraid of you? Li Hua's cheeks flushed. She scolded Hua Hua with a glance. Don't talk nonsense. Get to work. Is what brother Hien said true? Did the police from the commune really take my grandma and my aunt away? Brother Hien said the basket was left by Mom on his tractor. Yin Fan set down the empty jar, grabbed a bundle of straw, and spread it evenly over the bridge surface. If frost forms again tomorrow morning, he plans to get up early and, before the workers from the medicine workshop arrive, lay a layer of dry straw on the bridge to prevent slipping. Thinking that Lotus will no longer step on the thin frost on the bridge and slip, causing her to fall, Yin Fan feels satisfied with his efforts and leaves with an empty water jar. Unaware, Zhou Hongbao watches this scene from the shadows. Lotus is not as cold and distant as her second sister, Manhwa. The children from the team had gone to school, and the patch of short bamboo behind Lu's house hadn't been cleared yet. Bai Su went into the bamboo grove for a while, pulled out a big bunch of bamboo shoots, peeled them, and then fried them with a spoonful of pig fat. In the morning, Bai Su opened the granary and found the soybeans stored by Grandma Lu. She boiled a bowl of them in water, then stir-fried with garlic, scallions, and chili powder, making a tasty dish to go with rice. She also fried an egg with chopped scallions. The eggs in the granary were almost gone, but the 2 hens in the henhouse had laid 2 more eggs. Bai Su chopped some scallions and made a fragrant egg sauce to eat with rice. While pulling bamboo shoots, she also went into the tea oil woods on the hillside and found some mushroom clusters to cook a bowl of soup. When cooking the mushroom soup, Bai Su felt something was missing, like it needed a bit of scallions. Without hesitation, she threw in a handful of pig fat scraps, which Grandma Lu treasured, into the soup. And just like that, the fragrant mushroom soup was ready. Li Hua is still outside, smelling a strong, pleasant aroma. When she enters the kitchen, she sees her mother preparing pig fat and pork cracklings, which only her cousin and Lu Erjuan can eat. She also notices that white rice is being cooked. She is momentarily stunned. Yes, it's plain white rice without any sweet potato shreds mixed in. After breakfast, which included white flour and eggs, Li Hua is only slightly surprised and accepts it well. Mom, are we not planning to keep living like this?
She asks.
Yes, we are. Why wouldn't we? Her mother replies. Seeing Li Hua barefoot with mud on her feet, Bai Su scoops some water from the basin, hands her the bucket, and tells her to wash her feet outside on the stone slab near the kitchen. Your grandma and auntie were taken away by the local police. Your eldest uncle and cousin also went to the town to find out what's happening. Bai Su, your grandma's frugal rationing is quite happy, but it's a pity they're not home. I wish you could see how angry they are, their eyes almost popping out. Outside the kitchen is the chicken coop. Hearing the chickens clucking, Bai Su laughs. Oh, I just thought of slaughtering those 2 chickens. Once Ho-Hot and Manhwa come back in a few days, we'll slaughter a chicken and eat the meat.
She adds. Liwa.
She really dares to think about it. She even wants to slaughter chickens? But those chickens are her grandma's precious possessions. In winter, it's hard to find medicinal herbs, but inside the greenhouse, Professor Kong, Professor Lin, and Zhou Zhilan carefully planted herbs, which now proved useful. Jiang Yuchuan is a skilled person. He's a foreign-educated engineer, helping the peace team, and Qin Yanyu solve problems with greenhouse planting. His expertise is quite valuable. He has experience growing plants at Baiyun Farm deep in the mountains. He knows how to keep the greenhouse warm easily, and does a good job without much effort. Bai Su is worried that the cold weather might freeze the herbs in the field. Walking into the greenhouse feels like entering another world, blocking out the cold outside. And do you think that will make things harder for us? The original person is a skilled worker who's been used by the Lu family like an old ox. Are you afraid of leeches? To avoid showing weakness in front of Lily, Bai Su avoids looking at her legs. You quickly pull off that thing on your foot. Don't let it burrow into your flesh and blood. I have a plan about not living under the same roof as them. Today I sent a telegram to your uncle in town. Anyway, we won't let our family suffer losses. Keep your heart in your stomach. Along with the Lu mother-in-law and daughter-in-law being taken away for questioning, Lu Lizi, who was involved in the matter, was also taken. Lu Dajuan and his son went to town to ask about the commune but were turned away. Auntie has gone crazy. Lily has also gone crazy, and today she even dared to throw seedlings at Chunya, getting mud all over her. Lu Dajuan, limping and with a tired face, stood at the commune gate. Dad, should we just let them make trouble like this? There was also a clash involving teeth and tongues and bumps and knocks. Lily didn't marry Lu Lizi. How come his sister-in-law went to the commune to report her mother-in-law and sister-in-law? Old Lu remained silent, but Lu Dajuan kept talking. Yesterday, Andy caused a fuss, and this morning she put on a show again. No one else can act like her. Our fight with Dad is now the talk of the whole brigade. There are rumors that the youth point to. I went to help, but Zhao Jiqing ignored me. Lu Dajuan was so angry his eyes turned red. If she keeps causing trouble, my relationship with Zhao Jiqing might be over. When he heard that Lu Dajuan and Zhao Jiqing's relationship might end, old Lu finally spoke up. He looked grim. We can't let them keep causing trouble. Lily is more obedient now, but she's also starting to rebel. Don't think their fussing is harmless. Women don't have much strength. If they want to be aggressive, living under the same roof, they'll eventually get the upper hand. At the door, Meng Chongqing had just arrived sitting on a bullock cart, which was rented from Uncle Li in the village yesterday. The matchmaker handed a red silk cloth to Song Tianqi and another to Meng Chongqing. When Meng Chongqing saw Song Tianqi, he froze in surprise. The matchmaker called twice before turning around, and everyone watching started to laugh. Song Tianqi pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Meng Chongqing's face turned a little red. Under everyone's watch, they bowed to each other and entered the bridal chamber. When they were taken inside, Song Tianqi whispered to him, "Later, I'll ask my cousin to bring you some food. We still need someone who can go into the commune to pass the message." Old Master Lu thought for a moment and told Lu Dajuan, "Let's go back now and get an introduction letter. You go to the county town and find your aunt." His aunt married an employee at the county food factory. Recently, her husband was promoted to workshop director. He plans to settle into his new position first and then find a way to introduce him as a temporary worker at the factory. Her husband has many connections and can easily talk to officials and police in the town. Didn't Pear Blossom also fail to marry Lu Lizhi? This way, big problems can be made small and small problems can be resolved easily. Lu Dajuan thought this was a good idea and nodded quickly. "Okay, after we get the introduction letter, I'll go to the county town to find my aunt. Congee doesn't fill the stomach. Work in the fields is needed." Bai Su steamed sweet potatoes in the morning, then used cornmeal and white flour to make pancakes. After the lesson of eating only white bread and eggs, Old Master Lu and Chunya became more honest. They quietly ate their pancakes with porridge, afraid of eating too little. Bai Su saw that her second daughter, Manhwa, was given a pancake, so she secretly hid half of it. Yesterday, she gave Lanhua an egg bun, and Lanhua hid a boiled egg inside. Since it was a double portion of egg bun, Bai Su thought her delicate, weak daughter had a small appetite. She kept the egg, waiting in the fields, hungry, to fill her stomach later. But today's pancakes, because Old Master Lu and Chunya were considerate, were all eaten up. Each only got one piece. They could barely fill their stomachs with what they ate. What was she hiding? Her second daughter, Bai Su's little lucky one, was tall but too thin. Because of lack of nutrition, her face was pale and yellowish. Maybe because she was too slim, she had a quiet, elegant air. Yesterday, after work, she sat by the kerosene lamp before sleeping and read her books for a while. Her daughter Pear Blossom caused a big fuss over her marriage to Lu Lizhi, even going to the commune with Bai Su and her eldest aunt. Lan Hua didn't show much reaction. Compared to her third daughter He Hua, who is timid and cautious, Lan Hua seemed indifferent to what had happened. Bai Su felt she didn't quite fit into the family. On the way to work, Bai Su kept watching her secretly. She saw Lan Hua hide her pancake and give it to the scorer, who then told Lan Hua to take the youth workers from the brigade to do farm work.
Bai Su frowned.
These youth workers from the city probably haven't done much farm work, right? Bai Su asked Pear Blossom. They work very slowly and don't earn many points. Why does Lan Hua want to stay with them? To borrow books from the youth workers from the city, Pear Blossom replied casually, thinking it was nothing special. Bai Su looked at Lan Hua, who was chatting and laughing with the young workers, especially noting that Lan Hua was walking very close to a tall, fair-skinned young worker. Bai Su felt that Lan Hua's borrowing books was just a cover for something more. However, Bai Su soon had no time to pay attention to Lan Hua, because Lu Chunya, who seemed to have taken some strange medicine, ran ahead to start working. She gathered with the older women and young wives in the team, whispering and gossiping. When Bai Su arrived with Pear Blossom and Lotus Flower to pick up work, Lu Chunya shot her a challenging look and, shamelessly, dragged Lu Lizi's mother to work together. Lu Lizi's mother initially refused, glaring at her, but Lu Chunya leaned close and whispered a few words in her ear. The two then pulled each other away to work. As a result, the 1.5 acres of land assigned to Bai Su and her group had one less person working on it.
Who wants to work with Aunt Bai?
Zhou Yan, the daughter of the team's secretary, asked around. Song Tianxi almost shouted in surprise and quickly hugged his neck.
What?
What are you doing? It's time for us to be together. Song Tianxi felt her cheeks heat up. She saw him place her on the bed. Embarrassed, she covered her face, and Meng Chongqing looked at her quietly. Through her fingers, she saw his eyes fixed on her with a warm look. She softly said, "Please don't look at me like that." Suddenly, she heard the sound of fabric tearing. Seeing him start to undress, she hurriedly shouted, "Wait, wait." Feeling a bit shy, she leaned back and asked, "Can you pull the mosquito net over?" "It's too bright." Taken some strange medicine. This made the team think she was ruthless and hard to mess with. After all the fuss, Bai Su just wanted to get rid of the blood family of Lu. Lu Chunya spreading a reputation that she was not to be trifled with was just what she wanted. From now on, she and her orphan mother would live separately, and everyone would know she was not someone to mess with. She was willing to go as far as reporting to the commune, if necessary. Bai Su didn't care at all about Lu Chunya damaging her reputation. She cheerfully agreed. Hien from the He family is a good boy. We're willing to work together. Since she wasn't disliked by Aunt Bai and was even praised, Hien's face turned slightly red. Pear Blossom quietly looked over. His face was burning hot, so he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Annie, I'll go pick some rice seedlings." What she feared happened. Bai Su was still on the ridge when she saw the rice paddies with grid patterns and some sluggish leeches twisting and turning inside. Leeches are not only able to cling to feet and blood but can also burrow into the skin and survive inside the body. These creatures reproduce very quickly, cannot be burned to death, and even if torn apart, they can turn into several smaller ones. On the way, Chun Hanchio scolded her a few times for being too delicate. Sun Hahua couldn't stand it and retorted, "Grandma, you see my mother is so tired carrying this. If I'm getting married, I can't help? Are my great-aunt and second-aunt also about to marry? Why can't I help my mother?" This favoritism is too obvious. Chun Hanchio was stunned by her words, not expecting Song Tianxi to stand up for her mother. But since there were many people heading to the town, she didn't want to lose her temper. Her voice grew colder. "I am your grandmother. How dare you talk to me like that?" Song Tianxi held her chin high. Bai Su had to endure it, feeling very uncomfortable and covered in goosebumps. She couldn't hold back. While Li Hua and Lotus were talking and not paying attention, she grabbed some dry grass from the ridge and quickly brushed away the little creature near her foot. One leech was brushed away, but another appeared. It seemed endless. When Hien carried a basket of seedlings toward them, he saw Bai Auntie using a dry grass to poke at the leeches in the field. Bai Su dropped the grass she was holding. "Cough, just playing around." Hien was silent. Bai Auntie, who dared to threaten people with a knife and report to the commune, was now afraid of a few small leeches. She couldn't laugh. If she angered her auntie, her relationship with Li Hua would be gone. This little creature is really annoying. Hien bent down, pinched the leech Bai Su had poked, and threw it into the rice field where the young workers were working. He scattered the seedlings from his basket into the field, then went into the field to work with Bai Su. "Auntie, I moved the stuff over the wall to Grandpa's house," Bai Su said, placing the items from her basket on the tractor. She wanted Hien to help her put them away first. Her mother's house was empty, and the neighbors were from the He family. When they moved there, she could use it, saving trouble and preventing the Lu family from benefiting. Hien simply jumped over the wall and placed everything properly. Bai Su felt excited to find an ally, and this ally was a powerful figure. "Young man, you have potential. I believe in you."
Bai Su smiled kindly, pressing again.
Hien felt a bit uncomfortable being praised and whispered, "Annie, I came today to work with you, because I want to tell you something." Did you notice that Lu Chuanya was early to go near Lu Lizie's mother? And Lu Dajuan is missing? Bai Su didn't bother with Lu Chuanya's little tricks. Thanks to Hyeon's reminder, she realized Lu Dajuan hadn't been seen that morning, which was suspicious. Where did he go? To the county town. Hyeon told Bai Su, I asked the team leader, and Lu Dajuan had a letter of introduction from him yesterday. White Su carefully recalled the story and remembered that Mrs. Lu had a daughter in the county town. She married a local worker and later became the workshop director at a food factory. She was jealous of her second sister-in-law's beauty and constantly compared herself, showing off her superiority in front of the original owner. White Su understood. He's gone to the county town to find outside help. He then married comrade Zhou Yen and even sneaked into small woods with young women from the youth corps. Everyone in the brigade knows about this. Your department at the county is a place for review, a place of transparency and justice. Under your leadership, Director Hong, the work of various communes is well organized. Bai Su gave Hong Chung a compliment and smiled as she said, Director Hong, supervising the pharmacy work, perhaps Comrade Sun Mingyuan isn't suitable? Bai Su implied that Sun Mingyuan's behavior was inappropriate. Qi Shu, the secretary, nodded in agreement, but Hong Chung was. They parted ways. On his way back, Meng Chongqing met Zhang Dachuan. The mark on his face from yesterday's wedding was still visible. Zhang Dachuan hadn't come to the wedding yesterday. Only Aunt Su had. Zhang Dachuan rolled his eyes at him and snorted. Really embarrassing our ancestors. A grown man, and he's living as a son-in-law. Meng Chongqing clenched his fists, thinking but ultimately saying nothing. When Zhang Dachuan turned a corner to go to the village's banyan tree to chat with others, Song Tianxi stopped him in front. Regarding the incident where Song Tianxi hit herself last time, Zhang Dachuan still feels scared. People like that are perfect to bring into her own circle. With Hyeon helping with the work, White Su forgot about the leeches in the fields. They planted 6 rows of seedlings in one go. Hyeon moved quickly, and as soon as White Su finished, he helped her plant her 2 rows of seedlings too. Thanks to this strong helper, White Su acted quickly and didn't reveal any signs of slowing down, making the inspection team think she was just pretending to work. Li Hua and He Hua, experienced in farming, also moved efficiently. Before the workday ended, they finished planting over an acre of rice paddies. Meanwhile, a few young workers in the neighboring fields moved very slowly. Their water paddies probably wouldn't be finished by the end of the day. The young workers' paddies were near a creek. After finishing her work, White Su washed her feet in the creek and noticed a young female worker who had planted her seedlings crooked. She looked somewhat familiar. This is about a girl who just returned from the town yesterday, riding with a young man who is a knowledgeable youth. She arrived at the team yesterday, rested for a day, and today is her first day working in the fields. She is slow and inexperienced at planting rice seedlings. Watching her jump around in the water field, it's clear she's also afraid of leeches, just like herself. There are bugs. Lin Huiwan, stop jumping, you're splashing mud all over me. Nearby, someone was jumping in the water, stirring up mud and making it hard to see the rows of rice seedlings. If she continued, she might plant the seedlings crooked and the team leaders might criticize her. Lin Huiwan kept jumping around and even damaged some of the rows. The girl speaking straightened up. Bai Su saw clearly. It was Zhao Qingru, the girl her nephew Lu Dajuan was interested in. A girl with fair skin, braided pigtails, elegant eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, a pretty cherry-shaped mouth, and a slim figure. No wonder Lu Dajuan was so captivated. She was very beautiful. Standing there, holding rice seedlings, she looked like a painting, speaking softly and gently. But Lin Huiwan, the new youth, lacked awareness. Bai Su was still observing Zhao Qingru when Lin Huiwan suddenly shouted at her. I was jumping around and bothering you? Did you see the bugs biting me? The team leaders asked you to teach me how to work, but they didn't tell you to control whether I jump or not. Zhao Qingru, I'm a new youth here. Do you think you can bully me? Don't think I don't know. You're angry because my aunt and cousin took your father's side. You're just trying to get back at me. I'll report you to the team leaders. Zhao Qingru wasn't very good at farm work. She refused Lu Dajuan's help, and the tasks assigned to her were always unfinished. Working with the new youth made things worse, and Lin Huiwan was just causing trouble. She had only eaten half a bowl of sweet potato porridge in the morning. Now she felt dizzy and weak. Zhao Qingru was too tired to argue with her. Worried she wouldn't finish her work, she chose to ignore Lin Huijuan's chaos and continued planting rice farther away. Why don't you answer me? Are you angry because I called you out? You good-for-nothing troublemaker. Zhao Qingru ignored her. Lin Huiwan got more excited. She quickly ran behind Zhao Qingru and, when she stood up, pushed her hard. Zhao Qingru lost her balance and fell onto the rice field ridge. And then, she didn't get up. The young worker working with her felt something was wrong and quickly dropped his tools to help her. Qingru, what's wrong?
Stop pretending.
She's just pretending to be dead. Two young workers supporting Zhao Qingru glared at her. Lin Huiwan stubbornly insisted, I just gently pushed her. She's just making a fuss. After washing her feet in the creek, Bai Su didn't want to get involved in the argument among the young workers. Moreover, the person who fainted was her nephew's girlfriend, Zhao Qingru. But she couldn't stand Lin Huijuan's arrogance. Yesterday, sitting on the tractor and being rude was already disgusting, and now she was pushing someone and claiming she was pretending to be dead. If she's pretending to faint, she could stand closer to the edge of the field, so her pants wouldn't be soaked in mud. She glanced at Zhao Qingru, who was being supported, her face pale and lips colorless. Bai Su reminded her, she looks like she has anemia. She might have fainted from exhaustion. Hurry and take her to the brigade health clinic. Who dared interfere in this matter? Lin Huiwan turned to retort, but when she saw He Yan's cold, fierce gaze behind Bai Su, she immediately dared not speak. It wasn't her aunt or Lihua girl who fainted, so He Yan didn't want to get involved. But thinking about the spot at the brigade health clinic, it was a good opportunity. He Yan's eyes flickered, and he took a step forward. Auntie, Zhao, the young worker, suddenly fainted. Is it still possible to get her to the brigade health clinic in time?
Bai Su paused briefly.
He Yan had feelings for Lihua, but Lu Dajuan wanted to marry Zhao Qingru, nearly marrying Lihua off to Lu Lizi. With his vengeful nature, he shouldn't interfere with Zhao Qingru. What kind of trick was this kid up to? Knowing He Yan wouldn't meddle without reason, some young workers had already gone to call people to carry Zhao Qingru to the brigade health clinic. Bai Su quickly crouched down. I'll check her. Bai Su took her pulse and confirmed Zhao Qingru had fainted from anemia. She hurriedly asked the supporting young workers to help and moved her to an open space beside the creek. Lying flat, with her head lower than her feet, to help keep her breathing smooth and ensure proper blood flow and oxygen. After doing this, she began pressing on her chest. When Zhao Qingru gradually woke up, Bai Su supported her head and pressed on the acupuncture points on her head and neck for a while. As Bai Su moved, Zhao Qingru felt the dizziness fade, and her body became much more comfortable. She looked at Bai Su with a complicated expression. Actually, she and Lu Dajuan had only recently started talking, far from being ready for marriage. Lu Dajuan kept helping her with chores, and she couldn't chase him away. The people in the team and the surrounding young workers all thought she and Lu Dajuan were dating. Zhao Qingru looked at Lu Dajuan, who was honest and simple and also looked decent. She felt some fondness for him and decided to observe him first to see if he was a suitable match. Suddenly, rumors started spreading among the team. She only then learned that, even before she nodded, the Lu family was already preparing the bride price. To gather the money for her bride price, Lu Dajuan's grandmother and mother planned to sell his cousin, Lu Lihua, to that lecherous Lu Lizi as a wife. Originally, she wanted to explain this situation to Lihua and Bai Su, but now her reputation was affected. Over the past few days, not only did the team members gossip about her, but the educated youths also talked behind her back. She felt her reputation was ruined. She especially resented Bai Su for making this matter known to everyone. Lin Huiwan kept pestering her, and after she fainted, Bai Su was the one who woke her up. That's why Zhao Qingru felt mixed emotions inside.
Auntie,
Zhao Qingru wanted to thank her, but just then, the team leader, Zhou Jiqing, who was carrying a medicine box, arrived. Seeing Zhao Qingru had already gotten up from the ground, the team leader looked surprised. Oh, she's fine now? Yes, she's fine. Bai Auntie saved her. When the team leader and Zhou Jiqing appeared, Hien, who had been silent all along, spoke up. My aunt checked Zhao Jiqing's pulse and said she fainted from anemia. She also pressed her head and the back of her neck, and Zhao Jiqing stopped fainting. Zhou Jiqing, check her pulse to see if my aunt's diagnosis is correct. Zhou Jiqing checked Zhao Qingru's pulse and nodded quickly. It really was anemia causing her to faint. Bai Auntie's diagnosis is correct. Zhao Jiqing is severely anemic. She should eat more red dates, brown sugar, and pig liver to improve her health. While saying this, Zhou Jiqing also looked at Bai Su with bright eyes. Hien immediately started talking excitedly. My aunt is always willing to help others. No matter who faints, she always steps in to help and wake them up. She truly has the kind heart of a healer, noble and virtuous, just like my Uncle Bai in his prime. My aunt doesn't hold grudges. When it comes to choosing a partner, you need to be careful and see clearly. Oh, Bai Auntie is really a good person. Zhao Qingru. Just shut up already. Team leader Li Jiqiang also chuckled nearby. This kid is too clever. Knowing that Bai Su's father, Bai Jiqing, had helped him before, he deliberately mentioned this to remind him not to forget the promise they made. Zhou Jiqing fully approved of Bai Su's medical skills. Naturally, team leader Li Jiqiang would keep his promise. Comrade Bai Su, you rescued someone yesterday with a tractor, and today you saved Zhao Jiqing. This shows you truly inherited your father's medical skills. Jiqing Zhou will soon go to work at the Farmers and Soldiers University. Tomorrow you will start working at the Brigade Health Clinic. Becoming a barefoot doctor at the clinic earns 10 yuan a month in subsidies and also counts towards work points. Bai Su is still thinking about how to get work at the Brigade Health Clinic when an opportunity suddenly comes her way. Hien is winking at her and Bai Su quickly responds, "Thank you, Captain. I will do my best to be a good doctor and serve the brigade members." Some are happy, others are sad. The educated youths envy Zhou Jiqing for getting the farm and soldier quota, which gives her a chance to return to the city. The villagers are also jealous that Bai Su became a barefoot doctor. Especially Lu Laoda, who isn't happy just because Bai Su got the chance to be a barefoot doctor and receive 10 yuan monthly. He feels that his younger sister-in-law is becoming harder to control. She works in the fields, backs bent over the earth, yet she still chases after his mother and wife to scold them. Now that she's a barefoot doctor, she won't pay any attention to their family anymore. There's no chance to get benefits from his nieces either. The Lu family has only a small meal, and after raising several girls, if they don't get any advantages, Lu Laoda feels very upset. What makes him even angrier is that his sister-in-law said they should celebrate her becoming a barefoot doctor by slaughtering the family chicken. Seeing the 2 bowls of chicken soup on the table, Lu Laoda's face darkened. Bai Su smiles warmly. "Big uncle, you don't like chicken, do you?" "I do. I love it." The chickens have already been slaughtered, so what can he do? Lu Laoda clenched his teeth and forcefully picked some chicken pieces with his chopsticks. Bai Su's smile deepened. Who doesn't love meat? Without some nourishment, working hard in the spring planting is even harder. I thought our family really had some fools who didn't like eating meat. She emphasized the words fools heavily. Lu Laoda thought about the family, only himself and Lu Chunya sitting at the table eating, and felt even more upset. She's really shameless. He couldn't let this shameless woman have her way anymore. Lu Laoda, venting his frustration, bit into the chicken and glared at Bai Su with a sinister look. But his gaze was not enough to scare her. Bai Su spoke more confidently. Osmanthus and plum blossom are good for studying, and chicken is a precious food. I was planning to wait until tomorrow, when Guohua Meihua finishes school, to slaughter the chicken for celebration. I can go to the Brigade Health Clinic to work and kill 1 chicken first to celebrate. There's another one kept for Guohua Meihua to nourish her body, and also to boost her brain. Studying takes a lot of brain power. Lu Laoda. The chicken on his plate no longer smells good. She was so angry her chest felt like it was going to explode, and she couldn't eat. During the New Year and festivals, the family slaughtered a chicken. Only Lu Dajuan and Lu Erjuan could eat it, while Lu Chuanya and Li Hua only got a sip of the soup. Her father's gaze was very intimidating. Lu Chuanya was afraid her father would upset her aunt. Her aunt divided the food but didn't give her any chicken. Seeing 2 bowls of chicken on the table and Li Hua pulling bamboo shoots in the back, Lu Chuanya greedily ate the chicken and smiled at Bai Su to please her. I see Andy loves eating small bamboo shoots. Yes, I love that part. For Bai Su, who is from another world, the temptation of chicken wasn't that strong. When the chicken just came out of the pot, Lu Dajuan and his daughter hadn't gone to work yet. Bai Su had already prepared small portions for Li Hua and the others, who would dislike eating more meat. At this moment, Lu Dajuan was so angry he couldn't swallow. Bai Su put down her beloved small bamboo shoots, quickly picked up her chopsticks, and served several large pieces of chicken to each of her daughters, then poured half a bowl into her own. Seeing only chicken heads and tails left in the dish, Lu Chuanya's face changed. Afraid she wouldn't even get chicken soup, she poured the little remaining broth into her own bowl. She hated Bai Su so much. Annie, I know where to find small bamboo shoots. There's a lot in the bamboo grove behind the brigade health station, near the back. When Lu Chuanya said this, her eyes darted around, and she secretly glanced at her father. Bai Su pretended not to see her little move and smiled as she replied, besides eating fresh bamboo shoots, they can also be dried. Tomorrow, I'll go to the brigade health station with Zhou Jiqing to learn. I'll wander around that bamboo grove and bring back some. Seeing her sister-in-law smile with dimples, Lu Dajuan paused in his eating and picked up some small bamboo shoots with his chopsticks. The brigade health station was next to He-Yan's house. The original house of He-Yan's family had been taken over by the collective during land redistribution. The house where He-Yan and her mother lived, as well as Zhou Jiqing's current house, were all former residences of the He family's prosperous period, occupied by workers and tenants. The health station had 2 rooms, one for living and one for treating villagers. It was only a few steps from Bai Su's maternal home. Bai Su arrived early in the morning to work. Seeing Zhou Jiqing still asleep, she unlocked her mother's door, put away the things He-Yan had helped her organize in the shed, and locked the cabinet. Then she fetched a bucket of water from the well and washed herself. As expected, they would be moving in soon. To avoid chaos later, she cleaned the house thoroughly while she had the chance, then headed to the brigade health station. Zhou Jiqing had stayed up late last night reading by the coal lamp. She woke up late. After washing up and finishing breakfast, she saw Bai Su coming and quickly welcomed her inside. White, Auntie is here. Although Bai Su saved the old professor from the cattle shed, as well as Zhao Qingru, He-Yan told Zhou Jiqing that Bai Su was good at medicine, and Zhou Jiqing only believed about 70 to 80%. When exchanging medicines at the health clinic, Zhou Jiqing discussed medical skills with her. Bai Su explained clearly, and Zhou Jiqing finally realized that the Peace Brigade actually had someone with real skills. If she had shown her talent earlier, she might not have had to do the work of the health worker. Zhou Jiqing was very grateful. Thanks to your medical skills, Bai Auntie. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten the spot at the Workers' and Peasants' University. He-Yan helped me speak to the squad leader. I wanted to thank him, but he said I should thank your good medical skills. If there was a barefoot doctor in the Peace Brigade, the squad leader wouldn't block my spot at the university. So, she was able to become the health worker because He-Yan fought for her with the squad leader. No wonder he hinted yesterday that she should help Zhao Qingru with her treatment. This way, she helped Zhou Jiqing and also became the brigade's barefoot doctor. 2 birds with 1 stone. Her future son-in-law was really clever. Compared to working in the fields and feeling sore, Bai Su returned to her old profession with full energy. On her first day, she helped Zhou Jiqing change medicine for his injured wife. After Zhou Jiqing left to cook rice in the back room, Bai Su saw someone peeking near the bamboo grove and turned to go inside. Auntie, is that your daughter hiding outside? That's not my daughter. She's my niece, Lu Chuanya. Bai Su looked out the window. Lu Chuanya, dressed in colorful clothes, quickly tried to hide in the bamboo. Chunya, what are you here for? I came to pick small bamboo shoots. Lu Chunya looked nervously at Bai Su and then ran away. She was picking bamboo shoots but ran toward the Lu family instead of into the bamboo grove. Bai Su glanced in the direction she disappeared and then asked Zhou Jiqing, "How are the bamboo shoots in the back?" "There are plenty. It's the season for bamboo shoots now. I walked around the bamboo grove this morning but didn't go deep. I just pulled a few shoots and they taste great steamed with chili and pork fat." "Really?" Bai Su smiled slightly. "Then lend me a basket. I'll pick some to dry for bamboo shoots." After sending the grandma who came for medicine back home, Bai Su borrowed a bamboo basket from Zhou Jiqing and entered the short bamboo grove on the back. Because this area was cleared by Zhou Jiqing, the bamboo shoots Bai Su found were either just sprouting or too long, with some old at the bottom. Following the mountain stream deep into the valley, the bamboo shoots became more plentiful. Especially near the bamboo thicket by the stream, the shoots were thick, long, and tender. In the area of short bamboo by the water, no one had stepped foot before. Bai Su, unable to reach, simply took off her shoes and socks, standing in the stream. After a while, she gathered most of a basket of bamboo shoots. Bai Su then carried the heavy basket ashore and sat on a large rock by the stream to put on her shoes and socks. "Little sister-in-law, I've finally been waiting for you." Just as Bai Su was about to stand up, a rustling sound came from the bamboo thicket. Old Lu emerged and blocked her. His gaze fixed on Bai Su's bare, white ankle exposed as she put on her shoes, and he greedily swallowed saliva. It was probably time to go home and cook, as old Lu finished work early and suddenly appeared beside the bamboo shoots where she was harvesting bamboo shoots. He looked at her with a greenish gaze, and Bai Su cautiously took a step back. "What are you doing here? What do you want?" "You don't know what I want. Yesterday you laughed so openly." Old Lu's eyes darkened as he approached Bai Su. "Little sister-in-law, Pear Blossom didn't marry Lu Lizzie either. You dared to cut your mother and sister-in-law with a knife, and then went to the town's commune to complain, letting the police arrest them. Who gave you the guts? My unfortunate younger brother is gone. As the eldest, I helped raise you and your mother's family for a few years. Isn't it time for you girls to repay us? You've been wasting the Lu family's food all these years, and Ajun is waiting to get married and needs money. You should also contribute to the family. You even caused trouble." Old Lu moved closer, his eyes cold and sinister as he looked at Bai Su. "You caused all this yourself, and brought Pear Blossom and the others into it. Little sister-in-law, you're becoming more and more disobedient. You think I can't control you? Did you think I wouldn't catch you? Yesterday, when you slaughtered the chicken and served it at the table, you laughed so openly, in front of Pear Blossom and Chunya. I couldn't do anything to you then. Now only you and I are in the mountains. Mom and your sister-in-law aren't home. I'll teach you to behave. Men have been dry for so many years. I'll make you obedient. Then you'll listen to me." Zhou Jiqing, hidden in the dark, heard these vile words and clenched his fists in anger. Bai Su borrowed a basket from him to pick bamboo shoots as he was about to cook rice. But when Lu Chunya finished work early and ran to hide in the village clinic to secretly watch, he found it strange. Could she be here to see him? Although he looks good, he keeps to himself and rarely interacts with others, except to treat the team members. Because of this, Sun Mingyuan, who is handsome and quick-tongued, makes him seem less noticeable. Recently, rumors about what happened at the Lu family have spread on the team. He heard about it from the team members who come to the clinic. He was told by He Yan that Bai Su is a great benefactor to Zhou Chongqing. With her medical skills, the team leader agreed to let him attend the agricultural and military university. He promised He Yan that he would take good care of Bai Su when she comes to learn at the clinic. Seeing his dazed look, Song Tianhuan secretly pinched him, then looked at Song Tianqi with a fierce gaze, as if she wanted to scold her to death. My wife only said a few words for her little uncle. If third sister doesn't agree, she can just ignore her. Why send her to the Yamen to humiliate her? Oh, this was different from Gu Qingyun in the previous life. Now he even knew how to protect his wife. Song Tianqi coldly stared at him. First, Don't call me third sister. I have nothing to do with the Song family anymore. If you call me that, it just makes me feel sick. Gu Qingyun's face instantly turned red and ran to hide. You scoundrel. Stop being a pervert. Stop being a pervert. Help. Someone help. There's a pervert here. Old Lu was overwhelmed and was beaten several times before falling to the ground. Did he think it was over? No. When Zhou Jiqing shouted, He Yan, carrying a big machete, and Li Xiangyang, dragging a bamboo pole, rushed out from the mountain valley. Zhou Jiqing, who's the pervert? It's broad daylight. Who's the pervert bothering the female team members? Li Xiangyang, a motivated young man with a strong sense of justice, saw Bai Su's disheveled hair and dazed look on the ground. He punched and kicked old Lu. You, old pervert. Stop being a pervert. Stop being a pervert. He and also kicked a few times, aiming for sensitive spots, shouting as he did, How dare you pervert on Aunt Bai? You disgusting old beast, vile scoundrel. If I hadn't come to help Xiangyang build a fence with bamboo, your beastly self would have harmed Aunt Bai. Old Lu was so angry he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't get up. He Yan threw his big machete on the ground and said, Li Xiangyang, if there are perverts in our team, should we report them to the police and send them to reform school? Definitely. We should tie them up. Li Xiangyang threw the bamboo aside and said, I'll go call my father and the team secretary. Old Master Lu thought no one would be in this mountain valley. Not only did Zhou Jiqing appear unexpectedly, but he also bumped into He Yan and Li Xiangyang, who were chopping bamboo. Li Xiangyang is the son of the team leader. If this gets out, he might be taken by the police to a farm for reform through labor. Ignoring his swollen face from being beaten, old Master Lu was terrified. Xiangyang, this was a misunderstanding by Zhou Jiqing. I came to find my sister-in-law to cook rice and help her carry bamboo shoots. Sister-in-law, please say a word for me. I was just scaring you, I didn't mean any harm. Old Master Lu glanced at Bai Su. If this gets out, it won't sound good. You're not a good person. Bai Su was trembling, her eyes red. I don't want to live anymore. I want to die with you. You shameless old scoundrel. How dare you threaten Aunt Bai? Zhou Jiqing was furious. Auntie, don't be afraid. Whatever nonsense he's said or done, I saw it all. When I go to the commune, I will testify for you. He and coldly said, Are you scaring people, or are you a hooligan? You'll find out when the police catch you. Li Xiangyang was also glaring nearby, grabbing a vine to tie old Master Lu up. Seeing that they couldn't fool him anymore, old Master Lu, with his swollen face, was crying and streaming tears and snot. He suddenly knelt down and begged, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, I was wrong. I really was. Please, for the sake of Uncle Pear Blossom, forgive me this time. I shouldn't have had those thoughts. I'm a scoundrel. Old Master Lu slapped himself twice. Please forgive me. Whatever you want, I'll do it if you don't arrest me and send me to reform through labor. Really, you'll do anything? Bai Su responded, I don't want to live under the same roof as someone like you anymore. You'll eventually harm me. You'll sell Pear Blossom and the others to Lu Dajuan for money to marry. I want to split the family. Old Master Lu's face stiffened. Thinking about the consequences of being taken to reform through labor, he gritted his teeth. Fine. He turned around and led old Master Lu back to the Brigade Health Clinic. Bai Su asked Zhou Jiqing to help write a confession letter, and the battered old Master Lu signed with his fingerprint. Li Xiangyang also ran home to find his father. When Bai Su and old Master Lu returned home, Li Xiangyang brought the team leader to their door. These days, Li Jiqiang was so busy he couldn't sit still. Just as he finished planting spring crops and was about to enjoy a hot meal, Li Xiangyang pulled him to the Lu family's house. He had just reported his mother-in-law and sister-in-law to the commune and had them taken away, and now he was arguing with the main household about splitting the family? He had never seen such a troublemaker. Li Jiqiang felt a dull ache on Bai Su's forehead and asked old Lu, Have you all decided? Do you really want to split the family? Xiangyang said that your two families will share the grain equally. Comrade Bai Su will not keep the Lu family's house. The sewing machine bought with her uncle's money will be taken away. You should also give her 50 yuan. Is that true? Old Lu looked hesitant. Bai Su took out a confession letter from her pocket. He suddenly panicked. It's true, squad leader. We have agreed. Bai Su put the confession letter back in her pocket and pointed to the chicken pecking in the grass in the yard. That one, I want it. I will kill a chicken to treat the squad leader, and Xiangyang to a family meal to thank the squad leader for helping with the family split. Also, today I fell on the mountain and Xiangyang helped me. Bai Su looked at him with gratitude. Li Xiangyang was excited, feeling he had saved Aunt Bai from a dangerous situation. The squad leaders had started to ache again. This silly boy was being used as a Bai the He family's kid and seemed happy about it. Enough. Who gave him such a foolish son? With the He family's bloodline and that boy's cleverness, he wouldn't be able to stay hidden in the mountain forever. 30 years east, 30 years west. He would turn a blind eye for now. Since the boy inherited his feelings, he would also look after his foolish son more in the future. Cough, I won't eat the family meal. The squad leader and the villagers shouldn't give a single penny or grain. The chicken, you keep it for eggs. Meng Chongqing nodded, then said, why don't I go with you to town to buy things and help out? Song Tianqi thought for a moment and agreed. Maybe later, I'll ask my eldest uncle to check if Lord Li's ox cart is available today. If it is, we can rent it for a day to go to town. It will be more convenient. She spoke with a slightly red face, but the main reason was that her legs were very sore. Meng Chongqing naturally agreed. When Lord Li heard they wanted to rent an ox cart, he was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, since renting his cart was 10 coins a day. After telling Sun Hehua and Sun De, the two of them drove the ox cart. After the harvest, the grain they received wouldn't be enough to eat. Seeing Bai Su reaching into her pocket again, old Lu's face turned purple. The household accounts are divided, and the grain points should be counted to the younger sister-in-law and them. I have no objection. How could he not object? How could he not object? Lu Chuanya was frantic. She thought her father must have gone crazy. First, he wanted to settle Aunt Bai on the mountain, then suddenly wanted to split the family when they returned home. And now, her grandmother's sewing machine, which she saved money to buy, was also taken away. Everyone in the team knew her family had a sewing machine. They all came to flatter her. Even Sun Mingyuan from the youth station liked to talk to her more. Now the sewing machine was gone.
Gone.
He Yan, Li Xiangyang, and Zhou Jiqing came to help with the move. They took away the sewing machine. Bai Su rushed into the yard and also carried the chicken outside. Both the big machine and the little chick were gone. Father, I hate you. Lu Chuanya could no longer hold back and cried out loud. When Bai Su and the others finished packing and were about to leave the house, her heart-wrenching crying could be heard from inside. Bai Su was about to step out of the house when she heard the crying and stopped. She reached into her pocket. Her eldest uncle, please take good care of Lu Chuanya. Don't let her cause trouble for me and Li Hua and the others. Anyone who makes my life hard, I won't make yours easy either. Bai Su took out a confession letter and waved it. If your family comes to trouble me, I will give this confession to the commune. You can go to reform school. Yan Yang, the He family kid, and Zhou Jiqing are all witnesses. Since her father died, her family's house has been empty. Li Hua's uncle has been in the army for years but also visits home occasionally, so Bai Su and Li Hua often come to clean the house. It's not very dirty inside. Early in the morning, she wiped everything down. There wasn't much left to clean, just sorting and organizing the clothes, bedding, daily necessities, and food brought from Lu's house. The spring planting work was almost finished. Because they were moving, the team leader agreed they didn't have to work in the afternoon. Bai Su directed Li Hua and the others to do different chores, fetching water, cleaning the stove. He Yan and Li Xiangyang, who came to help, couldn't join in the chores. Instead, they chopped the bamboo they had cut from the mountain valley and started building a fence outside. Aren't they supposed to help the team leader's family build the fence? Why did they first enclose her family? Bai Su was happy. Are you helping me enclose the vegetable field? Come, have a sweet potato to fill your stomach. Later, Andy will cook something delicious for you. Old Bai used to grow vegetables in this field. I helped turn the soil before. We can build the fence, then dig up the land and plant some seedlings, there's still time. Yen stuffed a piece of sweet potato into his mouth. We're also going to build a chicken coop for Annie here. No need for a chicken coop now. Today, thanks to your help in the mountains, I'll kill a chicken later and cook chicken soup for you tonight. We'll have a family meal. Young men are full of energy and love meat. When Bai Su said she was going to kill a chicken, Li Xiangyang swallowed hard. His father had told him not to take anything from the people. He felt embarrassed to stay and eat chicken, so he quickly ate a whole sweet potato. Auntie, the fence is almost done. I need to go back and work in the fields. Zhou Jiqing also craves chicken, thinking that Bai Su and the others just divided the family, so the chicken should be kept for laying eggs. Moreover, he has regained his strength. He Hingyan, with his twisted mind, didn't send the troublemaker to the commune but instead encouraged them to help Aunt Bai with the family division and moving things. Why does it feel like he's on this kid's sneaky boat? He needs to go back and think this over. Just then, someone came to the brigade health clinic to get medicine, so Zhou Jiqing took the opportunity to leave. Those with delicate feelings left, leaving the thick-skinned He Hingyan behind. Then I should stay and try Aunt Bai's cooking. Li Hua carried a bucket to the well in the yard to fetch water. When she heard that He Hingyan wanted to eat her mother's chicken soup, she couldn't help but give him a sharp look. That chicken was meant to lay eggs. How could he be so shameless to eat it? Look at how stingy Sister Li Hua is. She even suspects he might eat her family's food for free. He Hingyan was amused. He winked at her right in front of her face. Young people, huh? The air was thick with the smell of love, and Bai Su couldn't stand it anymore. It's already this late. Why haven't Ho Hot and Manhwa come back? On Saturday, they only had half a day of school, and then moved and packed. Now it was late afternoon. Usually at this time, Ho Hot and Manhwa should have already returned from school. From the town school back to Hepping Brigade, there's a small path that cuts through. To save time, Ho Hot and Manhwa often took this shortcut with the kids from the team. Lu Erjuan, who was spoiled by his grandmother, probably ate eggs and white flour buns and wouldn't trouble Ho Hot and Manhwa, right? Bai Su called out to He Hingyan. He's from the He family. Aunt Bai needs your help. The road from town isn't busy. You walk with Li Hua and help pick up Ho Hot and Manhwa to bring them home. He was happy to be neighbors with her sister Li Hua. His aunt still thought highly of him, asking him to accompany Li Hua to pick up the kids, and He Hingyan felt very pleased. Walking along the mountain path toward the team, he saw Li Hua slowly lagging behind. He stopped and urged her, Li Hua, walk faster. What if someone saw them walking together? Li Hua glared at him. Who asked you to come along? My aunt asked me to. He Hingyan smiled mischievously at Li Hua. You're so pretty. Aunt Bai is worried about encountering troublemakers on the road, so she asked me to walk with you. He grinned mischievously, hands in his pockets, standing a few steps away, watching her. The sunlight shone on him, and his gaze on her was shining brightly. He even said she was pretty and that she might meet troublemakers. Li Hua blushed deeply and said, I think you look more like a hooligan. The road back to the Peace Brigade in town was quite winding. Near the brigade, there was a small path over a hill that led home more quickly. Li Hua was staring at He Yen with wide eyes, her heart pounding. Annoyed by him, she quickly ran up a side path. He Yen followed closely behind. After crossing the hill and entering a forest, she heard a distant shout from Ho Hot. Lu Erjuan, don't come over. If you do, I'll throw stones at you. You're pretty tough at school? Not even willing to share a steamed bun with me. I didn't expect to wait for you halfway. Did you fall into my hands? Ho Hot's shouts, mixed with Manhwa sobbing, made Li Hua run forward anxiously. Suddenly, He Yen, who was behind her, darted past her and rushed out of the forest. Seeing Lu Erjuan about to bully Ho Hot and Manhwa, the tall and strong He Yen ran over and grabbed his collar. Kid, so brave? Learning to be a highway bully now? This was the second time someone called him a highway bully. Lu Erjuan, noticing that He Yen was from a bad background, struggled to break free. Who are you? I was teaching my sister-in-law a lesson. Mind your own business. How is that being nosy? I'm her brother-in-law. He Yen slapped Lu Erjuan across the face. If you dare to bully Ho Hot and Manhwa again, I'll beat you to death, understand? Lu Erjuan's face burned with pain from the slap. Seeing Li Hua running behind Hien, he shouted in anger. Li Hua, you shameless girl. Let your wild man go. Your mother wants to marry you off to Lu the beggar, and you still dare to flirt with the son of a landlord and bully? Later, I'll tell my mother and have her beat you to death. Thinking about Bai Su saying she reported his mother and grandma to the commune, Lu Erjuan changed his tone. I'll have my dad beat you to death. Hien said he was Ho Hot and Manhwa's brother-in-law.
Li Hua blushed furiously.
At this point, Lu Erjuan, who had been beaten, still didn't behave. Li Hua felt a surge of anger. Since they moved away from the Lu family, Li Hua became more confident. He's been talking. Hien hit him a few more times. Did you hear that? Sister Li Hua told you to be beaten. Hien grabbed his arm and hit him a few times on the head. Go complain to your mother or father. Haven't you finished nursing yet? Think about sending your dad to reform through labor. Go tell on me. Say I hit you. See if your dad dares to come bother me. Little brat playing with me? You're still too young. He suddenly pulled someone to the ground and stepped on them hard. Only then did Hien let go of Lu Erjuan and follow the Lily and Plum Blossom sisters. Guohua turned her head curiously to look at Hien and leaned close to Li Hua. Sister, are you dating brother Hien? Li Hua already regretted asking Hien to help fight Lu Erjuan. Wouldn't that mean she was admitting that he was Guohua and Manhwa's brother-in-law? She anxiously pinched Guohua. Stop talking nonsense.
Don't say that.
Manhwa also looked at her sister with curiosity. Their small actions caught Hien's attention, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. They had already crossed the hilltop, and after descending they reached the Peace Brigade. There was no more danger. Go ahead, you girls, I need to go up the mountain. While they were talking, Hien slipped into the mountain. Guohua and Manhwa didn't expect that after returning from school, they had moved into an empty house at their grandfather's place, and even the sewing machine was carefully kept, as if it were a treasure. The house was surrounded by a bamboo fence, and inside, a clucking chicken was kept. Manhwa leaned outside the fence, staring at the chicken with drool. Big sister said we should kill this chicken to strengthen our bodies. Fourth sister, do you think we can really eat chicken? Let's not eat it. Guohua was also very eager but held back her temptation. Keep the chicken for eggs. How greedy these two kids were for meat. Bai Su carried a knife and a bucket of hot water. Seeing the sisters circling the chicken, she couldn't help but smile.
Kill it.
Afterward, catch 2 little chickens to raise for eggs. Bai Su helped Guohua catch the chicken and tied it to a blue stone slab, preparing to cut it. Hien returned carrying a bundle of firewood. He waved what he was holding and shouted, Auntie, spare the chicken. Kill this rabbit, but keep the chicken for eggs. He handed the rabbit to Bai Su. Auntie, I set a trap yesterday. When I checked, I found a fat rabbit. Let's do it and have a good meal for moving day. Hien stacked the firewood under the eaves and glanced at Li Hua, implying he wouldn't waste their chicken. Seeing the rabbit in Hien's hand, Manhwa's eyes widened. Oh my gosh, there's meat, and he can help fight Lu Erjuan. I accept this brother-in-law. Who could resist the temptation of a fat rabbit? Delicious rabbit, I'm coming. Manhwa quickly ran over, grabbing the rabbit from Hien. Mom, no more killing chickens. We'll eat stewed rabbit tonight. There is meat to eat, and the plum blossoms are happier than during the New Year. A fat rabbit weighing about 4 or 5 jin, cooked with some potatoes, made a big pot enough for 10 or 8 people to eat. After White Su cooked a large pot of rabbit meat, she stir-fried some bamboo shoots with pork fat residue. The pork fat residue was taken from the cabinet when White Su left the Lu family to move things. The pork fat residue that Mrs. Lu left for Lu Erjuan to eat, White Su didn't leave him any. Li Xiangyang was forced by Hien to come eat. He picked a few stalks of lettuce and a bunch of chives from his garden, and Zhou Jiqing had just sent 10 eggs as a celebration for White Su's move. White Su made another bowl of scrambled eggs with chives and stir-fried a big bowl of lettuce. She steamed a pot of rice and made a few chive pancakes. Li Xiangyang ate with his mouth full of oil. This is so delicious, even more festive than during the New Year. You still act like a young bride on a wedding sedan, only coming when you're pulled, Hien replied, eating a big piece of rabbit meat. He thought his aunt's cooking was so good that even the leftover bones had flavor. Hien didn't hold back his praise. My aunt's cooking is better than what the state-run restaurants serve. It's not that good. White Su was increasingly satisfied with Hien as her future son-in-law. Seeing him go with Pear Blossom to pick osmanthus and plum blossoms, and Pear Blossom shyly returning, she knew this matter would work out. Hien was invited to eat, but White Su didn't forget about his mother, who was resting in bed. Patients shouldn't eat greasy food. White Su told Hien, I also cut some fresh rabbit meat and asked Pear Blossom to make a bowl of meat porridge. Later, you can take it back to your mother. After a couple of days, I'll check on your mother and see if I can find some herbs in the mountains to treat her illness. Although Hien always looked carefree, hearing White Su's words, his nose felt a bit sore. Zhou Jiqing had already checked on her mother, but her condition hadn't improved much. White Auntie also had Pear Blossom make porridge, showing she cared about her mother's illness and treated her like family. Hien was very touched. At this moment, he didn't say any playful words, but obediently said, Okay, I'll trouble Auntie later. Hien and Li Xiangyang looked very eager for meat, but Zhou Jiqing ate politely and with insight, which made Manhwa, usually cold and aloof, look at him several times. White Su had been quietly observing her second daughter these days and felt that Lanhua's gaze finally became more effective. Don't think she didn't know, Lanhua was gathering around Zhou Jiqing because of that tall, handsome young man, Sun Mingyuan. In Bai Su's experienced opinion, Sun Mingyuan is very eye-catching, but he is not suitable for a simple life. That man looks like a peacock, always joking and laughing with orchids, and he is friendly with the girls at the team and the youth station. Lianhua even thought that Sun Mingyuan was different to her. He saves his food to give to Zhou Yan, who keeps score for the team leader's family, just to work together with Sun Mingyuan. He is tall enough to help girls with chores? That doesn't seem right. Zhou Jiqing is a modest person. He has delicate features and a calm appearance. He looks refined and gentle, like a well-educated person who studied abroad during the Republic era. Bai Su really likes this kind of handsome face. Plus, today he came out to defend her, not afraid to offend the team members, and he wanted to take Uncle Pear Blossom to the commune. It shows he has good values. She forced old Lu to write a confession and split the family smoothly. Zhou Jiqing looked unhappy, probably guessing what happened in the mountain valley. It's clear that old Lu was acting badly, but there are hidden reasons behind it. He is smart and knows how to judge the situation well. In the original story, there is little description of this youth, who was the team's health worker. Bai Su only remembers that among the youth who went to university and returned to the city, there was a Zhou. At that time, he had studied abroad and was one of the top medical professors in the country, a big shot in medicine. But now Zhou Chongqing was going to attend the Worker-Peasant Army University. Bai Su wasn't sure if the Zhou Jiqing who got into Beijing Medical University after the college entrance exam was the same person as Zhou Chongqing. If such a person could be with Lianhua, then after having Hien, the big villain's son-in-law, she might also have a future medical expert as her son-in-law. What a pity! Zhou Chongqing would soon attend the Worker-Peasant Army University. Lianhua, her daughter, wasn't very sharp in her eyes and was still focused on Sun Mingyuan at the youth station. Hihua felt full after eating and was dreaming. Did they really split from Uncle's family and move into the old house of her grandfather? They wouldn't have to live under the same roof with her aunt Bai Su's family anymore. Would no one bully them in the future? No, someone would still bully them. Hua remembered the rumors at the team about her mother not being able to have a son, and her little face wrinkled like a bitter melon as she helped Bai Su wash dishes. Bai Su had been around for a few days and knew that her third daughter was timid and shy. Seeing her frowning, Bai Su asked, Hua, what's wrong? Mom, I'm just worried. We moved to Grandpa's house, and without a man in the family, will someone at the team bully us? What a silly girl. Escaping from hardship and still overthinking? Being timid and shy is one thing, but she also likes to worry too much. Bai Su put a stack of washed bowls into the cabinet and couldn't help but lightly tap her daughter's head. I'll find a husband for your sister. With her husband to protect her, No one will dare to bully us orphans and widows. Hua, who was simple-minded, finally started to see things differently. Brother Hien protected my sister that day, and today he came to deliver rabbits. Hua's eyes brightened. Mom, does he like my sister?
Bai Su nodded helplessly.
She really was slow to realize things. Hua worried again. But Brother Hien's family background isn't good. If my sister dates him, people at the team will talk behind our backs. While mother and daughter were talking, Lihua, who had laid out the bedding and was about to fetch hot water for bathing, overheard everything outside the door. When she heard her sister mention that Hien's background was not good, Lihua clenched her hands around the bucket handle, her knuckles turning white. Suddenly, Bai Su's serious voice came from inside the house. From now on, no matter if it's in front of your sister or Brother Hien, you are not allowed to mention this again, understand? Having such a background, is it Brother Hien's fault? Can people choose their family background? Besides, words are spoken by others. We can't control what they say. If others gossip, isn't that more money in your pocket? We should close the door and live our own small life, earn more money, earn work points, eat well, wear good clothes. Isn't that better? Bai Su patiently explained, you can't be short-sighted. Brother Hien's background isn't good now, but who knows what he'll be like in the future. Maybe he'll become very popular. The He family boy is loyal and caring. We don't dislike him now, and if we treat him well, he might genuinely care for us later. Through thick and thin. That's true friendship, sticking together during hard times, understand? Since the brigade's autumn harvest, as the weather turned colder, there were fewer opportunities to earn work points. Those who didn't get assigned to work inside the warm shed would gather near the water well by the shed, chatting while washing clothes and fetching water. Most topics of conversation were about the medicine workshop and the warm shed. Uncle Dongxiang, I heard your daughter Fong Fong works at the medicine workshop. She earns 10 yuan a month, and during the new year, she gets 5 jin of pork as a gift. Is that true? Besides Lotus, the entire brigade, including the brigade leaders Sun Li Jiqiang and Zhou Hongba, it's someone who will get better and more successful in the future. Li Hua overheard this outside the house. He Hien also heard it. Aunt Bai asked Li Hua to make meat porridge for her mother. He Hien brought the porridge back, set down the bowl, and then took it back. Li Hua was standing at the door of the kitchen, holding a bucket, curious about what he was doing. Just as she was about to call him, she heard Aunt Bai talking to Hua inside the house. Every word touched her heart. It turned out that in Aunt Bai's eyes, he was very outstanding both in character and appearance. Aunt Bai was different from the others in the team. She didn't look down on their family's background and even told Hua and the others not to gossip. Only Aunt Bai thought that his family background was not good, but still considered him a treasure. She said if it weren't for his background, many girls would be eager to marry him. Does Aunt Bai really think he is so good? He Hien felt his nose sting again. Knowing that Aunt Bai truly wanted him to date Li Hua, he blushed and stood behind Li Hua. If he didn't break this awkward silence, he could speak freely, no taboos. Since Aunt Bai was willing for Li Hua to date him, he felt shy. Li Hua, I'll return the bowl, he said shyly, handing the bowl to Li Hua. Li Hua was startled. She turned around to look at him, saw He Hien rushing to escape, and almost tripped over the door threshold. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Guo Hua and Mei Hua went to school on Monday. Bai Su packed their bags with dry food, filling them completely. Their mother was really getting better. But the question was whether the family's grain could last until the harvest. They arrived at the school crossing on a tractor with the team. Holding the full bags of dry food, Guo Hua and Mei Hua looked worried. Bai Su didn't think it was a big deal. As long as they had enough to eat, they would have strength to earn work points and go to school, and they wouldn't get sick easily. Having endured hard times under Mrs. Lu's strict rule, her daughters were afraid that if they ate better, life would become even more difficult, and they wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Actually, the money they took from Mrs. Lu's cabinet, about 50 yuan, was used to buy things in the town supply store, and they still had more than 20 yuan left. They didn't need a house for the family, they just wanted old Lu to give them 50 yuan. The main family's secret savings had been drained, so old Lu only gave 40 yuan and even wrote her IOU for 10 yuan. She now has about 60 yuan, earning money as a barefoot doctor, plus a 10 yuan monthly subsidy from the team. Sun Hua didn't want to, but seeing it was dawn, she took her to find the doctor in the village. But she didn't even know where the doctor lived. Luckily, Sunday had already gone to water the fields and saw them. "Why are you wandering around the village so early?" Sun Hua explained everything clearly in a few words. After Sunday finished his chores at home, he took them to see Dr. Wang in the village. Dr. Wang had just woken up. Hearing the knocking, he dressed quickly and opened the door. Sunday quickly said, "Dr. Wang, sorry to bother you so early." Dr. Wang shook his head and invited them inside. It was a big deal. So, if Lu Dajuan wants money to get married, Pear Blossom and the others should contribute. Bai Su has always remembered these words. She's taking advantage of the subsidies sent by Uncle Pear Blossom and complains that their family is the main household, which makes her feel sick. She wants to see how well the Lu family can live now that they no longer need to support her family. He parked the tractor at the commune gate. Bai Su went inside to handle the household registration, showing the team's proof. The commune staff in town didn't make things difficult for her, and they smoothly divided the household registration for her family. While Bai Su was dealing with the commune, Hien had already loaded the fertilizer onto the truck. This tractor and fertilizer were arranged by Hien for the team. After planting seedlings for about 10 days, they need to remove weeds from the fields. Insufficient nitrogen fertilizer can cause the flowers to weaken and reduce yield, so fertilization is necessary at this time. But getting fertilizer from the county isn't easy. Hien promised to get a tractor load of fertilizer for the team. The squad leader was eager to support him and even wanted to put him in the squad office if it weren't for his poor background. "You're good. You managed to get the fertilizer," the squad leader said, punching him lightly. "Are you hiding it from us?" "I was just worried about attracting attention. I have a poor background." "All right, I understand. Background issues are hard to deal with. You and Xiangyang are like brothers. I'll think it over and come up with a plan for you," the squad leader replied. For Hien, Bai Auntie not minding his background and being willing to let Pear Blossom date him was a big encouragement. She treats him like a person, so he doesn't want to embarrass her family. Hien thought carefully. His background shouldn't hurt Pear Blossom, so he needed to find a way. He decided not to hide his skills and arranged for a truckload of fertilizer for the team. Along with the fertilizer, there was also a bag of something else heading to town. Hien placed the bag beside the tractor seat and sat at the entrance of the commune, waiting for Bai Su to come out after finishing her work. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure coming out of the police station. It was Lu Dajuan, who had been missing for a few days. Behind him was a woman in a skirt supporting Lu's wife. He recognized her as Lu Dajuan's aunt, who was married to the director of the county town food factory. The man accompanying her was Lu Dajuan's uncle, who was also related to Li Hua and the others. Dahu frowned. Li Hua usually seems sensible, but I didn't expect her to do something like this. Later, I'll have a serious talk with her father, Sun Baiyang. Back home, seeing the mint water and mint oil made, Song Tianxi didn't want to waste them. He said to Sun Hua, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the county town to see if the matchmaker is accepting things." Sun Hua refused. "Your hand is so hurt, forget about earning money." Song Tianxi hugged her shoulder and smiled. "This was brought back from the river by my mother after much effort. I can't just waste it, right?" Sun Hua couldn't. Hien, wait for us. We want to ride the tractor." Hien couldn't hear the tractor's knocking sound. Even if he had, he would have thought it was just a dog's bark. The tractor sped away, leaving Lu Dajuan behind, frustrated and angry. He stomped his feet and said, "Mom, Auntie is on Hien's tractor. That heartless woman, the one who can't have children, I'll teach her a lesson when we get home." Whose daughter-in-law would report her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to the commune. She even took medicine residue to the commune to complain, which caused Dajuan's mother to be sent to the farm for reform. She was injured and detained for several days, almost losing her life. Lu's wife couldn't swallow her anger. "Good son-in-law, you are the most promising in our family. You have to stand up for Mom." Lu Dajuan's aunt, Lu Qiushuang, looked at her husband. The man supporting Lu's wife nodded in agreement. Second sister-in-law. This time, she went too far. Mom, don't worry, I'll support you. Lu Qiushuang helped her mother onto the bicycle and pushed her toward the team. Meanwhile, He Yan, riding the tractor, had already gone far with Bai Su. At first, Bai Su didn't notice the people behind. When she heard Lu Dajuan shouting, she saw the people supporting Lu's wife, probably trying to catch up with the tractor. Seeing Lu Dajuan looking unlucky and frustrated, Bai Su couldn't help but say, "You little rascal, you're really sneaky." He Yan was a bit nervous, worried about not making a good impression in front of his future mother-in-law. Bai Su patted his shoulder and smiled happily. "You're really good at being bad. Andy likes that. Look at how unlucky their family seems." He Yan felt relieved now, realizing that Auntie was just venting her anger. He reminded Bai Su, "Annie, I waited at the village entrance to see them come out of the police station, but I didn't see Lu Dajuan's mother. The police probably won't let her go." Bai Su told He Yan, "When I reported to the commune about Li Hua, I knew it wouldn't take long for them to be detained. It was just to cause trouble for their family. They bullied me badly, so I wanted them to suffer a little. I took some leftover medicine from feeding the cows and brought it with me. As for Li Hua's situation, they might manage to escape, but they can't hide from the medicine leftovers. It seems that Lu's wife is trying to cover her tracks and claims that the person who fed me the medicine was Lu Dajuan's mother. Poisoning cows is serious. She should be sent to farm reform for a few months." Bai Su sneered. "Are Lu Dajuan's uncles just decorations? They always cause trouble. They are trying to divert the blame. His aunt is so clever. He Yan always thought that a rural woman shouldn't be so shrewd. Moreover, his aunt used to be very modest and unassuming." He Yan felt something was off. But he thought, only someone like his aunt wouldn't look down on him and would let Li Hua be with him. In the past, with his background, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He Yan was very grateful to Bai Su. "Auntie, you're amazing. All the firewood under our roof, you gathered it, right? Come with me and Tiancheng. Let's live a good life as a family of 3. Cui Xianglong looked at him and said, "What nonsense are you talking? The Song family will soon be in my hands. You should think about me, or at least consider Tiancheng." The man wrapped his arms around her. "But you're not just having Tiancheng. What if you change your mind later?" "What do you mean I'll change my mind? I've long lost feelings for Song Mingshui. I don't feel anything for his children either. In my heart, there's only you and Tiancheng." The man then smiled again, reached out, and gently touched her sensitive spot, making her gasp. The walnut cookies and biscuits could be bought at the supply and marketing cooperative, but malt extract and fish liver oil, even with tickets, were hard to get. He bought several bottles. Did he get them from the black market? This kid from the He family was revealing everything to her. Since she became the mother of Li Hua and the others, she hadn't done much. It was always He Yan helping her. As soon as she learned about her relationship with Li Hua, he dared to reveal his true feelings and told her that he would make sure she and Li Hua live a good life. Bai Su was somewhat touched by this. He was kind to them, and she wanted to remember her future son-in-law's kindness. She still had some fabric left and planned to make him a suit later. Li Hua was good at sewing. The fabric bought from home was sewn into clothes by her, stitch by stitch. That's why Bai Su decided to get a sewing machine during the family division. She only left some peach cookies and biscuits to satisfy her daughter's cravings. Bai Su also took soft egg cakes and nourishing fish liver oil with malted milk and went next door to Gao Yan's house. "Lu Jiejie, are you at home?" Since their houses were next to each other, Bai Su remembered that Gao Yan's mother was a few years older than her. At that time, Bai Su was still unmarried and at her parents' home. Gao Yan's father called her Luer. Gao Yan's wife was brought back from a big city while studying in Haishur by Gao Yan's father. It was said that her family had suffered hardships, so she married Gao Yan's father and settled here. She was fair and delicate, like a willow swaying in the breeze. Before Bai Su married, she often secretly admired her, thinking she was the most beautiful woman. Gao Yan inherited her mother's good looks. Hearing coughing inside, Bai Su carried her things into the side room and saw a person lying on the bed, looking ill. Her features were still beautiful, but illness had made her skin pale and her spirit weak. When she saw Bai Su come in, she struggled to sit up. Bai Su saw her coughing badly and quickly helped her, letting her lean against the bedpost. Gao Yan's mother weakly smiled. Sister, Gao Yan said you moved back to your parents' house. I should visit, but unfortunately, my body isn't feeling well. We've known each other for so many years. No need for formalities. Bai Su put her things on the table and poured her a glass of malted milk. Gao Yan is a filial boy. These are things he asked me to bring you to help you recover. After drinking half a glass of malted milk, her throat felt better, and Gao Yan's mother looked much improved. She gently smiled at Bai Su. Sister, you're joking. This malted milk and fish liver oil were bought by him for you and Li Hua. You took everything, and I also asked him to get some fabric to make clothes for you. So these items were bought for her by Gao Yan's mother? It was probably because Gao Yan told her about her relationship with Li Hua. This person lying in bed had already started to care about his future wife and wanted Gao Yan to be filial to her. Bai Su couldn't help but laugh and cry. You're weak yourself. You should eat more of these to strengthen your body. You are coughing and wheezing again. Let me check your pulse. Bai Su places her fingers on her wrist and takes her pulse. When she releases her hand, Hyan's mother smiles at her. Girl, don't worry about it. I have an old problem. I cough for months every year, and sometimes I have trouble breathing. You have whooping cough. It's very severe, and you're having trouble breathing. Knowing she's afraid of disappointment and aware that her illness is tricky, Bai Su comforts her instead of upsetting her further. Bai Su tells her the diagnosis. It's not untreatable, just a bit complicated. My father used to give you some herbal medicine. Haven't you been sick for a few years? I'll find some herbs for you to boil, and with acupuncture, we can work on curing it completely. Can this illness really be cured? Recently, she's been suffering from pain and hasn't slept well for days. The medicine Zhou Jiqing gave her only temporarily relieves her cough and wheezing. When Bai Su says it can be cured completely, her eyes light up. Bai Su stays with her for a while, and she feels much better. They chat casually, and outside, the sound of pear blossoms can be heard. Mom, are you at Brother Hyan's house? My aunt and grandma have come over. How many scholars are there in the county? As a common student, he couldn't compete with the scholars for work. What if you're just a student? If you can't do the bookstore work, you can set up your own stall and work for yourself. Himself? What could he do on his own? Song Tianqi looked at him and thought about giving him some advice. If I were you and wanted to make money, I would go to different towns and set up a stall. See if any shop needs someone to write letters. There aren't many scholars in town, so you wouldn't have much competition. Or, before the new year, I could buy some red paper and write couplets to sell in the country. Lu's wife is already standing with her hands on her hips, shouting at her house's door. Oh heavens, what kind of sin is this? Marrying a daughter-in-law who can't give us grandchildren. This ungrateful woman first caused Pear Blossom's father to die, then tried to attack me, the mother-in-law, and went to the commune to complain and accuse us. This unfilial daughter-in-law is going to ruin the Lu family, harm me, and make my life miserable. Lu Qiushuang and her husband, who is the workshop director with a flat nose, stand beside Lu's wife, proudly supporting her. Bai Su can't help but laugh. Look at you all so fierce. Shout as much as you want, and you'll attract the whole team and villagers to come see the fun. You're so powerful.
Does your son know about this?
There is someone at home going to reform through labor. Should I add another? Suddenly, the shouting stopped, and Mrs. Lu dared not scold anymore. Lu Qiushuang glared angrily at Bai Su, surprised that her second sister-in-law had really changed. She thought sending her mother back to the team might cause trouble, but instead, the second sister-in-law had already left Lu's house with Li Hua and her friends, holding her eldest brother's weakness. Seeing Bai Su's mocking expression, Lu Qiushuang gritted her teeth and said, Second sister-in-law, we are family. There's no need to fight like this. Yes, second sister-in-law, we're all family. We shouldn't argue so much. Bai Su held her tightly, and Lu Qiushuang's husband, with a big smile on his face, said, "Second sister-in-law, even if you're upset, you don't have to move back to your parents' house, right? Look at you and your orphan daughter. Without a man at home, you'll be bullied sooner or later. Listen to me. Forget about what happened before. Let's call it even." His eyes sparkled with scheming, and he said to Bai Su, "Mom and eldest brother were wrong before. I'll speak for you. All these days of fussing, forget it. Living at your parents' house. What's wrong with that? Just move back in." When teeth and tongue bump into each other, family life isn't always smooth sailing. Bai Su remembered Lu Qiushuang's husband, whose name seemed to be Yan Weikai. He was about to keep talking, but Bai Su interrupted him. "Yan Weikai, are you my man?" He froze, feeling this question was out of the blue. Lu Qiushuang was so angry she wanted to curse. Is she trying to again? She's unfaithful. Bai Su didn't give her a chance to speak. She turned to Yan Weikai and said, "Who are you? You're not my man. Why do you get to decide for me? You think this is your little food factory's territory? Everyone has to listen to you? You know you're the director of the factory workshop, but others might think you're a county leader. You're making decisions and even bossing me around. How shameless. Want me to move back to Lu's house to trick me into giving you that confession letter, then manipulate me, use Li Hua and her friend's marriage to make money, marry off Lu Dajuan, and blood from your family? Your plans are really clever." Bai Su sneered Lu Qiushuang. "Did I tell your brother that if you dare to come to my house and cause trouble, I'll send the confession letter to the commune and have him sent for reform through labor? I have witnesses, and several of them. This time, going to the commune won't be so easy. Selling Li Hua as bride price? That's a done deal. Congratulations. Your family will have another reform through labor." Aunt Lu rolled her eyes in anger, and Lu Qiushuang was about to shout back. Yan Weikai felt even more uneasy. After not seeing her for a while, how had this honest and simple second sister-in-law become so sharp-tongued? When soft words didn't work, he had to be tough. He signaled to Aunt Lu and her daughters to stay quiet. "Second sister-in-law, think carefully. Do you really want to make things so complicated? Have you thought about what will happen if you report the mother-in-law and sister-in-law to the police and send the eldest brother to the commune? How will the people in the team talk about this?" Yan Weikai warned her, "You, as a woman, taking Li Hua and the others, how can you expect life to be good?" "Ha, are you threatening me?" Bai Su laughed. "I'm a widow. What reputation do I need? I'm not someone to mess with. Being an orphan and a single mother might even be easier. Reputation is worth little. If you want to ruin my name, go ahead. No matter how bad my reputation is, isn't it better than being a criminal? The members of our team aren't fools. They won't believe what a family of convicts says." Bai Su kept mentioning the convict family. Not only was Aunt Lu and Lu Qiushuang furious, but Yan Weikai also wanted to hit her. No matter what, she was so stubborn she refused to admit defeat. Yan Weikai threatened her, "Second sister-in-law, don't push your luck. If you're unreasonable, I won't argue with you. I'll take care of this myself." Before he finished, a mischievous laugh came from the below. "Oh, such a big mouth. Who wants to give Aunt Bai a hard time?" Before Bai Su could react to Yan Weikai, Hien stepped out of a small car that had just been turned off on them, bringing along a man who looked like an official and a tall man beside him. Hien was already quite tall, about 1.8 meters, and the man next to him was even taller by half a head. This made the official-looking man beside him seem dull in comparison. The visitor had thick eyebrows, bright eyes, sharp features, and a tough military aura, making him impossible to look away from. Having seen many handsome men in modern times, Bai Su was still stunned by his appearance and commanding presence. Hien pointed and said, "Secretary Qin, that's my Aunt Bai."
"Kamra Bai Su, hello."
Hien walked straight toward Bai Su without looking away, speaking confidently, "I am Qin Yenyue, a comrade of Bai Mao. The telegram he sent you has been received. He can't come back now, but I've transferred to this county and am here to see you on his behalf." Bai Mao was Bai Su's older brother. Her father, Bai Zhiqing, named medicinal herbs for his two children. Her older brother also protested, but the old man said that Bai Mao is a good medicinal herb, and Bai Mao root can cool the blood, stop bleeding, clear heat, and promote urination. The son is Bai Mao and the daughter is Bai Su. The protest was useless. It seems the telegram she sent was effective. She plans to move back to her mother's old house. Her brother can't come back quickly, so she asked a comrade in arms to help at her home. Trusted by her comrade, Qin Yenyue is also a good supporter. He glanced faintly at Mrs. Liu and the others. What's the matter? Comrade Bai Su has run into trouble? His sharp gaze made Lu Qiushuang and the others feel cold. Even Yan Weikai, who considers himself special, shrank like a quail and dared not speak. His eyes can kill people. Bai Su was very pleased and replied, "It's nothing serious." A few stray dogs barked loudly at the door. As decent people, we can't let dogs bite us without biting back. Bai Su pushed open the door. You came from afar. Come in and have some water. Okay. Qin Yenyue looked at the person next to her, who looked like an official. He immediately understood. I'll go to the car to bring some things. Yan Weikai wanted to pull Lu Qiushuang and the others away, but the barking dogs made Lu Qiushuang unable to bear it and wanted to cause trouble with Bai Su. Yan Weikai held her back, lowering his voice. Miss, calm down. Do you know who's loading things into the car? That's our factory director. Even our factory director has to flatter and please people, which shows he's very important. What's going on? She wants to help her mother and brother regain their dignity. Why is it so easy for someone she can't afford to offend to come here? They said that to my sister-in-law, and she even agreed. She said that our eldest brother is the head of the family, and it's fine to spend some family money. Little sister, how can you say that? Jiang Chunhua shouted loudly. Frightened, Sun Hong shrank behind Wang Qiushuang. Jiang Chunhua was so angry her chest rose and fell heavily. She quickly turned and grabbed Sun Shi's hand. You must not listen to my little sister's nonsense. I married into this family, and I am part of this family. How could I turn my back on them? While speaking, she winked at her parents. Yi Xiaomei hurriedly said, Son-in-law, how could that be? I'm just pretending to be powerful. There's a tea on the team's land. Every year they pick tea, and each family gets a small jar. Bai Su had stored a little tea leaf at Lu's house before. Now it's useful. As a guest arrived, Bai Su asked He Yan and Li Hua to boil water and make tea. The items were brought by He Yan. Bai Su tentatively asked, Comrade Qin Yenyu, do you know the young man from the He family? Just transferred here. I had a little trouble, and Comrade He Yan helped me, Qin Yenyu replied. Your brother asked me to come to the Peace Brigade, and I ran into him. I asked him to show me the way, Bai Su said. Qin Yenyu was a bit reserved with his words, but since Bai Su asked questions, he was willing to say a few more. The young man from the He family lives next door to me. What a coincidence. After a few casual words, the person who looked like an official carried in a large package and also held 2 bags of things. This is what your brother asked me to bring from the island. Qin Yenyu first handed the package to Bai Su, then gave her the 2 bags. It's my first visit. I bought some food at the food factory. Comrade Bai Su, don't mind if it's simple. The package from her kind brother was tightly sealed, so Bai Su didn't know what was inside. But the 2 bags Qin Yenyu handed over later were opened, and Bai Su saw peach cookies, egg cakes, and biscuits. Inside the other bag there was fresh pork. Since the original owner had little fat on her, Bai Su's eyes lit up at the sight of the pork, thinking of braised pork, stir-fried pork, and steamed pork with rice. Even Qin Yenyu's handsome face was less attractive than the pork. Someone brought pork as a gift, and Bai Su generously invited them to eat. Thanks to Comrade Qin for bringing the package from my brother. You and this big brother stay for dinner, and try my cooking. Qin Yenyu was about to stand up when he saw He Yan helping Li Hua with a teapot of tea, so he changed his mind. He calmly finished a cup of tea, then stood up. Your brigade has a nice view. Comrade He Yan, accompany me for a walk. He Yan, being courteous, took Qin Yenyu and the official-looking man out for a walk. Bai Su and Li Hua happily started opening the packages. They cut open the outer bag and then peeled back the newspaper wrapping inside. They saw that her brother had sent seafood and dried fruit in the package. There was a large bag of dried mango and coconut strips, a bag of dried longan, and canned mango and lychee. Seafood included seaweed, dried shrimp, small dried fish, dried squid, and several large salted fish, all preserved from the sea, plus a bag of dried abalone. In this resource-scarce era, receiving this package made Bai Su feel suddenly rich, and she couldn't stop smiling. All good things. Later, I can make seaweed and shrimp soup and stir-fried squid. White Su helped Lily Hua organize the belongings and said, "The best things are all for us daughters. We no longer have to let the Lu family, the vampires, take advantage. Of course, canned mango and lychee are rare treats. I'll share some with Aunt Lu, and I'll also get some dried longan later. These are good for making chicken soup to strengthen the body." White Su mentioned Hian's mother, and Lilihua's face turned slightly red. Lan Hua and He Hua were still busy working in the fields. Suddenly, Lily Hua ran back, seeing her grandmother leading her Aunt Lu Qiushuang home, worried that White Su might be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Qin Yenyue, a comrade of her uncle, appeared, and her aunt and uncle quickly left in embarrassment, something Lily Hua hadn't expected. After organizing most of the things, White Su took out some seaweed, dried shrimp, and dried squid. For lunch, White Su made a small bamboo shoot steamed pork, a bowl of braised potato pork, and stir-fried squid with dried chili and garlic sprouts. He led Qin Yenyue and others to the back, where they picked a few lettuce from his family's vegetable plot. White Su stir-fried the lettuce in pork lard. She also made seaweed and shrimp soup, garnished with fresh green scallions when served. Four dishes and one soup seemed a little few, but the portions were large, and everyone enjoyed the meal. Qin Yenyue probably didn't have a strong appetite. The director Zheng, who came with him, kept praising White Su's cooking, saying it was better than the chefs at state-run restaurants, just like Hian. Simple food, how could it be that good? White Su replied, "Director Zheng, if you don't mind my cooking, you're welcome to visit again." Director Zheng knew he was just there to cover for Qin Yenyue. After figuring out where the cattle shed was, he wouldn't bring Qin Yenyue along next time. He looked at Qin Yenyue with a resentful expression. Qin Yenyue gave him a faint glance, warning him silently. This small, unnoticed scene at the dining table wouldn't be noticed by others who were enjoying the food, but White Su saw it. After finishing the meal, Qin Yenyue felt he had been delayed at the Peace Brigade for a long time. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Comrade Bai Su, for your hospitality. I'll come again next time." Come again? Her brother wouldn't always bring her packages, so Qin Yenyue could deliver them instead. White Su was curious. If she were a beautiful young girl, she might think Qin Yenyue was interested in her. But she was a middle-aged woman with 5 daughters. She saw Qin Yenyue off to the car, watching the small vehicle drive away. When White Su asked Hian to take the canned food and dried longan back, she was a bit confused and asked, "He's taking them somewhere." He didn't go far, just to the back near the cattle raising area. The back is a remote mountain hollow where the team keeps cattle. How did he end up there? Seeing Bai Su look confused, as if she was pondering something, the clever Hian immediately thought that Aunt Bai wouldn't ask about this without reason. He thought carefully and told Bai Su, "Secretary Qin said there's a small stream nearby, with nice scenery." He went to that mountain hollow because he had to and borrowed a latrine from the grass shed. The rough soldiers in the unit turned out to be quite refined. In the mountain hollow, if you need to go, you don't find a place, you just borrow a latrine. But Bai Su didn't mind the people living near the cattle raising area. She even knew they were capable. It was just bad luck, like a dragon trapped in a shallow pool. Oh, that's fine. Li Hua's uncle sent a big package this time, through Secretary Qin. Some canned food and dried longan. Take some home for your mom to help her get stronger. Lu Qiushuang led her husband and Lu's wife to find Bai Su. The old Lu, looking tired, took out a long-unused pipe and took a few puffs. He couldn't go without a puff. After being beaten badly by 3 young men, he was sore all over but still had to work in the fields. Luckily, the busy spring planting was over, and he could finally breathe. He was waiting for his brother-in-law from the city to help him get back that confession letter, while his mother's angry shouts came from the "Why are you dragging me away?" and giving her a big unity letter. "I don't want to live anymore. My chickens I raised for a year, all gone into her stomach. And that sewing machine, I saved up money and tickets to buy it. It's barely used and still new. We have a sewing machine at home. When did June got married, it looked good, but now it's been taken away by her. I just can't swallow this. That wicked woman, her conscience is as bad as a dog's. She's making people beat my son and grandson." Lu's wife cried as if she had lost her parents. Lu Qiushuang and her husband pulled her back home, one holding her, the other rushing to cover her mouth. Lu's older brother put down his pipe and asked, "What's going on? Didn't you get the confession letter back? What's the use? Don't think you can get that confession letter back." He handed a big unity letter to Lu's wife, finally calming her down and sending her back inside. Lu Qiushuang glared at her brother. "If you don't have that evil thought, how could the second sister-in-law control you?" When the spring planting team was busy, the landlord bully from the He family and Li Xiangyang, the son of the team leader, happened to go to the mountain hollow to cut bamboo and build a fence. And coincidentally, Zhou Jiqing also ran into them. "You have fallen into my sister-in-law's trap. So many people are willing to help her, which shows she has become smarter than before. Don't go provoking her. We can't afford to offend her." "Why can't we afford it?" When I heard that the confession letter couldn't be retrieved, old Lu was very frustrated. Brother-in-law is so capable, he's a leader at the food factory. Losing two big opportunities in unity, Lu Qiushuang also felt angry. She couldn't explain things clearly to her older brother. It was like talking to a wall. Lu Qiushuang looked at her husband. Yan Weikai looked down sadly and patted old Lu's shoulder. "Big brother, I'm just a workshop manager at the food factory. I can't control what happens at the Peace Brigade either, right? It's not that I don't want to support you. Sister-in-law's brother in the army has some connections. When we just want to find sister-in-law, guess who I saw?" Yan Weikai was also discouraged. He was worried that at the gate of Bai Su's house, Director Zheng might have recognized him. "Don't let him find trouble with you." Old Lu looked at him. Yan Weikai honestly said, "I saw Director Zheng with sister-in-law's brother's comrade from the army, coming to the Peace Brigade. Sister-in-law sent a telegram to her brother, and he came to support her. The man's surname is Qin. He's quite influential. Our factory director has to flatter him." Yan Weikai lowered his voice. "I heard the new county secretary is also surnamed Qin, called Qin Yenyue, transferred from the army. His family is from Beijing, and the big figure with the surname Qin in the newspapers is his father. He's the youngest son of that big figure, very favored among his brothers. Who knows what kind of wind blew him here, wanting to be the secretary of our small county. People like him get a golden touch, and later they'll be transferred back to Beijing. Everyone in the county is lining up to cozy up to him. He came to the Peace Brigade today because our factory director accompanied him. He's sister-in-law's brother's comrade from the army. Luckily, I pulled Mom and Qiushuang away quickly. If Director Zheng had recognized me bullying sister-in-law, I wouldn't be able to keep my small workshop manager position." A county secretary? To old Lu, the brigade secretary was already impressive enough. A commune secretary was even more out of reach. How big must a county secretary be? Old Lu was stunned. "Does that mean we can't trouble my sister-in-law anymore?" "No." Yan Weikai gave him advice. "Don't trouble sister-in-law, and you should support her more. Hasn't she always wanted to adopt Dajuan as her son? You should let Dajuan visit her more often to please her. If we fall out with her, what benefits do we have?" Li Hua's uncle sent some things, but they no longer seem useful. Regarding the large military project to visit the food factory, even if I find an opportunity, I can only arrange for a temporary worker. If second sister-in-law is persuaded and Secretary Qin is willing to help, it would be an easy matter. After moving back to my parents' house, I received a package from Li Hua's uncle, which greatly improved our life and allowed us to enjoy snacks. Bai Su initially planned to share canned mango, dried peaches, and cookies with Li Hua and the others. But then she thought about Lu Lanhua leaving cookies and eggs for Zhou Yan to help share with the young workers. She changed her mind. After Li Hua and the others finished eating the canned food, Each took a few pieces of peach cookies and some dried mangoes, then locked the rest away. Since White Su was used to making decisions at home, Li Hua and the others had no objections. Lu Lanhua also accepted this well. But when she went to work, she kept a piece of peach cookie and a few dried mangoes in her pocket. White Su pulled Hihua aside. Watch your sister and see who she shares the cookies and dried mangoes with. It's not that White Su was stingy. In this era, peach cookies and dried mangoes were rare treats. Lu Lanhua could share some with her friends, but if she used them to flatter the scorekeeper Zhou Yan or to get along with the young workers, it would be different. White Su would feel uncomfortable. It's better to give them little by little and see these treats go into the girls' stomachs. She wasn't a stingy person. She was generous to those who helped her. He Yan bought some, and Qin Yan Yu also brought plenty of cookies and biscuits. When White Su went to work at the health clinic, she packed some for Zhou the young worker, along with a handful of dried mangoes. Today Zhou got up very early. Someone came for a checkup early in the morning. White Su arrived at the clinic and heard Zhou say with a hint of sarcasm, "Sun Mingyuan, you're lucky you came early. If you'd come a bit later, your wound would have healed." "All done. I've finished applying the medicine. You can go now." "Zhou Chongqing, what did I do to offend you? We used to get along well at the youth camp." White Su carried her things inside and saw a fair-looking young man complaining to Zhou Mingyuan. He had a small cut on his hand where a knife had scratched him. Seeing White Su come in, he cheerfully greeted her. "Good morning, and White." White Su recognized him. Wasn't he the Sun Mingyuan from the youth camp? The one who was joking with Lan Hua. Had she ever met him before? Why was he so friendly? White Su nodded at him and handed the things she was carrying to Zhou Chongqing. "Here is the improved and corrected version. I brought this for you to help fill your stomach when you're hungry." Zhou Chongqing opened the oil paper to find peach cookies and dried mangoes. He hesitated to accept them. "Auntie, how can I take your things? The peach cookies are fine, and with a ticket, I can buy them at the supply store. The dried mangoes are rare and hard to find. The supply store doesn't sell them." Zhou Jiqing wrapped the items back in the oil paper and handed it to Bai Su. "I'm a grown man. I don't like these things. Auntie, you can take them home and enjoy them slowly." Zhou Jiqing opened the package, and Sun Mingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Unlike Zhou Jiqing's calm reaction, he saw the peach cookies and dried mangoes and swallowed hard. "There's no way I'd give someone something and then take it back. That's not respectful to Auntie Bai." Sun Mingyuan stared at the oil paper Zhou Jiqing handed back to Bai Su and suddenly said, "I came to the health clinic early this morning and didn't have time for breakfast. I need to go to work soon." "Did I hear that right?" Bai Su was stunned by how eager Sun Mingyuan looked. "Just take it if I give it to you. No need to be polite." Bai Su took the oil paper, opened a drawer, and put it inside. Then she asked Sun Mingyuan, "Does Zhou Jiqing still have any other matters after applying the medicine? You can go home now and have breakfast. It's still early, and then you should head to work." Sun Mingyuan was caught off guard and looked embarrassed as he left. Zhou Jiqing chuckled softly. "Auntie, you're really something." He usually likes the girls at the team and the youth center. This is the first time I've seen him look so disheveled. "You say he's popular with the girls, but I'm not a young girl." Bai Su asked him, "Do you have a grudge against Sun Mingyuan?" "Not exactly. I just don't like him. He's tall and strong, but if he gets a small cut on his hand, he still comes to the health clinic to get it checked. Plus, he's close to many girls at the youth center. They fight to help him with chores and even bring him food. I know you work at the team's health clinic, and he came early this morning asking about who was in the car that was at your house yesterday. It's not good to gossip behind people's backs. Anyway, he's okay at first, but after spending more time with him, it gets really awkward. Let's not talk about him. In about 10 days, I'll go to the Workers' and Peasants' University. Before I leave, I need to go to the county hospital for an exam." Zhou Chongqing asked her, "Auntie, when do you think is a good time to go? I need to report this." Actually, the job as the team's health worker involves studying in the county for half a month. Since Bai Su knows everything and can handle the work at the health clinic without Zhou Jiqing's guidance, there's no real need for the training. She can just go straight to the exam when the time comes. Bai Su passed the exam and will replace Zhou Chongqing. Only then can he leave the team to attend the Workers' and Peasants' University. So he feels a bit nervous. Bai Su also thought that if she finished her exam early, Zhou Chongqing's worries would ease. Next Monday, go to the county town for the exam. You should register. Li Hua's uncle sent so many things, and Bai Su also wants to send some wild mountain goods to the island troops. After the original man's disappearance, her brother has been supporting their orphaned mother and herself. Li Hua's aunt never complains, and Bai Su believes that one should not take things for granted. No matter if the items are good or not, sending them is a sign of kindness. Bai Su discussed with Zhou Jiqing, since we're going to the county town, I want to send some dried goods to Li Hua's uncle. The spring planting is done, so tomorrow I will take Li Hua and the others into the mountains to pick herbs. He only needs to watch over the health clinic. With Bai Su's skills, she won't have any trouble taking the exam in the county town. He organized the exam materials for her. Zhou Jiqing had no objections. All right, Andy, just go ahead. This season's mountain produce includes abundant bamboo shoots, wild gardenia flowers, tea tree mushrooms, and pine mushrooms. Gardenia flowers help clear heat, relieve irritability, and detoxify. Since the southern island is humid, drying some gardenia flowers and sending them over can be used for tea by her nephew. Recently, it rained and the weather warmed up, perfect for mushroom growth. Bai Su took Li Hua and the others into the back hillside bamboo forest to pick bamboo shoots. They found a few tea tree mushrooms under the camellia trees nearby. With tea tree mushrooms, there should also be pine mushrooms. Bai Su quickly divided the tasks. Li Hua and Lan Hua went to pick bamboo shoots and look for tea tree and pine mushrooms, while she took He Hua to pick gardenia flowers and herbs. He and also received canned food and longans sent by Li Hua's uncle. Knowing that Bai Su was going into the mountains to pick herbs for her mother, and also wanted to send dried goods and herbs to the island troops, he took Li Xiangyang into the mountains. They set up animal traps and dug some pits, hoping to catch something. Spring is a time when animals come out after hibernation and are more active. Next week, she will accompany Bai Su to the county exam, and he also plans to find a big catch to sell at the black market. The back hillside is relatively safe, with no large game around. Before heading into the deeper mountains, Hien reminded him, Auntie, don't go too deep.
Just stay around this mountain valley.
If you find anything good, I'll come back and pick it for you. Li Xiangyang and I will go further in. If anything happens, call out and we'll come back quickly. After Hien and the others left, Lily and Orchid went into the tea oil forest to find tea tree mushrooms. Bai Su took He Hua and turned around the hill, heading toward the mountain hollow near the cattle shed to look for herbs. The plant called headgrass, also known as Kongben Gui, not only repels snakes but also cures snake venom and treats unexplained swelling and boils. Mugwort can repel mosquitoes, relieve asthma, soothe coughs, and dispel dampness and cold. It's great for medicinal use and baths. Bai Su also knew a recipe for an anti-mosquito ointment, mainly made from mugwort. Since the southern climate is humid and hot, and there are many mosquitoes on the island, Bai Su plans to make some mosquito repellent ointment and send it over. In the bushes, there are occasionally 1 or 2 wild gardenia flowers. Bai Su asked He Hua to pick them and put them in her basket. This mountain hollow is lush with plants, perfect for growth. Bai Su found a patch of mugwort at the low of the hill. Just as she was about to cut it with her sickle, she heard a rustling sound from above. A figure tumbled down and landed with a thud at her feet. The person almost fell onto her sickle, startling Bai Su. She looked closely. Isn't that Professorine? The one who got sick on the tractor when she went to report to the commune, and whose grandson is very handsome. He Hua was nearby, pulling a bunch of Kongban Gui from the bushes. Kongban Gui has thorns. He Hua was very careful when pulling it, but the sudden movement behind her startled her, and she got pricked, crying out in pain and jumping up. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, He Hua was frightened and hurriedly shrank closer to Bai Su. Mom, what's going on? Who is he? He's not a bad person. Last time I went to the town commune, I even rode a tractor with him and his grandson, Bai Su explained. He's having a seizure. We can't just leave him, she added. Bai Su called to Hua, "Come help me support him." Not far from this mountain hollow was a thatched shed. Hua thought the old man on the ground might be someone who raised cattle here. Everyone living here had committed some crime, and Hua felt uneasy about being involved. She started to worry if she might get into trouble because of the old man. She hesitated, wanting to warn Bai Su, but remembered how Bai Su had scolded her that day when she said Brother Hian's background was not good. Forget it! With her mother's strong support and decision-making, what was she afraid of? Hua suppressed her fear and came over to help Bai Su support the fainted old man, guiding him to a flatter spot. Seeing Bai Su pinching, stabbing, and pressing on his chest, Hua felt a little embarrassed and covered her eyes shyly. Professor Yin slowly regained consciousness. Bai Su, who had stopped, clearly saw the movements of the lotus flower and became very angry. "I am treating him. Why are you daydreaming, girl?" I didn't mean to." The lotus flower spoke unclearly. "I know Mom is treating him." Still covering her face?
Bai Su ignored hash.
In situations like Professor Yin's, one should always carry medicine. Bai Su quickly reached into his pocket and found a medicine bottle in his shirt pocket. This medicine was imported and clearly different from the one used last time. Heard from He Yen that Qin Yen had come to this mountain valley before. Qin's secretary went to borrow a toilet, but Bai Su didn't know who the great deity was visiting. After searching Professor Yin's pocket and finding the medicine bottle, Bai Su understood. When Professor Yin woke up again, he saw Bai Su, who had rescued him from the tractor last time, once more saving him. He looked at Bai Su with gratitude, but when he saw Bai Su carefully examining the medicine bottle, he felt a bit anxious. Bai Su had given him medicine before, then quickly looked away from the bottle and casually put it back into his pocket. "Your name is Bai Su, right?" After taking the medicine for a while, Professor Yin's face softened considerably. "Comrade Bai Su, thank you for saving me again. If you need anything from me in the future, just ask." Of course, at this point, I, an old man, don't have much to rely on. I may not be able to help you. His tone carried a hint of sadness and self-deprecation. Seeing the basket on the ground filled with some wild vegetables, Bai Su quickly asked Lotus Flower to pick them up. There's nothing in this world that can't be overcome. Everyone faces a few hurdles in life. You're just having bad luck now, like a dragon trapped in a shallow pond. Bai Su handed her the basket. When the tide rises, the dragon will return to the sea. That day will come. Could a rural woman say such philosophical words? Professor Yin was momentarily stunned, observing Bai Su and beginning to reassess her. In Bai Su's gaze, he saw only sincerity, without a trace of impurity. Moved inside, Professor Yin smiled and said, "Thanks for your good words, Bai Su. I hope that day really comes, and I can repay your twice-saving kindness." "Is that your daughter?" Lotus Flower shyly stepped back behind Bai Su. Professor Yin smiled helplessly. "You should take her away quickly. Stay away from me, this old man. Later, if there's no trouble, avoid this mountain valley and don't come here. You're overthinking, old man. She's just a little timid." Bai Su pulled Lotus Flower out. "Lotus Flower, what did Mom say to you in the kitchen that day?" "This is Professor Yin. Can people still choose their background?" She told her to stop being short-sighted. People in trouble now might become valuable in the future, maybe even make some investments. Lotus timidly spoke up, mustering courage to greet Professor Yin and call him Grandpa Yin. "Grandpa," someone called out first. Following the call, Lotus looked toward the person running over and was stunned. How could someone look better than Brother Hian and Zhou Jiqing? Lotus couldn't describe the sudden appearance of Yin Fan. She only felt he was wearing patched clothes and looked like a fairy stepped out of a painting. She forgot her shyness and her timidity, staring intently at Yin Fan. "Your grandpa is sick. Help him back, and don't let him go out alone in the future." Bai Su instructed Yin Fan, who arrived. "His illness is serious. Tomorrow I will go up the mountain to gather herbs and give him an acupuncture treatment to ease his condition." Yin Fan knew that with their status, anyone who interacted with them could be affected. He wanted to refuse. But thinking about his grandfather's condition, If it weren't for the medicine Uncle Chin brought this time, he might not have survived. Ian Fan couldn't bring himself to say no. Old Professor Ian was very alert and waved his hand, saying no, I can't let you get involved. Quietly so no one sees. Bai Su winked playfully. Old Professor Ian was amused by her playful gesture and didn't say anything further. Until Ian Fan helped him away toward the cattle shed, Lotus's gaze remained on the noble-looking young man walking away. Bai Su looked at her silly maid and couldn't bear to watch, waving her hand in front of her eyes. Be good. Come back to yourself. Only then did Lotus realize she had been staring blankly at him without blinking. Bai Su smiled at her, and Lotus felt so shy she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Mom, why does someone smell like cow dung but still looks so good? Aren't you afraid anymore? Bai Su reminded her. They are sent-down people. Lotus shyly smiled, seeing him. I'm not afraid anymore. He doesn't look like a bad person. Bad people don't look as good as him.
Bai Su.
Oh no. Her third daughter, Lotus, seemed to be a hidden fan of handsome guys, and Ian Fan just happened to match her taste. He Yen went deep into the mountains, but the others hadn't caught anything yet. However, the traps he and Li Xiangyang set caught a few wild chickens and rabbits. As dusk approached, Hien carried a rabbit and 2 wild chickens down the mountain. Bai Su had already taken Pear Blossom and the others home. After tidying up the mountain goods and herbs, she prepared to cook dinner. Hien simply carried the rabbit and chickens into the house. Wow, wild chickens and a rabbit. Brother Hien, you're so impressive. Hearing Lotus's surprised exclamation, Bai Su washed rice and was about to come out to see. Hien entered the kitchen with the birds and rabbit. Bai Su saw the string he carried and was amazed. Did you hunt so much on your trip to the deep mountains? That's nothing. Xiangyang got half of it, he replied. Hunting in the mountains, the game belongs to the collective and is usually handed in. But Hien was clever. He pulled Li Xiangyang into the plan. So things like chickens and rabbits, as long as no one saw him carry them back, they would go straight into his own stomach. Of course, big game had its own way of being stored. He and Li Xiangyang had a special cave for hiding things. He also had good friends in the black market, and if he took the goods to the county town, the money would be safe in his pocket. But he had to be careful when transporting game. If caught, it could cause trouble. 1 rabbit and 2 wild chickens. Auntie, you can prepare them. You've been tired all day in the mountains. Let's add another dish. Bai Su thought Hien was a good choice as a son-in-law. After finding such a son-in-law for Pear Blossom, they wouldn't lack meat to eat. With 1 rabbit and 2 chickens, plus the meat Yin you brought yesterday, there was plenty left. Bai Su felt their family was quite well off. They couldn't possibly eat all the game. As the weather got hotter, meat wouldn't last long. Since Bai Su was going to the county for an exam in a few days, Hien was worried the game might spoil, so he brought it back for them to enjoy. All right, Pear Blossom's uncle sent dried abalone. We can kill a chicken to make abalone soup. I'll salt and smoke the remaining rabbits and chickens, Bai Su whispered to Hien. We can also make spicy meat sauce. It keeps well and tastes great with rice. Someone in the county might want some, she added. The black market dealings were kept discreet. Because Bai Su was considered family, Hien took the opportunity to have someone bring things from the county and share the details. His future mother-in-law didn't mind. She even seemed interested in working with him. Hien thought he hadn't been wrong about her. His aunt was brave. Hearing about making meat sauce, Hien felt a thrill. He was eager to do big things with Bai Su's aunt. Tomorrow I'll bring back the game I hunt, he said. Why bother? Just take everything home, Bai Su whispered. Smoke the game and make the meat sauce at your place. It's less obvious. I need to go to your mom every day to give her injections and prepare medicine, she explained. Hien also thought so, since Bai Auntie's family had many people. If someone accidentally revealed information, it could cause trouble. He is the son of a landlord and a villain, descended from the Black 5 categories, so no one in the team would visit his family. But Hien is cautious. His family, and Bai Annie's family, are both close to the village health station. If someone came at night to see Zhou Jiqing and smelled the smell of cooking meat sauce, it might cause trouble. Every year, the team distributes grain to each family, barely enough to fill their stomachs, let alone taste meat. He is just a barefoot boy who moves things around, so he's not worried. But his aunt helping to make smoked meat and meat sauce means he has to be careful. Today, I brought back rabbits and wild chickens. After they are cleaned, any leftovers will be smoked and sent to Uncle Ihua. He Yan discussed with her, our old family house in his place has been empty since it was taken over by the collective. It's far away and nobody goes there. A clever fox has 3 burrows. Besides the mountain cave where hunters hide their prey, the old blue brick house of his family, which is haunted, is actually another hiding spot for him. If he told the truth, he would reveal his secret to his aunt. After finishing, Hien looked nervously at Bai Su. Knowing her son-in-law was not simple, Bai Su didn't react much. She nodded and casually handed a chicken to Hien, saying, "You and Lihua go to the creek, kill the chicken and rabbits, and let your mom not cook today. We'll prepare the food here, and you can take it to her. Her body needs nourishing with abalone chicken soup. She's weak, so she needs good care. Better not start the fire now. Later, I'll give her an acupuncture treatment, and I've also prepared some herbal medicine for her." Hien felt that he and Lihua were getting closer to becoming family. Killing chickens and preparing rabbits at the creek meant he could be alone with Lihua. Every day, he could enjoy the meals his aunt made. He happily carried the wild chicken and rabbit, calling Lihua to help him at the creek. In this era, before the village was electrified, Bai Su was worried that Lan Hua and He Hua might become a distraction, so she called them both in to help with cooking and lighting the fire. Lulan was not very talkative and seemed lost in thought. Bai Su asked her to help with the fire, and she quietly sat by the stove to tend it. On the other hand, the timid He Hua, after seeing Yin Fan in the mountain valley today, became more lively. She kept circling Bai Su in the kitchen, saying she wanted to learn cooking from her. Hien was very skilled at killing chickens and preparing rabbits. Soon after, he and Lihua returned with the cleaned chicken and rabbit. Lihua's collar was wet from the water, and Hien was even wetter. When handing things to Bai Su, he kept smiling foolishly. His mouth was curved, and his smile couldn't be hidden on his face. The two of them were cleaning wild chickens and rabbits by the creek, probably not playing water fights anymore. Then Hien let Lihua have the turn, so he got completely soaked. Bai Su couldn't bear to watch. She asked He Hua to bring over a chopping board to cut the chicken. She cleared her throat and said, "You're grown-ups now, just like kids. Both of you go change your clothes." Hien and Lihua didn't waste the guts of the rabbits and chickens. They cleaned and washed everything thoroughly, even the intestines. Bai Su applied tea tree oil, stir-fried a big pot of chicken and rabbit offal with garlic sprouts, and simmered a nourishing abalone chicken soup. Yesterday, Hien had pulled out some lettuce, which was still left, so she stir-fried a plate of lettuce. They only had 3 dishes, but the portions were generous. After a tiring day in the mountains, Lihua and her sisters felt so comfortable they wanted to lie down. Compared to eating sweet potato porridge before, now they could eat meat every day. It's like heaven and earth apart. That kind of satisfaction wasn't just about the taste and stomach, it was also about the body and mind. But Bai Su didn't give them a chance to lie down. She directed them to work, telling Lihua and Hien to wash dishes and clear the table. Then she prepared herbal medicine for Hien's mother. Bai Su handed the chickens and rabbits to Lan Hua, telling her to salt them for marinating and then smoke them over the fire. In another pot, Bai Su was simmering meat sauce, with He Hua helping nearby. The sisters ate until they were full. When the meat sauce was almost ready, the rich aroma spread out, making them feel hungry again. Bai Su tasted a bit herself, then asked He Hua to help serve the meat sauce into empty can jars. After that, she poured the prepared medicine into a bowl, took it to Hien's house next door, and gave her mother an acupuncture treatment. She went up the mountain to gather herbs and simmered the meat sauce. She was exhausted. She slept very soundly that night. The next morning, she woke up hearing sounds outside. She opened the door and saw Hien with A, planting vegetables in the small garden, surrounded by a fence. "Auntie, I went early to pick vegetable seedlings from Xiangyang's place. The green beans didn't have time to be planted, so I only planted cucumbers, eggplants, and peppers. After He Yan and Li Xiangyang built the fence, He Yan carefully tilled her own garden, breaking up large clumps of soil to make it looser. She also made ridges and left small ditches for drainage. They applied fertilizer early in the morning. He Yan had already pulled seedlings from her own field, and when that wasn't enough, she went to Li Xiangyang's house to get some more. Grandpa Li Xiangyang is very skilled at farming. He carefully plans with He Yan, "It's too late to plant green beans and loofah now, so we can only grow cucumbers, green beans, and eggplants. 1 row of cucumbers and green beans will be enough, and half a row of eggplants will do. The rest of the land will be used to grow peppers." He plans so well that he even helps her plant, and Bai Su has nothing to complain about. She calls Li Hua, who has finished washing up, to help plant vegetables and fetch water from the creek to water the seedlings. Bai Su goes to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, it's time to go up the mountain again. Bai Su takes a set of silver needles and hides them in her basket. When leaving, He Hua hesitates, as if she wants to say something but is afraid to. Bai Su raises an eyebrow and asks what's wrong. He Hua finally stammers, "Mom, do the people living over in the mountain valley have enough to eat? Yesterday, Grandpa Yin was digging wild vegetables. Just a few days of good days, and suddenly everyone's arms seem to be turning weak. But thinking about things all the time also has its benefits." It reminds Bai Su that Qin Yenyue brought 2 bags of things when he visited. Since Qin Yenyue arranged such good imported medicine for Professor Yin, he probably also wants to give them some food. But Professor Yin's special status makes Qin Yenyue hesitant to openly carry a bag over. He also brought a package for her on her Uncle Li Hua's request and is supporting her. Bai Su is not unkind and remembers his kindness. Qin Yenyue bought some eggs, cookies, and peach pastries, and Bai Su took a few. Thinking for a moment, she also took a can of lychee, some dried mangoes, and last night's meat sauce, which she plans to send to Uncle Li Hua on the island, but she reluctantly takes 1 jar. After entering the mountain, Li Hua and Manhwa go to find mountain produce, while Bai Su and He Hua look for herbs, heading to that mountain valley. Professor Yin's illness causes him to faint and needs several days to recover each time. Yin Fan voluntarily takes on the job of shoveling cow dung to stay home and care for his grandfather. Bai Su and He Hua approach the thatched hut, where Yin Fan is shoveling cow dung. The strong smell is overwhelming. He Hua covers her nose, but when she sees that Yin Fan is the one shoveling, she forgets the foul odor. Yin Fan notices a young girl watching him and looks a bit uncomfortable. He drops the shovel. "Auntie, come with me." Bai Su takes He Hua into the hut, which is surprisingly clean and tidy inside. A wooden bed is covered with dry straw, and Professor Yin, looking weak, is lying there. When he sees Bai Su, he struggles to sit up. Bai Su quickly gestures to him to stay down. She sits on a bamboo stool brought by Yin Fan and places her hand on his pulse. After checking his pulse, Bai Su withdrew her hand. "You're much better than yesterday. Your body is weak and tired because you haven't been eating enough. You need proper nourishment so you can recover faster." At this point, his stomach couldn't even be filled, so how could he nourish his body? Professor Yin sighed, and Yin Fan lowered his head in shame. It's his fault. Not only has he caused his grandfather suffering, but he also can't get enough food to fill his stomach or help him recover. Yesterday, his grandfather had gone out secretly to pick wild vegetables and ended up falling ill. He Hua kept watching Yin Fan closely. When she stood beside Bai Su, she kept sneaking glances at him. Her worried expression made Bai Su feel helpless. "She's so impatient." Bai Su sighed and quickly uncovered the basket's cloth cover, taking out the food and placing it on the table. There were peach cookies, biscuits, egg cakes, and canned dried mangoes. Professor Yin couldn't help but swallow hard, and his eyes welled up with tears. She was thinking of ways to let the people in the cattle shed take charge of planting herbs, which could improve their situation. Knowing Qin Yenyu would help her because of this, but hearing his promise directly from his mouth made Bai Su feel that her plan was moving forward. She explained with a smile, "Professor Yin's family lives in a thatched hut next to the cattle shed. In summer, they get bitten by mosquitoes easily. A few days ago, Professor Kong's leg was swollen badly after being bitten by a horsefly, and Een Fan and others were bitten too. Living in that environment, summer is full of mosquito bites and very hot. His body. Professor Een sighed, and Een Fan. Bai Su explained, the meat sauce was made from rabbit hunted by my eldest son-in-law last night. We have some extra, so I brought a jar to share with you. Nowadays, even meat scraps are hard to find, let alone meat sauce. Een Fan understood that Bai Su was deliberately saying this to make them feel comfortable accepting these gifts. This kind of kindness is truly rare and precious. He could refuse to eat, but his grandfather needed good food to recover. Having owed Bai Su so much, he could only think of ways to repay her in the future. Professor Een still wanted to decline, but Een Fan looked at them gratefully and said, Grandpa, you should accept it. Yes, don't let others see and cause trouble later. Bai Su asked Een Fan to help unpack the gifts and took out silver needles. Professor Een, I will give you acupuncture treatment now. When the underdog is bullied. Since their family faced hardships, the grandfather and grandson had suffered a lot. Bai Su was the first person to show them kindness after they came to the Peace Brigade. Having been saved twice by others, there is nothing I cannot accept. I only hope that, as the person in front of me says, their grandfather and grandson are just unlucky, like a dragon trapped in shallow waters. One day, the wind will change, and they will be able to return to the sea. At that time, I will never forget the person who helped me today. Professor Een closed his eyes helplessly. I am ready. Thank you, Comrade Bai Su. Bai Su skillfully administered acupuncture to Professor Een. After half an hour, she removed the needles, and Professor Een felt much better. His chest was no longer tight and uncomfortable. After finishing the acupuncture, Bai Su didn't stay long and prepared to leave. Een Fan saw them off. Bai Su walked a good distance with Hua. Suddenly, Een Fan caught up and said, Aunt Bai, I have a small favor to ask. Could you help me? You told me that the meat sauce for my grandfather was made from a rabbit hunted by your eldest son-in-law. Een Fan found it hard to speak, but gathered his courage to ask, Can I learn hunting from your son-in-law? It's better to teach a person how to fish than just give him fish. Een Fan didn't want to be the one always receiving. He wanted to be able to catch fish himself. This surprised Bai Su a little. She also admired his courage and manners. I can't decide this myself. I need to ask my son-in-law, Bai Su said. My eldest son-in-law is from the He family, the young man who drove the tractor to town the day you and your mother were picked up, she added.
What?
That He Yen? Isn't he the one who always calls her Aunt Bai? How did he become her son-in-law in just a few days? It seemed Bai Su understood what Een Fan was thinking and explained with a smile, He will become my son-in-law sooner or later. He's dating my eldest daughter, Li Hua. Een Fan thought Bai Su was a strange person. He had asked Professor Kong, who had lived here longer, about He Yen and heard that there might be some issues with his background. Bai Su kept talking about her son-in-law without any dislike, even seeming a little proud. Everyone else kept their distance from people like them, but this Annie didn't mind and even seemed to think her son-in-law was the best. Maybe that's why she was willing to help their grandfather and grandson. Een Fan felt warm inside and smiled slightly. Auntie, please tell your son-in-law that I'd like to learn hunting. I'll go into the mountains quietly and won't cause him trouble. Okay, I'll tell him, Bai Su agreed. After Een Fan left, she continued walking forward. A few steps later, she saw Hua standing there, staring blankly. Bai Su was confused and called out, Hua? Hua finally seemed to recover and eagerly ran to Bai Su, holding her hand and shaking it excitedly. Mom, he smiled. He smiled. Why does his smile look so nice?
Bai Su.
After finishing the spring planting, the team planned to take a few days off. Once the young rice plants grew taller, they would arrange for people to remove weeds from the fields and apply fertilizer. During these days, not only Bai Su's family went into the mountains, but many other families from the team and youth points also entered the mountains. While Bai Su was out looking for herbs with Hua, she accidentally met Zhao Jiqing, the young woman Lu Dajuan liked. Several other young men and women from the youth team were with her. Bai Su couldn't recognize everyone, but she remembered Lin Huiyuan, who often bullied Zhao Jiqing and was always shouting. There was also Sun Mingyuan, who looked like a peacock. When Bai Su and her group ran into them, Sun Mingyuan was talking to Lin Huiyuan, together mocking Zhao Qingru. Zhao Jiqing, you're so delicate and weak. It's better if you don't come with us. Don't say later that Huiyuan knocked you out. Yeah, last time you fainted in the field, and even blamed me. Someone helped Zhao Jiqing, and Lin Huiyuan was very arrogant and proud. The old woman at the brigade health clinic said she fainted because of anemia. Bai Su didn't want to get involved in the youth team's conflicts and wanted to leave with Hua Hua. But it was annoying that she called the old woman. Bai Su used her to dig out a bone fragment, placed it into her basket, and crawled out of the bushes. Who said she fainted? It wasn't you pushing her. She's weak and anemic and you pushed her. That's why she fainted. Who else could you blame? You're so rude. Do your parents only give birth to you but not raise you? Bai Su snapped back sharply. Did your mouth get smeared with dung? You keep calling her an old woman. Your mother isn't an old woman. Won't you grow old someday? If I looked as ugly as you, I wouldn't come out and cause trouble. Look at you. As soon as you arrive, the wild chickens and rabbits in the mountain run away. Lin Huiyuan didn't expect to be caught talking nonsense by the main person. She tried to pounce on Bai Su, but seeing her smirk with a smile, she suddenly dared not. She knew Bai Su wasn't soft like Zhao Jiqing, so Lin Huiyuan pulled on Sun Mingyuan's sleeve. Brother Mingyuan, look at her mouth, so mean. Why are you still talking to Lu Lanhua? Lin Huiyuan tugged and pulled at Sun Mingyuan's sleeve again, while Bai Su watched coldly with interest. Thinking about what had happened at the brigade health clinic, Sun Mingyuan felt awkward. All right. You were the one who started insulting first. Afraid Bai Su would reveal what happened at the health clinic, Sun Mingyuan pulled Lin Huiyuan away. Zhao Qingru, who was behind, was only accompanied by one young woman peasant girl. Thank you, Aunt Bai, for helping me. Zhao Qingru didn't expect that whenever she was bullied, Bai Su was always the one to help her. She looked at her with mixed feelings and awkwardly thanked Bai Su. Bai Su waved her hand. It's not about helping you. I just didn't provoke her, and she calls me an old woman. Why is she so stubborn but kind-hearted? Zhao Qingru felt that this Aunt Bai was different from those people in the team. She helped her but wouldn't admit it, so suddenly she found Aunt Bai a bit cute. Still, I have to thank you. Zhao Qingru smiled flatteringly at Bai Su. Annie, can I join you to look for mountain goods? It's not that I don't want you to come, but I came into the mountain to pick herbs. I can't really work with you. Bai Su refused her, but Zhao Qingru wasn't discouraged. She showed Bai Su her empty basket, which only had a few scattered bamboo shoots. Zhao Qingru playfully smiled. Auntie, see, I can't find anything in the mountain without teaming up with you. I just came to stroll around. Can I follow behind you and learn to recognize herbs? Always keep a friendly face. For some reason, Bai Su also couldn't dislike Zhao Qingru. She coldly snorted. Suit yourself. If you want to follow, then follow. Bai Su was digging up bones and broken pieces, and Zhao Qingru was very curious. She found out that the things growing all over the mountain could actually be used medicinally. Like a curious child, she helped Bai Su dig herbs, asking questions all the time. Bai Su was happy to have someone willing to help her dig herbs, so she let her. When Zhao Qingru asked a few questions, Bai Su occasionally answered her. Meanwhile, the other young peasant girl with them went into a nearby bamboo grove to pick small bamboo shoots. Zhao Qingru looked around and saw climbing vines on the short bamboo and shrubbery. Curious, she asked, Annie, what kind of vine is this? It looks pretty nice. Bai Su looked in the direction she pointed, and her eyes lit up with hidden joy. Sure enough, it was the main ingredient. It was a large patch of Polygonum multiflorum vines. This is He Shouwu. Its root can be used medicinally. Bai Su used her to carefully loosen the soil layer by layer. She found that this He Shouwu was a bit old. That scoundrel. What's good about him? He's someone with a problematic background, sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university.
How does he compare to me?
For him, you deliberately let dogs bite me, You associate with him, and make me lose face at the youth station and brigade. Lu Lanhua, I won't let you have an easy life. Today, all of this is your own doing. Give you a chance and you refuse? Then, I will ruin your reputation and turn you into a disgrace. When Sun Mingyuan entered, Lu Lanhua was still holding an umbrella in her hand. He looked suspicious, and Lanhua tightly gripped the umbrella. But since she was the heroine with a lucky charm, going deep into the mountains meant she wouldn't encounter many animals. Bringing her along to find herbs was like cheating. Fortunately, this area was around the Two Lakes region, not in the northeast, or Zhao Qingru might have even found ginseng. Bai Su reluctantly agreed. All right then. The group chatted and laughed as they headed down the mountain, running into Lu Dajuan, who was carrying a bundle of firewood. Qingru, Annie, what are you doing together? From Bai Su's teasing, Zhao Qingru learned that Lu Dajuan had plans to marry her and wanted to sell her cousin, Lu Lihua. She had stopped paying attention to Lu Dajuan after that. This situation made her the subject of jokes among the educated youths. It also made her realize that Lu Dajuan wasn't as honest and simple as he looked. She thought she had made her intentions clear to Lu Dajuan, but he still clung to her like a stubborn dog. He even called her Qingru affectionately, which she found really disgusting. Zhao Qingru's face darkened. Lu Dajuan, don't call me that. We're not close. If you call me that again, people might misunderstand. Auntie, I'll come back to find you on the mountain next time. Zhao Qingru pulled the educated youth who was with her, and they left ahead. Bai Su also didn't bother with Lu Dajuan and headed straight down the mountain with Hua. Lu Dajuan watched Zhao Qingru's figure walk away, feeling very upset. But he remembered what his aunt had told him. Her aunt knew Secretary Qin from Beijing and advised him to stay close to Bai Su. So, Lu Dajuan stopped paying attention to Zhao Qingru and quickly followed, carrying firewood. Auntie, are you collecting herbs? You've gathered so much. The basket must be heavy. Lu Dajuan looked at Bai Su kindly. Auntie, put down the basket. I'll help you and Hua carry it down the mountain. Auntie, short and tall, was she taking medicine? She had gathered so many herbs that the basket was heavy. Lu Dajuan tried to flatter Bai Su. Auntie, put the basket down. Let me carry it. She had already said it wasn't heavy. But he kept grabbing her basket like a stubborn dog, which made Zhao Qingru annoyed. She didn't want him to carry it, but he still tried to it. Bai Su quickened her pace to get away from him. But Lu Dajuan was quick. He had already grabbed her basket. In the basket, besides herbs, there was also half a yam. It was already heavy, and being pulled by Lu Dajuan made it even heavier. Bai Su was about to get angry when a stern shout came from the woods. Lu Dajuan, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. How dare you steal my aunt's things? He Yen, carrying a dead rabbit, rushed out with Li Xiangyang from the woods, glaring fiercely at Lu Dajuan, who was trying to take the basket. The rabbit in his hand was bloodied. Lu Dajuan was startled and loosened his grip on the basket. I didn't mean to. I wanted to help my aunt carry the basket because hers is too heavy. Lu Dajuan and Lu Erjuan had often bullied Hua before. Hua was so scared by his attempt to take the basket that she feared he might hit her, and she was worried her mother might suffer at her cousin's hands. So, she helped pull the basket. Now that Hien was here, Hua let go of the basket and bravely asked Hien for help. Brother Hien, my mom won't let him carry it, but he keeps grabbing my mom's basket. Lu Dajuan still tried to glare at Hua, but Bai Su didn't bother to argue with him. She took down the basket and handed it to Hien, then said to Lu Dajuan, "This basket is indeed heavy. You don't need to carry it. My son-in-law is here now, let him help." Lu Dajuan thought that as long as he used the excuse of being Bai Su's son-in-law to keep her interested, even if her aunt argued with the family, she would eventually listen to him. But how come she was so close to Hien now? And calling him her son-in-law? Seeing Hien smirk confidently, Lu Dajuan was furious. "Aunt, when did he become your son-in-law?" "He's dating Lihua. That means he'll be my son-in-law sooner or later." Hien carried the basket on his back, and Bai Su patted his shoulder. "A son-in-law is half a son. The more I look at him, the more I like him. We're naturally meant to be a family. Wasn't her aunt always wanting him to be her son?" Lu Dajuan felt like something important was slipping away from him, as if it was flowing out of his body. He was so upset he yelled, "And are you crazy? Who is he? His family isn't good. You want to marry Li Hua to him? That Lu Lizi is still a widower. If Li Hua marries him, she'd be a stepmother. Why are you trying to sell Li Hua to Lu Lizi just to get money for your new wife? Look at Zhao Jiqing. He's handsome, not blind, and hardworking. He can read and write. I think he'd make a good son-in-law. You still think of me as your son." Lu Dajuan was so angry and ashamed that he felt like Bai Su was playing him. A few days apart, his aunt had already found He Yan as her future son-in-law and didn't take him seriously. His aunt Lu Qiushuang said that as long as his aunt shows some favor in front of Secretary Qin could easily arrange for him to work at the food factory. He went to the food factory, ate government-supplied food, and Zhao Qingru wouldn't ignore him, right? Why should such benefits be given to an outsider like He Yan? Lu Dajuan's forehead veins bulged with anger as he cursed her. "You little pest trying to take advantage. Stop fooling my aunt. What kind of confusing talk did you feed her?" He Yan hated when others mentioned his poor background or his deceased father. Lu Dajuan insulted him like a mad dog, and He Yan's eyes turned red with tears. Bai Su saw all this. Before Lu Dajuan could finish cursing, she slapped him hard and said, "You crazy dog. Keep your mouth clean. If you bully my son-in-law, I will hit you every time I see you." Afterward, she kicked Lu Dajuan fiercely and pulled He Yan away. He Hua quickly jogged behind them. Li Xiangyang, who was lagging behind, also snorted coldly at the stunned Lu Dajuan. Until He Yan carried the basket for Bai Su and their group disappeared from sight, Lu Dajuan finally regained his senses. He was hit. His caring aunt had hit him? She hit me? She actually hit me for an unrelated outsider? Lu Dajuan couldn't accept that his aunt, for He Yan, an outsider, had hit him. He shouted bitterly in the direction Bai Su had disappeared. Dealing with someone like him, what good can come of it? You'll regret it someday. Whether Bai would regret it, Fan didn't know, but he felt no sadness at all. In front of Li Xiangyang and Lu Dajuan, his aunt called him son-in-law and even fought Lu Dajuan for him. His aunt used to love Lu Dajuan so much. Now, the one who loved him was his future son-in-law, He Yan. His aunt even said that a son-in-law was like a son. He Yan felt healed, no longer bothered by his poor background, and obediently followed Bai Su down the mountain. He Hua was telling Li Xiangyang that today, Zhao Qingru had gone herb-picking with them. Li Xiangyang listened eagerly and walked behind He Hua. He Yan, who was carrying the basket for Bai Su, walked in front, close to her. He whispered softly, "Aunt, we caught a big wild boar, 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. When it gets dark, I'll bring it down the mountain and kill it at the old house. You can make smoked meat and meat sauce." To prepare an entire pig, Bai Su thought she and He Yan alone couldn't handle it. When going to the He family's house, I said I was going next door to give He Yan's mother an acupuncture treatment and prepare medicine, bringing Pear Blossom along. As we walked toward the He house, Pear Blossom was so scared she was trembling, and in the dark, she tugged on He Yan's sleeve. Since she was so close, she could smell his warm, floral scent. He Yan couldn't help but smile slightly in the darkness, looking less carefree than usual. His voice became a little gentler. "What's wrong?" I heard that your old house is haunted." Pear Blossom's fear grew. "He Yan, is it true?" "Yes, the old house where the long-term worker died has ghostly shadows floating around at night." Before he finished, Pear Blossom screamed in fright and hurriedly snuggled into his arms. He held her and chuckled softly, then took her hand naturally. "Don't be afraid. Your brother He Yan is full of strong energy, so ghosts don't dare come close. Stay near me." They were already holding hands? Wang Ping was also amazed. "Is there such a trick?" Meng Chongqing nodded. "It seems that since the day I signed the agreement with my wife, there has been a plan to turn against me someday, to secretly take all the credit for my wife's invention." The assistant almost jumped up. "You're talking nonsense. Our master's family has big plans, and they're not plotting against you?" Song Tianqi chuckled softly. "Why not? Sir, now I remember. When Chun Byun approached the woman, he wanted to buy her secret formula, but her family relied on it to make a living. So they refused, and instead, they negotiated a partnership. So close, she could smell his warm, floral scent. Originally, the team planned to use the old he house to settle the educated youth, since it was a traditional brick house, but everyone said it was haunted. They had seen ghost fires floating inside at night. The story spread, and not only at night, but even during the day, people passing by would avoid that house. So, the He family's old house had been left empty, and the team hadn't used it for now. Pear Blossom thought the old house was truly haunted, but Bai Su, who knew her future son-in-law well, understood that the ghost fire was probably his doing, collecting animal bones and burning them inside the house, creating flickering ghost fires. Even if the team officially took over the He house, no one would dare to live there. He used his own method to protect his family's property. The heavy door of the He house was locked with 3 locks, making it impossible to enter through the front. When they reached the house gate, Hien led Bai Su and Pear Blossom to the side yard wall and stopped in front of a small door. "Auntie, wait here for a moment." Hien jumped quickly and skillfully over the courtyard wall, then opened the latch of the small door from inside, allowing Bai Su to lead Lily Flower into the house. The courtyard was deep, with weeds growing around the blue brick wall. Bai Su followed Hien onto the corridor, shining her flashlight to see that the wooden beams of the house looked like golden Nanmu wood. She couldn't help but admire quietly. Being able to use such wood shows that the He family was once very powerful. Bai Su sighed. "No wonder you like to pretend to be a ghost, burning animal bones to make ghost fire and protect this house. Just looking at the golden Nami used for the beams, it's a shame if someone else had this house." Lily Flower was stunned. She wondered, is the ghost fire in the He family's house made from burning animal bones? How could burning animal bones produce ghost fire? Lily Flower couldn't understand how the ghost fire was made, or how her mother knew that Hien was burning animal bones to create ghost fire. But she thought, as long as the house isn't truly haunted, that's fine. Lily Flower secretly relaxed and instinctively looked at Hien, thinking he was really capable, knowing how to make ghost fire to scare people and protect the house. Hien didn't notice Lily Flower's admiring gaze. His mother said this house was the root of their He family. Their grandfather had built it with all his heart, choosing every brick and tile carefully. Every time he sneaked into this house, he felt a deep sense of history. The bricks, tiles, and beams inside constantly reminded him of the He family's former glory. But now, that glory was gone, and he still bore such heavy burdens on his shoulders. After his father died, who knew how hard life was for them, an orphaned mother and son. Some malicious people even humiliated his mother. To protect him, she endured hardships and toughened herself. She made him into a wolf cub lurking in the dark. He would do everything he could to protect what he cared about. He would also repay those who treated him well with all his heart. Bai Su's words stirred heavy feelings in Hien's heart. He sighed deeply. "Auntie, what's the point of saving this house? It still belongs to the collective property of the team, not to us." "It's not impossible." Bai Su thought about the day they could reclaim their private property after removing the unwanted parts. She took a step forward and patted Hien's back to comfort him. Hien also knew that hope of getting the house back was slim. But Bai Su's words inspired him, giving him a glimmer of hope. Whether or not the He family's house can be recovered, Hien feels much better inside. He holds a flashlight and leads the way. "Auntie, go this way." We dragged the pig to the inner courtyard with Xiangyang. Bai Su follows Hien through the empty corridor of the house and sees a dead pig thrown near the well in the yard. Hien lights a candle, and everyone quickly starts working. Li Hua boils water, and Hien kills the pig. When the water boils, Bai Su carries hot water and helps Hien scrape the pig hair by the well. They then divide the meat into pieces and salt it for curing. Processing one pig takes until late at night for the 3 of them. Hien and Li Hua are used to this kind of work, but Bai Su is exhausted and covered in sweat. "Today, we can't cook the meat sauce. The pork needs to be salted and smoked first. We'll do it tomorrow night." Looking at a pile of pig offal, Bai Su asks Hien, "How should we divide these?" 2 pig trotters go to Xiangyang's family. Xiangyang wants pig liver and pig heart, and also half of the pig lungs. The rest is ours. Pig intestines, stomachs, and trotters are all good ingredients. Bai Su thinks about making a stew with them. But the aroma of the stew would be so strong it could be smelled from 10 miles away, attracting unwanted attention. In the end, Bai Su gives up on making the stew and keeps the pig intestines to stuff into cured meat. She takes the pig trotters and other parts home to improve their meals. They don't have enough salt for curing meat, so the next day, Hien goes to the supply store in town and gets some jars for storing the meat sauce. In the following days, Bai Su and Hien enjoy nourishing pig lung and peanut soup. They also eat the pig trotters and sauce. The pig stomach is used to cook with rice and beans, and it tastes wonderful. All these pig offal are said to be from pigs slaughtered in town, brought back by Hien. Bai Su initially thought she could only send herbs and dried bamboo shoots to Li Hua's uncle. Thanks to Hien's help as a son-in-law, they also have dried bamboo shoots, mosquito repellent ointment, various medicine packages, smoked chicken, smoked rabbit, and cured meats. Her brother Bai Mao loves fried bamboo shoots and dried smoked bamboo shoots, so Bai Su bought some from the team. The rice and beans are good for making pig stomach soup or porridge, and she prepared some. She also made a spicy meat sauce, perfect for adding to porridge or mixing with bread or rice. Bai Su took several jars. There's a big collection of these supplies, including a snakeskin bag. Last time, they collected items from Qin Yanyu, who also helped Li Hua's uncle send large packages. When Bai Su went to the county town, she brought him a smoked rabbit and 2 jars of meat sauce. "I will go to the county town for an exam on Monday." On the bus, I packed several burlap sacks filled with supplies and sprinkled bran in the gaps to prevent anyone from noticing anything suspicious if we were bumped. Of course, with Hien's clever mind, he didn't give anyone a chance to catch on. He left early in the morning on a tractor, taking Bai Su and Zhou Jiqing to the county town. When the vehicle stopped at the hospital entrance, it was just dawn. "Zhou Jiqing, you take Annie to the exam, and I'll go to the post office later to send some mountain goods to Uncle Li Hua and handle a few errands," Hien said. Bai Su was going to take an exam in the county town. That night, Li Hua got up early to make pancakes and boil eggs for her. Sitting on the tractor, she was bouncing around, so Bai Su didn't dare to eat them, afraid she might if she ate while bouncing. Since the hospital hadn't officially opened yet, Bai Su sat outside the emergency room on a bench, waiting. She quickly took out the pancakes and eggs, sharing half with Zhou Jiqing. After breakfast, it was time for the exam. Zhou Jiqing took Bai Su to the hospital office. About 10 people from different teams came to take the exam at the county hospital. The person responsible for testing Bai Su was an older traditional Chinese doctor named Qian. First, they did a written test about herbal medicine and first aid methods. Zhou Jiqing had helped her prepare for these questions, so Bai Su knew the answers well. She answered smoothly and finished quickly, submitting her paper first. Her exam paper was neat and clean, and she scored full marks. The top of the paper said Hepping Team and also had the name Bai. The old doctor looked at her a bit longer. Soon after everyone finished their written exams, they moved on to practical tests. Bai Su drew the task of bandaging a patient's wound. She completed it accurately and also took the patient's pulse, then prescribed a remedy for menstrual pain. Dr. Qian nodded in satisfaction. "How did you know she had menstrual pain and needed a pulse diagnosis?" "When I was bandaging her wound, she kept pressing her lower abdomen. I guess she was either on her period or just finished it. Seeing her pale complexion, dull face, and tired look, I decided to check her pulse," Bai Su explained. Her tongue was pale with a thin coating, and her pulse was weak and thin. That's typical of weak blood and qi, which causes menstrual pain. Because Zhao Qingru had fainted from weak blood and qi, Bai Su felt compassion for her. She explained, "As a healer, I care deeply. Menstrual pain can be hard to endure. Our team has a female youth who fainted from severe blood and qi deficiency while working. So I thought, since I had already bandaged her, I might as well check her pulse and prescribe a remedy." After bandaging the injured area, The doctor observed the patient's face and detected hidden illness. This careful and attentive eye is a necessary skill to be a good doctor. Among the people taking the exam in the county, Dr. Qian liked Bai Su the most, and she naturally passed the exam. "Are you from the Peace Brigade? You look familiar, Dr. Qian said to Bai Su. "There's a doctor named Bai Zhiqing in the Peace Brigade. He's very skilled. I used to go with him to the province to treat patients." Hearing this, Bai Su remembered that before she got married, a doctor with the surname Qian often came to visit her father. Bai Su smiled and said, "Your Uncle Qian, right? Bai Zhiqing is my father. You're that little girl from back then. No wonder you look familiar. I remember telling Zhiqing that our families should arrange a marriage. So many years have passed." Zhou Zhiqing was stunned. His aunt came to the county for the exam and unexpectedly met someone she knew. After the exam, Bai Su called Director Qian at the hospital by the familiar name Uncle Qian. When they left the county hospital, the respected Dr. Qian personally saw Bai Su to the hospital gate and specifically told her to remember to visit him when she came to the county again and to keep in touch. She passed the exam smoothly and successfully. As Zhou Zhiqing and Bai Su left the hospital, Hien was already waiting by the flower bed outside. Seeing Bai Su come out, Hien hurried over and asked, "Auntie, how did it go?" "Pretty well, I passed." Zhou Zhiqing wanted to tell Hien that not only did she pass, but Dr. Qian also praised Bai Su's medical skills. Before he could speak, Hien happily patted his thigh. "My aunt passed. From now on, she's a formal health worker for the brigade. We should celebrate. I'll treat her to a meal at the state-run big restaurant." Seeing Hien so happy, Bai Su guessed that her smoked meat and meat sauce were very popular and sold well on the black market. After all, Hien and Lihua all said the meat sauce was delicious, and with that sauce, they could eat several more steamed buns. Hien was about to take her and Zhou Chongqing to the state-run restaurant, but Bai Su refused. "Since I came to the county, I really should eat at the state-run restaurant. But this meal isn't on you," she said mysteriously with a smile. "Let Secretary Qin treat us," she added.
No.
Her aunt was too bold to think that way. Who was Secretary Qin? How could he just invite them to eat? Knowing that the Secretary Qin Bai Su mentioned was Qin Yenyue, the county party secretary who had visited Bai Su's home before, Zhou Chongqing was also stunned. Bai Su insisted, "Just let him treat us. He'll be willing." So, Hien drove the tractor quickly to the county government gate. Bai Su told them to wait on the tractor, then she carried a smoked rabbit and 2 jars of meat sauce into the county committee office. "I want to see Secretary Qin." The receptionist looked at the woman who wanted to see Secretary Qin. She was quite pretty, wearing rough cloth clothes, the kind made for working in the fields. After glancing at Bai Su, she lazily lowered her eyelids. Go on. Secretary Qin is busy. Not everyone can see him just because they want to. Looking down on others, huh? No matter where you are, you can run into that attitude." Bai Su didn't mind. She smiled and said, "Secretary Qin's comrade asked me to deliver the smoked rabbit and meat sauce, and I have a few words to tell him in person." "Young lady, are you sure you don't want to give me a message? Those words are very important. If they delay Secretary Qin's work, can you take responsibility? Be careful, or you might lose your job as receptionist." Usually, when someone is kicked out of the county committee, they leave looking dejected and wait outside. Bai Su stayed calm and confident, still saying she was sent by Secretary Qin's comrade to deliver the items, with a strong presence. Could she really have some influence? The young girl hesitated, unsure what to do. Just then, Secretary Qin's assistant, Zhao Ming, came down to pick up something. Hearing Bai Su's words, he stopped in his tracks. "Are you buying Chang's sister?" Zhao Ming had followed Qin Yenyu from the army. Bai Su and her brother looked alike. Zhao Ming also knew about Qin Yenyu delivering packages to the Peace Brigade a few days ago. So he guessed that the person in front of him was Bai Maoing Chang's sister.
Bai Su nodded politely.
Zhao Ming quickly said, "Come with me. I'll take you to see Secretary Qin." Bai Su followed Zhao Ming to the door of Qin Yenyu's office. Qin Yenyu was on a call. When he saw Zhao Ming bringing Bai Su in, he was surprised. Bai Su waved the things she carried and sat confidently in a chair in front of his desk. Is it going to snow soon? After saying this, Sun Hahua put down her basket and looked at the charcoal, unsure how to sell it. There were hardly any people on the street. Song Tianqi thought for a moment and said to her, "Mother, you stay here and watch the things. I'll go with Dad to ask around. The weather is so cold, there probably aren't many people out." Sun Hahua nodded. "You two hurry back." Then she took a handkerchief from her pocket and wrapped it around Song Tianqi's head. "Be careful not to catch a cold." Song Tianqi nodded. The father and daughter went to the houses to knock on doors. Song Mingqing still felt a bit shy about asking. "Secretary Qin, are you unwilling to help?" Bai Su leaned slightly forward, smiling with two small dimples. "This ginseng is for Professor Yin's medicine." "Secretary Qin, are you really not going to give it?" Qin Yenyue's face darkened, his eyes turning cold. He bypassed the desk, covered Bai Su's mouth with his hand, and used his foot to close the door. Is it because his comrade's sister is observant, or because she's bold? He had only been to the Peace Brigade once, yet she figured out his purpose and even dared to threaten him over it. Qin Yenyue's voice was cold. "What exactly do you want to do?" His rough hand, with calluses, made Bai Su's lips sting a little. His breath brushed her ear, carrying a threatening tone as he warned her. Bai Su found it strangely exciting. He had a tough look, extraordinary good looks, and had been tempered in the military. This kind of man was her ideal type. But unfortunately, she wasn't the heroine or the supporting character. She was the mother of 5 daughters, destined to rely on her son-in-law to win. The office door closed, and Qin Yenyue released his hand from Bai Su's mouth, dispelling the romantic thoughts that had just arisen in her mind. "I want Hien to marry my daughter cleanly." Bai Su discussed with him, "As a trade, I will cure Professor Yin's illness and secretly help take care of them, the grandfather and grandson. The ginseng I asked for is exactly for Professor Yin's medicine." Lu Dajuan cursed Hien as a worthless pest. Hien didn't seem to care, but Bai Su felt uncomfortable inside. That night, she went to He family's old house to help with pork. Hien stood silently in the courtyard for a while, sighing. Bai Su sensed the heaviness on him. He wasn't truly indifferent. He just used a carefree attitude to hide his feelings. Only in front of his own people would he occasionally show it. Bai Su felt a bit sympathetic and distressed for him. She had been thinking about how to help him these days. Since Qin Yenyue dared to risk delivering medicine to the Peace Brigade, Bai Su saw an opportunity. Hien wasn't as important as Professor Yin, and Professor Yin's matter had the approval of Beijing. Helping Hien was enough for Secretary Qin Yenyue's status. He could definitely do it. Qin Yenyue remained silent. Bai Su reminded him, "Secretary Qin, Professor Yin's illness can't be delayed. The sooner it's treated, the better. Over the past few days, I have been going to the mountain valley to give him acupuncture to relieve his symptoms. However, to cure him completely, I need to use my father's old recipe, which includes a very important ingredient, ginseng." Bai Su patiently explained, "And it's not enough to just treat his illness. His body is already very weak, so he needs good nourishing food. The people who have been sent down can only eat wild vegetable buns or similar food, but with your status, it's not suitable for you to bring them food. I can do all that for you," Bai Su said. She looked up at him and smiled. "Isn't this deal pretty good for both of us?" It really was a good deal. No woman had ever dared to use his weakness to force him to do what she wanted. His comrade's sister was quite bold, even willing to make a deal with the county committee. Her reasons touched him deeply, making it hard to refuse. Qin Yenyue felt like he was caught in a trap with her. Although he was the one who entered, he felt like he was being forced. He looked at Bai Su carefully again, then twitched his mouth and said, "You are my comrade's sister, Bai Su. Since you've come to the county, I invite you to have a meal at the state-run restaurant." Bai Su knew the deal was done. She happily stood up. "All right, Secretary Qin, I'm hungry anyway." Meanwhile, Hien and Zhou Chongqing, waiting on the tractor, saw Secretary Qin walking out of the county committee gate with Bai Su, and they started chatting casually. Of course, not only Secretary Zhao, who was with Bai Su and Qin Yenyue, paid attention, but also other county committee members and the young girl at the gate responsible for reception. Seeing Bai Su walking beside Secretary Qin, she was glad she hadn't spoken too boldly and driven her away earlier. She also appreciated Secretary Zhao for helping her out of the awkward situation. Otherwise, she might have made a mistake. The state-run restaurant was not far from the county committee. Secretary Zhao, who was following Qin Yanyu, ordered braised pork, pig's trotters and sauce, a fish, and scrambled eggs with chives. He Yan said Bai Su was here in the county to take an exam. Qin Yanyu asked her, "How did you do?" Bai Aunt did very well. Dr. Qian from the county hospital even praised her medical skills. Bai Su replied. Zhou Chongqing, who went with Bai Su to take the exam, had the most say and answered for her. Secretary Qin, Bai Su did great. Qin Yanyu then looked at He Yan and said, "You came to the county too, but I haven't seen you come to find me. If it weren't for Bai Su, I wouldn't even know you were here." "That's because I was worried you'd be busy," Secretary Qin, He Yan said with a playful smile. He still acted carefree in front of others. Although the dishes at the state-run restaurant were simple, the portions were large. 4 dishes were enough to make everyone almost full, and Bai Su ate 2 bowls of rice. Fortunately, Qin Yanyue and Secretary Zhao had military experience and large appetites. He Yan also ate a lot, so the group finished all 4 dishes. After the meal, Bai Su and the others prepared to leave. Qin Yanyue asked Secretary Zhao to pack 20 large meat buns for Bai Su. Her Aunt Bai said that Secretary Qin was invited to dinner, and he actually paid for it. And he even took leftovers? Driving a tractor out of the county, He Yan and Zhou Jiqing exchanged glances several times, hesitant to speak. Bai Su looked at them with curiosity. He Yan couldn't hold back and asked, "Auntie, Secretary Qin treats you well. Do you think he's interested in you?"
Huh.
The tractor was bouncing too much after a big meal, and Bai Su almost spat out her food. She tapped He Yan's head and said, "What are you thinking? Secretary Qin isn't blind. He wouldn't overlook so many young girls and be interested in me, a woman who's had 5 daughters. Secretary Qin is only about 30, right? He looks young. I'm several years older than him. As long as he's healthy, he wouldn't be interested in me." Bai Su's self-deprecating words made Zhou Jiqing disagree. "I think, Auntie, you're very nice. You look young, too." "I know. Secretary Qin is 33, just 3 years younger than you, Auntie." He Yan boldly added, "Auntie, a woman 3 years older can still find happiness." Enough. You guys are thinking too much because you're full." Bai Su interrupted their silly thoughts and asked He Yan, "Are you quite familiar with Secretary Qin? You said he helped you when he first came to the county. What happened?" Secretary Qin ran into human traffickers. "He wanted to protect a kidnapped child, and I helped him hold them off," He Yan explained. "The people were vicious and worked in a gang. The man with a knife stabbed behind Secretary Qin, and I kicked him down." He Yan continued, "Actually, Secretary Qin is quite skilled. If I hadn't helped, he would have just been slightly injured, and it would have been easier to subdue those traffickers. So, there was such a story." Things seemed to be settling nicely now. Bai Su felt that her worries had become easier to handle. The tractor arrived at the Peace Brigade. Zhou Jiqing and Bai Su went to the brigade office to report on the exam and handle formalities to officially take over Zhou Jiqing's role as the brigade's health worker. By the end of the month, she would receive 10 yuan, and she could also earn work points daily. Bai Su handed meat buns to He Yan and said, "You can keep one for Li Hua and the others for Professor Yin and his grandson in the mountain valley. By the way, Professor Yin's grandson, Yin Fan, really wants to learn hunting from you." Bai Su lowered her voice and told He Yan, "If you're willing, you should talk to him clearly." She originally wanted to tell him to avoid others, but her future son-in-law is very clever. She believed He Yan could handle this secretly, without her telling him. "All these big meat buns, are they for Professor Yin and his grandson?" Thinking about Secretary Qin coming to Peace Brigade last time, asking him to take some to that mountain valley and borrow a latrine, He Yan guessed something. Bai Su made a spicy meat sauce that cleverly combined the sweet and spicy flavor of chili with the aroma of cloves and star anise, matching well with the meat pieces. He Yan's friend in the black market loved it and praised it highly. The meat sauce was great with porridge, plain rice, or steamed buns, and they kept some for later. Several factories in the county town could afford to buy it. He also suggested to his friend to sell the meat sauce on the black market, even giving people a taste on a bamboo skewer. Once people tried it, they bought it, and it wasn't cheap. After returning from the county town, Hien had saved up 12 big United notes, all from selling smoked pork, smoked rabbit, wild chicken, and the meat sauce. A pig yields about 70 to 80% of its weight in meat. A 200-gene pig, after slaughter, would have about 150 to 160 gene of meat. At 5 mao per gene, that's at most 80 yuan. Turning it into cured meat, sausages, and meat sauce, plus selling smoked rabbit and wild chicken, earned him an extra 40 yuan. Not counting the smoked goods and spicy sauces sent to Li Hua's uncle. Hien made a lot of money on this trip and secretly gave Bai Su 40 yuan. Auntie, the cured meat and meat sauce are selling very well, especially the meat sauce. It's tasty and keeps well. My friend in the county town says it won't be hard to sell. Hien discussed with her, next time we hunt rabbits, we should make spicy sauce. Who wouldn't want more money? But the numbers don't add up that simply. Bai Su looked at the 4 big United notes Hien handed her and couldn't help but smile or cry. Rabbits, wild chickens, and that wild boar. All of them were caught by you and Xiangyang. The seasonings for the spicy sauce, too, you found them. Li Hua, and I only did the manual work. Think about it. This isn't just your business. Xiangyang has his share too. For example, if you catch a 200-gene wild boar and don't make cured meat or spicy sauce with a 70 to 80% yield, you could sell it for about 70 to 80 yuan. And there are wild chickens and rabbits too. You are very careless. You just waved 4 big unity tickets at me, so how do you split with Xiangyang? You should value the fresh pork, wild rabbit, and wild chicken at market prices and split the money equally between you and Xiangyang. Only the remaining money should be shared between us. For this business partnership, I didn't contribute any seasoning, only labor. The pork, rabbit, and chicken are all things you brought in. Bai Su pulled a ticket from the 4 unity tickets and said, "One is enough for me. It covers my salary as a village health worker for a month." You can't count it like that. Auntie, your skills in making spicy sauce and smoked meat are valuable. Before Hien could continue, Bai Su cheerfully interrupted him. If you think I'm getting too little, then save your money. When you marry Li Hua, you can save up to buy a bicycle. Later, you can tell others that the money was sent by Li Hua's uncle to buy the bicycle. That way, we won't have to keep borrowing a tractor from the team, and the team leader isn't just Xiangyang's father. Don't cause him trouble later. Hien was starting to get carried away. What is Annie talking about? Marrying Li Hua? Did Auntie really say he should marry Li Hua? He didn't hear wrong, did he? Auntie agreed that Li Hua would marry him. Not only could they buy a bicycle, but even a tractor. He'd find a way to earn the money. Hien didn't think it was bad to use Li Hua's uncle's name to buy a bicycle. To outsiders, he was just a simple farmer. Suddenly getting a bicycle for the wedding would attract a lot of attention from the team. Andy has a salary as a health worker, and Li Hua's uncle has been helping them out over the years. He could use that as an excuse. Later, they could say the bicycle was part of Li Hua's dowry. Many people in the team would envy him. Hien almost laughed himself silly. From then on, he would take good care of Auntie. The bicycle belonged to her. If he and Li Hua needed to go somewhere, they could just ride it. He wouldn't be so stubborn about giving Bai Su money anymore. He put the Unity tickets back in his pocket and grinned widely. Annie, don't worry. I've saved some money before, and with what I've saved now, it's enough for the wedding and the bicycle. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse, Auntie. Let me tell you a secret. Our He family actually has some savings. That savings was truly substantial. Only Bai Su saw the potential and chose Hien for Li Hua in the entire Peace Brigade. Heiyan's mother is from Haishur. Before she got married, her family was well off, and she lived like a wealthy young lady. She is very skilled at making clothes. Li Hua also enjoys studying this, and the two get along very well. Madam, the fabric brother Heiyan bought. I want to make one outfit for you, and one for my mother. Li Hua asked her, what style do you like? Child, That fabric was bought by Brother He Yan for you and by May to make clothes. These days, your mother has been gathering herbs for her illness. My own illness has improved, but I haven't thought about going out for a while. Why do you want to make me new clothes? Li Hua's skin was already good, and after being nourished by Bai Su these days, her skin had become whiter, and her body looked more full. Her slim waist and big hips are typical of a healthy, well-fed woman from the countryside. Although He Yan's mother didn't believe this, the more she looked at Li Hua, the more satisfied she was. She kindly took Li Hua's hand and said, "Young girl, girls should wear pretty clothes. Why do you want to make me clothes? You should make yourself a nice outfit." "What new clothes? Madam, I need to go work in the fields. Making new clothes would ruin them. My mother also said she has some fabric stored, and she will make a set for Brother He Yan later." Li Hua used a measuring tape to measure He Yan's mother and pouted playfully. "Aunt Lu, tell me quickly, what style do you like?" "Child, stop joking. It tickles. I really can't stand you." He Yan's mother knew that Li Hua was obedient and filial. If she made clothes for herself, her sisters wouldn't have any, and she would feel bad. He Yan had saved up quite a bit of mountain produce recently. Later, she planned to buy more fabric so that when He Yan and Li Hua got married, she could also make new clothes for her daughters. So she let Li Hua do as she pleased. All right, don't tickle me anymore. I've measured you, haven't I?" After measuring, He Yan's mother asked her to help get paper and a pen. She used a pencil to sketch on the paper. Li Hua watched curiously from the side and soon saw her future mother-in-law drawing a beautiful woman. No, a woman in a dress. Li Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she worshipped her. He Yan's mother smiled and said, "See that? Can we make a dress like that? This style was popular in Haishur before. Your mother has a good figure. Wearing this dress will highlight her waist." Afraid Li Hua might not understand, He Yan's mother continued drawing beside her. "I'll break down the pattern for you, so you can see how to make the clothes." Li Hua was completely drawn in by He Yan's mother's skill. She stretched her neck and kept watching her draw. When He Yan's mother finished the design, Li Hua finally understood the pattern from her detailed sketches and knew how to make the clothes. Her admiration could no longer be hidden. "Madam Lu, you're so amazing. How are you so talented? Back when I was in Haishur, I studied clothing design. But later, I married He Yan's father, and the times weren't good. I couldn't use those skills, and people would say I was involved in capitalism." He Yan's mother smiled gently. "This style suits the figure without being flashy. The clothes made from it won't stand out too much." Li Hua admired He Yan's mother so much because she could write and draw. She and Manhwa are twins, but Manhwa is better at studying. Li Hua dropped out after elementary school to help her family, while Manhwa finished middle school. At that time, her father was still alive and loved them very much. Her father made money as a carpenter, and her mother and uncle's family took care of them. Things were pretty good then. Later, her father fell ill and passed away. Her mother and uncle's family gradually revealed their true nature. Originally, Gui Hua and Mei Hua didn't have the chance to go to school either. Their uncle was strong-willed and paid for his two sisters to attend school. Li Hua didn't have much contact with Madame Lu before, only seeing her embarrassed while threshing grain. She never expected Madame Lu to know so much. Li Hua's eyes sparkled. "Madame Lu, will you teach me how to make clothes in the future? I also want to learn to write and draw from you." "Of course. The more girls learn to read and write, the more they see. Over these years, my husband and I have struggled, but when we had free time, I encouraged him to keep studying. Whatever you want to learn, I will teach you." Bai Su found effective herbs and used silver needles to help her stop coughing. Recently, Hian's mother has been feeling much better, and her face has more smiles. She even joked with Li Hua. She gently pinched Li Hua's face. "Who else would I teach if not you? We are family, after all." Li Hua knew what family meant when she said that. She didn't expect her mother to joke about her and Hien. She knew that Hien was a mischievous troublemaker. Li Hua blushed deeply. "Madame Lu, why do you pinch my face like my mother does?" Whenever she had free time, Li Hua would run to Hien's house. Using the style Madame Lu provided, the clothes she made looked very good on Bai Su, showing her figure without being too flashy. Last time, Hyeon's mother bought fabric in the county town, a light blue shade. Bai Su wore it, and it made her skin look fairer. The people in the team think that Bai Su looks much better since she became the team's health worker. When they see her nice clothes, the young wives who come to the clinic for medicine also ask if she bought them at the county supply store. In the town, the supply store only sells durable, plain cloth clothes. To save money, members of each team usually buy fabric and make their own clothes. Recently, Bai Su took an exam in the county. Her outfit was even more stylish than what city girls wear. Naturally, everyone guessed she bought her clothes at the county supply store. Wearing a beautiful dress made by Lihua, Bai Su feels proud. This dress isn't from the county supply store. Lihua sewed it with her sewing machine. How could Lihua make this style? It's easy to work on and looks nice to wear. Li Xiangyang's mother came with her eldest daughter-in-law to pick up some medicine for weaning. She looked at Bai Su's clothes from all angles and couldn't get enough. She asked Bai Su, "Xiangyang's sister told me she'll get married in a few days and move to the town. I think your clothes look really good. I want to have her make a dress for her wedding." Sure. For a wedding, she should wear something festive in red. Besides the style, Lihua can also make a fitted qipao, like the one city girls wear for their weddings. Bai Su said this to show she was willing to help. The team leader's wife was very happy. "I'll ask Lihua to help make it." "Don't worry, Lihua won't mind. Once it's finished, I'll bring her some food." Bai Su knew Lihua had a talent for making clothes. When they divided the family, her plan to get the sewing machine was to help Lihua become a tailor. Now that Lihua was learning from Hyeon's mother and improving her sewing skills, she was getting better and better. If she could make a dress for the team leader's daughter that Bai Su was happy with, it would also boost Lihua's reputation as a dressmaker. This would give Lihua a good future. For the wedding dress, it should be more festive. I can also ask Lihua to make another dress similar to mine for everyday wear. Bai Su worked hard to help Lihua get more work. Last time I took the exam in the county, the city girls wore clothes like mine. I was trendy for a while, wearing the same style as the young girls. No wonder, when I wear this outfit, I look 10 or 8 years younger. You're wearing a fashionable style that young girls like. Bai Su and the team leader's wife chatted happily. Nearby, Zhou Jiqing listened with surprise. His aunt was really talented. She was helping Lihua find work as a tailor. Although helping with clothes doesn't usually involve money, if they help each other and exchange food or small gifts, it's just good manners, not capitalism. At first, the county magistrate refused to see him. Gu Qingyan thought for a moment and wrote a letter at home. He gave some money to the gatekeeper to deliver the letter. After a couple of days, the magistrate came to see him voluntarily. After the new year, everyone in the fields became busy again. People were working everywhere, in the farmland. Song Tianqi's hand also healed. Now she spends every day helping her servants make rouge and powder. The incident at the government office didn't hurt her business. In fact, it improved it. People knew her products were just as good as Chun Buwan's, but her prices were much. Are you trying to be inappropriate? I don't want you to look. I want a woman to help me check the wound. Bai Su really didn't want to pay attention to Lin Lijuan, but Zhou Chongqing was about to leave the Peace Brigade to attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Lin Lijuan was difficult, so she didn't want any trouble. Let's talk later. I need to check Lin Jiqing's injury first. The brigade leader's wife took some traditional medicine and left with her eldest daughter-in-law. Bai Su rolled up Lin Lijuan's pants and examined her injury. It was indeed a deep cut, with flesh exposed and some firewood chip stuck on it, showing how painful it was. A dirty wound like this could easily get infected. Her leg was also dislocated, and she looked very grimacing. Bai Su first put the bone back in place. Amid Lin Lijuan's loud cries, she cleaned the wound with medicine. Why does it hurt so much? Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Lijuan screamed and yelled at Bai Su. What did I do to offend you? You look at me so unpleasantly, and you're deliberately making me hurt while cleaning the wound. Honestly, Bai Su really wanted to kick this barking mad dog out. If she really wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't use medicine to clean the wound. she'd use alcohol. She was supposed to apply ointment, but Bai Su was too lazy to do it herself and just threw the ointment at her. Apply yourself. The ointment costs 50 cents, and the dislocation surgery costs 30 cents. That's 80 cents in total. 80 cents? Why don't you go rob someone? Lin Li Juan started cursing again. Bai Su replied, the clinic charges according to clear prices, and there's a record in the county town. If you're not satisfied, you can sue me. Also, I'm treating your injury. If you have a headache or a fever later, don't come to me.
You can go to the town clinic.
How could she walk to the town clinic with such a painful leg? She didn't have a bicycle, nor could she borrow a tractor from the team. The cadres of the Peace Brigade already weren't happy with her as a new educated youth. If she caused trouble over a small injury and went to the town clinic, she'd be sent to the grain field for ideological education. Lin Li Juan reluctantly took out 8 Mao coins and was helped away. As a person with medical ethics, Bai Su reminded her before she left, apply the ointment 3 times a day, keep the wound dry, and avoid infection. After Lin Li Juan and the young woman worker left, Zhou Chongqing gratefully looked at Bai Su. Auntie, you helped me avoid trouble. It's nothing. She's just a barking dog. On the day of rice planting, Lin Li Juan boasted that her aunt and cousin had taken Zhao Qingrou's father, and she looked confident. Bai Su thought she was quite strange. Bai Su was speechless about Lin Li Juan. Now that she's been sent down to be a young worker, how can she not see clearly? With this kind of personality, she'll suffer sooner or later. Her words proved true. Zhou Zizhong said Bai Su helped him avoid trouble, and it really came true. Finally, the day Zhou Zizhong left the Peace Brigade to attend the Worker-Peasant University. If Gu Qingyan loses his scholar title, how dare you? Chen Hanqiu glared angrily, his eyes turning fierce. That depends on what mother does. Will she keep causing trouble in our house, or will she quickly leave with her people? I give you half an hour to think. If you don't leave in that time, don't blame me for reporting you to the official. Chen Hanqiu finally left with his 2 daughters-in-law, feeling embarrassed. As soon as they got home, the 3 women started to feel wronged. When the men of the Song family heard this, they were furious. They wanted to go straight to beat Song Tianqi. Song Chong looked at Chen Hanqiu, and at the brigade health station, Bai Su packed the pancakes and meat sauce into Zhou Chongqing's bag. Li Hua made clothes for Xiangyang's sister, and the brigade leader's wife gave a few pounds of white flour. I made some pancakes for you to eat on the way, and the cooked meat sauce can be kept. If the pancakes are bland, spread some meat sauce on them. It will taste good and fill you up. Zhou Chongqing was very young and had lost his mother. He grew up with his grandparents. Hearing Bai Su's detailed instructions, he felt that if his mother were still alive, she would be just like Aunt Bai, worried that the child would go hungry outside. Tears welled up in Zhou Chongqing's eyes, and suddenly he felt reluctant to leave the Peace Brigade. He tried to hide his emotions. Annie, your meat sauce smells so good. I spread some on my pancakes on the train, and I don't know how many people noticed. Let them be jealous. Bai Su also felt a bit sad and deliberately made a playful remark. When the aroma of the meat sauce spreads, the way you spread it on your pancakes on the train makes you the most handsome guy. They looked at each other and laughed happily at the brigade health station. The health clinic's work was fully explained to Zhou Chongqing. Bai Su's medical skills were not inferior to his. For a moment, Zhou Chongqing didn't know what else to say. Thinking about Bai Su's second daughter, Lu Lanhua, who had recently become close to Sun Mingyuan from the Educated Youth Station, he wanted to remind Bai Su to be cautious of Sun Mingyuan. Sun Mingyuan had bad intentions and many ideas. Before he could speak, footsteps sounded outside the house. Lu Lanhua hurriedly ran in, anxious. Mom, it's not good. Brother Mingyuan sent someone to pass a message. Lin Li Juan from the Educated Youth Station went to the brigade health clinic for treatment. Her foot isn't better, and the wound is infected. Now she's at the brigade office causing trouble with a few other educated youths. He didn't expect that just before leaving Hepping Brigade, such a thing would happen. That day, he was supposed to treat Lin Li Juan's injury, but Aunt Bai stepped in to stop him, which ended up causing trouble. Hearing that Lin Lijuan was causing a fuss at the brigade office, Zhou Chongqing frowned. Annie, let's go see what's happening at the brigade office. Bai Su was calm and unhurried. She wondered how her foot infection could lead to a fuss at the brigade office. Did Sun Mingyuan kindly pass a message to Manhwa? All these details revealed too much. Lin Lijuan, a reckless girl who barked without thinking, went to complain at the brigade office. Bai Su believed she was coming after her. When trouble comes, you defend with force. When water flows, you cover with earth. She wasn't afraid and decided to go see what was happening at the brigade office. Only then would she understand what Lin Lijuan was up to. Bai Su locked the door of the brigade health clinic, then took Zhou Chongqing and Lanhua toward the brigade office. Outside, they could hear Lin Lijuan's noisy voice inside. Captain, you have to stand up for me. Aunt Bai, a village woman with no knowledge, how could she understand medicine? Can she treat people? Look at my leg. She made it worse. Lin Lijuan wouldn't give up. Being a brigade health worker isn't something everyone can do. A few days ago, Bai Su had treated Lin Lijuan's injury. Zhou Jiqing was nearby. Bai Su first reset the dislocated bone, then cleaned the wound with medicine to prevent infection before applying ointment. Unless Lin Lijuan had gotten water on her wound, infection was unlikely. Lin Lijuan spat dirt at Bai Su's head. Zhou Chongqing, angry, pushed aside the crowd watching and was about to rush into the brigade office. But Bai Su tugged on his sleeve, signaling that the show was just beginning. She wanted to see what kind of big drama Lin Lijuan, accompanied by a few educated youths and Sun Mingyuan, was about to perform. Zhou Chongqing steadied himself and stopped in his tracks. Inside, Captain Li Jiqiang of Shanglin Lijuan's team didn't expect anyone to dare cause trouble at the team office and challenge his authority. Li Jiqiang suppressed a cold laugh inside, but remained calm on his face. Lijuan, what do you want? It must be because that village woman's medical skills are poor. My foot is rotten, and it shouldn't be.
She owes me 5 yuan.
Also, she can't be the team health worker anymore. Otherwise, I will report it to the commune. Li Juan told the team officials, we should change the health worker. Sun Jiheng is very suitable. He used to work as a nurse in the city hospital. She spoke confidently, as if changing personnel was easy. Does she think she can just replace the health worker like that? And that's Sun Mingyuan. He doesn't seem like a modest person at all. He's always scheming about this and that. Li Jiqiang sneered. Li Juan, should I just give you the position of team leader? Li Juan was stunned and a bit confused. Li Jiqiang didn't hold back and retorted sharply, Comrade Bai Su took the exam at the county hospital to be the team health worker. The most famous doctor there, Dr. Qian, praised her medical skills and personally approved her exam. She was qualified to be a barefoot doctor for the team. You want to replace her with Sun Jiheng, who used to work as a nurse in the hospital. Are you suggesting that replacing Bai Su with Sun Jiheng is a decision made for the good of our team? Li Jiqiang opened a drawer, took out Bai Su's certification from the county hospital exam, and slammed it on the table. If you dare to cause trouble at the team office and threaten to report to the commune, go ahead. I, Li Jiqiang, chose Bai Su as the team health worker and I stand by that. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a barefoot doctor certificate stamped with the county hospital's official seal. Li Jiqiang sneered. As for your leg, what exactly happened? I'll call Bai Su and Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Ziheng hasn't left the peace team. He's been at the health clinic these days. You'll find out what's going on when he comes. Without waiting for the team leader, Zhou Chongqing pulled Bai Su into the crowd and into the team office. Team leader, when Li Juan treated my leg, I was at the team health clinic. First, Aunt Bai reset her dislocated leg and then cleaned the wound with medicine to prevent infection. After applying ointment, she repeatedly told Li Juan to keep the wound dry when she left. Unless her wound gets wet or she forgets to apply medicine herself, that small injury wouldn't cause infection or make her leg rot and pus. Zhou Chongqing was very serious. I swear on my future and reputation that Aunt Bai is a skilled doctor. She can properly treat Lin Jiqing's wound. Since Lin Jiqing has accused Aunt Bai, it shows her thoughts are not correct. She should receive proper ideological education from outstanding comrades. Zhou Chongqing is usually very gentle and rarely gets angry. Now, his eyes were filled with a fierce look as he stared at Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan, who was beside her. Lin Jiqing, I will take you to the town health clinic now so the doctor can check whether Aunt Bai didn't heal your leg properly, or if you got your wound infected by water. Falsely accusing a good comrade will have consequences. Think carefully about what you are doing. Lin Lijuan didn't expect Zhou Chongqing, who was about to leave the Peace Brigade, to be so serious and to want to take her to the town health clinic. She's going crazy. Isn't he supposed to be studying at the university for workers, peasants, and soldiers? Lin Lijuan is the kind of person who is both arrogant and unable to handle responsibility. Zhou Chongqing's aggressive attitude made her start to back down. No need. I can just apply some ointment myself, and it will get better. You said Aunt Bai messed up your leg and slandered her. You and the person encouraging you are so malicious, so jealous of Aunt Bai becoming the brigade's health worker. Zhou Chongqing changed from his usual gentle manner to being relentless and insistent. Lin Lijuan was getting desperate. She looked at Sun Mingyuan with her eyes. At this moment, Zhao Qingru squeezed out of the crowd to testify for Bai Su. Report to the squad leader, Lin Lijuan's leg was infected because she got it wet herself. She fell from the mountain and went to the brigade health clinic to see the injury. She said she was dirty and needed a bath, which got her wound wet. Zhao Qingru gathered her courage and looked at the young workers. It wasn't just me who saw this. Many people at the youth station know that Lin Lijuan wet her wound while bathing. Bathing requires hot water. Lin Lijuan's mouth and her arrogant personality offended many people at the youth station. Zhao Qingru came forward to testify, and more young workers nodded in agreement, confirming her story was true. Originally, Sun Mingyuan wanted to speak up for her, but seeing the situation was not good, Lu Lanhua, who was among the crowd, looked at him with dissatisfaction. He suddenly fell silent. It seemed he didn't understand what Zhou Chongqing and Zhao Qingru were saying, and he looked away. Seeing Lin Lijuan unable to defend herself and the farce being completely defeated, her false accusations against Bai Su were about to be punished by the brigade leaders. Lu Dajuan suddenly squeezed out of the crowd watching the show. Squad leader, Secretary Zhou, Lin Jiqing is right. My aunt really can't serve as the brigade's health worker. Since that day on the mountain when Bai Su was slapped by Bai Su, Lu Dajuan couldn't accept his aunt for fighting over a landlord's son. He secretly decided that Bai Su would regret it someday. So, when Lin Lijuan caused trouble at the team office, he stepped forward and said, "My cousin Lu Lihua is dating Hien. Everyone in the Peace Brigade knows who Hien is. He is a bad seed, a descendant of that man. My aunt married into the same family as Hien. Is her background still clean? She became Hien's mother-in-law. How can she be the team's health worker and earn 10 yuan a month?" Lu Dajuan's eyes darkened as he looked at Bai Su. Although my aunt is my relative, in the face of justice and fairness, I stand with the collective. Personal honor is small. The group's interests are big. Bai Su felt like she was being attacked from all sides, like a dog chasing her. Lu Dajuan hadn't been so eloquent before. His words sounded rehearsed. Who gave him such advice? While Bai Su was still thinking about how to handle this, Lu Dajuan wouldn't give up. Annie, tell me, does Lihua really have a boyfriend? Do you consider He Yen as her future husband? He Yen's background isn't good, but he probably isn't involved in serious trouble. Lihua married into the family, making her the real family of He Yen. As her mother-in-law, she isn't technically part of He Yen's family yet. She, as the team's health worker, shouldn't be affected by this. But once Lu Dajuan said it openly in front of everyone, the situation changed. If Lihua and He Yen are dating, she shouldn't hold the position of health worker and receive her monthly salary. The trouble at the team office was so big it naturally caught He Yen's attention. While Bai Su was still trying to figure out how to deal with the prepared Lu Dajuan, He Yen suddenly stepped out from the crowd. Who said I'm dating Lihua? I just worked with Aunt Bai and took a trip to Aunt Bai's house with Secretary Qin. That counts as dating Lihua? He Yen looked carefree. Just saying a few words doesn't mean I'm dating her. Will the young men and women in the team dare to talk and meet each other in the future? Lu Dajuan, why are you so mean? Not only do you want to sell out your cousin, but you also want to hurt Aunt Bai. He Yen, the main person involved, didn't seem to take the drama seriously. But Bai Su saw the loneliness in his eyes. Behind his forced smile was pain and bitterness. After so many days together, Bai Su knew how much he Yen liked Li Hua and how he regarded her as family. She couldn't just become the team's health worker and refuse to accept He Yen as her son-in-law.
Bai Su no mujer.
She spoke confidently. The kid from the He family hasn't officially started dating Li Hua yet, but I've observed him for a long time. He looks good and has a good character. I approve of this son-in-law. If He Yen agrees, I will let him date Li Hua. Long before Lu Dajuan stepped forward, the team leader already felt this was a tricky matter. The He family kid put in a lot of effort to find a suitable partner. Lu Dajuan, the troublemaker, was really annoying and just wanted to stir things up. Over the years, Xiangyang and He Yen grew closer. He knew how much this boy had suffered to protect his mother. The team leader was worried about losing Bai Su's position as the team health worker because of this. The team office wasn't just his decision. Now things had developed to this point. Li Jiqiang looked at the team secretary and said, "Old Joe, Bai Su is going to the county town for an exam and has obtained a barefoot doctor certificate. What do you think about this?" The team secretary, who hadn't spoken yet, paused for a moment. Bai Su went to the county hospital and got her barefoot doctor certificate, which shows her medical skills are good. But the backyard was full of weeds. Sun Hehua had spent a long time tidying up, only clearing a small patch, which they used as a toilet. Clearing everything would take some time. While gathering firewood on the mountain, Sun Hehua unexpectedly saw Wang Mo. He was squatting on the ground, applying something to his foot. Seeing him take off his shoes and socks, she quickly wanted to look away, but Wang Mo called out to her, "Miss Sunday." She turned around and looked at him. "Could you please help me move that basket over there?" Sun Hehua nodded and handed him the basket. She noticed his face looked a bit strange. "Are you hurt?" He looked at Bai Su with a troubled expression. Just as he was about to speak, a shout came from outside. "Is Comrade Li Jiqiang here?" Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dajiang recognized the loud voice of a town commune secretary. They quickly stood up, pushed through the crowd, and went outside. They saw two town commune officials escorting Secretary Zhao from the county town out of a small car. The crowd gathered at the team office dispersed. Secretary Yin from the town commune hurried over and shook Li Jiqiang's hand. "Comrade Jiqiang, congratulations. Your team has produced an outstanding talent." Secretary Yin looked very happy. "I think this year's Advanced Collective Award has a good chance to go to Peace Team." Where did this joy come from? Li Jiqiang was confused. What made him and Zhou Dajiang even more excited was that Secretary Yin said the Peace Brigade had a good chance of being recognized as an advanced group. It's important to know that there are many brigades under the commune, and every year, the Peace Brigade competes fiercely for this honor, but has never been selected. In the past 2 years, he and Zhou Dajiang have been busy with production and discipline, working so hard they hardly had time to rest. They thought that it was only a matter of time before the Peace Brigade was recognized as an advanced group. But after the incident of Lu's granddaughter being sold, the matter was reported to the commune. One member of the team was punished and sent to a farm for 3 months of reform through labor. How could there still be a chance for the advanced group honor? What exactly is Secretary Yin talking about? Li Jiqiang was confused. Did something good happen in our team? Secretary Yin suddenly realized that he had been so excited that he forgot to explain everything clearly. He quickly introduced Zhao Mi from the county town to Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dajiang, saying, "This is Comrade Zhao Ming from the county city." He brought a certificate from Secretary Qin of the county committee and the local public security bureau. "It honors Comrade He Yen from your brigade for his bravery and cleverness in fighting against a kidnapping gang. He made great contributions. Comrade He Yen is a good young person of the new era. His work in solving the major kidnapping case saved many broken families. We must resolutely fight against all hostile forces and also bring in good young people with progress and awareness." After organizational assessment and decision, We will remove his classification and award him the title of Excellent Model Comrade. Secretary Yin solemnly took the certificate handed by Secretary Zhao and handed it to Li Jiqiang. Comrade Jiqiang, this is an award from the Organization for the Peace Brigade and Comrade Hien. He helped fight against the kidnapping gang. He is a proud member of Changfeng Commune. Keep this certificate well. Also, besides the 20 yuan reward from the County Public Security Bureau for Comrade Hien, our commune has prepared a reward. What was the commune secretary from the town saying? Was Hien helping to break up the kidnapping gang? Was the classification of Hien removed? As Secretary Yin's words about removing Hien's classification spread, every member of the brigade heard it clearly. Sun Hahua pursed her lips but didn't argue anymore. Then Song Tianqi loudly said he wanted to buy meat. Sun Hahua quickly held her back. We just ate meat the day before yesterday. Why buy more now? If you want to eat meat, we still have oil residue at home. When we go back, I'll cook stir-fried cabbage with oil residue. Mother, don't worry about the money. How much is a pound of meat? The doctor said you need good food because your blood and energy are weak. As she spoke, they arrived at the meat shop, bought 1.5 pounds of mixed fat and lean meat, and asked the shopkeeper for a bone. On the way home, the family talked. The comeuppance came so quickly. Because Hien contributed to fighting against human trafficking, he not only lost his official status, but also received rewards from the county police and the commune. Seeing Secretary Yin from the commune come over and hand Hien a porcelain bowl, eggs, and flour as a reward, Lu Dajuan lowered his head in shame and slipped into the crowd to leave. Unfortunately, Bai Su saw him clearly. In front of everyone, she shouted, "Big nephew, don't go." Team leader, Secretary Zhou, according to the organization's decision, since Hien has lost his official status, can I, as his mother-in-law, still work as the health worker for the brigade? Bai Su loudly asked in front of the leaders and Secretary Zhao present. Her sister-in-law, Bai Yingzhong, had recently passed an exam in the county town and obtained a barefoot doctor certificate. Why can't she be the health worker for the Peace Brigade? Zhao, the secretary from the county town, was acting on Qin Yan's orders and spoke up. What's going on? I remember Bai Su passed her exam at the county hospital and got her barefoot doctor certificate. Who says she can't be the brigade's health worker? Secretary Zhao from the county town was close to Secretary Qin. How would he know about Bai Su taking the exam in the county town? And that she already had her barefoot doctor certificate? This shows that this woman has connections with Secretary Qin from the county town. All the officials, including Secretary Yin, who wanted to build good relations with the new leadership, would not miss this opportunity. Since Secretary Zhao knew Bai Su, who claimed to be Hien's mother-in-law, Secretary Yin looked at Li Jiqiang and asked, "What's going on?" Li Jiqiang thought Bai Su was just troublemaker. Couldn't they wait until Secretary Zhao and Secretary Yin left to settle the matter? Today, first Lin Jiqing caused trouble with his people, then Lu Dajuan acted like a troublemaker, seriously challenging the authority of the brigade leaders. They had to show strength. Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dajiang quickly explained everything in detail. Without waiting for Secretary Zhao to speak, Secretary Yin got angry. Nonsense. It seems that not all members of the Peace Brigade are highly conscious. There are always a few troublemakers who spoil everything. Comrade Jiqiang, Comrade Dajiang, for those members and educated youths who lack awareness, we, as officials, should give them serious ideological education and help them reform. Secretary Yin glanced at Lu Dajuan and then surveyed the crowd watching the scene with a slightly intimidating look. Sun Hahua immediately denied. He Xiaomei sneered coldly, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at her. Yesterday, I saw Dr. Wang helping you and your daughter into your house. The women in the village all made noises of surprise. Their eyes on Sun Hahua changed. Panicked, Sun Hahua explained, "It's not what you think. Yesterday, Dr. Wang was bitten by a poisonous snake on the mountain. I just happened to meet him and helped him out." But who would believe her? He Xiaomei coldly said, "This is the first time I saw someone helping others and supporting them home." Most of the villagers naturally believed He Xiaomei more. with his people, then Lu Dajuan acted like a troublemaker, seriously challenging the authority of the brigade leaders. Does Sun Mingyuan still dare to think about Bai Su's job as the health worker in the brigade? What nonsense! Knowing that today's turmoil at the brigade headquarters might have been incited by Sun Mingyuan behind the scenes to cause trouble for Lin Lijuan, and seeing him try to deny any connection, He Yan sneered and interrupted him. Comrade Sun Mingyuan, you don't want my Aunt Bai's job as the brigade health worker anymore, do you? He Yan looked at him with a malicious smile. Do you know medicine? Have you ever obtained a barefoot doctor certificate? Did you work as a caregiver in a city hospital before being sent down, thinking you could replace a doctor to see the brigade members? Our brigade members aren't waiting for you to experiment on them as guinea pigs, right? Secretary Yin also thought that this young man, Sun Mingyuan, was highly ideological, but it turned out he didn't have medical qualifications and still wanted to push out Comrade Bai Su, who had obtained her barefoot doctor certificate, to replace her as the health worker of the Peace Brigade. After hearing He Yan's words, Secretary Zhao frowned in displeasure. Secretary Yin also looked serious. Comrade Sun Mingyuan, as a young person sent down to contribute, you have some ideological issues. You should learn more from our commune's Officer Qi. Officer Qi, as an outstanding cadre of Chongfeng Commune, please have a good talk with Comrade Li Jiqiang of the Peace Brigade and the other young comrades and members who are causing trouble at the brigade headquarters to help them correct their thoughts. With that, Lin Lijuan, Sun Mingyuan, and a few others, including Lu Dajuan, were left at the brigade headquarters for ideological education. Secretary Yin looked serious and earnestly said, our brigade members and the young people sent down to contribute should learn from Comrade He Yan his ideological awareness, his bravery in fighting against human trafficking gangs, and his noble character. Comrade He Yan, as an outstanding youth of Chongfeng Commune, if you have any difficulties in life, be sure to report to the organization. The organization will overcome all difficulties and help solve your needs. He Yan's eyes lit up. Most people wouldn't make a request at this moment, but he has a bold nature and is not afraid of anything. He Yan sincerely bowed to Secretary Yin and said, our team leader of the Peace Brigade and Deputy Secretary, Zhou, often teach us to learn from Secretary Yin of Chongfeng Commune. Thanks to your integrity and good leadership, we can lead the villagers in farming well, which has helped the Peace Brigade grow, and the other brigades in Chongfeng Commune improve. My achievements in helping the police solve cases are because of your correct guidance, Secretary Yin. The organization removed my stigma and gave me a chance to turn over a new leaf and improve myself. I dare not trouble the organization again with difficulties or needs. He Yan spoke very sincerely, but I am about to get married. Could the team help us orphans and widows settle back in the old house at his place? It's a bit bigger. First, he was praised highly, then suddenly made a request. Secretary Yin was confused, and Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dajiang looked at each other. Does this kid really dare to think like that? He was cleared of his past, yet he still wants to go back to the old house. No commune or brigade has ever returned confiscated collective property. His mother-in-law is a troublemaker, and as a son-in-law, he's not easy to deal with either. He Yan's request was quite difficult, and Li Jiqiang's scalp tingled. All right, we will discuss this with the main leaders later, and then ask Secretary Yin and the higher-ups. Secretary Zhao and Secretary Yin have traveled a long way, so let's go into the brigade office first and have some tea. With Li Jiqiang's help, Secretary Yin hurried into the brigade office. Secretary Zhao lagged behind and looked at Bai Su. Comrade Bai Su, Secretary Qin asked me to bring you something. Come with me. The crowd watching the scene had already dispersed. Secretary Zhao returned to the car, took out a bag of things, and handed it to Bai Su. While no one was around, he whispered to Bai Su, the ginseng from older years is hard to find right now. The one Secretary Qin got is about 30 years old. You can take it for medicine first. Later, he'll look for older ones. Secretary Qin also brought a few pounds of meat. Keep half for yourself, and we'll arrange the rest. Today's main character of the Peace Brigade, He Yan, had already enthusiastically followed Li Jiqiang and others into the brigade office, helping to serve tea and pour water. He took a kettle into the kitchen to pour tea. Under the eaves, He saw Aunt Bai talking to Secretary Zhao beside the car. He knew he was right. His suspicion about Auntie's involvement in the matter of removing his status was correct. Hyo-yen felt a warm feeling inside but tried to hold it back, so his eyes didn't get wet again. Seeing Bai Su standing with Secretary Zhao from the county town, not only Hyo-yen but also Sun Mingyuan, Lu Dajuan and Lin Lijuan, who were left at the brigade office to receive a heart-to-heart talk from the commune's officer, noticed. Secretary Zhao was someone from Secretary Qin's team. Lu Dajuan thought to himself, as his aunt had said, Auntie only needed to say a word to Secretary Qin, and his chance to work at the county food factory might come true. But Auntie refused to help him, and instead got close to Hyo-yen. Today, in front of the brigade members, she openly accepted Hyo-yen as her son-in-law. Thanks to his auntie's help, his status had been removed, and he became her son-in-law, able to share in the benefits. Seeing Secretary Zhao handing something to Bai Su, things that should have belonged to him, Lu Dajuan's eyes started to burn with anger. Of course, this scene was also noticed by Sun Mingyuan. Sun Mingyuan felt he was so foolish. Why was he only paying attention to the brigade health workers' work? He shouldn't have limited himself to just the Peace Brigade's small area. Through the window, he looked at Bai Su talking with Secretary Zhao beside the car, his eyes narrowing as he plotted. Lien Lijuan, who was sulking and feeling upset, couldn't hold back anymore. She reached out and pinched Sun Mingyuan's arm, giving him a look full of blame. Sun Mingyuan winced in pain and exclaimed, Lien Lijuan, what are you doing? You ask me, and I want to ask you, what are you up to? Lien Lijuan looked very wronged. It's because you said the work assigned to us by the team was tiring and a lot, and you couldn't remember the points. That's why I helped you try to get the job of brigade health worker. I helped you, but you still pushed me out. Lien Lijuan felt very aggrieved. Sun Mingyuan, what do you mean? Secretary Qin had only gone out for a while, and Lien Lijuan was complaining. Can such things be openly discussed? Looking at the other young workers who were also detained, they glared angrily at them, feeling used. Sun Mingyuan suddenly realized and said, So, you came to the brigade office to cause trouble just to get me to be the brigade health worker? You silly girl, I was just venting my frustration. Why did you take it seriously? Knowing you care about me. Next time don't act on your own. I haven't even gotten my barefoot doctor certificate, so I can't treat people. Sun Mingyuan comforted Lien Lijuan gently, his tone full of tenderness. Lin Lijuan couldn't stay angry when she looked into his bright eyes. She huffed. I'm just doing this for your good. All right, don't be mad. The young workers thought that the trouble at the team headquarters was all Lin Lijuan's idea. Sun Mingyuan continued to comfort her. It's okay now. Lijuan, look, I'm just here to share your hardships. Because of the commotion at the team headquarters, Zhou Jiqing delayed leaving Peace Brigade to go to the Workers' and Peasants' University. Originally, they planned that Hien would borrow the team's tractor to drive him to the county seat, and then he would catch a train to the provincial capital. Because helping at the team headquarters caused him to miss his schedule, Bai Su asked Secretary Zhao to take Zhou Jiqing to the county seat when he returned. After discussing with Secretary Zhao, Bai Su went with Zhou Jiqing to the brigade health clinic to pick up some things. Fortunately, her luggage was packed, so she didn't delay anything. Bai Su helped carry the luggage, and she and Zhou Jiqing waited outside the team headquarters. Zhou Jiqing had been working quietly at Peace Brigade for years, focusing on his job and rarely socializing, but as the brigade health worker, he had helped many villagers. At the end, only Aunt Bai, whom he had known for just a month, came to see him off. He felt warmth from Bai Su, and when the moment to leave arrived, Zhou Chongqing felt a bit sad. What happened at the team headquarters today also made him feel a vague worry. He looked hesitant, but Bai Su smiled at him. What? Can't bear to leave Peace Brigade? No, you have to go. While waiting for Secretary Zhao and the others to come out of the team headquarters, Bai Su smiled, revealing two small dimples. If you don't leave, how can I have space to do the job of the brigade health worker? Bai Su spoke honestly and straightforwardly, breaking Zhou Chongqing's sadness about parting and making him laugh. He had originally thought it was inappropriate to say, but he couldn't help himself and said, Annie, be careful of Sun Mingyuan. He's quite scheming. Keep Manhwa away from him. Auntie is good at medicine, and taking over the brigade health worker's job is why I got the spot at the Workers' and Peasants' University. Auntie is my benefactor. Since Auntie started working at the health clinic, I've only been with her for this month, but thanks to her care, I've felt the warmth of being a young worker going to the countryside. Zhou Chongqing spoke sincerely. There's nothing I can do to repay Auntie. I left a few books at the brigade health clinic. This is the Soviet revolutionary novel How the Steel Was Tempered, as well as Gorky's The Sea Eagle and Mother. Orchid loves reading, and these books were handed over to her through Auntie. During the days when educated youth were sent to the Peace Brigade, these books kept him company through tough times, providing him with nourishment and spiritual strength to keep going. As farewell approached, he had nothing valuable to give Auntie. He decided to pass these treasured books to Manhwa through Auntie as a way to pass on this source of spiritual support. Bai Su didn't expect that. Just before Zhou Chongqing's departure, he suddenly brought up Manhwa and Sun Mingyuan. He was leaving the Peace Brigade, and he was still worried about this? He even gave Manhwa his cherished books. Bai Su couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He had eaten at their house twice and got along well with Manhwa. They even discussed literature, sharing common interests. Bai Su thought Manhwa's cool, reserved personality suited Zhou Jiqing's modest and introverted nature. If Zhou Chongqing hadn't had to leave the Peace Brigade, he might have found a way to make Manhwa forget about Sun Mingyuan and pair her with himself. But unfortunately, Zhou Chongqing was about to leave. The daughter-in-law he chose was slipping away from his fingers. Bai Su suddenly felt sad. Zhou Jiqing, don't forget the Peace Brigade. Don't forget Auntie. Once you're settled in the city, come back and visit when you have time. Okay, I won't forget Auntie, Zhou Jiqing said seriously, as if making a solemn promise. After getting into Secretary Zhao's car, the vehicle drove far away. He even stuck his head out the window and waved to Bai Su and Hien at the brigade entrance. Bai Su sniffed and said, "Hejia's kid, I feel like crying." Hien, having sent off his good friend Zhou Chongqing, also felt a bit sad, but more joyful. Relieved from the burden of his background, he was happy to be able to openly pursue Lihua without her suffering. What excited him even more was that after marrying Lihua, he would become Auntie's official son-in-law. His relationship with Auntie would be unbreakable. Hien handed Bai Su a porcelain cup he was holding. Bai Su looked surprised. "Isn't this the reward from the commune?" "Yes. This porcelain cup represents honor and is a witness to my removal of my old identity. I give it to Auntie. She and my mother each have won. As mothers, they shouldn't be treated unfairly." Hien smiled and said, "Auntie, we can't keep those who shouldn't stay." Zhou Jiqing is a remarkable person. The Peace Brigade can't hold him back. From now on, with me as your son-in-law, I am always here. I will be respectful to you and never leave. I will stay with you and Lily Flower forever. I must say, the sadness of seeing Zhou Chongqing leave was healed by Hien. Bai Su helplessly chuckled, "Son-in-law, you really have a thick face." Hien grinned, "Hee. If I didn't have a thick face, I wouldn't marry a wife or find such a good mother-in-law like Auntie." Qin Yan asked Secretary Zhao to bring her some things, a big bag. Hien helped carry it. He carried Bai Su's things with his left hand and the reward from the commune with his right hand, walking with Bai Su to the village health clinic. They saw Lu Lanhua sitting on the steps, hugging her knees and resting her head on her legs, looking sadly at the green rice plants in the distant fields. "Lanhua, what's wrong?" After Bai Su confirmed, now officially calling herself her brother-in-law, Hien showed concern. But Bai Su knew what was bothering Lanhua. She unlocked the door of the village health clinic and called out, "Come in, Zhou Jiqing left you some books." Hearing that Zhou Jiqing had left her some books as a gift, Lanhua temporarily forgot her worries about Sun Mingyuan. She followed Bai Su and Hien into the clinic. When Bai Su found the books Zhou Jiqing left and handed them to Lanhua, her eyes lit up. These are revolution novels from the Soviet Union, Zhou Jiqing's favorite ones. Lu Lanhua was a bit surprised. "Mom, did Zhou Jiqing really give these to me?"
Yes, he did.
When he left, He said you loved reading, so he asked me to pass on his treasured books to you. These are his most precious belongings. He also wanted to pass on the resilient qualities and enduring spirit of the characters in the books to you. Bai Su skipped over Zhou Jiqing's words of gratitude to her and simply said that Zhou Jiqing left his most valuable things to Lu Lanhua. Finally, she saw a change in her usually cold second daughter's face. Bai Su suddenly asked, "What do you think about what happened at the village office today? Was it Sun Mingyuan who sent someone to tell you that Lin Lijuan would come to cause trouble at the village office?" Lu Lanhua also couldn't understand why Sun Mingyuan, who wanted her mother's job as the village health worker, would send someone to tell her about Lin Lijuan causing trouble. She couldn't figure it out, so she stayed in the clinic, feeling unhappy. Bai Su asked this, and Lu Lanhua clenched the book in her hands. Her voice was a little sad. "Mom, Mingyuan isn't working with Lin Lijuan." Bai Su looked at her quietly, saying nothing. Orchid held a book, looking uneasy with her eyes lowered. "If Sun Mingyuan wanted to harm us, he wouldn't send someone to tell us that Lin Lijuan caused trouble at the brigade office. She's really a silly girl. Why can't she see through it?" He Yen secretly worries for her sister-in-law. Sun Mingyuan didn't send a message to let them know that Lin Lijuan caused trouble at the brigade office. Without her aunt's appearance, how can the good show start? Sun Mingyuan has teamed up with Lu Dajuan. Lin Lijuan first blamed her aunt for her leg injury, which led to the story about her and Li Hua being a couple. If Secretary Yin and Secretary Zhao hadn't arrived in time, her aunt, the brigade's health worker, might have lost her job. Hien wants to remind his sister-in-law, but Bai Su gently interrupts. "All right then. If you're upset, go ask Sun Mingyuan for the truth." Bai Su doesn't even scold her. Orchid, for some reason, feels even more sad inside. After she leaves, carrying a few books and looking dejected, Hien quickly says, "Annie, Sun Mingyuan isn't a good person. We can't let Orchid be fooled by him. There's a saying, you won't turn back until you hit the south wall. People are like that. They need to experience things, fall and get hurt badly, then get up and remember. For someone proud and stubborn, it's even more true." Others tell her she's wrong or that she's taken a wrong turn, but she insists on walking her own path. When she finally hits her head and bleeds, she'll turn around and realize she was on the wrong road. Today, after what happened at the brigade office, Orchid already started doubting Sun Mingyuan deep inside. Instead of forcing her to come along and making her rebellious, why not let her take a detour and learn from it? Her second daughter is proud and cold by nature, and she and Sun Mingyuan probably won't cross any lines. Everyone encounters bad men in their lives. Let her experience a scumbag, so she can recognize one later and be more careful. Bai Su shrugged at Hien. She's proud and doesn't trust herself. Just watch how long she can be fooled. Forget your sister-in-law's matter for now. Come with me to the mountain valley. Yin Fan used to be somewhat capable. After learning hunting from Hien, he was lucky enough to find bird eggs or catch rabbits and mountain chickens to improve life. With Bai Su giving acupuncture and herbal treatments, Yin Professor's health visibly improved quickly. Although the mountain valley is remote, it's not deserted. Yin Fan hunted wild game, but didn't dare cook it openly, worried the smell might spread and be noticed. He followed Bai Su's instructions. While the porridge was almost boiling in the pot, he chopped fresh minced meat, marinated it, and sprinkled it in. Then he added some wild vegetables and wild scallions. Soon, a nutritious and tasty meat porridge was ready. Professor Lin and his wife, who lived in a thatched hut nearby, had recently enjoyed the meat porridge cooked by Yin Fan a few times. They learned that Yin Fan hunted wild chickens and rabbits, thanks to Bai Su's help. They also regarded Bai Su as a benefactor, just like Professor Yin. Because they were sent down from the city, the team thought they were unlucky. The team's health workers secretly looked after them, even asking her son-in-law to teach Yin Fan how to hunt to improve their life. This kindness was very precious. Since humbly asking Bai Su for cooking tips, Yin Fan had learned a few skills. At mealtime, he would sneak into the thatched hut's kitchen to cook. "This porridge smells so good. Luckily, I only added the mincemeat at the end, so the flavor doesn't spread out too much," Yin Fan said cautiously, turning around. Professor Ian, enjoying the aroma, sniffed and said, "You were too focused on cooking the porridge and didn't hear what was going on around you. Be more careful next time." "Okay," Ian Fan replied. He took out a large bowl and filled it with a generous serving of porridge. Professor Ian didn't eat much, so the two of them shared one bowl. Whatever he couldn't finish, Ian Fan would eat. After serving the porridge, Ian Fan said to Mrs. Kong, "Aunt Kong, the leftovers in the pot are for you and Professor Lin. I can't just eat your little brother's porridge for free. From now on, I'll let you decide how to distribute our food. You just need to take care of our meals." "I also have some news I heard today that I can exchange for meat porridge," she said. Professor Kong told Ian Fan, "Just now, I went to cut some cow grass. Guess what I heard?" Mrs. Kong and Professor Lin's food supplies were under his control now. Seeing how she learned some cooking skills from Bai Su, she and Professor Lin planned to rely on their meals for a long time. They were all from the cattle shed, and no one's life was easy. Since he hunted wild game, he wouldn't eat alone. Besides, they had just arrived and had been taken care of by Professor Lin and Professor Kong. Ian Fan didn't bother to point out the details and let her go on. He looked at Professor Kong, urging her silently not to keep him in suspense. Professor Kong quickly shared what she heard while cutting cow grass. Our benefactor, the team's health worker, got into trouble. She was reported to the team office by some young workers. I heard she treated a young worker's leg that was badly injured. While cutting cow grass, Professor Kong also overheard some women talking from a distance. Because it involved their benefactor, she eavesdropped for a while. But those women, afraid of bringing bad luck by being too close, kept their distance with their baskets. She didn't hear everything clearly and was now quite anxious. Your grandfather is very sick, and a young woman is helping with acupuncture and medicine, so his health has improved. With her medical skills, how could she have caused the young man's leg to get badly injured? Professor Lin is worried. Maybe the young man is falsely accusing her? I don't know what happened. People like us shouldn't go to the brigade headquarters, or we might cause her trouble. Maybe you should ask Comrade Hien, who goes hunting with you. Ian Fan thinks Aunt Kong makes sense. When he learns that Bai Su has been falsely accused, he feels very anxious. Okay, you bring the porridge to my grandfather. I'll go find Hien and ask. Ian Fan is about to leave the hut when a head appears outside the window. Ask what? My wife and I are already here. At first, Hien didn't want to teach Ian Fan how to hunt. She thought she was not well regarded herself and had too many contacts with mountain people, which could cause trouble. But it was her aunt who suggested teaching Ian Fan to hunt. Her aunt always said what she thought. Now, after hearing Professor Kong and Ian Fan talk, she understands that her aunt is doing good things for them. They feel grateful, and Hien is even happier than anyone else. She takes Bai Su around to the kitchen door and hands Ian Fan a bag. I'm really unlucky. Just smelling the aroma of your porridge, I knew you were here. The bag Hien hands over is quite heavy. When Ian Fan opens it, he sees millet, pork, flour, eggs, and malted milk, all good for health, and some prepared Chinese medicine. Secretary Zhao gave Bai Su some meat from Secretary Qin, saying she could use the rest as she wished. But Bai Su knows Qin Yan is using her to send things to the old man and grandson in the pigsty. She only leaves a piece of pork and takes out a ginseng root from the things Secretary Zhao brought, cuts it, and prepares medicine for Professor Yin. Then she carries the rest over. Of course, she also charges interest and consultation fees. Hian's mother is weak, so she needs ginseng to strengthen her body. The remaining ginseng roots will be used for her medicine. Bai Su hands over the things from Secretary Zhao to Ian Fan and explains what's happening. Ian Fan doesn't mind at all. Someone else wouldn't want to get involved in this trouble. Even if they wanted to send things, they would take most of it for themselves. What are a few ginseng roots? Ian Fan carefully puts the things away. So, it was Secretary Zhao who came to solve the trouble with the young people at the brigade. Exactly. I even took off the label of being a troublemaker. Hian's tone is a bit proud. Ian Fan, my brother, and I will soon marry Li Hua. Auntie will officially become my mother-in-law. Congratulations to brother Hien. I am happy for him. Fan is glad but also feels a bit sad when thinking about his current situation with his grandfather. Bai Su thinks her son-in-law has become a bit proud. She wishes she could show everyone that he has removed his bad habits and openly accepted him as her son-in-law. She comes to show off to Fan. Is that appropriate? After giving Professor an acupuncture, Fan wants to invite them to eat porridge, but Bai Su and Hien refuse. Secretary Zhao brought some food. Since there are 4 people here, this little food is hardly enough. They go back to the Brigade Health Clinic after visiting the mountain valley. Pear Blossom has already cooked rice. She slices the pork brought by Secretary Zhao, adds dried chili and seasonings, and steams it with the rice. Under the meat, there is a layer of dried bamboo shoots, soaking up the oil. She slices the meat very thin, absorbing the sweet and spicy flavor of the dried chili. When cooking, she drizzles soy sauce over the steamed meat. The spicy and savory aroma mixes with the meat, making it delicious and perfect with rice. After that incident, I knew you were sad, but you must believe that neither Auntie nor I have ever given up fighting for justice for you. Zhou Chongqing wanted to say more, but Lanhua was moved to tears and could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Zhou Chongqing's arms. Zhou Chongqing was momentarily stunned, then gently placed his hand on Lanhua's back and held her tightly. Silly girl, I will stay with you for a lifetime. Lanhua's tears of emotion fell on Zhou Chongqing's shoulder as she softly sobbed, Hold me tight. Don't let go of me.
Okay.
The dim light of the kerosene lamp cast a faint glow in the room. Anne wants to invite them. In the afternoon, Bai Su goes to work at the health clinic. She asks Lan Hua to bring along the book How Steel is Made that Zhou Ziqing gave her. Lan Hua opens the book and stares blankly at the words, her mind drifting elsewhere. Bai Su stops organizing medicines, takes the book from her hands, and reads aloud. A person's life should be spent like this. When he looks back on his past, he won't regret wasting his years, nor feel ashamed of being mediocre. In this way, when he is about to die, he can say, My entire life and energy have been dedicated to the most magnificent cause in the world. Somewhere in her words, she seems to touch Lan Hua's sadness. Her tears start to flow uncontrollably. Bai Su closes the book and places it in front of her. Now, are you willing to tell me what happened when you went to the Educated Youth Station and met Sun Mingyuan? Mom, I saw him hugging Lin Lijuan. I borrowed a book from him before, and he even wrote me a letter saying he liked me. Lan Hua sobs and cries. Why are people's hearts so easy to change? Are his promises and feelings not valid? Bai Su knew that Sun Mingyuan, who lacked loyalty, pushed Lin Lijuan out. Given Lin Lijuan's personality, she wouldn't give up easily. Worried that Lin Lijuan might expose the truth to the youth at the work site or stir trouble at the brigade office, it was actually him who did it. Sun Mingyuan had to coax Lin Lijuan, at least for these few days. So she didn't stop Lan Hua from talking to Sun Mingyuan. Instead, she took this chance to let Lan Hua visit the youth site, hoping to notice something unusual. Unexpectedly, Sun Mingyuan comforted Lin Lijuan and even hugged her. It was incredibly convenient. Lan Hua's eyes were red and swollen. Tears like large beads slid down her face. Bai Su reached out and gently patted her back. You feel very sad because you were tricked. Have you ever thought about why Sun Mingyuan, who lied to you, was the one he chose among all the girls at the youth site and brigade office?
Lan Hua.
She couldn't understand this either. Sun Mingyuan had shown interest in her first. He came from a big city, looked handsome, and was said to have a good family background. He loved literature, shared her interests, so she also became interested in him. Seeing Bai Su's hand on her back, offering comfort and warmth, Lan Hua looked up at Bai Su. Bai Su told her the answer. Because you have a weakness. Your weakness is that you want to escape your current situation, leave the Peace Brigade, and get away from home. Bai Su analyzed. Sun Mingyuan came from a big city. He was sent down as a youth, and he will eventually return to the city. On the surface, he looks good, has a good family, and can talk to you easily. When he showed interest in you, you were drawn to him. Because he is your hope to escape your current life, you only saw his good qualities. He's like a peacock, loves to flirt, and gets close to many girls at the work site and youth station. He also likes to avoid work, trying every trick to do less, thinking that my job as the brigade health officer is easy, and even wants to take over it. You didn't see or maybe saw these flaws in him, but you were afraid your hope would be shattered, so you didn't want to believe it. Bai Su directly hit the point. So when you saw him hugging Lin Lijuan, you felt sad. Not only because the perfect image of Sun Mingyuan you had in mind was gone, but also because your hope of leaving the Peace Brigade and changing your life was lost. You love reading and thinking, gaining knowledge from books, and want to change your situation and fate. There's nothing wrong with that. White Su placed her hand on her delicate shoulder and said, "But Lan Hua, have you ever thought about it? You don't have to rely on others. You can change your situation on your own. You can leave the Peace Brigade, step out into the world, and see what's outside, live a wonderful life like the heroes in stories." Like Nikolai Ostrovsky wrote in his book, when you grow old, you won't regret wasting your youth or feel ashamed of your simple life. Lu Lanhua was stunned, staring blankly at Bai Su, who looked a bit silly. In the past, her grandmother and uncle's family had bullied them, and she didn't stand up for herself. Deep inside, Lu Lanhua had already lost hope in her mother. Even when Bai Su suddenly changed, took her and her sisters away from the Lu family, she felt happy but still lacked a sense of security. She was afraid that one day, her brother might turn back, and her mother would try to make Lu Daju her son again. Is there any hope for him? The old monk shook his head without speaking, closed his eyes, and continued to play with his prayer beads. The next morning, Song Tianchi got up. Listening to the drizzle outside, she wanted to get up, but someone was pressing down on her waist. She slightly raised her head and looked at the small scars on his face. She couldn't help but raise her hand. Meng Chongqing pinched her waist, causing her to let out a soft cry. She quickly covered her mouth, her face flushing. He opened his eyes, a hint of desire in his gaze. Song Tianchi quickly moved his hand away. You were hurt yesterday, and now you want to travel again today. And see what's outside, live a wonderful life like the heroes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him to the rooftop to ask him privately about this. If she didn't give him a chance, she could have told her brother-in-law Zhou Jiqing or gone directly to Aunt Bai. Shen Jiqing's emotional defenses broke down at that moment. He looked down, unable to lift his head in front of Lotus. I was wrong, Lotus. It was a moment of confusion. I did it all for your good. There was no one on the rooftop, and Shen Jiqing boldly confided in Lotus. Since I started working at the pharmacy, seeing you, I realized there are such good girls in this world. You are innocent, lively, cheerful. Try to make. Bai Su advised her, opportunities always favor those who are prepared. If others don't study, besides earning work points, you should use your extra time to learn. When the chance comes, you'll be ready to seize it. Her mother was encouraging her to keep studying high school knowledge. Lan Hua's heart fluttered. She was convinced by Bai Su. However, only a few people in the entire team had attended high school, and among them was Jiqing Dian, including Sun Mingyuan. Lu Lan Hua shared her difficulty. Mom, no one can teach me high school knowledge. Of course, there are several in the mountain valley. Take Professor Yin, for example, from the top university in the capital. Teaching Lu Lan Hua high school knowledge is nothing for him. Other than He Yen, there's also Yin Fan's handsome dog Lu Hua, and no one else in the family knows about it. Bai Su thought for a moment and mentioned Zhao Qingru. Zhao Jiqing went to high school. Last time, she said she wanted to go to the mountains with me to find herbs. I'll find a chance to talk to her and see if she can teach you, okay? After a hope was shattered, Bai Su found a new hope for her second daughter, Lu Lan Hua. Lu Lan Hua was less sad and nodded excitedly. Bai Su tapped her on the forehead. All right, little crybaby, next time brother Hien goes to the county town, I'll find a way to get him to lend you a set of high school textbooks. You've seen less of the world. That's why you're dazzled by Sun Mingyuan's fancy looks. Lan Hua's forehead was pinched painfully, and she glared at Bai Su. Bai Su stroked her shoulder and smiled. Don't judge people just by appearance. Look at their character too. I think Zhou Jiqing is 100 times better than Sun Mingyuan. When you grow up and see more of the world, you'll realize Sun Mingyuan is just a pretty face. He's all show, like a shiny shell, but inside he's rotten. Deep inside, Lan Hua's resentment towards Bai Su had completely disappeared. Beautiful on the outside, rotten on the inside. She changed her cold personality, holding Bai Su's hand. Mom, why are you talking so differently now? Your mom also went to middle school. Doesn't she know how to say some nice words? Mother and daughter clasped hands. Bai Su suddenly spoke. Lan Hua, Mom wants to apologize. After your dad died, I was dizzy and wanted to adopt your eldest cousin as my son. Don't worry, Mom has thought it through. Instead of raising an untrustworthy, vampiric son, I'd rather find good sons-in-law for you girls, the best golden sons-in-law, so that my son-in-law will respect me in the future. Bai Su happily said, from now on, I can be a laid-back mother-in-law, and everyone in the Peace Brigade will envy me. Suddenly, Bai Su poured her heart out, and Lan Hua's nose tingled, almost crying. Especially after Bai Su's reassurance that she wouldn't adopt the eldest cousin as her son anymore, all the grievances and sour feelings in Lan Hua's heart flooded out. Hearing these words, she couldn't help but laugh. Mom, you really have beautiful dreams. I will definitely find a good son-in-law for you, one who will help me show respect to you. From a mother's point of view, encountering Lan Hua in this situation, she would definitely try her best to stop her from getting close to Sun Mingyuan. This might actually have the opposite effect. Fortunately, she advised her from her sister's perspective, since girls understand other girls better. So, she won this conversation thoroughly. A heartfelt talk resolved Lu Lanhua's worries, and Bai Su felt it was very difficult. All right, let's both open our eyes wider, mother and daughter. She patted Lanhua's head and said, we don't need someone like Sun Mingyuan. After comforting Lu Lanhua, Bai Su planned to finish up the talk. She told her that even someone like Lin Lijuan was considered by Sun Mingyuan, and if he got closer to her, it would lower his reputation. Her daughter, Bai Su, wasn't so cheap. Before she could finish, a clear voice outside the health clinic called out, Annie, Annie, are you there? It was Zhao Qingru. Today, Lu Lanhua went to the youth commune to find Sun Mingyuan and happened to run into her. Sun Mingyuan was holding Lin Lijuan and comforting her, so Lanhua turned and ran away. She was worried Lu Lanhua might be upset. So, using her visit to Bai Su for a checkup, she planned to tell her about it, hoping to remind Bai Su to watch out for Lanhua and not let Sun Mingyuan deceive her. But when she entered the house and saw Lanhua holding a book, she froze. The main person was right here. How could she speak? Annie, my aunt sent a package. I brought you some candies. It was no longer appropriate to mention the youth commune incident. Zhao Qingru simply grabbed some candies and handed them to Lanhua. Lanhua, here's some sweet candy for you. Wow, so generous, bringing us so much candy. Zhao Qingru handed a handful to Lanhua, and there was still plenty left in the bag. Bai Su also took some without hesitation. You came just in time. I was just talking to Lanhua about studying high school subjects when you arrived. Since you went to high school, help teach Lanhua, okay? Don't worry, Annie won't let you teach for nothing.
Come to our house for a meal sometime.
Bai Su had helped her once before, even helping her out on the mountain last time. Zhao Qingru was very willing to get closer to their family. Although Bai Su caused some trouble, making many laugh at her at the brigade and youth commune, it also made her see clearly what Lu Dajuan was really like. Someone like Auntie, brave enough to stand up against exploitation and move her daughters back to her family home, she admired greatly. If she had the courage of Auntie, she wouldn't have been tricked by her stepmother, who replaced her sister to go to the countryside. And she wouldn't have been monitored by Lin Lijuan, sent by her stepmother, afraid her uncle and aunt might try to bring her back to the city. Bai Su was very straightforward. She was practically Lin Lijuan's worst enemy. Today, Lin Lijuan was scolded by the commune officer and felt very embarrassed, being laughed at by the team members and the youth at the youth point. Zhao Qingru felt very satisfied. Ma'am, I did go to high school, but I've forgotten most of the knowledge. Lanhua was worried Zhao Qingru wouldn't agree, but Zhao's eyes brightened. Maybe I can study with Lanhua. We can look at the books together and learn from each other. I might remember some things that way. Lu Lanhua often went to the youth point. She was already familiar with Zhao Qingru, and they decided to study high school subjects together. They sat close and talked happily. Bai Su thought the time was running out. They had just over 2 years to finish 3 years of high school courses. She was eager for He Yan to go to the county town soon and bring back the textbooks. But recently, He Yan couldn't go to the county town. He stayed at the brigade office every day, insisting on returning to the He family's house. The brigade leaders were tired of his persistence. Finally, Zhou Chongqing gritted his teeth and generously bought 2 jin of meat. Lan Hua wanted to pay first, but Zhou Chongqing said he would treat. Keep your writing fee. I still have some money. Zhou Chongqing didn't have much money, but kept insisting on paying, even refusing to let himself share the items he bought for everyone. Orchid put the money back into her pocket. I'll keep this money for my mom. We can use it when we get married. He said we should wait and see if there's a chance. He didn't want to involve her. But this girl kept mentioning marriage, which made Zhou Chongqing feel like they were just preparing. All the property is now owned by the collective. Returning it is something no commune or brigade has done before. We promise to buy back that broken house, but we risk being punished by the commune. He Yan frowned deeply. My mother has been sick all these years, taking medicine constantly. The little work points I earn aren't enough to feed us. I can't come up with 100 yuan to buy the house. He wanted to stay at the brigade to work, but Zhou Dajiang had never seen such a stubborn person. He impatiently said, if you can't think of a way, then go figure it out yourself. You already took 20 yuan from the county bureau as a reward. Just think of a way to make up the rest. Don't keep bothering me and Uncle Li. We don't have the money to lend you, and we won't buy the house on credit. Zhou Dajiang waved him off. Go on, don't waste our time. You've been making noise at the brigade office for days. If you don't leave soon, just stay there. He Yan could only leave with a disappointed face, unwilling to part from the brigade office. He looked very sad and gloomy. After he left the team office's view, he went into the health clinic. All his sadness disappeared, replaced by an uncontrollable smile. Auntie, there's good news about the house. Uncle Li and Zhou Dajiang said they will give me 100 yuan to buy back the house. Originally, property owned by the collective couldn't be returned by the team office. The house's beams are made of golden silk Nanmu wood. From outside, the house looks old, but inside, it is built with blue bricks, and the tiles are of the best quality. With some repairs, it can be lived in. Getting the house back for only 100 yuan is a real bargain. He thought it was hopeless, but after a few days of negotiation with He Yan, Zhou Dajiang and Li Jiqiang finally agreed. Any words Bai Su said, He Yan understood. He waved his hand. I have the money, but I need to delay buying a bicycle. What kind of person was Clerk Shen? After thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered what Gu Qingyun said last time at the government office about threatening the village head. Gu Qingyun knows the county magistrate. Maybe the steward looked at her a bit more because he overheard something from Gu Qingyun or someone else by chance. Thinking this, she arrived at the inn. Miss, I will go pack my things now. Song Tianqi nodded, took a deep breath, and went upstairs to pack. She paid at the market, pulled the ox cart back, and on the way, bought a large piece of pork fat. She still remembered her plan to make fragrant pig fat. Uncontrollable smile. Auntie, there's good news about the house. Uncle Li and Zhou Dao, with dozens of yuan and a stack of small bills, Bai Su accompanied He Yan to the team office. She spread out her money on the table, exactly 100 yuan. This is the 100 yuan He Yan's family paid to buy back the house. He also received a 20 yuan reward from the county police, plus 10 yuan he saved himself. I moved out from the Liu family, and the big house added 50 yuan. Originally, Li Hua's uncle still owed me 10 yuan. Last time, when Lu Qiushuang caused trouble at home, I helped him pay it back. The rest is from Li Hua's uncle, saved little by little. It's all here. Can you count if it's correct? Li Jiqiang was fine, and knew that He Yan actually had money. Zhou Dajiang was stunned. He asked for 100 yuan, assuming that He Yan's mother had been a sick woman all these years and couldn't save money. He thought Hien was just making an excuse to get rid of him by asking for money to buy back the house. But in just a short while, he really managed to gather the money. Zhou Dajiang stammered. Big sister, are you paying for him? Yes, Hien is my son-in-law. We're family. There's no difference between you and me. Bai Su pretended to be naive and happily told Zhou Dajiang and Li Jiqiang, my son-in-law said that after Li Hua and I get married, he will bring me over to live with him and take good care of me. He is my son-in-law, and also like a half-son to me. He will take care of me in old age. Bai Su sighed. You know, the house I moved back to my parent home and is left to my brother by my father. My brother treats me well, but who knows if one day he might move away or come back. Then what will I do? The old house at the He family's place is so big. It's good enough for me and my daughter to move in. Later, when they all get married, I'll stay with Hien and Li Hua. I can also keep my sister Lu company. Hien also confidently said he would take good care of Bai Su. Since he could charm his future mother-in-law and even offer his family's wealth to buy back the house, what else could be done? Zhou Dajiang looked helpless and told the accountant, count the money and see if it's enough. The accountant counted twice and confirmed the money was enough. Even 3 mao, small change, more. Bai Su quickly took the 3 mao and put it back in her pocket. Zhou Dajiang's eyelid twitched as he took out a bunch of keys to the old house at the He family and handed them to Hien. Li Jiqiang also twitched his eyelids. He carefully pocketed the 3 mao, thinking, if I didn't know that Hien could hunt game in the mountains and sell it in the county to make money, I'd really believe they're so poor.
All right.
They found a good mother-in-law. The son-in-law is clever, but the mother-in-law can also pretend to be naive. Now that these two are truly a family, how could they suffer losses in the future? No one in the Peace Brigade can outsmart them. The He family's house was built during their prosperous times, with good feng shui. The house was located by the mountain and water, with a stream flowing at the entrance and the back against the mountain. To avoid the front door facing directly opposite, they chose to enter from the right side. Next to the big door, on the right are 2 rooms, and opposite on the left are 2 more rooms. In the middle is a courtyard. Walking along the corridor inward, the main hall is in the center, with a room on each side. Adjacent to the kitchen at the corner, there's a well under the wall, with a banana tree beside it. The washing and toilet areas are also separated. It's a neat, square courtyard with the ground paved with blue bricks. Earlier, Bai Su had come in secretly in the dark, but now, with the keys in hand and following Hien openly, she finally got a full view of the house. The place where they slaughtered pigs next to the well is not the backyard as she thought, but at the corner of the house near the kitchen. The house had been empty for a long time, and weeds had grown between the bricks in the yard. When something happened before, the house was vandalized. The 2 rooms on the right had their windows broken, and broken tiles were scattered everywhere. At first glance, it looked like a deserted haunted house, with broken furniture lying all over the ground. Bai Su accompanied Hien for a walk around, noticing that the broken half of the table was made of wangwali wood, and the broken-legged desk was crafted from rosewood. Her eyelids twitched nervously. Those who broke these things. She trailed off, unsure how to curse properly. She discussed with Hien, can we find a carpenter to glue the 8 immortals table back together? And fix the broken-legged desk? These can still be used. Is it worth it if they're already so rotten? Hien considered moving in first, then waiting for Li Hua to come in, and later going to the mountains to cut wood and find someone to make new furniture, piece by piece. When Bai Su learned about Hien's plan, she quickly said, No, you should get new ones. Don't throw away these old items. I'll tell you, the desk is made of rosewood, and the 8 immortals table is wangwali.
You know how valuable that is, right?
The things don't look special now, but they could sell for a good price in the future. Bai Su never thought about her late husband, but seeing the scattered furniture suddenly made her miss him. He was a skilled carpenter, the best kind. If only he were here, with his skills, he could fix the broken furniture and restore it to its original state. Because of his craftsmanship, better than digging in the dirt, her father, Bai Jiqing, chose this marriage for her. Before her original husband died, she and her daughter had lived quite well. In a side room, She found an overturned box, which was still intact, made of redwood. Her heart felt comforted, and she quickly pushed aside thoughts of her late husband, who had only occupied her mind for a few seconds. She suggested to Hien, find a skilled carpenter to restore these items. They're made of valuable wood and could fetch a good price later. Nowadays, everyone was struggling just to fill their stomachs, trying every trick to get enough to eat. Who would want this rotten wood? Could these broken pieces really sell for a good price? But her aunt was a wise person, and whatever she said, Bai Su trusted. Anyway, the broken doors and windows needed fixing before they moved in, so Hien decided to ask the carpenter from the neighboring team. This carpenter had inherited his father's exceptional skills. In the past, he had made all the furniture in the old He residence before his father passed away. Then, Hien went to buy some tiles and called Li Xiangyang to help repair the broken roof. Bai Su took Li Hua and the others to help Hien remove weeds from the brick joints, clean the house, and clear away the dead branches and fallen leaves from the well. The silent house gradually regained its life and looked more like a proper home. Soon, after Li Hua and Hien got married and moved in, the house welcomed its first guest. Hien, buddy, are you there? While the team's health station was empty, Bai Su took the chance to help tidy up the house. Hearing someone calling outside, she came out with a broom and saw a young man in a white shirt, peeking inside. Seeing the cloth wrapped around his head to keep dust out, Bai Su smiled at him. The young man's eyes brightened. Are you Aunt Bai? Hien mentioned you when he was in the county. I'm his good friend from the county. The young man looked very familiar and friendly. I just went to Hien's house. Aunt Lu said he's at the old house. I came to find him. It turned out he was Hien's good friend from the county. The young man looked energetic, slightly chubby, with fair skin, clearly from a well-off family, not lacking in anything. Bai Su smiled at him and called out to Hien working on the roof, Son-in-law, your good friend from the county is here. Bai Su has always been quite proper. Li Xiangyang suddenly heard Bai Su call him son-in-law and nearly slipped on the tiles. Hien, proud, smiled at Li Xiangyang and then leaned down from the eaves. Yuan Pengzi, wait a moment. Talk to my mother-in-law first. I'll finish these few tiles and come down right away. One called out son-in-law loudly, the other called out mother-in-law clearly, teasing him for being single. Li Xiangyang angrily shot a look at Hien, watching him confidently climb down the stairs. Yuan Pengzi, why did you come here? Hien asked Li Xiangyang to help with the tiles, while a carpenter was busy in the yard. Fearing ears behind the wall, Yuan Zhengwo pulled Hien into a quiet side room. Why haven't you come to the county to see me for so long? Last time we sold spicy sauce, many customers asked about it. If you don't come to the county, I have to go to the Peace Brigade. Yuan Zhengwo urged Hien. Not making money is stupid. When will you be able to make some spicy sauce to sell? Hien had been busy these days. First, he went to the brigade every day to grind, then used the money to buy back the house, and was fixing and repairing it. Every day I'm busy. I just got my status removed and bought back this old house. Hien never missed a chance to show off or boast. Selling goods isn't as important as getting married. I want to finish fixing the house quickly and marry Li Hua. Then I can bring my aunt into the house, and our family will be lively and happy. Yuan Zhengwo. He always teased him because he's single and has no partner.
Come on, stop it.
Yuan Zhengwo asked him, I heard from Aunt Lu that you spent a lot of money to buy this house. Isn't getting married free? Now in the city, they care about fancy ceremonies. Even if you skip the big wedding, Li Hua wouldn't mind marrying you without much fuss. At least you should buy her a watch, right? Buying a watch doesn't cost anything? Throwing a wedding banquet costs money? Giving a bride price to her mother costs money? Everything costs money, huh? Then we need to make more money quickly. Make some spicy sauce, sell it on the black market, and stop wasting time. Yuan Pengzi's quick tongue was impressive. Hien was hit with a cold reality check and shamefully convinced himself. All right, I get it. To marry a wife, I need to save more money. I'm not like you, single and eating well, with no worries. I need to earn money to support my wife and respect my mother-in-law. Tomorrow I'll go hunting in the mountains, okay? Yuan Pengzi. Can you stop saying you want to marry a wife all the time? After being force-fed a mouthful of sweet talk, Yuan Pengzi rolled his eyes at him. Waiting until you go hunting to make spicy sauce? The money will run out. Today, I got 10 pounds of pork from my uncle's slaughterhouse. I'll use that to make the sauce. I can't waste a trip to the Heping Brigade. Yuan Pengzi's uncle was the director of the county slaughterhouse, able to get pork using family benefits without needing a ticket. Keep it so you can use it when you marry Zhou Jiqing. Manhwa blushed deeply.
Mom.
Li Hua made a new dress for her sister. Hua somehow got a notebook and gave it to her sister, Guohua. Even Zhao Qingru gave Guohua a new towel. Su Xiaoxia visited for the first time, and she couldn't come empty-handed. She brought Guohua a bar of soap. Auntie, my brother and sister-in-law work at the soap factory. This is sulfur soap sent from home. It's not a good thing, but Guohua can use it at school. Others didn't know the benefits of sulfur soap, but Bai Su and Zhou Jiqing, who understand medicine, knew. The cold reality check and shamefully convinced himself. All right, I get it. The table they were eating at was a beautiful 8 immortals table, made by the carpenter from the neighboring team. His craftsmanship was excellent, using mortise and tenon joints to fit perfectly, making the table seamless. The sides of the table were carved with auspicious clouds, and the finished table looked very nice. 2 people were kicking under the table. Bai Su was unhappy and said, "Please don't kick the newly repaired table. It's okay if the legs get broken, but the table shouldn't break." Auntie, am I still your favorite son-in-law? He wondered if he was less important than the table. Kicking Yuan Pengzi was not about wanting to pursue his sister-in-law, but about avoiding more people fighting over the mother-in-law. He looked hurt, while Li Xiangyang and Yuan Pengzi quietly laughed. Annie cares for me and doesn't want to see me being kicked. Yuan Pengzi smiled with his eyes squinting and asked Bai Su, "Annie, can we make that 10 gene of meat into a tasty sauce today? I brought the spices for spicy sauce. I want to buy some to take back to the county." They needed money to buy back the house and repair it. To move into the old blue brick house sooner, Bai Su really wanted to help her son-in-law, Hien, earn money. After dinner, she started making sauce in the old house. Luckily, Hien had sent the carpenter home early, saying his brothers from the county had urgent matters. Otherwise, the smell of marinated pig intestines and sauce would spread everywhere, and they wouldn't be able to stop it. "Auntie, these spicy sauces won't last long. Someone is always interested in your rabbit-flavored sauce. When Hien goes hunting, remember to make some sauce for him to take to the county." Besides the fragrant sauces Bai Su made, Yuan Pengzi couldn't bear to leave after tasting her marinated dishes. "Auntie, next time I come back, I'll bring more pig offal. You can make marinated dishes for me. Besides large intestines and trotters, I'll also bring pig stomachs and pig ears. Marinated pig ears are crispy when you bite into them, sprinkled with chili sauce and sesame oil, topped with some scallions. That taste must be divine." When he learned that Yuan Pengzi's uncle was the director of a slaughterhouse, Bai Su thought pig ears were nothing special and wondered if there were even tastier things. She asked Yuan Pengzi, "Does the slaughterhouse only kill pigs, or do they also slaughter chickens and ducks?" "They do." Yuan Pengzi looked confused. "Auntie, are you thinking of making marinated chicken or duck?"
No.
Since the slaughterhouse also kills chickens and ducks, what do they do with the gizzards, feet, and heads? Pig offal and chicken and duck innards and paws don't sell for much. Yuan Pengzi told Bai Su, "Some are sold, and the rest are given to employees as benefits, divided among families." "All right, next time you bring some, I'll make something delicious for you." Yuan Pengzi agreed but muttered, "Those things aren't tasty. There's not much meat. Don't worry too much. You'll see when it's finished." Yuan Fatsi promised to wait until Hien goes to the county town next time to help Bai Su with chicken and duck innards and claws. He brought a batch of spicy sauce and drove the slaughterhouse delivery truck away. Hien thought Yuan Fatsi's words made sense. If he was to marry Li Hua, he would need money everywhere. He also promised to buy his aunt a bicycle. When Li Hua gets married and moves in, they will also move over. Having a bicycle will make things easier, and they will gradually buy more. After getting married, he would be the man supporting the family, which meant more responsibility. He must earn a lot of money. To give his family a good, comfortable life. He fixed the holes in the roof, repaired the broken doors and windows, and then went hunting deep in the mountains with Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan. They stayed overnight in the mountains and only came down after catching game, with a good harvest. This time, they caught several rabbits and wild chickens, a small wild boar and a muntjac. They planned to use the chickens, rabbits, and wild boar for smoked meat and meat sauce. Bai Su asked He Yan to kill the muntjac so they could share the meat. Muntjac meat is rich in collagen and amino acids, which are good for the skin and health. They shared the meat with Professor Yin and He Yan's mother to help them recover, and also let Li Xiangyang's family enjoy fresh meat. What Bai Su and He Yan didn't know was that someone was already watching them. That person was Lu Dajuan. Bai Su personally confirmed at the brigade office that He Yan was her son-in-law and said that a son-in-law was like a son. Her aunt didn't want to adopt him as her son anymore. Lu Dajuan was furious. Then he heard that He Yan paid 100 yuan to buy back the house, only spending 30 yuan himself. The rest was from his aunt's inheritance and savings. Lu Dajuan was even more upset. Those money should have been his from the start. His aunt originally wanted to adopt him as her son. Plus, Zhao Qingru, who ignored him, had been visiting the brigade clinic often and even went to Bai Su's house for meals. Lu Dajuan felt he was going crazy from frustration. Why had everything changed? Why was everything now working against him? He should have married the pretty Zhao Jiqing, and his aunt's favorite should have been him. Full of resentment, Lu Dajuan couldn't stand seeing He Yan and Bai Su live happily. He started wandering around the old He family house for no reason. On the day Yuan Fatsi arrived, the house was filled with the smell of braised meat. He saw that the person from the Peace Brigade was driving a truck from the county slaughterhouse. Previously, his aunt was low-key and unobtrusive. Now, she quickly connected with the slaughterhouse, likely through Secretary Qin's contacts. This made Lu Dajuan feel very angry and resentful, reaching its peak. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Dajuan smelled meat coming from the house. He guessed that He Yan had caught some game. He originally wanted to report He Yan for hunting and not sharing the meat to the collective, since he thought that Li Xiangyang was always with him and the team leader might favor him. Lu Dajuan believed that reporting to the team wouldn't stop He Yan. So he stayed hidden in the dark. Finally, he saw He Yan load a basket and take the team's tractor to the county town. Lu Dajuan thought this was his chance. He knew there was a black market in the county. Miao Chuifeng felt ashamed, but Bai Su didn't plan to let her off easily. She continued calmly, "I want to support my daughter's education." "What does that have to do with you? Studying costs money? Did I use your family's money? I use my own earnings to support my daughter. Some people really mind their own business." Miao Chuifeng felt more embarrassed, but Bai Su kept pressing her heart. Instead of worrying about whether other school fees are expensive, you should focus on teaching your own son. Spending the same money on studying, but he might not even get into high school. Lu Dejun and Lu Erjun had been beaten badly, and now, recently, Zhao Qingru kept running to the brigade health clinic. During lunch breaks, she studied with Manhwa. The weather was getting hotter, with the scorching sun baking the land. On the quiet country roads in the afternoon, Zhao Qingru saw Bai Su's eldest daughter, Li Hua, walking with a bowl toward the old He residence. The He family's old house was near the mountains and water, in a somewhat remote place. He Yan had bought back that house recently, and Bai would go help clean and tidy it whenever she was free. Now Li Hua was carrying a bowl heading to the old house, probably to bring food to He Yan's mother. She knew Aunt Bai had helped cure He Yan's mother's illness. The beautiful Lu auntie, though a bit weak, could still go help with light chores at the old house. Zhao Qingru watched Li Hua's figure walk toward the house, planning to take a shortcut to the health clinic. Suddenly, she saw Lu Lizhi following behind Li Hua, heading down that same road. They walked all the way to the clinic's entrance. Zhao Qingru felt something was wrong. When Zhao Qingru first came to the team as a young worker, she had a bad experience with Lu Lizhi. She always felt that Lu Lizhi was acting strangely behind Li Hua's back. After entering the team clinic, she greeted Bai Su and couldn't help but share her doubts. "Madam, I just saw Sister Li Hua going to deliver food to Aunt Lu, and Lu Lizhi also went that way." Zhao Qingru frowned. Is Lu Lizi that diligent? Going up the mountain to gather firewood at noon? She thought she might be overthinking and just mentioned it casually. However, Bai Su became alert upon hearing this.
Who is Lu Lizi?
A lazy person. Why would he go up the mountain to gather firewood at noon? Li Hua was going to deliver food to Mother He, and he was also heading towards the old He family house and the mountain area. Her report to the commune also involved Lu Lizi. That rascal, who looked like a hooligan, was detained by the police in town for a few days. After returning, he didn't cause trouble for her and her daughter. Something was definitely wrong. No, I need to take Lan Hua to check on things. Bai Su pulled Lan Hua and headed outside, still feeling uneasy. She instructed Zhao Qingru, lock the door of the team clinic, then go to the team office and find team leader Li Jiqiang. Tell him I have something to discuss with him and ask him to come to the old He family house. Unaware, Li Hua was being watched by Lu Lizi. When they arrived at the He family house, Mother He was sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. Li Hua looked happy. Madam, you're feeling better? Yes, just sweeping the yard isn't hard. I don't get out of breath anymore. I'm feeling stronger now, thanks to the ginseng decoction your mother prepared for me. She set the broom under the eaves and smiled at Li Hua. It's been a while since I felt so light and energetic.
It's great.
When you and brother He get married and have children, I'll help take care of them. Not married yet? Mother Lu had already thought about her and He having children. Seeing Mother He smiling, Li Hua knew she was joking. She shyly pressed the bowl in her hand into Mother He's. Madam, eat quickly. The food will get cold soon. Let me see what's good to eat. Oh, cold melon with eggs. Mother He, once a wealthy young lady, wasn't very good at cooking. Her cooking skills were just enough to make rice. Since he and Li Hua started dating, Bai Su didn't want her to tire herself out, so she didn't let her cook. Both Bai Su and Li Hua were excellent cooks, and Mother He enjoyed a relaxed life. She quickly packed all the food and vegetables at home and moved them to Bai Su's house. Hien is very good at growing vegetables. He picked bitter melon and green beans from his garden and sent them to Bai Su's family. Today, Li Hua cooked bitter melon with eggs, a dish Hien took from his garden before heading to the county. He salted the bitter melon to remove the bitterness, chopped fresh green chili, and fried it with smooth eggs. The dish is flavorful, tasty, and refreshing. It also clears heat and reduces fire, helping to soothe hot feelings. Since eating the meals prepared by Li Hua and Bai Su, Hien's mother has had a much better appetite. When she was hungry while tidying up the yard, she ate the bitter melon and eggs with rice, finishing the meal quickly. Seeing that she left no rice behind, Li Hua asked Hien's mother, Auntie, did I not serve enough food? Are you full? Yes, I'm full. Hien's mother, feeling a bit full herself, started teasing Li Hua. She smiled and said, My daughter-in-law is a great cook. Hien is so lucky. He must have good karma from a past life to find someone like you. As a mother-in-law, I feel the happiest person in the Peace Brigade.
Liwa Blusha.
Hien often says the same thing. He says that being with her and having a mother-in-law like her makes him the luckiest person in the Peace Brigade. They talk like mother and son. Li Hua didn't notice it when Annie was sick in bed, but now that she's healthy and teasing her, Li Hua feels that good mothers produce good sons. Auntie is a little mischievous, actually. Hien inherited her traits. Auntie, you're naughty. Teasing me all the time. Hien's mother scooped water from the well, washed the bowl, and handed it back to Li Hua. Li Hua, shy, took her bowl, blushed, and ran out of the house. She took a shortcut around to go home, but suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the. It was Lu Lizi, grinning and looking at her. Li Hua, holding her bowl, stepped back cautiously, trying to stay calm and planned to walk around Lu Lizi along the field ridge. But Lu Lizi blocked her under the sheltered side of the. Li Hua, I heard you're dating Hien? Women are so realistic. Hien used to be a landlord and rich farmer, but you didn't date him then. Now that he's no longer identified by his background, you just cling to him. Lu Lizi kept talking nonsense, becoming more shameless, and moved closer to her. Li Hua took a step back. What are you talking about? What is He Yan's background? I'm also dating him. When I was with him before, he removed his background label, and I still dated him. So you've been with He Yan all along? Seeing Pear Blossom's increasingly curvy body, Lu Lizi's eyes flashed with jealousy. He Yan is really not a good guy trying to steal her from me. What nonsense is he talking? Pear Blossom couldn't stand it anymore and spat. Your ex-wife had 2 kids with you. You're almost as old as my dad. I won't date He Yan, but I might consider you? Are you crazy? How can you say He Yan is trying to steal you? Oh, your mouth is quite good at talking. Seeing no one around, Lu Lizi greedily looked at Pear Blossom. Later, I will make you submit, and then you'll see how good your words are. Pear Blossom panicked. She already sensed that Lu Lizi's gaze was strange. This area near He Yan's house is remote, and this is quite far from the old house. Pear Blossom dodged Lu Lizi, who was pressing on her, trying to jump onto the field ridge and run away. How could Lu Lizi let her go? He reached out to grab her. Pear Blossom screamed in fear, raising a bowl and smashing it at Lu Lizi's head. Lu Lizi blocked with his hand, so the bowl didn't hit his head. His hand was hit so hard it almost broke, and he howled in pain, glaring fiercely. He grabbed her and dragged her into the nearby woods. Little you hit me. Soon you'll see how tough I am. Bai Su and Manhwa hurried over and saw the scene. She quickly grabbed a stone from below and threw it at Lu Lizi's head. At first, Pear Blossom's bowl didn't hit Lu Lizi's head, but Bai Su's stone did, causing blood to drip from Lu Lizi's head, and he fell to the ground. Bullying her sister, she had to help. Lanhua found a bamboo stick in the vegetable garden nearby, leaned on it, and stabbed it toward Lu Lizi. After being hit by the stone and then stabbed and beaten with the bamboo stick by Lanhua, Lu Lizi had no chance to faint. He staggered to his feet, eyes fierce, and lunged toward Bai Su and the others. Bai Su quickly grabbed the bamboo stick from Lanhua, didn't dodge or avoid, and rushed forward, wildly hitting Lu Lizi. The bamboo stick swung so densely that Lu Lizi had no way to defend himself. Bai Su beat him until he curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. You hit me with a stone and I bled. If you hit me again, you'll kill me. How could Bai Su listen to him? He dared to force Pear Blossom, showing no fear of consequences. While Zhao Qingro was helping her shout, Bai Su took the opportunity to beat him mercilessly. Lu Lizi was beaten until he couldn't breathe properly. He heard Zhao Qingro's distant shout, "Auntie, I hear your voice. Where are you?" "We're here." Bai Su peeked over the hill and saw Zhao Qingru bringing Zhou Dajiang and some militia officers. Only then did she put down her bamboo stick. Then she suddenly rushed towards Li Hua. "Li Hua, my poor child, anyone can bully us. We are just orphaned women and children, so pitiful." When Zhou Dajiang heard Bai Su's crying, he and the militia officers and Zhao Qingru rushed down the hill. They saw that Li Hua's clothes were still neat, her hair slightly messy, and Lu Lizi lying on the ground, breathing irregularly. Seeing Zhou Dajiang, Lu Lizi seemed to see light and hope. His face was bloody, and his muddy hand reached out to Zhou Dajiang. "Secretary Zhou, save me. They're going to beat me to death." "Shouldn't you be beaten? Just one hit, and you're acting all dramatic?" Bai Su protected Li Hua and angrily shouted at Zhou Dajiang, "Secretary Zhou, Lu Lizi is not a good person. If I had come a little later, he would have assaulted Li Hua. This is no longer just bullying. I plan to report him to the town commune." Bai Su pointed at Lu Lizi with a sharp voice. "This kind of troublemaker must be dealt with. Secretary Zhou, you need to remove this pest from our team." Zhou Dajiang looked at Lu Lizi, who was bleeding and unable to get up, and then at the unharmed Bai Su and her daughter. He frowned, thought for a moment, and called Bai Su over. "Girl, come here. Let's talk." Bai Su handed the frightened Li Hua to Lan Hua and Zhao Qingru, then walked to the vegetable patch beside the woods. Standing a bit away from Lu Lizi, she said, "Secretary Zhou, go ahead. Girl, you guys beat Lu Lizi so badly? His mother and 2 children still need him. If he's taken to the town commune, what will happen to his family? Zhou Dajiang dared not meet Bai Su's eyes and looked down at the vegetable patch. Girl, I think we should forget about this. You hit him, but Li Hua wasn't hurt. And last time, Secretary Yin came to the Peace Brigade because Hien made a contribution. He said our team might have a chance to be recognized as an advanced collective. If someone in our team commits a serious crime we might not get that honor. Isn't attempted crime still a crime? She and Manhwa didn't arrive in time. If Zhao Qingru hadn't run into Lu Lizi following Li Hua, Lu Lizi would have already succeeded. For the sake of an award, Zhou Dajiang wanted to let it go easily. Did she run to find Qin Yenyue to help He Yan escape responsibility, making the Peace Brigade proud, but then end up shooting herself in the foot? Today Li Jiqiang came, and he wouldn't be so indecisive. Bai Su felt a bit disdainful of Zhou Dajiang, but as the health worker of the team, if she opposed him, she would soon be targeted by him as a leader. Seeing Bai Su unmoved, Secretary Zhou tried to persuade her. Girl, if this gets out, it will damage Li Hua's reputation. He and Hien are going to get married, right? Bai Su almost wanted to after hearing this. Seeing Zhou Dajiang pretending to care for her, Bai Su smiled and said, Secretary Zhou, I trust my judgment. Hien won't dislike Li Hua because of this matter. The person at fault is Lu Lizi. How could Li Hua's reputation be bad? Bai Su insisted, to promote the collective, we should also bring Lu Lizi, who is causing trouble, to justice. Why are you so stubborn? Forget it. Your words are all over the place. I can't argue with you. Zhou Dajiang insisted on smoothing things over. Bai Su pretended to feel wronged and stepped back. He has such thoughts, which are very dangerous. We can't just beat him a few times and let it go. Is it just a few hits? Seeing the blood on his head and him nearly being beaten to death, Zhou Dajiang agreed. He needs ideological education. Keep him at the team office for a few days to reflect. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. After the matter was settled, Secretary Zhou, with a stern face, ordered the militia officer to take the person to the team office. The militia officer looked down on Lu Lizi, who was acting hypocritically, claiming Lu Lizi was resisting when he was being forced, and kicked him hard in the back of the knee. Lu Lizi, now unable to fall properly, was dragged away by the militia officer, limping under Zhou Dajiang's watchful eye. Once they left, Zhao Qingru hurried over to tell Bai Su. The team leader went to the commune for a meeting, so he's not here. I had to tell Secretary Zhou and the militia officer that someone was causing trouble at his house. Li Jiqiang was also unavailable, which was understandable. Bai Su had been worried that Lu Lizi might become aggressive, and their group of women couldn't handle him. You did very well. I won't say any more sweet words. Bai Su expressed her gratitude to Zhao Qingru. If it weren't for her today, Li Hua might have been truly harmed by Lu Lizi. Before He Yan and Li Hua's wedding, if such an incident had happened, how despairing would Li Hua have felt? Bai Su sincerely said, I treat you like my own daughter. If anyone dares to bully you in the peace team, I will stand up for you in the future. Zhao Qingru kept comforting the frightened Li Hua. After hearing Bai Su, she smiled happily. During these days, she had grown to like Bai Su's family more and more, feeling like they were already family. All right then, she sweetly called out, Godmother. Although Lily Flower didn't suffer much damage, she was indeed frightened. Since this place is close to the He family residence, Bai Su took Lan Hua and Zhao Qingru to rest at the He house to calm down. Seeing Lily Flower return with so many people, Hian's mother was confused. What's going on? Don't mention it. I was almost bullied by Lu Lizi, Bai Su explained honestly, knowing Hian's mother's character. After hearing what happened, she knew Lily Flower was wronged and scared. She was furious. That wicked Lu Lizi, how dare he bully my daughter-in-law? I'll have Hien teach him a lesson. Her future daughter-in-law was hurt, and Hian's mother felt heartbroken. But after feeling upset, she also felt worried. She even blamed Hien. Why did that guy go to the county today? Why did he go today of all days? It made my daughter-in-law scared. Going to the county? Why hasn't he come back yet? Zhao Qingru found it quite interesting. Lily Flower was still dating Hien, Yet Hyeon's mother kept calling her daughter-in-law. How much did she like Lily Flower? Hyeon's mother was busy pouring tea and water for them. Zhao Qingru looked around and whispered to Bai Su, "Annie, the He family's house has a solid foundation. I noticed the beams are made of the best wood." She was truly insightful and perceptive, no wonder she was the heroine. When they went up the mountain to gather herbs, she found some aged He Shou. Today, Lily Flower's good luck was partly thanks to her. Last time, because she saved her, Li Jiqiang made her the health worker for the brigade. At first, Bai Su didn't dislike Zhao Qingru because of her luck. After she saved Lily Flower, Bai Su planned to treat her sincerely, like a daughter. The young man from the He family said that after Lily Flower gets married, we can move over. "You can come to eat often," her auntie said. Could she really become a matriarch of the He family? It seemed her future mother-in-law had a good relationship with her son-in-law. Zhao Qingru nodded and replied, "Once Lily Flower gets married, I'll come often. When that time comes, Auntie, don't mind if I eat a lot." "How much can you eat? You can't miss a bite." Hyeon's mother was muttering about her son, thinking that he should comfort Lily Flower now that she was scared. Hyeon also couldn't help but think about it. Just then, he hurried back from the county. When he entered, from his perspective, he immediately saw Zhao Qingru talking in the yard outside the corridor, and his face darkened. Seeing Bai Su standing with her, Zhao Qingru, who was probably invited by her aunt, didn't make him reject Zhao Jiqing, and his expression returned to normal. Bai Su, with sharp eyes, noticed Hyeon holding something with his left hand and his right hand hanging awkwardly. She approached him and asked, "What happened to your hand?" Hyeon glanced at Zhao Qingru. He could accept Zhao Qingru visiting and knew that his aunt's family had recently become close to Zhao Jiqing, but he didn't plan to say certain things in front of her. Knowing that Manhwa was hoping he would bring back high school textbooks, Hyeon took out the books he brought and handed them to Inshunger, who ran over. Then he called Bai Su, "Annie, come with me to the side room." In front of Zhao Qingru, Hyeon pretended nothing was wrong. Once inside the side room with only Bai Su, he no longer hid his pain, grimacing painfully. Today, the county town conducted a sudden inspection, targeting illegal activities. "Yuan Pengzi, and I almost got caught by the patrol team," Hyeon honestly told Bai Su. "I protected Yuan Pengzi and took my hand is probably dislocated. Yuan Pengzi wanted to take me to the county hospital, but I was afraid we'd be caught by those patrol people, so I didn't dare go. Yuan Pengzi had to find someone to help him get a tractor and brought me back to the Peace Brigade. Today, I helped Yuan Pengzi escape danger. Besides the high school textbooks I brought for Manhwa, last time your aunt said she wanted chicken, duck, claws, and internal organs, so Yuan Pengzi went to the slaughterhouse and brought back a big bag for her." No wonder Bai Su still smelled a fishy odor when Hyeon took out the books from the burlap sack he was carrying. Compared to delicious food, Hyeon was more important. Bai Su was too lazy to look through what he brought and told him, "Let me see your injury." Hyeon fidgeted awkwardly with his buttons. Bai Su almost wanted to laugh, knowing he misunderstood. She quickly told him to sit still and gently touched his right arm through his shirt. Then, taking advantage of Hyeon blushing shyly, she suddenly applied force and snapped his dislocated shoulder back into place with a loud. Hyeon let out a muffled groan. Li Hua, hearing the noise, hurried in and asked, "Brother Hyeon, what happened?" "Your brother Hyeon's hand is dislocated. I put it back." "You cheer him up," Bai Su said with a maternal smile. Seeing Li Hua so nervous, Bai Su smiled at her. Then she told Hyeon, "You should also comfort your future wife. She almost got bullied today." Hearing Hyeon anxiously questioning Li Hua about how she was bullied and whether she was hurt, Bai Su smiled kindly and carried the things Yuan Pengzi gave her to the kitchen. She called Hyeon's mother and also Zhao Qingru and Lan Hua into the kitchen to help wash the half-burlap bag of chicken, duck, internal organs, and claws. Although Hyeon spoke casually, Bai Su could tell from his serious face that today he faced a dangerous situation in the county town. If he was caught for illegal trading, he would be sent to a farm for reform, and the false reputation he had built would be lost. Bai Su was cleaning chicken and duck innards by the well, thinking that if the authorities were cracking down illegal trading lately, her son-in-law running a black market in the county town would soon be in danger. She couldn't let him stay in such a risky situation. But illegal trading meant big profits. Nowadays, only the brave survive. The timid often starve. Could she give her son-in-law a cover story? After a lot of effort, she cleaned half a sack of chicken and duck innards and claws, then boiled them in a pot. As the fragrant smell filled the kitchen, she saw some greedy heads peeking in at the door, drooling. Suddenly, she had an idea. Yes, she could disguise her son-in-law's illegal activity with this pot of marinated goods. Bai Su's marinated duck and chicken were very tasty. The chicken claws, duck necks, and duck intestines had little meat, but Bai Su's skill made them spicy and flavorful, so tasty that people couldn't stop eating. Even Zhao Qingru, who didn't eat spicy food, and Hian's mother, recently recovered from illness, couldn't resist grabbing some. There were so many marinated chicken and duck parts, spicy and flavorful, but Bai Su's family and Hian couldn't eat them all. She packed some into bowls and asked Hian to give them to Li Xiangyang's family. The rest, she told Hian to find the village craftsman to make a few bamboo boxes, lining them with oil paper and filling them with the best-looking chicken and duck parts, claws, necks, and marinated intestines. She claimed she needed to go to the county hospital for medicine and asked Hian to drive the tractor to the county town. Choosing Lu Lanhua to spend his life with was the best decision he had ever made. Holding her hand and growing old together, Lu Lanhua was his destined partner. What made him feel even luckier was that, after marrying Lanhua, he also gained family members like Bai Su. At this moment, even as the person helping Yin Fan hold the umbrella, and Zhou Zilian confidently handed him and Lanhua a wedding red envelope. "Thank you, Comrade Zhou Zilian, and thank you, Yin Fan. I am very happy that you came to help with the photos." The only regret in Zhou Chongqing's heart disappeared. "I'll go find Secretary Qin." Why was she going to see Secretary Qin? Hian thought that chicken and duck organs, like duck feet and duck necks, had little meat, but after his aunt's cooking skills, they tasted very good. Thanks to Secretary Qin giving Professor Yin that ginseng for his illness, his mother was able to use some ginseng stems in medicine, which made her health much better. Thinking about how Aunt Bai wanted to thank Secretary Qin for this, he felt it was only right. Knowing that Bai Su wasn't planning to go to the black market, Hian relaxed his mind. After arriving in the county town, he drove the tractor to the county committee's gate. Clothes make the man. Back in the town, Bai Su wore a new dress made by Li Hua, looking radiant and full of energy. The young girl at the reception saw her outfit and didn't want to stop her at first. But when she looked closer, she realized she was the same person who had come to see Secretary Qin last time. Secretary Qin had also invited someone to a state-run restaurant for a meal. According to Secretary Zhao, she was the sister of White Captain. Before Bai Su could speak, the girl cheerfully called out, "Big sister, are you here to see Secretary Qin?" "Yes." Bai Su smiled and asked, "Does Secretary Qin have time?" At this moment, Qin Yanyu was in a meeting. The girl personally led Bai Su and Hian to wait in the reception room. Soon, footsteps sounded outside. First, Secretary Zhao opened the door, then the tall Qin Yanyu strode in confidently, his gaze falling on Bai Su. The bamboo box holding the duck delicacies was made from fresh bamboo, looking green and fresh, very eye-catching. Bai Su picked 2 boxes from the large food containers and pushed them in front of Qin Yanyu. "I made some tasty food for you. Try it and see if you like the flavor." Qin Yanyu didn't think she was just a good-hearted sister of his comrade, Bai Captain, bringing him food. Last time, she brought smoked rabbit and 2 jars of meat sauce, which made her husband Hian lose face because she looked like someone easy to bully, but inside, she was clever and cunning. Flattery without reason is usually suspicious. Bai Su opened the food boxes, and Qin Yanyu saw that inside were just cheap marinated sausages and duck feet, but they looked good and appetizing. Just smelling the aroma, Secretary Zhao swallowed hard. He was so useless that Qin Yanyu shot him a sharp look. Qin Yanyu looked at the tempting food in the bamboo box but remained unmoved. Last time you brought smoked rabbit, you caused me a lot of trouble. Tell me, this time you're giving me food. What do you want? The emperor's stomach can hold a ship. Why are you so petty? Bai Su used a bamboo skewer to pick up duck intestines and chicken gizzards, enthusiastically handing them to Qin Yanyu and Secretary Zhao. Eat quickly and try the taste. I kindly brought you food. You just think I'm scheming something so boring. Secretary Qin, what do you really think of me? Your misunderstanding really hurts me. Seeing her mother-in-law's playful antics, He Yan was stunned. Last time, when she removed his landlord status, did she do the same? The tone sounded like she was coquettishly teasing Secretary Qin. Her expressions and charm when talking to him were completely different from when she faced herself. But despite her efforts, Secretary Qin wasn't moved. He Yan thought Qin Yan, you would look down on these cheap snacks, but surprisingly, Qin Yan you actually took the bamboo skewer from Bai Su and, along with Secretary Zhao, started eating the duck intestines and chicken gizzards. A spicy aroma spread across his taste buds. Secretary Zhao praised, delicious. Sister, your cooking skills are amazing. Not receiving a cold look from Qin, Bai Su tilted her head and leaned forward. Secretary Qin, is it really good to eat?
Yes.
Qin Yanyu didn't usually like spicy food, but since his comrade's sister made it, he was willing to try a few bites. The spicy rabbit meat sauce from last time was similar, and this time's marinated sausage was also flavorful. It wasn't too spicy for him, and it was crispy and refreshing to bite into. The fragrant, spicy flavor lingered in his mouth for a long time. He modestly gave his opinion, not bad. That's great if you think so. Bai Su pushed over 3 more food boxes. I want to invite Director Zheng from the Peace Brigade to try our marinated duck. Should you help me pass it to him, or should I call him over? Secretary Zhao's hand, holding a skewer of marinated sausage, trembled slightly. He realized that not all the food on the table was meant for them. Only 2 boxes were for tasting, while the other 3 were for Director Zheng from the food factory. Qin Yanyu, expressionless, almost laughed at his comrade's sister's playful antics. She always found new ways to surprise him. He had only been to the Peace Brigade once, to deliver a package for Bai Mao, and his comrade's sister clung to him, pulling him like a sheep to fleece. Yesterday, Hien came to the county seat, delivering a letter from Yin Fan, saying his uncle was feeling better. Qin Yanyu, who didn't want to pay attention to Bai Su, finally relented when he saw her smiling eyes. To ask for help, a few boxes of marinated food are enough. You can finish eating and then go back to the Peace Brigade. There was still a little time before noon. Qin Yanyu asked Secretary Zhao to take Bai Su and Hien to his residence, then instructed Zhao, go to the food factory and ask Zheng Tong to come for lunch. Qin Yanyu lives in the county committee compound, a quiet courtyard in the busy town, with a small 2-story building. The person taking care of his daily life is an elderly lady he brought from Beijing. Secretary Zhao said to call her Aunt Ju. Aunt Ju, today Director Zheng will come for dinner. Secretary Qin asked comrade Bai Su to help cook and prepare the food. Since Qin Yanyu moved to this county, only Secretary Zhao and Director Zheng have entered his residence. Suddenly, Secretary Zhao brought back a woman, saying Qin Yanyu asked her to help with cooking. Aunt Ju smiled warmly and looked at Bai Su carefully. Of course, she automatically ignored the young man, Hien, who came along. The grains and vegetables Qin Yanyu wanted to eat were delivered by a special buyer. Bai Su went into the kitchen and saw fresh loofah, green beans, eggplants, peppers, and a piece of pork with bones and skin. She started helping Aunt Ju wash the vegetables. Aunt Ju, later we can make eggplant and green bean casserole, pork rib and loofah soup, mincemeat with eggplant, and a stir-fried pork dish. Do you think that's okay? Bai Su asked her. I brought some homemade marinated dishes. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Will that be enough for Director Zheng? Enough. Comrade Xiao Su, you can make marinated dishes yourself? Aunt Ju smiled with her eyes closed. If not enough, we can add a steamed egg. Living in the county committee compound, eggs are plentiful. Aunt Ju took out the eggs, and Bai Su asked, how does Secretary Qin like his eggs? We can make spicy steamed eggs, plain steamed eggs, loofah with eggs, Or stir-fried eggs with green peppers. Or maybe a pancake with eggs. I can make pancakes. Good, good. Let's make an egg pancake, and also a steamed egg. Aunt Ju told Bai Su. Yenhua doesn't really like spicy food. In the future, you should be more considerate of his taste. Bai Su didn't think much about it. She just thought Aunt Ju told her Yenhua didn't like spicy food, so she should be more careful when cooking. Seeing Aunt Ju's warm, ant-like smile and observing her in the kitchen, Bai Su only thought she was a kind person. Since Yenhua lent her the place to entertain Director Zheng, Bai Su wanted to do more work. After washing the vegetables, she took the cutting board and started chopping vigorously. Aunt Ju watched her quick movements and was even more pleased. Comrade Xiao Su, you and your brother are really good-looking. You, as the older sister, look very pretty, and your brother is also handsome. How did you meet our family member Yenyu? Oh, my older brother is comrades with Secretary Qin. Last time, Secretary Qin came to the Peace Brigade to help deliver packages and help me out. That's how we met. Wait, that's not right. Where did her brother come from? Bai Su saw Aunt Ju talking to her and also looked at Hien, who was outside sweeping the yard with a broom. She finally understood that Aunt Ju had misunderstood her and Hien as siblings. Does she look that young? Bai Su thought Aunt Ju's eyes were very sharp. She could really see through people. Inside, she wasn't just a young girl. Aunt Ju, you misunderstood. That's my son-in-law.
What? Son-in-law?
Aunt Ju was shocked and dropped the spatula on the ground with a clatter. You look so young. How can you already have a son-in-law? I'm not young anymore. I'm 36. My daughter is 18. Women in the countryside marry early. After I got married, I quickly had my oldest daughter. And there's more than one daughter? Several? Aunt Ju felt even more devastated. Yenyu's child, the first one he brought back here, wasn't his partner? She heard Bai Su was already married and had children, and Aunt Ju felt really down. Your daughter is already getting married. It's quite early for you to be married. How nice it would be if she hadn't married or had children. Just a few years older or younger, and she's a sister of a comrade. They could have made do and been together. Seeing Bai Su's skillful chopping, cutting the loofah and green beans evenly, Aunt Ju felt even sadder. When Bai Su showed her cooking skills, making several colorful, appetizing dishes, Aunt Ju felt worse. The steamed eggs were smooth and delicate, without a single hole, like steaming the softest tofu. She's tall, looks good, and has great cooking skills. Why isn't she Yenyu's partner? Aunt Ju helped with the fire, feeling unmotivated like a wilted eggplant. Outside, she heard Yenyu talking to Director Zheng. Yenyu, are you really asking Secretary Zhao to call me over for dinner? Director Zheng, a former subordinate of the Qin family's old master, was a bit nervous about such a sudden honor. It smells really good. I feel like this is a banquet for a royal family. Then don't eat it. Yenyu replied coldly. The cook is Captain Bai's sister. Is it that Bai Su from the Peace Brigade? She cooks? That's fine. Since you're throwing a banquet, I'd better eat my fill first. Since the fire was almost ready, Aunt Ju quickly got up and went outside. When Director Zheng and Yenyu entered, she kept glaring at him with annoyed eyes. Yenyu was confused by her glare. Aunt Ju, what's wrong with you today? Not much. Aunt Ju greeted us listlessly. Xiaojing is here? Yes, Aunt Ju. I'm here again for a free meal. It smells so good inside. I'm going to see what Comrade Bai Su has cooked. Director Zheng was eager to rush to the kitchen, but Bai Su already brought out a bowl of gourd and pork rib soup. Although she knew Bai Su was married and her daughter was almost married, Bai Su worked so diligently and was always eager to cook. Aunt Ju felt a bit embarrassed and quickly went inside to help serve the dishes. Soon, a steamed egg, a bean and eggplant casserole, minced meat with eggplant, stir-fried pork, and some preserved vegetables brought by Bai Su were all on the table. The bowl of gourd and pork rib soup in the center looked quite impressive, like a star surrounded by the moon. The main dish was rice, along with Bai Su's egg pancakes. The egg pancakes had a golden color, making them very appetizing. Aunt Ju took a bite and praised them endlessly. She felt a bit jealous. As she bit into the pancake and felt a slight choke, Director Zheng and Secretary Zhao were already fighting over the preserved vegetables. Compared to Secretary Zhao, who was just there to support, Director Zheng was more enthusiastic. He ate and praised, "This cured sausage is delicious, with a spicy aroma that's refreshing. It's a bit numbing, right? Did you add Sichuan peppercorns? These duck feet and duck necks are tasty and chewy. And this duck gizzard is flavorful and delicious. Everything is so good." Director Zheng kept praising, complimenting all the dishes on the table, especially the cured meats, which he liked very much. Bai Su took the opportunity of the lively atmosphere to speak up. "Director Zheng, do you think anyone would buy your food factory's cured meats?" "Of course. Who wouldn't buy? These cured meats are well packaged, last a long time without spoiling, and are easy to eat. Just tear open the package." Halfway through, seeing Bai Su's half-smile and watchful gaze, Zheng Jing angrily patted his thigh. "Yes. The food factory doesn't just sell egg cakes and cookies. Why didn't I think of making processed meat products to sell? The neighboring county recently set up a food factory. Zheng Tongha's factory makes egg cakes, cookies, and peach pastries, and others are copying them. Nowadays, not many people spend money on snacks. The market is small, and now they've lost half their business to the neighboring county." Bai Su's reminder sparked a new idea in Director Zheng. He thought that if they could buy Bai Su's recipe for cured duck products, process and compress it in their food factory, and then sell it in the market, how popular would that be? Zheng Zheng's eyes lit up. "Comrade Bai Su, where do you get these duck products? Is it from the county slaughterhouse?" "That's right, Director Zheng, I knew you would guess it. Thanks to Qin Yenyu's banquet, she didn't have to say much." Director Zheng jumped right into the trap himself. Bai Su smiled softly and revealed, "The duck products were made with the help of my son-in-law, Hien. His good friend Yuan Zhangwo's uncle owns a slaughterhouse. The chicken and duck organs, necks, claws, and such are bought at low prices. Director Zheng, if you can process these into ready-to-eat products and sell them, the food factory could make a big profit. So, you don't even need to worry about where the raw materials come from? Comrade Bai Su, but only you know the recipe for the marinated dishes." Director Zheng was quick to respond. "Can I buy the marinade recipe from you under the name of the food factory?" "Of course, I won't cut off your son-in-law and his friend's business. When I buy the duck products, I'll try to give them some benefits. Does that sound good?" The county only has one food factory. Even if Bai Su didn't say anything, with Director Zheng's connections, he could easily reach out to the slaughterhouse. Maybe Director Zheng already knows Yuan Zhangwo's uncle? So, the promise to give benefits to Hien and Yuan Zhangwo when buying duck organs was just a cover. Director Zheng is a friend of Secretary Qin. If you're willing to sell the recipe to him, I have no objections. Director Zheng was completely caught in the trap. Bai Su confidently laid out her conditions. "I just have one thing to ask for your help with, Director Zheng. Also, I want to know how much you are willing to pay to buy my marinade recipe." Bai Su agreed to sell the recipe, and Director Zheng understood that today's banquet was truly a strategic move. Qin Yenyu was very kind to her, his friend's sister. He called her over to help sell the marinade recipe. Coincidentally, a neighboring food factory had just lost some business, and this recipe really caught his interest. But Director Zheng, experienced and worldly, used a tactful approach. "How much does Comrade Bai Su think is appropriate for selling the recipe?" Bai Su held up 5 fingers. "Qin Yen, you almost choked. She really dares to ask. The marinade recipe is worth 500 yuan. With Zheng Tongha's cleverness, he could find some skilled chefs to study it and figure out the flavor of her marinade." Worried that Bai Su might ask for too much and ruin the deal, Qin Yenyu said from the side, "You're not planning to ask Director Zheng for help without discussing your needs, right?" With Qin Yenyu backing her up, Bai Su explained her plan. "You have a transportation team at the food factory, right? I want to find a job for my son-in-law so he can work in your food factory's transportation team." Bai Su confidently said, "He drives tractors very well, and he can quickly learn to drive other vehicles too." Zheng Tongha was silent. Qin Yenyu cleared his throat, and Zheng Tongha finally responded, "Comrade Bai Su, other jobs at the factory are easy to arrange, but the transportation team is hard to get into. I only have this one request. If Director Zheng agrees, I won't even charge the 500 yuan for the recipe. Since Secretary Qin is here, I'll sell it for 300. Bai Su patiently explained, if you buy my recipe, you can not only make marinated duck products but also marinate pig's feet and offal. The nephew of the slaughterhouse director, Yuan Zhangwo, came back from the Peace Brigade and praised my marinated pig's feet and intestines nonstop. Think about it, Director Zheng. You can sell the marinated duck in small packages, and you can also marinate pigs offal to sell in the county supply and marketing cooperative. That's extra income. Don't you think it's very cost-effective to use the transportation team's work and spend just 300 yuan on the marinade recipe? Bai Su threw out another tempting offer. I also have many recipes for snacks and desserts. Since we're so familiar, I'll share all my new ideas with you in the future. Of course, what Bai Su meant by sharing was actually exchanging money for information. But in Director Zheng's view, he was genuinely convinced. What kind of brain does Bai Su's sister have? She casually gives him ideas from marinade recipes to ways to increase factory profits, and what really moved him was that she also makes many snacks and treats. After tasting Bai Su's marinated dishes and meals and experiencing her cooking skills, Zheng Tonghe believed everything she said. All right, I'll arrange for Comrade He Yen to join the transportation team, and I'll pay an extra 300 yuan for the marinade recipe. In fact, not only Director Zheng thought Bai Su's mind was extraordinary, even Qin Yenyue wondered how her brain worked. She immediately suggested the transportation team job, which paid a high salary of 28 yuan a month, and getting into the team was all about connections. Qin Yenyue initially thought he might help by speaking up, using his relationship with Comrade He Yen to get him in. But this woman, with her quick tongue and sharp mind, kept throwing bait and convincing Zheng Tonghe. Finally, Bai Su achieved her goal, smiling with two small dimples. Qin Yenyue looked at her seriously, thinking to himself that she should stop causing trouble for him in the future. White Su is used to Qin Yenyue's cold face. She says, Secretary Qin, why don't you eat? Is my cooking not good? Tell me what you want, and I'll serve it to you. No need, Qin Yenyue replies coldly. Just eat your food and fill yourself up. After finishing the meal and leaving the county town, White Su has 300 yuan in her hand and has secured a job with the transportation team at He Yen Food Factory. As soon as she takes off her protective cap, she gets a job at the county food factory, working with the best transportation team. He Yen feels like he's dreaming. The tractor shakes back and forth, but it doesn't wake him from this dream. Andy, you really got me the job at the food factory transportation team? Not for you. Who else would I give it to? White Su says confidently, if it weren't for you, why would I want a job in the transportation team? I don't know how to drive.
No.
That's not what he means. He Yen is deeply touched. Auntie, shouldn't you first think about Lihua and Lanhua? Lihua loves making clothes, right? Ever since your mom taught her to design clothes, everyone in the team asks her to make outfits. She loves sewing and will soon marry you. Why should she work at the food factory? As for Lanhua, I want her to study and take college entrance exams. She's studying with Zhao Jiqing now. Don't say she can't take exams now. Look, your component can be removed. Nothing is impossible. Maybe one day, policies will relax. Hetien, that daring girl, working at the county food factory, aren't you just giving her to her aunt to bully? Guohua and Meihu are still in school, so you're the best choice. White Su keeps talking, and I sell marinated sauce recipes for money. I asked Director Zheng for the transportation team job, specifically to run this errand for you. You hurt your hand in the county yesterday. I know it's not as simple as you say. Black market money comes fast. Can you and Yuan Pongzi resist temptation? What if one day someone gets caught for speculating and ends up in reform through labor? You're my son-in-law. I want to keep you around to honor me. White Su finishes with a playful remark, then reveals the truth. The small-time hunting and selling in the county is just for filling our stomachs. Think about it. Being in the transportation team allows you to bring goods from outside, with the food factory as cover, so there's less risk. You can do the business you like and earn a salary to support the family. Isn't that good? Marrying Li Hua and respecting her mother. That's what it should be, right? And no mother-in-law would plan so much for her son-in-law, especially since he and Li Hua aren't even married yet. Hien was moved. Annie, do I need to change how I call you?
Hey.
Sooner or later, this day was bound to come. With 5 daughters calling her mom, and the young man he admired also eager to call her mom, Bai Su's heart, healed by Auntie Ju, was once again hurt. She felt that in the whole county, only Auntie Ju saw her as an unmarried young woman. Faced with He Yan's eager gaze, what could Bai Su do? She felt helpless. All right then.
Just call her that. Mom.
Mom. He Yan called Mom again and again, making Bai Su shiver with goosebumps, so she had to force herself to agree. At the Peace Brigade, her nephew Lu Dajuan was trapped near the riverbank in the small woods by the youth station. Lu Lizi was also lucky. When Bai Su threw a stone at him, it only cut his scalp. It looked scary but was just a small skin wound. Since being taken to the brigade office yesterday for ideological education, he had been hearing a buzzing in his head. But Lu Lizi insisted it was because the brigade leader and Secretary Zhou and others took turns reciting scriptures around him, not because he was injured. Now, he was blocking Lu Dajuan, who was secretly watching nearby, and Lu Lizi's ears still echoed with chairman's quotes. Because of this, Lu Lizi's gaze on Lu Dajuan was full of hatred. He felt as if a beast was staring at him, and the pain from his forehead and body made his hatred for Lu Dajuan even deeper. Lu Dajuan, feeling Lu Lizi's fierce stare, instinctively stepped back. Lu Lizi, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? You ask me? Lu Lizi pointed to his forehead. Look at this hole on my head. That's from your good auntie throwing the stone. Why would I bother her? It's because you said if I and Lu Lihua could get married, your Lu family would accept it. I know your aunt has support from county leaders, so I won't do this. And you said if I could become your aunt's son-in-law, then after beating Lu Lihua, your aunt could help me get into the county food factory. You also said women marry into the family like chickens or dogs, and after sleeping with Lu Lihua, for the sake of reputation, your aunt had to endure and let her marry me. Lu Dajuan, yesterday I tried to force Li Hua, but your aunt caught me in the act. Your aunt didn't say it like you do. She said her daughter doesn't care about reputation. All the orphan women and children don't care about reputation. No one else saw it, but Qin Yanhua saw clearly. When the kid was putting meat into Du Chonggeng's bowl, he was smiling mischievously. That upward curl of his lips showed he was pleased with himself. Lu Fongfong and Aunt Dongxiang were actually sitting right next to Du Chonggeng. She had a small appetite and was too full to pay attention, not knowing what was happening. Aunt Dongxiang nudged her, and Lu Fongfong walked around the table toward Du Chonggeng. Chonggeng, are you full? How could he not be full? Du Chonggeng looked at the braised pork in his bowl and felt satisfied. Qian Hongyi was a little slow-minded, chasing after him, calling him Uncle. What do you think? Lu Dajuan didn't treat Bai Su and her family as real people. He still cared a little about his sister, Lu Chunya. Hearing Lu Lizi's shameless words, Lu Dajuan was furious. Dream on. If you dare to touch Chunya, I won't let you go. All right, if you don't let me go, I won't let you go either, Lu Lizi said with a mischievous smile. I'll go tell your aunt and Secretary Zhou that everything I did to Lu Lihua was because of you. Let's see if you get a good outcome. This was a clear trap to control Lu Dajuan's weakness. Lu Dajuan was full of jealousy for He Yan. He had gained his aunt's favor, and she was even using her own money to help He Yan buy back the house.
Why?
He absolutely couldn't let Lu Lizi ruin his plan to adopt her as his own son. What does it matter if you complain? I didn't force you to bully Lu Lihua. Lu Dajuan finally lost some of his bravado. I'll pay for your medical bills from the beating. That's settled. Good. First, give me a big token of unity. I bullied Lu Lihua, and even if I die, your aunt wouldn't treat my wounds. I need to go to the town clinic for treatment. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more. Lu Dajuan really had a big token of unity. Before Bai Su was taken to the commune, her cabinet was smashed by White Su. Later, when Lu Qiushuang came to the house and caused trouble, she gave him a big token of unity to stop her. It didn't take much effort. Lu Dajuan just coaxed her a little and got the token. He kept this token close in his pocket, afraid Lu Lizzie would report to Bai Su and the brigade office. Even now, he was reluctant to take it out, but he had to. He painfully took out the token. When Lu Lizzie tried to grab it, he quickly pulled his hand back. This big unity is settled now. We are clear. From now on, you can't use this matter to trouble me again. I watched the money almost slip away from my hands. Lu Lizzie lied to him. All right. One big unity. We're clear. When I go to the town clinic to treat my injuries, I won't ask you for money anymore. Lu Dajuan then handed over the money again. Fearing he might change his mind, Lu Lizzie quickly snatched the money from his hand. After getting the money, Lu Lizzie immediately turned hostile. You always hang around the youth commune, probably for Zhao Jing, right? Speaking of Zhao Jing, she's so delicate and soft. I wonder how it feels to be with her. Before she came to the team, I wanted to get close to her. It was your interference that ruined my plans and scared away my future wife. If you won't let me get close to Lu Chunya, then I'll go after her and use your woman to settle the debt. Lu Lizie's shameless words made Lu Dajuan furious. He almost wanted to fight him, but he thought about how he initially approached Zhao Qingru, thanks to Lu Lizie's scheming against her. If Lu Lizzie still harbored bad intentions toward Zhao Qingru, Lu Dajuan would fiercely protect her, and maybe she would forgive him. Lu Dajuan's tone was weak. I gave you the big unity, and we're clear now. You can't have bad thoughts about Qingru anymore. I plan to marry her someday. Haha, I can't just take the beating for nothing. If it weren't for Zhao Jing meddling yesterday, I would have succeeded. Lu Lizzie shamelessly said, Your sister is too ugly. Without Lu Lihua, the only girl I like in Peace Brigade is Zhao Jing, who's so delicate and soft. Every day, Zhao Qingru would sneak to the brigade clinic during lunch break to study with Manhwa. When Bai Su suddenly went to the county town and the clinic was closed, the high school textbooks brought back by Hien yesterday were inside, so she and Manhwa couldn't study at noon. She told a few words to Manhwa and then returned to the youth commune. Walking to the small river and forest, she heard voices inside. Curious, she peeked into the woods and accidentally overheard Lu Lizzie saying shameless words. Was she getting into trouble again because of helping Sister Lihua yesterday? Having been nearly harmed by Lu Lizzie before, Zhao Qingru was scared when she learned he was after her again. She hurried back to the youth commune, accidentally stepping on a dry branch. Lu Lizzie was startled and turned around. Who's there?
Who's eavesdropping?
From Lu Dajuan's perspective, he had already spotted Zhao Qingru. Seeing Zhao Qingru fall to the ground after stepping on a withered branch, Lu Dajuan thought his chance had come. He suddenly rushed over, grabbed Lu Lizie's waist, and shouted loudly to her. Qingru, run quickly. Qingru took the opportunity, got up, and staggered towards the youth commune point. She didn't know what was happening by the riverside, small forest. She was frightened and developed a fever that night. The next noon, she didn't come to the health clinic. Bai Su stopped the young workers going to work in the afternoon and asked about her. She learned that Qingru had suddenly fallen ill. Auntie, Qingru is sick. Su Xiao, a good friend of Qingru, told Bai Su, people say that the small forest near our youth commune is strange. I think it's true. Yesterday, Qingru went to find Manhwa, and on her way back, she saw something she shouldn't have. Then she returned to the youth commune and fell ill. Is the small forest by the river more strange than the old He family house? Qingru had been to the old He house, so what was there to fear about the small forest by the river? Bai Su felt something was wrong. She was very worried about Qingru. She quickly went home and asked Lihua to help cook rice porridge. When the porridge was boiling, she added finely chopped seasoned meat and some chopped green onions. The white rice porridge mixed with meat and topped with green onions looked very appetizing. Bai Su also prepared a cold cucumber salad and packed some marinated vegetables into a bamboo lunchbox, then carried it to the youth commune. Everyone at the youth commune was out working now, so it was very quiet. Bai Su found Qingru's room. The door was tightly shut, as if it had been locked from inside. She knocked a few times. Startled by the knocking, a muffled voice came from inside. Who? Is Qingru inside? Bai Su heard the response. The voice was not only muffled but also cautious. She became even more worried about Qingru.
I'm your Aunt Bai.
I heard you are sick, so I came to see you. Qingru, weak and with a red face from fever, struggled to get out of bed and open the door for Bai Su. When the door opened from inside, Qingru almost fainted from weakness. Bai Su helped her and felt her body was very hot, which frightened her. How come I haven't seen you for just a day, and you're like this? Bai Su helped her back to the bed, placed the things she brought on a small table, then reached out to check her forehead and pulse again. You've been frightened, and your heart is out of balance. Bai Su propped a pillow behind her head and helped her sit up a little. I asked Sister Lihua to cook meat porridge for you and prepared 2 small dishes. You should at least eat some porridge with vegetables. I brought the fever medicine, but you're weak and have a weak stomach. If you take medicine without eating anything, you might it all out. Bai Su took a bowl of meat porridge and handed it to her. Drink some porridge first to settle your stomach, then I'll give you the medicine. Zhao Qingru originally had no appetite, but Li Hua took care of He-Yan's mother and was experienced in making porridge. The porridge was thick and just right, with the aroma of scallions. The minced meat inside was tender and smooth. Bai Su kept watching her, so Zhao Qingru unknowingly ate more than half a bowl. When you are sick, your heart feels very fragile. Zhao Qingru didn't know why, but after finishing the porridge with some vegetables, tears started to fall. She stopped eating, and Bai Su poured warm water for her. You're such a kid. When you're sick, why don't you tell someone at the health station? You're too weak to see a doctor, so I had to come here. If Su Jiqing hadn't said you were cursed by a spirit in the small woods by the river, I wouldn't even know you were so sick. After pouring the warm water, Bai Su handed her the medicine. Eat quickly. The porridge you ate earlier will help settle your stomach. Once you take this medicine and bring down your fever, you'll feel much better after a good sleep. Bai Su's care made the cold, trembling Zhao Jiqing feel warmth. While pondering something she couldn't understand in her heart, she also felt the desire to talk. After finishing the fever medicine under Bai Su's watchful eye, she felt a bit confused and told Bai Su, Auntie, actually, I wasn't cursed by a spirit in the small woods by the river. I saw Lu Laizi and Lu Dajuan talking there. Lu Laizi said he wouldn't let me go, and I was very scared. Has Lu Laizi been released from the brigade office so quickly? Bai Su was very angry. Qingru, it seems Li Hua's matter has caused you trouble. No, it's not that. If it weren't for that, Lu Laizi wouldn't have come after me, Zhao Qingru said, her voice choking with tears. Auntie, you don't know. When I first came to the Peace Brigade, many people had their eyes on me. There was Sun Mingyuan at our youth team, and Lu Laizi too. Sun Mingyuan kept pestering me, acting overly attentive. When I refused, he got angry and ruined my reputation. But Lu Laizi was different. He just attacked directly. At that time, it was thanks to your nephew Lu Dajuan running into him and chasing him away that I escaped. Thinking about that incident, she felt the wave of fear. Ever since Lu Dajuan kept coming to the youth team to help me, Lu Laizi never bothered me again. I was lucky to escape. Yesterday, I overheard him saying he wouldn't let me go and spouting a bunch of shameless, disgusting words. I was really scared. Facing Bai Su's trust, Zhao Qingru was eager to talk. She said, Annie, the reason I got sick is really because Lu Laizi scared me. When I first came to the youth station, I also felt a little sorry for Lu Dajuan. Lu Dajuan did something wrong to gather money for the bride price and to trick Sister Lihua. I don't approve of what he did, but yesterday Lu Laizi tried to pursue me. Lu Dajuan held Lu Laizi and pushed him down. I was so scared that I ran back to the youth station, feeling guilty. Thinking carefully, he has never done anything to harm me and has helped me many times. Although I didn't dislike him before and wasn't very fond of him, yesterday he helped me again. When I left him and was beaten by Lu Laizi, I kept thinking about it all night. I feel I was wrong. Bai Su had never understood why Lu Dajuan, a city girl from a big city, could marry such a beautiful girl like Zhao Qingru. After hearing Zhao Qingruo's story, Bai Su realized that Zhao Qingru was willing to marry Lu Dajun because Lu Dajun had helped her when Lu Lizhi bullied her. But Bai Su felt something was off. Is Lu Lizhi really afraid of Lu Dajun? When Lu Lizhi bullied Zhao Qingru and Lu Dajun beat him up, he never looked for Zhao Qingru again. Thinking about Lu Dajun talking about bride price, and Lu Lizhi's mother willing to pay 50 yuan to marry his daughter, Bai Su felt chills. Don't overthink it. Just get a good sleep. Sun Mingyuan? Lu Lizhi? Lu Dajun? For a beautiful girl like Zhao Qingru, coming to the countryside as a youth, she's like a piece of meat falling into a wolf's den. Everyone wants to bite her. Bai Su had a vague guess, but Zhao Qingru was sick, so it wasn't the right time to talk to her. Seeing Zhao Qingruo's eyelids fluttering from tiredness after taking medicine, Bai Su quickly helped her lie down.
Sleep now.
Sleep first, and we'll talk when you wake up. In Hian's view, Li Hua was his wife, and the incident where Lu Lizhi almost forced her was something he couldn't get past. His wife, even when protected, was still vulnerable. She wasn't meant to be bullied by others. Since returning from the county town, Hian had already started calling Bai Su mom, and his marriage to Li Hua was on the schedule. After they got married, he would work at the food factory's transportation team. The house was almost cleaned up, and a few new pieces of furniture still needed to be added. They had already asked the carpenter from the neighboring brigade to fix the doors and windows, and some furniture had been ordered from him. Hian returned from the county town yesterday, and the carpenter sent a message saying the paint was dry and ready. Hian called Li Xiangyang and went with him to the neighboring team to move furniture. They also went to the team office to operate the tractor. First, they circled around to Bai Su's health clinic to discuss something with her. Seeing Lu Dajun accompanying Zhao Qingru, he went ahead to the health clinic. Who is dating whom has nothing to do with Hian. He originally didn't want to get involved. First, he didn't like Lu Dajun, and second, his mother-in-law and sister-in-law Manhwa had recently become close to Zhao Qingru. He didn't want to see anyone get hurt who they were protecting. Zhao Jiqing, are you here to see my mom? Hian glanced at Lu Dajun, who was following behind him. If you're here, you're here. Why is there still a fly behind you? Lu Dajun stared at Hian's arm, remembering that day in the county town when he saw the patrol team arrest someone from afar. Someone who looked like Hian was beaten hard by the patrol team. If that person really was Hian, his arm must be injured. Lu Dajun took the opportunity to push Hian forward. Who's the fly? Why are you talking like that? And also, why are you calling me Andy's husband? Lu Dajun's face turned red with anger. You're dating Li Hua, but you're not married yet. Hian's arm was suddenly pushed hard, but he didn't react. Lu Dajun looked surprised. He thought he had done it cleverly, but Hian, who was as smart as he was, already frowned slightly and was thinking. Lu Dajun directly reached out and pushed him. Bai Su, hearing the noise outside the health clinic, peeked out from the open window. Did I tell Hian to call me mom? Do you have an opinion? Auntie, Hian and Li Hua haven't gotten married yet. Lu Dajun didn't finish his sentence, but Bai Su impatiently interrupted him. Whether Hian wants to marry Li Hua or not, what does that have to do with you? I don't have anything to do with your family of vampires anymore. Hian is my son-in-law. He's part of my family. You really mind your own business. Bai Su supported Hian. Tell him, when did you and Li Hua get married? My mom found me a job at the county food factory in the transportation team. In half a month, I'll start working in the county. Before that, I need to get a marriage certificate with my wife. Later, I'll drive the tractor to the neighboring team to move furniture and discuss with my mom what else needs to be added. Hian proudly boasted, watching Lu Dajun look stunned, his face turning from white to green. He felt especially happy inside. Like a proud rooster after winning a fight, he tilted his head high and strode confidently into the health clinic. Of course, before going inside, he cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Dajun, telling him with his eyes that he was just a pitiful, unwanted person. Lu Dajun was already stunned. What did he hear? His aunt works at the county food factory and she found a job for Hian, still in the factory's transport team? Aunt Lu Qiushuang once said that the transport team is very popular at the food factory, and the workers there earn more than her husband. His uncle is a workshop director earning only 26, but the transport team members make 28 a month. Such a good job. Should have been his. Why does it belong to Hien? Auntie. Lu Dajuan wanted to say something, but Bai Su suddenly closed the window with a bang and called Zhao Qingru. Qingru, come in. Open your eyes wide. Don't let any bad things get to you. Zhao Qingru had to turn around and look at Lu Dajuan.
Go now.
I told you it's impossible between us. Don't follow me anymore. After saying this, she left the disappointed Lu Dajuan and went into the health clinic. Auntie, I feel better today, just a bit weak. Please check my pulse and see if I still need medicine. Bai Su took Zhao Qingru's pulse and judged that she had indeed recovered. She thought that talking to her yesterday had helped ease her worries. That evening, she also asked Lan Hua to bring food. No need for medicine anymore. Taking too much isn't good. You're just a bit weak and tired. Bai Su urged her. There's still food at home. Sister Li Hua specially cooked porridge for you. Eat a little more. I also put a bottle of malted milk in my cabinet brought back from the county yesterday to help you regain strength. Take it to the youth commune. These past days I've been sick. You and Lan Hua have been bringing me porridge and food to take care of me. How can I still take my godmother's things? Zhao Qingru tried to refuse, but Bai Su pushed her out. All right. We're already like family, no need to be polite. You can ask Lan Hua. I need to discuss something with Hien. Zhao Qingru had no choice but to leave. When she stepped out of the health clinic, she saw that Lu Dajuan wasn't waiting outside. She secretly sighed in relief and then went to Bai Su's house to find Lan Hua. Through the window, her movements caught Hien's attention. He couldn't say anything in front of Zhao Qingru, but he had no shame when he was alone. Mom, has she been blinded by her own dirt? Hien didn't hold back and said bluntly, why is she hanging around with someone like Lu Dajuan again? I warned her last time to open her eyes wider. It seemed that not only the people at the team and the youth commune, but even her son-in-law thought Zhao Qingru was still involved with Lu Dajuan. Why do you think Qingru suddenly got sick? White Su told her that yesterday she visited a patient, and Zhao Qingru confided in her. This girl, she didn't even fall for handsome Sun Mingyuan, so how could she like Lu Dajuan, who is rough and has nothing in common with her? Lu Lizhi used to bully her, but Lu Dajuan saved her. Yesterday, when Lu Lizhi tried to pursue her again, Lu Dajuan was the one who knocked him down. She feels guilty leaving Lu Dajuan to deal with Lu Lizhi alone, and she feels soft-hearted about it. No wonder Lu Dajuan was limping and holding up his sleeve, showing the injury on his arm. It turns out he was pretending to be hurt. Hien scoffed disdainfully. With Lu Dajuan's character, how could he risk his life fighting Lu Lizhi for her? Mom, I think she was targeted by Lu Lizhi, and Lu Dajuan's hero saving her might be a setup. Lu Lizhi and Lu Dajuan are both not good people. They might be acting out a double act. As his son-in-law, he sees through the surface to the truth. After listening to Zhao Qingru's story yesterday, Bai Su also thought the same. But she had no proof. Zhao Qingru softened her heart, and her nephew Lu Dajuan kept pestering her like a fly. Thinking about what was described in the book, Lu Dajuan kept flattering Zhao Qingru, took her to Beijing when returning to the city, and even got her father a job. He played the role of a perfect Phoenix man to the fullest and used Zhao Qingru's value to the extreme. Her past with Qingru is none of my business now. Now that I've accepted her as my goddaughter, I have to care for her. Bai Su discussed with Hien. Besides, she was only targeted by Lu Lizhi because she was trying to save Li Hua. That gave Lu Dajuan a chance. The district office released Lu Lizhi so quickly. What are your thoughts? Falling into a pit in the mountains and breaking a leg isn't something that never happened. Hien smirked mischievously. Doing bad things will bring karma, Mom. Don't you think so? Hien and Li Hua are about to get married. If things get exposed, the consequences are too terrible to imagine. Bai Su thought it was better to be cautious. He only bullied Li Hua and then fell into a pit and broke his leg. Secretary Zhou and the militia officers might suspect you. Don't act yet. Wait until you go to the county food factory. Zhao Qingru saved my wife. I know what it means to repay kindness. Not acting to let Lu Lizhi suffer a heavy fall is really frustrating. But she also worried that he would be busy with the wedding plans with Li Hua, and Zhao Qingru might get into trouble later. Heian thought for a moment. Mom, I'll ask Xiangyang to watch secretly. Maybe he can see if Lu Dajuan and Lu Lizhi are working together to perform a double act. Heian got a job at the county food factory in the transportation team, earning 28 yuan a month. This was a big to Lu Dajuan. Zhao Qingru told him not to follow, so he walked home feeling lost. After being spoiled by Bai Su for a year, the chickens at home stopped laying eggs. It had been a long time since they ate eggs. Today, Lu's wife found a few wild eggs in the bamboo forest on the back mountain, smiling like a sunflower. Oh, my dear grandson has come back. Lu's wife didn't notice that Lu Dajuan was acting strangely. Did I give you good advice? If you get a little injury on your hand, she'll know you did it for her and feel soft. Come on, tell me, did Zhao Jiqing agree to date you again? You must have tired that woman out, so I'll cook some eggs for you. Lu's wife was still showing off the wild eggs she found on the mountain, stuffing them into Lu Dajuan's hand, asking him to feel. Lu Dajuan thought about her Aunt Heian, who also got a job at the county food factory in the transportation team, earning 28 yuan a month. Chun Tianfeng lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Her clothes were torn, and she wanted to speak back but couldn't say a word. She spat water from her mouth, trembling with fear. People like her, who bully the kind and fear the wicked, are often afraid when the tables turn. Seeing so many people watching her make a fool of herself, she fainted. Song Tianqi's fierce look not only intimidated the Song family, but also made the villagers afraid. Everyone muttered about what was happening. Song Tianqi used to look very obedient, but now he had changed so much. Song Chong was so angry. Aren't you afraid of thunder and lightning to die, you little troublemaker? Song Tianqi was so angry her teeth almost broke. Finally, Sun Chongmao, Sun De, and Sun Shichong, who had come back from working outside, managed to drag him away and threw him outside the village. But Song Mingqing still loudly threatened, saying he wouldn't let them have a good life. He said if she didn't give him money, he would ruin her business at the shop in town, making her have no work to do. He also threatened to go to the place where they used to sell embroidery in the county and damage their reputation. The villagers thought this man, do you understand? That worthless person who can't have a son, a money-grubbing scoundrel, using family funds to help outsiders buy a house? And the job at the county food factory, that should be his grandson's. Mrs. Lu was so angry she got up from the ground and grabbed Lu Dajuan's hand. Let's go find that money-grubbing, heartless woman and ask her why she helped outsiders get the job at the food factory. If she won't help you, my nephew, I'll beat her to death. The more she caused trouble, the more her aunt disliked her. Lu Dajuan shook off Mrs. Lu's hand and started crying loudly. Then Mrs. Lu began to curse at Bai Su nearby, using very harsh words, non-stop with a string of dirty language. To make it easier to go to the town, Song Tianqi bought a horse. It's hard for ordinary people to buy horses, so she asked Yang Chongfeng for help. She originally planned to buy a small donkey, but Yang Chongfeng advised her that it was better to buy a good horse all at once. She also bought several people from Yang Chongfeng, including a former shopkeeper, to make things easier for herself. After buying them, she sent the new shopkeeper, Cui Xianming, to the town to help out. Now that the shop was ready, they transported it to the county using a horse-drawn cart. For the opening, Song Tianqi didn't make a big fuss and damage their. Old Lu let out a heavy sigh. Lu Lizhi is useless, and Zhao Jiqing is meddling too much. We can't let someone with no blood relation take advantage of your aunt. Li Hua can't marry Heian. Lu Dajuan interrupted him angrily. Li Hua is about to marry Heian. What can we do? Old Lu, feeling annoyed, tapped the table with his pipe and looked fierce. Let Lu Lizhi openly say in front of the team leader that he forced Li Hua, that she was the one who seduced him. Li Hua is about to marry and he, as her uncle, doesn't even know? His sister-in-law is really ruthless. She doesn't plan to invite grandma or the older uncle to the wedding. Old Lu made a firm decision. Dajuan, mess up their marriage plans. Your aunt will only have you to rely on after that. Too many lice aren't a problem. If you let Lu Lizzie carry the blame, whether it succeeds or not, it won't be on you. Over with Li Xiangyang, who received instructions from He Yan, was happily excited. He had liked Zhao Qingru for a long time, but he was shy, unlike Lu Dajuan, who was shamelessly hanging around Zhao Jiqing and couldn't be driven away. Li Xiangyang carefully observed and paid attention to the movements at the Jiqing station, figuring out that Zhao Qingru was always accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao when going to and from work, and only during lunch at the Brigade Health Clinic, when she studied with Manhwa, would she be alone. Originally, Zhao Jiqing planned to return to the youth commune after finishing her studies at the Brigade Health Clinic at noon. However, since she fell ill, she's been staying longer at the clinic, and in the afternoons, she simply works together with Lan Hua. Usually, Zhao Jiqing does not leave the youth commune at night. Li Xiangyang suspects that if Lu Lizzie intends to harm Zhao Qingru, he would do so after she finishes lunch at the youth commune and heads toward the Brigade Health Clinic. The only place that is somewhat secluded is the small forest by the river near the youth commune, which is deserted and likely the chosen spot. Li Xiangyang watched the small forest by the river for several days, but there was no movement. He thought Lu Lizzie was just making empty threats and hadn't actually acted out since he was only reprimanded at the brigade office. That day, he finally saw Lu Lizzie sneaking into the small forest by the river. Soon after Lu Lizzie went in, Zhao Qingru finished her lunch at the youth commune and was heading toward the Brigade Health Clinic. Li Xiangyang's heart nearly jumped into his throat. He wanted to warn Zhao Qingru by crawling out from the straw heap, but was afraid of startling Lu Lizzie. In his panic, he suddenly jumped out and pulled Zhao Qingru into the straw heap. Ugh, ugh. A hand covered her mouth, and she was dragged into the grass pile, terrified. Li Xiangyang whispered urgently, "Don't be afraid. He Yan told me to protect you." Lu Lizzie just went into the small forest by the river.
No.
Seeing that she was the brigade leader's daughter, and often with He Yan, Zhao Qingru's quickly pounding heart calmed down. Lu Lizzie was sneaking into the small forest by the river. Why did he need to drag her into the straw heap just to warn her? Zhao Qingru, regaining her composure, glared sharply at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang released his hand from her mouth, scratching his head awkwardly. "I was in a rush and didn't think carefully." He wanted to explain, but from Zhao Qingru's perspective, through the gaps in the straw, she saw Lu Lizzie come out from the woods again, hiding behind a tree and looking around toward the youth commune. She quickly made a shushing gesture at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang followed her gaze, peering through the straw gaps, and saw Lu Lizzie hiding behind a tree not far from the straw heap. He was so scared, he didn't dare make a sound. If anyone saw him and Zhao Jiqing crawling into the straw heap, it would be impossible to explain clearly. It would ruin Zhao Jiqing's reputation. Li Xiangyang's body stiffened, afraid to move, looking like a wooden statue, which made Zhao Qingru smile faintly. She initially thought someone was dragging her into a pile of straw for some reason, but it turned out to be Li Xiangyang, who was acting very proper and didn't even dare to look at her directly. She believed it. The incident just now was a sudden reaction from Li Xiangyang. Zhao Qingru wanted to wait until Lu Lizzie left before sneaking out of the straw pile, but she ended up seeing a familiar figure walking toward Lu Lizzie. It was Lu Dajuan, the person who had helped her before. When Lu Lizzie saw Lu Dajuan, he felt disappointed and said, "Are you afraid I might take your woman and come to watch? I spent all the 10 yuan you gave me last time." Lu Lizzie loudly and shamelessly shouted at Lu Dajuan, "If you want me not to take your woman, fine. Give me another 10 yuan. Hearing this, Zhao Qingru felt very embarrassed. She wanted to explain to Li Xiangyang that things were not like that, but she also felt something was off. These two kept running into each other in the small woods every few days. Why was Lu Dajuan giving Lu Lizzie 10 yuan? You said you wouldn't force Lu Lihua during that incident. I paid you 10 yuan to settle it, so don't try to cheat me." Lu Dajuan offered a tempting deal. "If you still want money, fine. Lu Lihua is going to marry He Yan. If you can stop their wedding, I'll give you a big gift." Lu Lizi's eyes lit up. He couldn't resist the temptation. A big gift could buy many things. Last time, money came so quickly, and it felt so good. It's easy to stop Lu Lihua from marrying Hien. When they get married, I'll go and kneel to apologize, saying I wasn't right to force Lu Lihua. With so many people watching, they won't be able to marry, he said confidently. I can break them apart easily. Lu Lizi's eyes spun around. I'm just worried that if I cause trouble, you might not pay me, and I'd offend your aunt. Didn't you say last time that the big gift I got from you was from your grandma? Zhao Qingru, hiding in the straw, and Li Xiangyang, overhearing their shameless words, were stunned. So, the incident of forcing Sister Lihua was actually arranged by Lu Dajuan and Lu Lizi? Their goal was to stop Hien from marrying Lihua. Not only did they fail, but they also planned to cause trouble during the wedding and ruin Lihua's reputation. Li Xiangyang clenched his fists tightly, and Zhao Qingru wanted to rush out and fight. Could someone so cruel to her own cousin really risk everything for her? Zhao Qingru thought that Lu Dajuan was quite familiar with Lu Lizi, and they often did bad things together. In the past, Lu Lizi had tried to force her, but Lu Dajuan helped chase him away and comforted her, saying he wouldn't tell anyone. Did he and Lu Lizi plan this together? Did Lu Dajuan pretend to be a hero to get close to her and also give Lu Lizi money? Despite the hot weather, hiding in the straw pile made Zhao Qingru feel like she was in an icy cellar, trembling with fear. That day, when Lu Dajuan pushed Lu Lizi away to let her go, all her soft feelings disappeared. In the small woods, the two men were still discussing their plans. Lu Dajuan said to Lu Lizi, I will find a way to gather the money. My grandma can't give me any, so I'll ask my uncle next door. Anyway, if you manage to do this, I will definitely give you the 10 yuan. You're holding my weakness, so I can't deny it, right? If Zhao Qingru, a delicate girl, didn't succeed, then when Lu Lihua and Guyan got married and apologized, they could get some peace. Lu Lizi thought this deal was quite profitable. All right, I'll temporarily let you go, Zhao Jiqing. Lu Lizi looked proud. Once I earn enough for this big piece, I'll come after your woman next. I wanted to find the nearest health station to treat Secretary Qin's injury. He said he could still walk, just some superficial cuts. Qin Yanue was very stubborn, and Secretary Zhao couldn't do much about him. The secretary was just coming to see how the pharmacy was doing in Peace Brigade, and he said to bandage you here. Isn't that reckless? The weather is so hot. If the wound isn't disinfected and bandaged quickly, what if it gets infected? As a doctor, Bai Su scolded him with a serious face. Secretary Qin, you can't ignore your wound just because you think you can bear it. Such a big cut, if it gets infected, you'll suffer. Lu Lizi away to let her go. The two men were, I won't let anything happen to you. Zhao Qingru forced a smile. Thank you. Hien told me to open my eyes. I really wasn't very good at seeing things before. A few days ago, I even felt sorry for Lu Dajuan and almost softened my heart for him. The things Lu Dajuan and Lu Lizi are planning, we need to tell my godmother quickly. Worried that Li Xiangyang didn't know who her godmother was, Zhao Qingru explained. It's Aunt Bai. I've recognized her as my godmother. Aunt Bai is a good person. Choosing her as your godmother shows you have good judgment. Zhao Qingru finally realized she had been blind. When Li Xiangyang praised her for having good judgment, she couldn't help but laugh out loud after crawling out of the straw pile. Seeing her smile, Li Xiangyang looked a bit silly. Zhao Qingru has straw hanging on her head. I wanted to pick it off but was too afraid, so I just pointed at it with my finger. Zhao Qingru took the straw out of her hair and brushed off the grass on her clothes. Let's go to the village health clinic and tell my godmother about this, she said. Hien and Lihua's wedding is coming soon. According to the rules, the newlyweds shouldn't see each other these days. But Hien wanted to decorate the wedding room to suit Lihua's taste. Bai Su didn't follow these rules, so he took the opportunity to tidy up the house and asked his mother to invite Bai Su and Lihua to the old house.
Come.
My daughter-in-law is here. Come see the room my son and I prepared. Do you like it? His mother said. The room was furnished with new furniture. It was next to the main room, with a corridor outside leading to an open space. Hien had planted some flowers and plants from the mountains in a stone-bordered garden in that space. The garden faced the window of the room. Li Hua followed Hien's mother inside, already imagining that once she opened the window, she could see the flowers Hien had planted for her. A smile appeared on her face involuntarily. A few days ago, her grandmother wanted to sell her to Lu Lizi, a widower. Now, she was about to marry Hien. After the wedding, she would live in a blue brick house with a kind mother-in-law like Lu Bunyang. It all felt like a dream. When she crossed the threshold, her steps felt a little unsteady. Hien's mother called her to see the room's furnishings. As soon as she entered, she saw someone standing next to a new wardrobe. Hien, why are you here too? Li Hua remembered that before the wedding, they weren't supposed to meet. She looked at him with a scolding expression and turned to leave. Hien quickly held her back. Wife, don't go,
he said.
Look at the furnishings inside. Do you like them? Is there anything missing? If you want something, I can go to the supply store in town tomorrow and get it for you. His gaze was warm and bold, making Li Hua blush. She shyly spat at him. Who are you calling my wife? We haven't even married yet. Isn't the wedding happening soon? After we marry, you'll be my wife. I'm just calling you that early. Don't you like it, Li Hua? Hien looked a little disappointed and loosened his grip on her sleeve. Li Hua was a bit anxious. She shook her head quickly and, in her hurry, grabbed his sleeve. Hien's lips twitched, almost laughing, knowing he was being teased again. Li Hua glared at him angrily. Hien, you bad boy. You're just like my mother-in-law, always teasing me. I don't want to pay attention to you anymore. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Li Hua tried to pull her hand away, but Hien smoothly held her hand. I'm so bad. Since you're my wife now, you can punish me however you like. I just asked my mom to bring you here because I was afraid you'd feel upset missing out on something. You know, this is my first time getting married. Who isn't experiencing marriage for the first time? Hien's hand on her wrist trembled a little. Li Hua finally realized that her brother, Hien, could also feel nervous, and he had blurted out first time getting married without thinking. Li Hua thought she had already forgiven him for teasing her. She couldn't break free from Hien's grip, so she had to go along with him. Hien leaned in closer, getting a bit bolder. Wife, look, do we need to buy anything else for our home? All the furniture and bedding were new. Lady Lu had specially designed 2 sets of clothes for her and Hien to wear on their wedding day. That red dress suited her figure perfectly. When the dress was finished, she tried it on. Lady Lu spun her around in front of the mirror. Li Hua suddenly realized how beautiful she looked. Hien's house was so big. Since she married in, she was now the lady of the house. Her mother-in-law was very easy to get along with. Li Hua was very happy with this marriage. No, I don't need anything. Hien's gaze was intense. Li Hua felt like he was staring a hole through her. Whenever she looked into Hien's eyes, her ears felt hot. Being stared at so directly, Li Hua was too shy to look at him. She shyly lowered her head. Everything's fine. Is my wife feeling shy? Hearing Li Hua's tiny voice, Hien chuckled softly. He leaned forward a little more and moved closer. I really married a silly wife. Wife, you think everything's just fine now? Hien held her hand tightly and leaned toward her. This was a somewhat aggressive posture. Li Hua could smell the strong, masculine scent on him. Her ears burned, and her whole body felt warm. Fortunately, Hien stopped himself and didn't come any closer. Instead, he pulled her hand and took something out of his pocket, slipping it into Li Hua's hand. She felt a cool sensation on her wrist. Looking down, she saw a beautiful woman's watch on her wrist. This. Li Hua was so excited she didn't know what to say. She couldn't believe it. Hien, is this for me? Hien gently pinched her soft face. Who else would I give it to if not you? However, Madame Lu already gave her mother 188 yuan as a bride price and said she couldn't get something as flashy as a 3-turn, 1-sound item. She could only give some bride money to marry her off. Li Hua was a bit worried for Hien. Madame Lu gave my mom the bride price, and you still bought me a watch. Do we have enough money to get married? Not enough to buy her a watch? She didn't know how good her man was at earning money. Her silly wife, even before getting married, was already thinking for him. Hien hugged her tightly. Wife, your man has a strong family background. You'll find out later. Eating dog food all the time becomes a habit. One day, without it, feels suffocating. Bai Su was used to her son-in-law and daughter feeding her dog food. Sweet and shy, Bai Su smiled warmly. Inside the house, the two were hugging. She and Hien's mother were outside the window, secretly listening, exchanging knowing glances. Afraid of being discovered by the couple inside, they hunched over to leave when Li Xiangyang arrived with Zhao Qingru. Auntie, what are you doing? Hien's mother quietly led Li Huan to the house and slipped out silently. Li Huan never expected that Madame Lu hadn't left and was hiding outside with her mother, eavesdropping. Li Hua blushed deeply, feeling so shy she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hien pushed Li Hua away and came out feeling uninterested, glaring at Li Xiangyang, who had disturbed his good mood. But when he saw Zhao Qingru's hair a bit messy behind Li Xiangyang, he froze. Zhao Jiqing, did Lu Lizi hit you? Zhao Qingru was actually a bit afraid of Hien. Not only her, even her rival Lin Lijuan was afraid. For the delicate girl students at the youth station, the young men in the team were always kind and helpful with chores. Only Hien was always cold and distant towards them. Lin Lijuan had kicked Hien several times and spread bad words about him at the youth station. Not only her, but other girl students also knew not to provoke Hien, or they'd lose face. Although Zhao Qingru could now go in and out of Hien's house, she still felt that it was because of her auntie that Hien gave her some respect. Learning from Li Xiangyang that Hien was protecting her behind the scenes, Zhao Qingru gathered her courage and spoke up. Li Xiangyang is protecting me. He didn't let me run into Lu Lizi. But when Li Xiangyang and I saw Lu Lizi with Lu Dajuan, they were planning to ruin your and Li Hua's marriage. Li Xiangyang was not good with words, especially in front of Zhao Qingru. He seemed more dull and honest. He nodded repeatedly beside her. Zhao Qingru clearly expressed herself and told Hien and Bai Su everything she overheard from the small woods by the river, without missing a word. Li Hua was so angry she was trembling. What did I do to offend Major Lu? Why does he keep bothering me? I knew it was about my mother and the aunt. Why did they suddenly want to sell me to Lu Lizi? It was all his idea. Li Hua's eyes were red and swollen. I finally escaped from Lu Lizi and was about to marry brother Hien, but he kept stalking me. Now Lu Lizi is coming to ruin me. Does he really want to push me into a fire? Did I dig up his ancestors' graves or stab him to death in my past life? Why is he doing this to me? The more Li Hua thought about it, the angrier she became, tears streaming down her face. Brother Hien and I finally reached this point, about to get married. But he still wants to cause trouble at our wedding. How can he be so mean? He's just a bad person.
Li Hua cria un controllable.
Feeling sorry for her, Hien, despite everyone else being present, gently reached out to comfort her by patting her shoulder. Compared to Li Hua's agitation, Bai Su, who had already guessed the situation, remained much calmer. Today's events are thanks to Xiangyang. It was Xiangyang who helped Qingru see Major Lu's true nature. Bai Su comforted the excited Li Hua. Major Lu wanted to sell you earlier to get rid of Lu Lizi, who was bothering Qingru, and to save enough money to marry. Now, his mischief isn't aimed at you, but at Hien. I've decided not to adopt him as my son anymore, because I like Hien as my son. He's jealous that Hien removed his stigma and that Hien got a job at the county food factory's transportation team. I treat Hien like my son, but he hasn't gained any benefit from me. He's just acting out of desperation. After Bai Su's sharp analysis, she added plainly, don't be upset. When you get married, if Lu Lizi causes trouble, Brother Hien and Auntie will stand by your side. They won't dislike you. Knowing about this early thanks to Xiangyang and Qingru is actually a good thing. We have time to prepare. As Bai Su said, given Hien's character, he wouldn't dislike Li Hua just because of Lu Lizi. But even if he didn't feel uncomfortable inside, Causing such a scene at the wedding would become known to everyone and damage Li Hua's reputation. Major Lu's move was truly vicious. When Heian learned that Lu Lizhi had forced Li Hua and that Major Lu was involved, his eyes immediately turned dark and fierce. "Mom, a few days ago, I went with Xiangyang to the neighboring team to move furniture. I heard Lin Mujiang say that the wife of the Miao family was so upset when she found out her daughter was sent to reform through labor that she had a seizure. Her 3 sons took her to the town health clinic. They seem quite familiar. Today, Kong Yi and I were helping with illustrations and they kept talking outside. He cares a lot about Aunt Bai. Yin Fan's personality is very much like Professor Yin's. He suddenly told him so much, all about his comrade's sister." Qin Yanyu looked at him in surprise. Realizing what this kid meant, Qin Yanyu reached out and tapped Yin Fan's head. "I see you and your uncle are doing well lately. Kids like you, always meddling in everything." Lan Hua initially became a teacher. Facing the well-behaved children sitting under the podium, she was a bit excited and nervous, and her teaching was a little awkward. "Is actually a good thing. We have time to prepare." Having grown up with her family's care, Miao Chuifeng has developed the habit of calculating others and believes that both her maternal family and her second family should always serve the main family. Lu Dajuan and Lu Chuanya also follow her way of thinking. The incident of Miao Chuifeng being taken to reform through labor by the police was kept secret by Lu Dajuan's uncles. When Grandma Miao found out, she was so angry that she fainted. At the town health clinic, Lu Dajuan's 2 aunts-in-law stayed with Grandma all night. After a hungry night, her husband, Miao Lauda, finally came in sweating, carrying food, along with his younger brother and sister-in-law. Along with Miao Lauda was his nephew, Lu Dajuan. "Auntie, has Grandma woken up?" Lu Dajuan, who came with his uncle, stood by her bed, looking guilty. "My mom was taken to reform through labor. It's all because of my aunt. She acted like she was crazy. If it weren't for her causing trouble, Grandma wouldn't have found out and fallen ill." Lu Dajuan said this, while hitting his own head. His uncles behind him had tears in their eyes. But his big aunt-in-law couldn't hold back and said, "I found out that your mom and grandma wanted to sell Li Hua from your aunt's family to a second marriage man. Your aunt couldn't stand it and went to the town commune to complain. Your grandma was sick, and you deliberately said these things in the hospital, which upset your uncles. What's going on? Are you trying to persuade your uncle to make decisions for you and then cause trouble with your aunt? Dajuan, your grandma is sick. You shouldn't have such thoughts." Auntie Ma, with a clever tongue, said, "I've heard from Lin Mujiang's wife, Qiaoyue, that your aunt knows the leaders in town. If your uncles go to the Peace Brigade to cause trouble, don't blame your mother for the consequences. Your grandmother is very ill, and the family can't do without these main pillars." Lu Dajuan's second aunt also disliked the troublemaker younger sister-in-law and the cousin who often came to visit and mooch off their family. She looked at Lu Dajuan and suddenly interrupted, saying, "Your grandmother loves you very much. When you visit her, why didn't you bring anything? Why didn't Chunya come with you? Your father knew your grandmother was sick and told you to come empty-handed?" Besides Lu Dajuan's honest third aunt, the other aunts each spoke their mind, making Lu Dajuan feel ashamed and exposing his thoughts clearly. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Dajuan lowered his head and whispered, "Annie, something happened at home recently. We're short on money. Once I have some, I'll definitely take good care of Grandma." The sisters-in-law from the Miao family still tried to criticize Lu Dajuan. His eldest uncle hurried to intervene. All right, my sister had an accident. Dajuan is worried, so he's not thinking clearly right now. As long as he can visit her, that's enough for us." A few biased uncles protected him, and the aunties, through their glances, showed their displeasure with the nephew's family, but didn't say anything more. Lu Dajuan felt that if he told them the real reason for seeking out his uncles, they would cause trouble. He stayed by Grandma Miao for a while, then looked cautiously at the decisive eldest uncle, Miao Lauda. "Big uncle, let's talk outside. There's news about my mother." It wasn't good to have too many people in the ward. When they heard there was news about their sister, a few uncles and the nephew left the room. Lu Dajuan and the uncles went to the small yard outside the corridor, looking hesitant. Big uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, I shouldn't be saying this, but the ones who love my mother most are you. If you don't help, my mother won't have a way out. Lu Dajuan looked troubled. Our squad leader, Zhou, said there's a way to help my mother suffer less on the farm, but it needs some grain and money. Grandma Miao had been sick for the past 2 years, lying in bed most of the time. Now she was seriously ill, and the town clinic said she might not be cured. If her condition worsened, she would need to be transferred to the county hospital. There were many mouths to feed at home. They had often helped support their sister-in-law before, but the Miao family, despite seeming prosperous, didn't have much spare money. Several brothers looked worried, and the eldest Miao also felt torn about helping his sister, neglecting his mother. The eldest Miao asked impatiently, "How much grain and money do you need?" 50 jin of grain. I discussed with my father and grandmother. Our family can afford that. Lu Dajuan stammered, "I also have some ration coupons saved up. I need 50 yuan, but I really can't come up with that. You know, my aunt is fighting over the family property and took money from my mother and father. Our family truly can't pay 50 yuan, but I can't ignore my mother either." Lu Dajuan looked pitifully at the eldest Miao. "This money is a loan for me. When I get the money, I will pay it back immediately. What if the situation with the elderly lady becomes critical?" The brothers hesitated, exchanging worried glances. Lu Dajuan begged softly, almost kneeling, "Brother-in-law, I am really at my wit's end. I can't ignore my mother. Could you lend us 20 yuan first? I will borrow the rest from others in the team. I can't just stand by and watch my mother suffer on the farm. I heard that people sent there either lose their lives from exhaustion or get severely injured." The eldest Miao's brothers, unwilling to see their sister suffer, secretly slipped money to Lu Dajuan and even blamed Bai Su. "Your aunt is too harsh. Once your grandmother recovers, we will support you at the Peace Brigade." Before the eldest Miao finished speaking, his wife hurriedly ran out, panicked. "Something's wrong. The doctor said Mom's condition hasn't improved and she needs to be transferred immediately to the county hospital." The town only had one bus going to the county each day. The Miao brothers and sisters-in-law, carrying the elderly lady on a stretcher, stood by the roadside, dusty and helpless. No passing tractor was willing to stop for them. Just as they were anxiously desperate, a tractor approached. The elderly lady's condition was critical, and without hesitation, the eldest Miao stepped in front of the tractor. The tractor screeched to an emergency stop. The driver cursed, "Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Are you from the Peace Brigade?" The eldest Miao asked urgently, "Our family member is seriously ill. We need to go to the county hospital. We're willing to pay. Please do us a favor." Li Xiangyang didn't want to get involved. "We're in a hurry and can't take passengers." Bai Su peeked out from behind the tractor. "Xiangyang, they're my sister-in-law's family. Just take them one trip. It won't take long." Enemies meeting again felt especially tense, but after trying to stop the tractor for a while, no one else was willing to help except to get Dusty. The elderly lady's condition couldn't be delayed. I didn't expect that in the end, the person willing to help them was actually the enemy of their younger sister. Boss Miao nodded at Bai Su, and his brothers helped the elderly woman onto the tractor. The tractor rumbled toward the county town. Bai Su asked Boss Miao's wife, "Big sister, what's wrong with your mother-in-law?" Boss Miao's wife didn't like her younger sister-in-law. When she went to the Lu family before, she thought Bai Su was honest and straightforward. Also, when Lin Mujiang's wife told her about the Peace Brigade's matters, she felt her younger sister-in-law was not in the wrong. Unlike Boss Miao and his brothers, she didn't want to talk to Bai Su. "My mother-in-law fainted from anger." She didn't say that her mother-in-law fainted because she learned about her younger sister-in-law's issues. "He needs to stay here for a night to watch his condition and injury." Zhou Chongqing looked at her and smiled. "Mom is cooking here today, hosting Uncle Qin and Secretary Zhao. Lu Annie and Hehua are also here. Going back to the He family would be a cold meal." "Teacher Lu, do you still want me to take you back?" Lan Hua's face suddenly turned red, feeling that Zhou Chongqing was deliberately making her lose face in front of Uncle Qin. Why didn't he say earlier that Uncle Chin was staying here and that his mom was cooking delicious food? Angrily, she glared at Zhou Chongqing. I'll settle the score with you later. And the person willing to help them was actually Bai Su tentatively asked, maybe I can check on the old lady? No need. Boss Miao choked and refused Bai Su. His wife glared at him and said to Bai Su, sister, don't mind him. He's hard to understand. It's not like she's going to die or peel off her skin. They're just riding someone else's tractor. The Miao family wives thought so. Boss Miao's brothers, seeing the glare from their wives, had no choice but to turn away. Bai Su then took her pulse to understand why the old lady fainted. She pinched her arms, neck, and head a few times, then pressed sharply on her Renjong point, and the old lady slowly woke up. She was awake, but her eyes were dull and unfocused, as if she couldn't remember anything. Mom is awake. She's really awake. Bai Su's method surprised Boss Miao's wife, and even the Miao brothers' eyes changed when they looked at Bai Su. In the complex yet grateful eyes of the Miao family, Bai Su instructed Li Xiangyang to stop the tractor and then said to them, the old lady's condition is very serious. If you're willing, I can give her a few injections that can keep her alive until she reaches the county hospital. Their younger sister-in-law siblings, if they truly had bad intentions, wouldn't have let the young members of the Peace Brigade stop the tractor, nor would they have caused their mother to wake up. Thanks to Bai Su's previous skill, old Miao's brothers could only nod in agreement. The tractor was parked by the roadside. Bai Su took out a silver needle she carried and gave acupuncture to the elderly woman lying on a straw bed. After removing the needle, the woman's scattered eyes gradually cleared, then she closed them again. Old Miao's brothers were very nervous. Why did she faint again? Yeah, what did you do to my mom? Faced with such suspicion, Bai Su remained calm and explained kindly, the old lady was just too tired and fell asleep. Listen, her breathing is steady now. Old Miao's brothers leaned closer. Sure enough, the old woman was breathing evenly, just like when she normally fell asleep. Her complexion looked much calmer than last night, not as frightening. Old Miao's eldest brother nudged his impulsive younger brother. After questioning Bai Su, old Miao's fourth brother felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Sorry, I misunderstood you. It's okay. Riding the tractor all the way to the county is bumpy. The old lady fell asleep, so she wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. Bai Su was so generous. First, she let them use the tractor, then she treated the old lady. The Miao family felt quite embarrassed. In another room, Song Tianyi looked completely indifferent, just holding his baby and rocking her to sleep. Song Mingshui returned to the room and saw Cui Xianglan covering her mouth with a handkerchief and crying. He hurried over to comfort her. Xianglan, don't be sad. Sister-in-law lost her baby herself. She's just trying to blame you. Cui Xianglan snorted and looked at him with tearful eyes. I work hard for this family every day. Since she got pregnant, I thought maybe Tianyi, who was ruined by fate, could have a strong child. But now, after this happened, Chen Tianfeng is blaming me. Old Miao's wife didn't bring it up, but Bai Su openly explained, Sister, I want to tell you honestly, no matter how valuable my daughter is, she's still my own flesh and blood, born from my 10 months of pregnancy. How could I bear to let her marry someone who hits people and has a second marriage? Again, impulsive old Miao's fourth brother couldn't hold back and said, what my sister did was unkind. You and your sister-in-law have known each other for so many years. Shouldn't you report her to the police for reform? Reform? Lihua and Manhwa, they shouldn't have to sacrifice their whole lives because of Lu Dajuan. Not punishing the entire main family would already be showing mercy. Today, only she and Li Xiangyang suddenly appeared on the road to the county town. Everything was for a happy and perfect wedding for Lihua and Han, so Bai Su was not angry but surprised. Who said I reported my sister-in-law to the police for re-education? Bai Su patted her thigh. It was a misunderstanding. The person I reported was my mother-in-law. She gave me a bowl of medicine that almost cost me my life. The matter of buying Lihua to marry Dajuan didn't succeed, right? Lu Lizi, who bought her, was even released by the police. How could they arrest my sister-in-law for re-education because of this?
Bai Su.
You know, over the years, my sister-in-law and I haven't had big conflicts or nasty fights. We are both women with hard lives. Why should I trouble her? I don't know what my brother Dajuan told my sister-in-law Lu Qiushuang at the commune, but the person who gave her the medicine was clearly my mother-in-law. Yet in the end, my sister-in-law was punished and sent to the farm for re-education. Yes. Wasn't it about stopping Dajuan's cousin from marrying a man with a bad temper and a second marriage? The person who reported the one who gave the medicine was not her, so how did it become that their sister was taken for re-education? The Miao brothers, who loved their own sister, looked furious. Today, his nephew Lu Dajuan went to the town clinic and asked for 20 yuan. When he heard their mother was seriously ill and needed to be sent to the county, he slipped away. At first, the eldest Miao brother didn't think much, but now, hearing that their sister was taken for farm re-education because of the medicine, and that the person who gave the medicine was not her but Lu Laopa, they suddenly felt something was wrong with Lu Dajuan too. The impulsive fourth Miao brother couldn't hold back and asked, "Secretary Zhou from our team said that giving some grain and money vouchers could help my sister-in-law suffer less on the farm. Is that true?" This time, Bai Su didn't need to speak. Li Xiangyang, driving a tractor, turned around in surprise. "Uncle Zhou is so capable. How come I didn't know? Giving grain and vouchers to interfere with a farm hundreds of miles away. How come my dad never mentioned this?" The Miao brothers asked Li Xiangyang who he was. Bai Su explained, "He is our team leader's son, Comrade Li Xiangyang. He's more familiar with the team affairs than I am. I haven't heard of such a thing. Maybe I should go back to the team and ask Uncle Zhou about it?" The Miao family members' faces turned as black as a pot's bottom. Especially the eldest daughter-in-law who knew that their eldest brother had given money to Lu Dajuan. She clenched her fists tightly, veins bulging on her hands. Has he ever borrowed money and paid it back? If not, that money was her mother-in-law's life-saving money. When my grandson's grandson tricked his grandmother out of her life-saving money, is that still a human act? The brothers from the Miao family all looked angry, and the sisters-in-law were so upset they almost exploded. Suddenly, Grandma Miao, who was being shaken on the tractor, opened her eyes. Actually, after Bai Su gave her an acupuncture treatment, she had already woken up and was no longer in danger. But she didn't want to see the enemy who harmed her daughter, nor could she accept that the person who hurt her daughter saved her life. So, she closed her eyes to avoid seeing it. When she heard her beloved youngest daughter wasn't caught because of her sister-in-law's daughter, but was taking the blame for the mother-in-law who gave her medicine, she couldn't hold back her anger. If her body hadn't been weak, she would have opened her eyes to scold. When she heard that Mao Laozi said giving money could help her daughter suffer less, and that the young man driving the tractor was the son of the team leader, she guessed her grandson was probably asking her uncle for money again because of her daughter's matter. Even with Li Xiangyang, the team leader's son, present, she didn't believe her beloved grandson would lie about her life-saving money. Sometimes, she felt cold inside, and other times she thought Bai Su was lying. So, she endured without opening her eyes until the tractor took them to the county hospital. The Miao brothers carried her on a stretcher. After the Peace Brigade's tractor left, Grandma opened her eyes from the stretcher. Old eldest, old second, Dajuan's cousin is getting married. Tomorrow you all go to the Peace Brigade to give a gift.
Mom.
The eldest daughter-in-law wanted to take care of her, so she couldn't leave her side. Grandma's eyelids trembled, and she closed her eyes again. Old third and old fourth, you take care of me first. You go to the Peace Brigade to find out if they're really using grain and money tickets so your sister can suffer less on the farm. Whether her sister-in-law's words were true or not could be checked at the commune in town. If Dajuan was lying about her life-saving money, going to the Peace Brigade would reveal it. The eldest daughter-in-law and the sisters-in-law looked at each other, understanding Grandma's meaning. They hurriedly agreed. Mom, thanks to our little sister-in-law, I heard that her daughter is getting married. I will go to the Peace Brigade tomorrow to give a gift. On the day Li Hua got married, she wore a red dress specially designed by Mother Hien. The top was a fitted cheongsam, and the hem opened to reveal a sheer skirt underneath. This outfit looked both elegant and perfectly showed her figure. She looked so beautiful in the mirror. Li Hua blushed and asked, "Mom, is it appropriate to wear this to get the marriage certificate? Will I stand out too much?" This looks very beautiful. Although this body belongs to Li Hua's mother, deep down she treats Li Hua like a sister. Seeing Li Hua in her wedding dress, Bai Su feels like sending off a good friend on her wedding day. Since moving away from the Liu family, her diet has improved a lot. She now eats meat, and the girl in front of her has shed her pale, yellowish face. Her white skin and red dress make her look as delicate as jade. Her full figure is perfect for wearing a cheongsam. People feel happy and energetic on joyful days. Usually, Bai Su thinks her eldest daughter is getting more beautiful every day. Today, she looks radiant, with shy charm in her eyes and eyebrows, showing her beauty to the fullest. Just wearing this? You're getting married only once in your life. Shouldn't you look nice? Bai Su gently pinches her beautiful, lively face. My girl is so pretty. Brother He Yan will love you to the bone once he sees you like this. Mom, you're pinching me again. Li Hua grabs Bai Su's hand. Not knowing why, she suddenly feels like crying. If her mom hadn't changed, she wouldn't be so happy now. She wouldn't know brother He Yan's feelings for her. Maybe he would have already fallen into that wolf's den at Lu Lizie's house. Since her mom woke up after being drugged, her personality has changed, and it seems their situation has changed too. Li Hua feels a deep attachment to Bai Su. She rests her head on Bai Su's shoulder. Mom, I can't bear to leave you. Are you so happy that you're silly on such a big day?
Bai Su affecciona-te-li pode ser forehead.
Brother He Yan said the He family has a big house. After you marry in, I'll bring your sister to live with you and your mother-in-law. We won't be apart. Don't talk such silly things about not wanting to leave. She also found a job for her son-in-law, He Yan, at a county food factory. After Li Hua and He Yan marry, he will work there. If anyone is reluctant to leave, it should be her silly girl who would miss He Yan the most. While Bai Su was thinking about this, the sound of a bell rang outside. Manhwa hurried in, stuffing the large white rabbit milk candies given by He Yan into her pocket, looking excited. Big sister, quickly. Brother-in-law is here to pick you up for the marriage registration at the commune. Manhwa especially likes her brother-in-law, He Yan. Following him means she gets to eat meat and candies. He Yan also knows how to please his little sister-in-law, so he prepared 2 kinds of candies. He borrowed a bicycle from Li Xiangyang's family, giving her fruit candies, and for his little sister-in-law, he brought a bag of big white rabbit milk candies. A young girl, still in her prime, can't hide her natural love for sweets. When she gets the milk candies, she calls her brother-in-law sweetly and helps He Yan pull Li Hua out of the house with all her might. You seem eager for your sister and brother-in-law to get married right away. Has your brother-in-law given you many candies? White Su couldn't help but give her a light tap on the head. You're so ambitious. I think you'll sell your mom and sisters just for a bite to eat. That can't be true. Manhwa, holding a handful of candies, playfully made a face at White Su. If I can't get a bite, selling my mom would cost 3 handfuls of candies, and I'd have to sell her to such a good man like my brother-in-law. He Yan, who is fearless and about to marry Li Hua, feels like this is all a dream. He's very afraid it's just a beautiful illusion. When he wakes up, will it still be real? He sits on his bike, tiptoeing outside on the steps, holding the handlebars tightly. His trembling hands reveal his nervousness. Li Hua, dressed in a red dress, is pulled out by her sister Mei Hua to meet He Yan. Their eyes meet. Li Hua feels that He Yan, sitting on his bike, is so handsome she can't look away. He Yan also thinks that the person Mei Hua pulled out is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. And this fairy is about to descend to become his wife. Their eyes lock, and they both become enchanted for a moment. It's Mei Hua, the playful sister, who breaks this romantic moment and makes He Yan's nervousness and Li Hua's shyness disappear. Seeing Gue Hua and Ha Hua chasing after Mei Hua to grab candies, even Lan Hua, known for her cold personality, joins in. The sisters laugh and play together. As the eldest sister, Li Hua feels a bit helpless. Little glutton, look at her, so full of energy. Mei Hua is lively and adorable. Ha Yan compliments his sister-in-law and urges Li Hua, wife, let's go get the marriage certificate. Come up, I'll ride you to the commune. Riding her to the commune sounds strange. All right, Li Hua blushes and responds, then I'll get on. Good. Be careful with your dress. Once Li Hua is securely seated on the back of the bike, He Yan pedals and says, wife, you look so beautiful today. Afraid others might not notice he's getting married today, He Yan rides along whistling, attracting the attention of the women working on the road. Isn't that Li Hua, Dr. Bai's daughter? She's really pretty. Her dress is still flowing. Wearing such a beautiful red dress for the wedding is worth it for a lifetime. Such a lively girl. If she had really been sold to Lu Lizhi, it would be like a flower planted in cow dung. Marrying into the family is a good choice. Have you heard? He Jia's son not only removed the label of being a family member with a bad background but also bought back their old house. Soon, he will start working at the county food factory, possibly in the transportation team, earning 28 yuan a month. 28 yuan? That's quite a lot. Back then, saving a little each month, you could gather 1 or 200 yuan. Li Hua is really lucky to marry someone who eats government grain. Thanks to her good mother, when He Yan had a bad background, Bai Mei never looked down on him. She even said in front of our team members that she accepted He Yan as her son-in-law. I heard Bai Mei helped him get the job at the county food factory, and her brother, who is in the army, is a comrade of Secretary Qin. Do you think the Lu family is a bit slow? If that wife hadn't caused trouble, Lu Dajuan would be filial to his own aunt. The factory transportation job would have gone to his nephew first. That family is just busy bullying her orphaned mother and daughter. In the end, they gained nothing. The women in the team, both wives and daughters-in-law, sometimes envied Li Hua's good fortune and sometimes thought that the He family's son, with his bad background removed and the house bought back, was all because of a capable mother-in-law. They talked about it eagerly. They saw He Yan carrying Li Hua and kept discussing it from the worksite to the fields. After buying back the house from the team's office, they repaired the doors, windows, and roof, making it look brand new. They arranged furniture inside and planted flowers and grass in the yard. The He family's house looked lively and full of life again. Anyone who saw it wouldn't think it was once a deserted, haunted house. Since it's the only blue brick house in the team, it looked quite impressive after tidying up. Bai Su discussed with He Yan's mother to just set up a simple banquet, inviting Li Xiangyang's family, some familiar neighbors from the team, and He Yan's brother Yuan Patzi, as well as Qin Yenyue, who had helped He Yan. They only invited Zhao Qingru, Bai Su's adopted daughter, from the youth station. But plans changed unexpectedly. They received guests with gifts. Maybe because they helped rescue Grandma Miao on the way to the county yesterday, 2 of Miao's daughters-in-law, with their fiery-tempered 4th son, came over.
Bai Mei, congratulations.
Wishing your son-in-law and Li Hua happy marriage and many children. Miao's eldest daughter-in-law brought eggs and also gave a red envelope as a gift. No matter the amount, guests coming to visit is a sign of respect. They spoke auspicious words, so it was hard to turn them away. Old Master Miao's wife handed the eggs and red envelope she was carrying to Bai Su. After entering, she looked around and said, "This house is very grand. Lily is lucky to have married into a good family." Coincidentally, Li Xiangyang's family was also there, along with the village secretary, Zhou Dazheng. Zhou Dazheng recognized some of the people talking to Bai Su, who seemed to be from the neighboring village, and asked curiously, "Who are these people?" "They're my sister-in-law's family. Her grandmother is sick, and they hitched a ride on the way to the county yesterday. I helped them out. They're very polite. I heard Lily is getting married to He Yan today, so they came to celebrate." Bai Su introduced them to old Master Miao's wife, saying, "Sister, this is our team's secretary Zhou, and this is the team leader." Bai Su introduced these officials to old Master Miao's wife, and Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dazheng looked at each other in confusion. What is going on? The neighboring Miao family is Bai Su's sister-in-law Miao Cuifeng's family. They are a troublesome bunch. No wonder they looked familiar. In the past, to stand up for Miao Tzuefeng, several brothers even fought with the Peace Brigade. It was Bai Su who went to the commune to complain, which led to her sister-in-law Miao Tzuefeng being arrested and sent for re-education. Given the temper of Miao's brothers, it was lucky Bai Su wasn't seen as an enemy. Now they are here to attend Lily and Hian's wedding? Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dajiang suspected they might be here to cause trouble, so they became cautious. Old Master Miao's wife was sent to the Peace Brigade by her mother-in-law because she was steady and reliable. The one who came with her, Old Fourth Miao, was impatient and hot-tempered. When Bai Su introduced these two officials, one of whom was Secretary Zhou from the Peace Brigade, his fiery temper couldn't hold back. Secretary Zhou, I heard you have connections. Can you help my sister avoid suffering on the farm? As long as she provides some grain and money. Is that true? He had only mentioned this once to Lu Dajuan, asking him to think of a way. Now Lu Dajuan was going to tell Miao Tzuefeng's family? Can such a thing be openly discussed? Zhou Dajiang's face turned pale. Comrade Miao, you can eat your fill, but you can't speak recklessly. As a team secretary, how could I control matters hundreds of miles away on the farm? If I had that ability, what would I be doing as a team secretary? He looked serious. Where did you hear this? Are you trying to harm me? When he learned that Bai Su and Li Xiangyang had run into Miao's family on their way to the county yesterday, Zhou Dajiang shot a glance at Bai Su and Li Xiangyang as he said this. Li Xiangyang refused to take the blame. He glared at Old Fourth Miao. What is wrong with you? Yesterday, Aunt Bai saved your elderly lady. You are now asking me and Aunt Bai about this. Yes, at that time, Xiangyang said that Secretary Zhou didn't have that much ability. Giving some grain and money vouchers couldn't influence the farm work hundreds of miles away. You asked me and Xiangyang yesterday, and today, taking advantage of my daughter's wedding to Hian, you come to question Secretary Zhou. If this gets out, people might think Secretary Zhou made a serious mistake, which would cause him trouble. Bai Su's face turned cold. Big sister, are you really here to celebrate Hian's wedding? You're here for the wedding, and I welcome you as guests. But if you're here just to hold a grudge over my sister-in-law and interfere with my daughter's marriage, I will return your eggs and gift money and ask you to leave. No, we are really here for the wedding. Yesterday, Bai Su saved her elderly lady. The Miao family wouldn't be so ungrateful and betray kindness. Old Miao's wife was afraid Bai Su might misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, it's because my younger brother is too impatient. I won't come tomorrow. The matchmaker smiled and nodded. You've worked hard these days, running back and forth every day. I feel a bit embarrassed. Red Lady, there's no need to say that. I took some money for this. Her words made sense, but also made people feel a bit amused. If I didn't know your age, I would think you're about my age or younger based on how you handle things. Song Tianxi chuckled. If you count her previous life, she might actually be older than the matchmaker. Speaking of which, the matchmaker took out an embroidered handkerchief and a small belly band. I see your embroidery style is quite nice. Wedding to Hian, hearing Dajuan's words, she puffed out her hips and stood at the He family's door, scolding, Heaven, what kind of sin is this? The Lu family married an unfilial daughter-in-law who can't have children, and she doesn't even respect me, the old lady. My granddaughter's wedding is such a big event, and you didn't invite me, her biological grandmother, to the banquet. You're all here to judge. Dajuan watched from across the river, enjoying the scene. The old lady was scolding fiercely when suddenly, a shadow from the He family rushed out and slapped her. The old lady let out a scream and fell to the ground. Fuming, old Miao's wife mounted her and viciously slapped her face twice, scolding while slapping, You old hag, I've tolerated you for a long time. It was you who gave my girl the cow medicine, making my sister-in-law take the blame, which led to her being sent to farm labor. I won't let you get away with it. Which team and commune are you talking about? You have such a cruel elder, feeding cattle medicine and killing the second daughter-in-law and making the first daughter-in-law take the blame? Don't think your son-in-law, who works as a workshop director in the county town, can hide this from the commune. People see everything. Your lack of virtue will catch up with you someday, and you'll suffer greatly. Mrs. Lu tries to resist, but she can't match the strong and fierce daughter-in-law of Miao Laoda. Mrs. Lu waves her hands wildly, trying to grab her face, but Miao Laoda's daughter-in-law fiercely grabs a handful of her hair, almost tearing off her scalp. At first, Lu Dajuan is stunned. When he sees that the person hitting her is his aunt-in-law, he is completely confused. When Mrs. Lu screams loudly, Lu Dajuan tries to break up the fight. Suddenly, a flying kick hits him, kicking him into the small creek outside the He family's house. Lu Dajuan arcs through the air and lands with a splash, hitting his head on a stone in the river. He struggles to climb out of the water and sees that the person kicking him is his fourth uncle. He can't believe it. "Uncle, why are you hitting me?" "I'm hitting you, you beast. Your grandma was hospitalized, and you came to visit empty-handed. You even stole her life-saving money." The irritable fourth Miao scolds him. "You heartless dog, we've spoiled you all these years, and now you do this?" While scolding Lu Dajuan, the second Miao occasionally pinches Mrs. Lu, pretending to be gentle and weak in front of the onlookers. "Since you've met someone special, you should hold on tight. Also, I want to tell you something." Sun Hahua waited for her to continue. "When you marry Uncle Wang, you can move over first. I won't be moving there." Hearing this, Sun Hahua was worried. "If you don't move, Mother won't remarry." Song Tianxi chuckled and explained, "It's not that I won't move. I just won't stay there permanently. Our workshop is small, but you know I have a lot to do every day. Now that summer has started, I need to tend to the flowers in the fields, and business is busy. I might be running between the shop, the village, and the county." While helping to pinch Mrs. Lu, the second Miao's wife softly complains to the onlookers, "This kid used to be okay. Our family has food and supplies, but he's always focused on himself and my little sister-in-law. How did he turn out like this, stealing his grandma's life-saving money too? He even lies constantly, talking bad about Bai Mei behind her back. We found out in the town's commune that it was his aunt Lu Qiushuang's man who went to the commune and caused my little sister-in-law to take the blame for him, making her replace grandma in the labor camp. It seems that Lu Dajuan didn't die quickly enough." Old Miao's wife glanced at Zhou Dajiang and said, "By the way, he also falsely accused Secretary Zhou, saying that Secretary Zhou wanted grain and money vouchers, hoping to help my younger sister-in-law suffer less hardship at the farm hundreds of miles away. If it weren't for my fourth brother's impulsiveness and him asking Secretary Zhou about it during the wedding banquet, we might have wrongly accused a good comrade and leader." At this moment, Zhou Dajiang felt like he had escaped from a disaster. Fortunately, the members of the Miao family didn't go to the commune to report the trouble but came to the Peace Brigade to reveal the truth and clear his name. Otherwise, Lu Dajuan might have caused his death. That matter with his mother was because he went to ask him, and he mentioned sending some grain and money vouchers to the farm, hoping to reduce his sister Miao Cuifeng's suffering there. But Lu Dajuan not only failed to appreciate his kindness, but also went to the Miao family to extort money, almost involving him in trouble. Almost a disaster in the gutter, Zhou Dajiang was furious. What a person Lu Dajuan is. He even cheated his grandmother's money meant for her treatment and saving her life. Is he human? You not only cheat the elderly's life-saving money but also have malicious intentions, trying to frame and trap our village officials. You are always running around, and my mother worries about you. Song Tianxi shook her head. Now that I do business, I have some extra money, but 1 or 2 places to live are enough. Buying a house means needing someone to take care of it, which is more trouble. Sun Hahua couldn't argue with her, so she let it go. Song Tianxi took the baby from her and smiled. Our Kuan is so well-behaved. Sun Hahua smiled kindly and softly asked, Are you still not feeling well? Song Tianxi shook her head. Maybe Uncle Wang can give you some medicine? She still shook her head. What do you think we should do? You're almost a year since your wedding. Otherwise, Lu Dajuan, he thought it was a big mistake to only ask He Yen for 100 yuan to buy back the house. Now, Lu Dajuan's anger had made him forget about the house matter almost entirely. Bai Su had just finished registering his marriage at the commune with Lily and He Yen, and they handed him a big pile of candies and peanuts. When he smelled the aroma of braised meat coming from the kitchen, He lost all other thoughts and sat waiting to eat. Earlier, when Lu's wife's loud voice appeared at the door of the He house, Hyeon's mother, who was most afraid of arguments, shivered and pulled Bai Su, unsure of what to do. Xiao Su, thank you for letting Yenyu invite me and Zhaoming to celebrate the New Year at the Peace Brigade. Aunt Ju liked Xiao Meihua very much. When Meihua came over to get some food, she grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Meihua. Your New Year's celebration here is so lively. If I stayed in the county town and celebrated with Yenyu, it would be so cold and lonely. It's much better to have a lively celebration. Aunt Ju said to her, I don't want to leave either. White Su really likes Aunt Ju, and Aunt Ju is friendly and easy to get along with, whether with her or her own relatives. Give you some medicine? She still shook her head. I live alone in such a big house and feel lonely. Please move in with me quickly. Who doesn't like living in a house made of blue bricks? Her son-in-law kindly invited her several times, and her sister Lu also spoke up. White Su modestly said, All right, I'll move in tomorrow to keep you company. Lan Hua and the others will come too. Don't mind the noise. It's better with more people. It's lively. Hyeon's mother smiled kindly. As people get older, they tend to like lively young girls. Plus, you all cook so well. If I move in, I can enjoy ready-made meals. As White Su predicted, the chaos outside ended when the village secretary Zhou Dajiang angrily ordered everyone to stop. Old Lady Lu felt ashamed, with her face covered in scratches, her hair messy, and she limped away. Lu Dajuan was taken to the brigade office by militia officers. The Miao family, who had fought outside his house, felt embarrassed and didn't want to stay for the celebration. White Su tried hard to persuade them, but they refused. In the end, White Su had to give them the eggs she carried, along with some marinated vegetables, candies, and peanuts, and personally saw them out. She received a marinated pig's trotter. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Miao family carried the basket, sighing to her younger sister-in-law and the fourth son, Look at how nice White Sister is. We fought, and she didn't blame us for disturbing Li Hua's wedding. She even gave us these marinated dishes and candies. She's a good person. Our sister is so naive. Someone like her is hard to please, and she still listens to her mother-in-law's schemes. She used to be so good to Dajuan and Erjuan. The fourth son of the Miao family, a filial son, couldn't forgive himself for lying to his nephew Lu Dajuan and tricking the old lady out of money. Don't mention that beast. Just thinking about him makes me angry. Lu Lizi, who had seen Lu Dajuan's miserable state, wanted to retreat. But when he saw the marinated pig's trotter in the basket of the eldest Miao daughter-in-law, he couldn't help but drool. He hadn't tasted meat in months. Lu Dajuan took the old lady to confront someone. He was there to apologize, but when he thought about the money Lu Dajuan had stolen from his grandmother and the meat dishes at the celebration, and smelled the aroma of braised meat from his kitchen, Lu Lizi's courage grew. He headed toward his house. Lu Lizi crawled out from behind by the creek, slowly approaching the He family's house, heading toward the door decorated with a double happiness symbol. He was sneaky and cautious. Just as he reached the big gate of the He family, suddenly he heard the sound of a car behind him. The car stopped, and a swift shadow of a man jumped out from the window. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit Lu Lizi. He was knocked to the ground by a fierce-looking wolf dog. The wolf dog opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and aimed at his neck. Just when Lu Lizi was so scared he almost peed his pants, fearing the dog would bite his neck off, the driver's seat of the car first revealed Secretary Zhao, who had been to the village. Then he walked around to open the back door. A long leg stepped out of the car. Looking up along that leg, he saw a slim waist, broad shoulders, a firm chest barely covered by clothes, and a strong, heroic face. How can a man look so handsome? Lu Lizi knew this must be the dog's owner. He called out for help. Your dog is about to bite someone to death. Qin Yenyue, who was invited to the wedding banquet, didn't even bother to look at Lu Lizi. He strode directly toward the He family's gate. Secretary Zhao, however, stopped and curiously circled around Lu Lizi, who was being attacked by the dog. Our Secretary Chin's dog is a retired military dog. It only bites people with bad intentions. What does that mean? Does it mean they don't plan to help him and let the dog keep attacking him at the door? Lu Dajuan hadn't earned any money, and he hadn't tasted the wedding feast's meat. The wolf dog drooled all over his neck, and Lu Lizhi was truly scared out of his wits. Seeing Bai Su come out to greet the guests, he panicked and shouted wildly, "I really didn't mean to do anything bad. I just want a cup of wedding wine. Guests are welcome to come in." What's wrong with asking for a cup of wedding wine? You can't stop people from drinking He Yanli's wedding wine. After resolving the trouble with Grandma Lu and Lu Dajuan, Bai Su knew there was still Lu Lizhi. But she didn't expect Lu Lizhi, who wanted to ruin Li Hua's reputation, to appear in such a way. But at that moment, the person behind her also stood up and grabbed her clothes. Bai Su was wearing a cotton coat, which made her look like a ball. When he pulled her from behind, she almost rolled onto the ground like a ball. But she didn't fall, because Qin Yanyu had already reached out his arm to steady her. Bai Su glanced at the hand on her waist. She was glad she was wearing a thick cotton coat. Otherwise, if Qin Yanyu's hot breath had fallen on her neck and his burning hand had landed on her waist, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't become confused and do something reckless. Outside, Bai Zhangping had already lit the firecrackers. What does that mean? Does it? Qin Yanyu only glanced at it, and the wolf dog opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth, touching Lu Lizhi's neck. A warm sensation spread, and Lu Lizhi, frightened, closed his eyes. "I brought it." He fumbled to take out the 10 yuan he had previously extorted from Lu Dajuan and tremblingly handed it to Bai Su. "I didn't have time to wrap the red envelope. Please let it go." "Oh, Lu Lizhi, you're quite generous." Lu Lizhi was almost ready to blood. He had no other money on him, only the 10 yuan he had extorted from Lu Dajuan, kept close. Taking out this 10 yuan felt like risking his life. But if he didn't, the wolf dog might attack him at any moment. Qin Yanyu gave the wolf dog a look, and the wolf dog, showing mercy, moved its paw away. Lu Lizhi quickly got up and tried to run. Bai Su called out to him, "Why run? Aren't you coming to the celebration?"
No, eat.
"I won't eat the banquet." Lu Lizhi was afraid of dogs, especially large ones. He moved, and the wolf dog also moved. Lu Lizhi begged Bai Su, "The gift has been given, I won't eat the banquet."
Fine, fine.
Bai Su held back her laughter, surprised that Qin Yanyu had brought a retired military dog that could scare Lu Lizhi so much. It was a happy accident. Qin Yanyu had helped her greatly. Bai Su shot him a quick glance, and then said to the trembling Lu Lizhi, "You came to the banquet, and leaving empty-handed would be rude. How about this? You have a drink, then you can leave." All right. As long as the giant wolf dog didn't follow him, he thought he could manage. Hioyan took out a wine jug and poured him a glass. Bai Su personally handed him the wine. "Drink it. This is my husband's toast to you." Lu Lizhi thought he might also get a pig's hoof, but that was 10 yuan. Unfortunately, there was a large half-human-high wolf dog glaring fiercely at him, as if ready to swallow him whole. Trembling, Lu Lizhi took the wine and drank it all in one gulp. I'm leaving." He walked far away, still hearing Qin Yanyu, who didn't even look at him, talking to their team's health officer. "Heian wants to work at the county food factory. Since this place is remote, this wolf dog is left here for you to raise, mainly to bite those careless thieves." Panicked, Lu Lizhi stumbled over a stone and nearly fell to the ground. Indeed, the He family's house was at the foot of the mountain, in a remote location. Heian's mother asked her to move in. Bai Su was still thinking that even if their family moved in, Heian would soon start working at the county food factory and couldn't return to the Peace Brigade every day. A few women living in this remote big house might not be very safe, especially if people like Lu Lizhi and Lu Dajuan, who hide in the shadows, targeted them. Qin Yanyu took the opportunity to come to the celebration with a retired military dog. Seeing the half-human-sized military dog, Bai Su praised Qin Yanyu with a smile. "Secretary Qin, you are truly my timely help. Your presence makes He Yan and Li Hua's wedding feast even more special." When Hien went inside to get the wine, the noise at the door alarmed the guests inside. The watchdog chased Lu Lizzie away. When they learned that Secretary Qin from the county had arrived, Brigade Leader Li Jiqiang and Party Secretary Zhou came out to greet him. They hadn't seen each other for many days, and his comrade's sister was now more quick-tongued. The woman, dressed in new clothes, smiled brightly at him, with two faint dimples at the corners of her mouth. Qin Yanhua felt a bit uncomfortable from her comment about being a timely rain. He cleared his throat and said, "Hien said that your house is in a remote location, so I helped get a dog." Hien, for his and Li Hua's marriage, besides moving furniture to the neighboring brigade, also went to the town to visit the matchmaking agency and made a trip to the county. It turned out that the watchdog was arranged by Hien, who asked Secretary Qin to help find one. Secretary Qin, knowing Hien was going to work at the county food factory after marriage, simply got a retired big wolf dog. In the end, this wolf dog solved the problem of Lu Lizzie, who wanted to ruin Li Hua's reputation, and with her drink, Lu Lizzie had a good time. Having resolved this major worry, Bai Su was very grateful to her brother's comrade and didn't notice that her son-in-law, Hien, looked strange. Together with two leaders from the Peace Brigade, they welcomed Secretary Qin into the house. In the countryside, wedding customs aren't very strict. Hien and Li Hua already had a marriage certificate, officially recognized by the organization and the party, so the focus of the celebration was on the food. Was it really for him to enjoy the meal, or to welcome his son-in-law's aunt and uncle? Qin Yanhua felt that the woman's gratitude seemed insincere. Bai Su thought for a moment. Since Qin Yanhua had been helping her with a medicine shop and solving big problems, simply preparing a meal to thank him didn't seem enough. She discussed with Qin Yanhua, "How about I ask Li Hua to make you a set of clothes?" It's not Bai Su herself making the clothes, which Qin Yanhua felt was a pity. But it seems that only close friends would help each other make clothes, and since Li Hua is Bai Su's daughter, helping him make clothes feels like family. Carried Qin to help find one. Once cooked, they were sliced and arranged on plates. They also bought about 10 jin of meat, sliced it thinly, and stir-fried it with seasonal vegetables. Hien found some fish from somewhere, and each table had a steamed fish with chili and fermented bean paste. Additionally, there was a soup made with pig lungs and peanuts. When the dishes were served, there was fish, braised meat, stir-fried eggplant, and green beans with slices of meat, and even zucchini stir-fried with eggs. Every dish contained some meat, making everyone at the banquet very happy. In this year, when even mincemeat was hard to come by, it was rare to enjoy such a hearty feast. Besides the ticket needed for the 10 jin of meat, all the other pig offal was obtained thanks to Yuan Pengzi. No ticket was needed, just money. Li Xiangyang's mother, who helped in the kitchen, thought this was the easiest meal she had ever prepared. Several braised dishes were taken out of the pot, plated, and ready to serve. She heard that recently the county supply and marketing cooperative was selling this kind of braised dish. The wife of the team leader didn't dare to think badly of Bai Su. She just assumed Yuan Pengzi had an uncle with a slaughterhouse, which is how they got the braising ingredients. She didn't know that Bai Su made the braising spice herself, using a special recipe that cost 300 yuan, and that she also helped Hien get a job with the county food factory's transportation team. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. At the banquet, two leaders from the team toasted several glasses to Secretary Qin and Secretary Zhao from the county town. Secretary Zhao was a little tipsy. When Li Jiqiang and Zhou Daji helped him leave his house, his legs trembled from the alcohol. Qin Yanhua was even more drunk. He suddenly fell onto the table with a loud bang, lying face down. Bai Su had to call Hien to help Zhao's secretary support Qin Yanhua and take him to a side room to rest. Hien helped Qin Yanhua lie down, covered him with a coat, and then left. Qin Yanhua, smelling of alcohol, opened his eyes. He was completely sober, with a calm look in his eyes, sharp, even as he normally looked at people. There was no trace of drunkenness. White Su's house is not far from Hopa Mountain, Qin Yanhua ordered Zhao's secretary. Stay here and watch over the house. I'll go over there to see them. Qin Yanhua was so drunk he collapsed onto the table and lost consciousness. Bai Su secretly mocked his drinking capacity in her mind. He was a generous guest after all, giving a red envelope of 20 yuan and bringing a retired military dog to help her out. Bai Su, though mocking him inwardly, watched as He Yan and Zhao's secretary supported Qin Yenyue to the side room to rest. Then she turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare a hangover soup. "Girl, why are you here?" The captain's wife is quick to work. After the guests leave, she is instructing Manhwa and a few others to wash dishes, while Yuan Pengzi and Li Xiangyang help organize the borrowed bowls and utensils. At the team's banquet, they borrow tables, chairs, and dishes from familiar families. Each household has their own bowls engraved with characters, making them easy to tell apart. Li Xiangyang and Yuan Pengzi, both good friends of He Yan, are tidying up and chatting happily. The captain's wife smiles happily, pleased to see this. When Bai Su arrives, she looks up after cleaning the chopping board. "There's no space in the kitchen for you. Let Xiangyang and the others do more work. You don't need to help, mother-in-law. I'm here to make a hangover soup," Bai Su says, waving the herbal package. Secretary Qin is drunk, and he has to rush back to the county town soon. "I'm making him some hangover soup to send over." "Oh, you've already cooked the hangover soup?" The captain's wife calls Li Xiangyang to help light the fire. Bai Su scoops water into a pot with herbs, and she leans close to Bai Su and whispers, "Girl, does Secretary Qin in the county town have a wife?" Bai Su didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so gossiping. Hearing her ask about Qin Yenyu, Bai Su pauses. "Sister, why are you asking about this?" "Stupid, what do you think?" The captain's wife says mysteriously, "I heard that Secretary Qin is your brother's comrade-in-arms. Ever since you moved out of the Liu family, he's been supporting you, helping He Yan remove the label of bad family from his head, and even helping find a job at the food factory's transport team. Today, Liu Lizzie plans to cause trouble again. He brought a wolf dog to scare him off, and he said this dog is for you to raise.
He cares so much about you.
Why don't you think about other possibilities?" The captain's wife is animated as she talks. "If he's not married, you two could be a match. When you get rich later, don't forget me, or forget Xiangyang. He and Hien are still good friends."
Bai Su.
She keeps her wealth hidden. How should she explain? The story about He Yan removing his hat was a deal between her and Qin Yenyu. As for the job at the food factory's transport team, she exchanged her herbal recipe for it. When they returned from the county town last time, Zhou Chongqing and He Yan were overthinking. The captain's wife, who is usually so steady, even thought along these lines. She, a mother who has given birth to 5 girls, and Qin Yenyu, a good match? She really dares to think about it. Sister, Secretary Qin has good judgment. His conditions are what they are, and mine are what they are. White Su couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Secretary Qin came to attend He Yan and Lily's wedding banquet, mainly because of He Yan's reputation. He Yan helped deal with a human trafficking gang, and it was Secretary Qin who benefited from that. So, whether it's about He Yan removing his background label or working at the food factory, it's all because he saved Secretary Qin. Anyway, any accusations against her son-in-law for saving Qin Yenue could be easily shifted onto He Yan. Today, many guests attended the wedding feast. They saw for themselves how Liu Lizzie was knocked down by a dog brought by Qin Yenue, and they also heard Secretary Qin say he would leave the dog for her to raise. If she didn't shift the blame onto He Yan, her and Qin Yenue's relationship would soon become the talk of the team. After all, even the team leader's wife was starting to think along those lines. White Su didn't mind much, as long as it didn't ruin Qin Yenue's reputation. She explained to the team leader's wife, the dog Secretary Qin brought today was also helped to find by He Yan. It turned out that He Yan had saved Secretary Qin, so it made sense that He Yan, who had his background removed and got a job at the food factory, was present at He Yan and Lily's wedding banquet with the dog. In the past, Li Xiangyang was close to He Yan, but the team leader's wife was afraid of the bad luck associated with the He family and didn't want him to associate with He Yan. Her husband said she was short-sighted and that He Yan would have a bright future. At that time, she didn't believe it. Now, Hien not only had his background removed but also was eating commercial grain. His brother in the county town was the nephew of the slaughterhouse director, so he could get pork offal and pig's feet without a ticket. Xiangyang used Hien's wedding to connect with the nephew of the county slaughterhouse director. Her husband was right. She was indeed short-sighted. Fortunately, Xiangyang and Hien are now best friends. Yuan Pengzi brought a lot of pig offal from the slaughterhouse. There was some leftover marinated meat, which Bai Su divided into 3 parts, one for Yuan Pengzi, one for the team leader's wife, and one for herself. She also gave a bag of candy and a red envelope worth 2 yuan. The team leader's wife happily left with the marinated meat, the candy, and the red envelope, taking her family's Li Xiangyang with her. Yuan Pengzi didn't want the candy. He just craved Bai Su's marinated meat. After the food factory bought Bai Su's marinade recipe, whether it was marinated offal or packaged duck products, they sold very well at the supply and marketing cooperative. In just 10 days or half a month, they even opened up the market in the neighboring county. The duck products sold by the supply and marketing cooperative are very popular. Yuan Pengzi went several times but couldn't buy any. When he came to attend his brother's wedding banquet, he brought a lot of duck necks and duck feet from the slaughterhouse. Since the duck products don't have much meat, they weren't served as a dish. Regarding Hien's wedding, Yuan Pengzi helped a lot. Bai Su told him, "Eat your dinner first and then go back to the county town. I'll cook early tonight and bring you some marinated duck products." Okay. Yuan Pengzi was craving this treat. Once most of the work was done, he went to find a guest room to rest. Bai Su carried the hangover relief soup and knocked on Qin Yenyue's door. The person bringing the soup was Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao made a shushing gesture. Wait until Secretary Qin wakes up before drinking this soup. He's been very busy with county committee affairs these days and hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days. Bai Su could only give the hangover soup to Secretary Zhao. She returned to the kitchen, took the remaining marinated dishes, grabbed a bag of sugar, and called Hien to go out with her. Hien had been holding back words and wanted to tell Bai Su something. That was, he never asked Secretary Qin to help find a dog to guard the house. Last time, after completing the onboarding procedures at the county food factory, he went to the slaughterhouse to find Yuan Pengzi and asked him to help get some pig offal for the wedding banquet. He also asked him to keep an eye out for where to find a dog. Since Yuan Pengzi's family all worked at the slaughterhouse, his uncle had connections, so getting a dog shouldn't be difficult. When Hien asked Yuan Pengzi for help, he was accidentally seen by Qin Yenyue, who was inspecting the slaughterhouse. The matter was then dropped and not mentioned again. But who knew, Yuan Pengzi still hadn't gotten a dog, and Qin Yenyue came to attend his and Li Hua's wedding banquet, bringing a retired military dog. He even said he wanted to leave the dog for his mother-in-law to take care of. "Mom," Yuan Pengzi said, "it's hard to find a big guard dog, but Secretary Qin brought one here. He also said he wants you to take care of it." Hien, acting as a man, made a judgment. Even if my uncle and Secretary Qin are comrades in arms, his kindness to you surpasses simply looking after a comrade's sister. Since moving out of the Liu family and raising meat animals, not only has he kept his wife Li Hua looking lively and healthy, but his mother-in-law Bai Su also looks radiant, shedding her previous sallow complexion. She has become more attentive to dressing up and looks like a different person. In Hien's mind, his mother-in-law is the best, so he thought that even if she had 5 daughters, it wouldn't be impossible for Secretary Qin, a lifelong bachelor, to be interested in her. Even the cleverest villain would notice that Qin Yenyue treated her differently. Bai Su almost believed it. But as they turned the corner, they were approaching the mountain hollow near the brigade. A swift shadow flashed by, blocking Hien Bai Su's view. It was the dog brought by Qin Yenyue. Bai Su smiled at her son-in-law and said, "Now you see. Do you still think Secretary Qin cares for me more than he cares for his fellow comrade's sister?" The big dog stood in front of Bai Su and Hien, barking a few times to warn of danger near the thatched hut. Qin Yenyue, who was talking to Professor Yin and his grandson, saw Bai Su and Hien through the hut window. He whistled softly at the big dog. The dog then humanely moved aside, making way for Bai Su and Hien, and followed behind them all the way to the hut door, where it crouched down to keep watch. Bai Su led Hien into the hut and said to Qin Yenyue, "You really have raised a good dog." "Thank you," Qin Yenyue replied modestly. He didn't explain why he was there, especially since he was so drunk he couldn't remember much. He whistled again, and the dog turned its head to glance inside the hut. Joer was brought from Beijing by Yenyue. He said to keep him here for you to raise, so that when you come to the mountain, no one will notice. Professor Yin helped explain, then looked at Bai Su. "Today is a good day for his marriage to your eldest daughter. Why are you here now? I brought some food for you. I left a bowl of braised dishes for you, and tonight you and Yanfan can add some more." Bai Su took a large bowl of braised food from the basket and placed a bag of sugar on the table. "These are the wedding candies for the children. You should enjoy some too and share in the happiness." Professor Yin didn't expect Bai Su to personally bring Hien and deliver the wedding candies. Recently, with Bai Su's treatment, Professor Yin felt much better. He looked at the new groom, Hien, with a big smile. "We old folks don't have much to offer. Along with Yanfan, we prepared a wedding gift for you. Don't be too modest." Looking at his grandson, Professor Yin's grandson hurriedly took a small wooden box from the drawer and handed it to Hien. "I plan to give this to you tonight when no one is watching. Now that you're here, it's perfect." At Yanfan's urging, Hien opened the wooden box and both he and Bai Su were surprised. Inside was a carved figurine of a family of 3 holding hands. The father figure looked just like him, and the smiling mother resembled Li Hua. As for the child they were holding, he looked somewhat like Li Hua, but also like him. Seeing the wooden sculpture symbolizing a happy family of 3, Hien thought that if he and Li Hua had a child, it would probably look like the one carved by Professor Yin and his family. Professor Yin and his friends have never seen a pear blossom, so how could they carve its shape? They also imagine what the pear blossom and his children might look like. Hien holds the sculpture happily, with a silly smile. "Grandpa Yin, how could you carve a likeness of my wife? Last time, Dr. Bai brought her daughter to find some local goods. I saw your wife from afar, and thanks to Lotus, I asked Fanner to get a photo of her." Professor Yin takes out the photo tucked inside a book. The wedding gift has been carved, and the photo is now returned. Bai Su asks, "Why is the family photo in the frame in her room missing?" It turns out there was a little thief at home. This photo was taken when Aunt Pear Blossom visited during the New Year, and they went to a photo studio together. Based on just one photo and a quick glance at Pear Blossom, Professor Yin carved the likeness of Pear Blossom and Hien, even helping them carve dolls. This sculpture has a very good meaning. No wonder Hien was so excited his eyes welled up, crying and laughing at the same time. Bai Su is also very touched. "You are so thoughtful. Your health isn't good, you shouldn't overexert yourself." "That's nothing. Since I joined the Peace Brigade, with your acupuncture and medicine, my illness has improved a lot. Besides, all the carving work was done by Fanner. I just guided him with words." Professor Yin turns to Qin Yenyu. "You saw it too. Besides giving me acupuncture and medicine, Dr. Bai also takes care of us in daily life. She had the young man from the He family teach Fanner hunting, and she personally taught Fanner how to cook porridge and make dishes. When there's good food, she sends him over. With her caring for us old folks, you shouldn't always think about coming to the Peace Brigade. Don't cause trouble for yourself." Qin Yenyu has been worried about Professor Yin's condition. He came to the banquet hoping to see him in person. Compared to the last time he brought medicine when his uncle looked close to death, this time the grandfather and grandson both look healthy and can even do carving work. As a master in calligraphy and painting, it was his carving skills that caused trouble, leading him to be labeled as a black category and sent to the countryside to work in a cattle pen. Feeling hopeless, when he left Beijing, his uncle vowed never to touch carving again. With the care of his comrade's sister, he didn't fall into despair but guided Fanner to carve a wedding gift for Hien. Although he didn't carve it himself, he started giving pointers to Yin Fan, which was a sign of slowly opening his heart. Seeing Professor Yin's current state, Qin Yenyu feels relieved. Leaving the mountain pass towards the He family, Hien and Qin Yenyue's big dog, Joe got more excited. Bai Su and Qin Yanhua fell behind. Qin Yanhua suddenly spoke. Comrade Bai Su, I want to thank you. Professor Yin is my aunt's husband. My aunt had a hard life. She was separated from her family when she was young. After marrying Professor Yin, she was able to find her family again. Qin Yanhua looked a bit sad. My aunt is weak. When trouble hit the Yin family, she couldn't handle it and passed away. My uncle was badly hurt. His old illness came back because he was falsely accused and reported by his own son and daughter-in-law. He wanted to leave with my aunt.
He was already thinking about death.
If it weren't for the child, Fan Air, he would have gone long ago. Even I thought he wouldn't last much longer. With your and Fan Air's care, he looks much better. Qin Yanhua, somehow, blurted out his relationship with Professor Yin all at once. Bai Su just wanted to treat illnesses and save people. She didn't expect to learn so much. Sometimes knowing too much can be dangerous. In a hurry, Bai Su looked at the big dog fighting with Hien and interrupted him. Joe is a special name. It's from the classic of mountains and seas, where it refers to a hunting dog. Why did you choose this name? People usually name their dogs after generals, mighty warriors, or princes. Who would dare name their dog General? That could lead to trouble. Qin Yanhua already thought her words were strange. When he heard her explain the origin of Joe's name, he was stunned. A rural woman knowing about the classic of mountains and seas? His comrade sister, who was so excited today, mentioning adding glory to the humble abode, was already surprising enough. Now she also knew Joe was a hunting dog from that book. Bai Su only realized something was off after she finished speaking. She didn't want to know too much about Qin Yanhua and Professor Yin's relationship, fearing trouble. In her panic, she changed the subject to avoid revealing too much. Qin Yanhua looked at her, and Bai Su hurriedly explained, I saw it in a book. My daughter Lanhua likes to borrow books from the educated youth. Those from the city have all kinds of books. Qin Yanhua's suspicion eased a bit. Worried Bai Su might get into trouble, he reminded her, tell your daughter not to read everything and to hide the books she borrows from the educated youth. The four of them, no, 3 people and a dog, returned to the He family. Before reaching the house, they saw the big dog fighting with Hien suddenly dash out and rush toward someone near the house. The person who saw the wolf dog attacking was Li Xiangyang. He was very scared. Don't attack. That's my brother's dog. Qin Yan yowled and whistled loudly, just about to rush at Li Xiangyang's dog, then stopped and stood in front of him. Li Xiangyang broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is so fierce. Brother, you went to the county food factory, so you don't need to worry about the 2 aunts and Sister Lihua anymore. I took Secretary Qin around, so why are you here? Hien approached and said, these days, you've been busy with my wedding. Don't rush to leave after sending off the dishes, tables, and chairs. Take a break. You think I don't want to rest? I have good news to tell you, and the aunts. Li Xiangyang looked hesitant, as if he couldn't say it with Secretary Qin present. Besides the 2 in the cattle shed, Qin Yanyu wasn't interested in the affairs of the Peace Brigade, so he took his dog and returned to his house. As Qin Yanyu walked further away, Li Xiangyang excitedly said, Lu Lizi got his comeuppance. Haha, I don't know if he was scared by the dog or if he drank too much. When he went to the outhouse, he couldn't stand, slipped, and fell into their manure pit. You don't know, the people who pulled him out said he was so dirty, with maggots crawling in his mouth, nostrils, and ears. I heard that after washing in the river, his skin was cleaned and the smell was gone a bit. Only Li Xiangyang and the team members thought Lu Lizi was either scared by the dog or drank too much. They didn't think it was his mother-in-law who did it. Lu Lizi had previously forced himself on Lihua, and he wanted to ruin her reputation during his wedding. Since he couldn't physically hurt Lu Lizi, his mother-in-law added something to his wedding wine. Now, hearing Li Xiangyang say Lu Lizi was unlucky, Bai Su pretended to be surprised. Watching his mother act, Hien stifled a laugh. With his limited drinking ability, he still wanted to cause trouble. Even heaven can't stand him. That's right. I even went to see the fun, but I arrived a bit late. He jumped into the river pit and soaked himself. Well, that's good. At least I didn't see him looking so dirty that he vomited up the meat he ate at noon. After Li Xiangyang finished talking about this, he didn't plan to leave yet. He knew he wouldn't come just because Lu Lizzie fell into the manure pit. He punched his brother on the shoulder and said, "Stop fussing. If there's anything else, just tell me." There's a teacher at elementary school who is pregnant, and a vacancy has opened up. My dad and Secretary Zhou discussed it. Sister Lanhua loves reading and just graduated from junior high, so she's suitable to be the substitute teacher. However, the current teacher has to take the exam together with a few recommended young people from the neighboring team. My dad and Secretary Zhou asked me to see if Lanhua wants to try. Given He Yan and Li Xiangyang's relationship, Li Jiqiang, the team leader, might still recommend Lanhua to become a teacher. But Zhou Dajiang would definitely prioritize his daughter, Zhou Yan. Now Li Xiangyang says it was discussed together by his father and Zhou Dajiang, mainly because of Qin Yenyue's influence. Although using Qin's secretary to connect with the old man and grandson in the cattle pen might cause misunderstandings, it also has some benefits. Who would refuse such a good opportunity? Bai Su quickly agreed. Lanhua definitely wants to try. Please help me tell your dad and Secretary Zhou. I'll remember this favor. After finishing what his father and Secretary Zhou asked, Li Xiangyang promised and turned to leave. Bai Su called out to him, "Xiangyang, Yuan Zhengwo will only return to the county town after dinner tonight. I'm making marinated duck tonight. Come join us. I see you get along well with him." Okay. Auntie invited Hian's brothers in the county to dinner, so will she also invite Zhao Jiqing? Li Xiangyang happily left. Ever since Li Xiangyang, in a rush, pulled Zhao Qingru into the straw stack, he had become more familiar with Zhao Qingru because of He Yan's wedding. They had more contact than before. Li Xiangyang guessed correctly. Bai Su also kept Zhao Qingru for dinner that night. In the busy noon preparing for the wedding banquet, the family didn't eat well. Bai Su personally cooked a rich dinner in the evening. Since Qin Yenyue couldn't eat spicy food much, Bai Su made 2 flavors of duck paws, duck intestines, and duck necks, mild spicy and fragrant spicy. For the leftover 2 fish from the wedding, Bai Su braised one and used the other to make purple basil fish soup. A small piece of meat left from noon was stir-fried with fresh green chili to make a small stir-fry dish. There was also a pot of loofah soup, a dish of sour beans with duck gizzards, braised eggplant, stir-fried green beans, and various other dishes, filling a large table with a tempting feast. After dinner, we'll go back to the county town. It's really worth it to taste the dishes made by Annie herself. Yuan Pengzi ate happily, muttering, "Annie's duck products are so flavorful, better than what's sold at the county supply store. That business is booming. I went several times but couldn't buy anything." The food factory approached my uncle for duck products, pig offal, and other things. Now it's hard to get pig offal, duck products, and chicken giblets without tickets. I told my brother that he asked my uncle for my brother's wedding for a long time, and only then did my uncle agree to give some duck products and pig offal. Thinking about how delicious the duck dishes are, next time I want to eat them, I'll have to compete with others at the supply store. Yuan Pengzi glances at Bai Su with a resentful look. "Auntie, I need to eat more. If I don't, I'll run out after just one time." Ha Yen is very protective of his family. Knowing Yuan Pengzi's little thoughts, he casually taps his arm with chopsticks. "Look at you, so useless. Isn't your mom making you a big bowl of duck dishes? Isn't that enough for you? If you can't finish it, just pack it up and take it home. No one is stopping you." Who said no one was fighting for the food? Zhao's secretary, who's been working hard all along, lifts his head from the bowl of duck necks and says, "Today's slightly spicy duck dishes are really tasty." Secretary Qin also likes them. It's embarrassing enough to compete with a slaughterhouse guy for duck dishes, let alone doing it in his name. Qin Yenyue glances at the useless Zhao secretary, thinking about what Aunt Ju said last time, that he shouldn't eat too spicy food. His comrade's sister only made slightly spicy duck dishes for him. Since it was made especially for him, Qin Yenyue doesn't say anything and just accepts Zhao's secretary's words that he likes slightly spicy duck dishes. There are too many people fighting for the duck dishes, so Bai Su finally shares them fairly. Using the bamboo box that He Yan had made earlier, she packs 3 boxes of slightly spicy duck dishes for Qin Yanhua. Her idea is to give 1 box to Qin Yanhua, 1 to Zhao's secretary, and 1 to Aunt Ju to try. But Qin Yanhua doesn't follow the usual way. When the car leaves the Peace Brigade, Zhao's secretary, who has the slightly spicy duck dishes, praises Bai Su endlessly. Captain Bai's sister is really good at dealing with people. She's so clever. She gave us 1 box of duck dishes, and she didn't forget Aunt Ju. She's only met Aunt Ju once, but she still cares about her. She even gave her a bag of candy, saying to take it home and make Aunt Ju's mouth sweet, and bring some good luck. When Qin Yanhua got in the car, Bai Su handed him a bag of candy and 3 boxes of duck dishes, but he looked a bit strange. Now Zhao's secretary keeps talking, and Qin Yanhua interrupts him. Who said the duck dishes are for you? Zhao's secretary is stunned. Qin Yanhua looks serious. I don't like spicy food. The slightly spicy ones are made especially for me. It's not. Zhao's secretary's face freezes. Bai Su's sister gave 3 boxes, which means they are for her, Aunt Ju, and Secretary Qin, 1 each. Knowing what Zhao's secretary wants to say, Qin Yanhua asks back, did she say she's giving you duck dishes? Not exactly, but Qin Yanhua suddenly becomes shameless. Zhao's secretary can't say anything more. He struggles, trying to fight for a little more. Qin Yanhua was very strict. When I got in the car, she handed me something. Secretary Zhao was very sad. It seemed like all his efforts were in vain, like he had made wedding clothes for others. Some families were happy, others worried. Bai Su's spicy duck dishes were the most popular. Besides giving a box to Zhao Qingru to take back to the youth commune, the rest was packed for Yuan Pengzi. In Mei Hua's jealous eyes, Yuan Pengzi, who was making a lot of money, carried his duck dishes onto the truck heading to the slaughterhouse in the county town. When Zhao Qingru, returning to the youth commune, saw Mei Hua almost poke a hole in Yuan Pengzi with her gaze, she couldn't help but laugh and handed the bamboo box she was holding to Mei Hua. Mei Hua quickly waved her hand and whispered in her ear, Qingru Jie, I hid it. If I don't watch Yuan Pengzi, my mom will find out later. Mei Hua thought she was whispering quietly and wouldn't be overheard, but suddenly her brother-in-law, with Li Xiangyang, turned behind her. Look at her little snack lover like a mouse, hiding things everywhere. Hien couldn't help but laugh and patted her on the head. Tell your brother-in-law where you hid it. No, I didn't hide it. Mei Hua made a playful face. It's getting dark. Aren't you going to keep your new bride company? Brother-in-law, my sister is waiting for you inside. Even though Hien was a little more shameless than others, being urged by Mei Hua to go to the bridal chamber made him blush deeply. Dealing with her clever little sister-in-law was really hard, and Hien endured it, only avoiding further teasing on her head. He patted Li Xiangyang's shoulder. Help me send Zhao Jiqing back. During the day, the sky was clear and blue. As dusk approached and night fell, the sunset reflected in the small creek outside the He family's house. It was quitting time, and smoke rose from every household. Li Xiangyang accompanied Zhao Qingru walking back to the youth commune. Near the small forest by the river, Zhao Qingru stopped. Li Xiangyang thought she was scared and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Lu Lizi fell into the dung pit today. That smell on him. Rumor has it he jumped into the river to wash off a layer of dirt, but it didn't clean him completely. He hasn't had the face to come out and cause trouble for a long time. Zhao Qingru wasn't afraid of bumping into Lu Lizi. She had walked to the small forest by the river, thinking about the time Li Xiangyang pulled her into the straw pile last time. As she got closer to the straw pile, she instinctively stopped, her cheeks feeling hot. After helping out at the He family all day, she truly didn't know about Lu Lizi falling into the dung pit. Listening to Li Xiangyang happily talk about Lu Lizi falling into a dung pit, Zhao Qingru stood by the small river reflecting the glow of the sunset and smiled. What's going on?
Tell me quickly.
His alcohol tolerance isn't good. Today, he asked his aunt for a toast at her house, and on his way back to the toilet, he slipped. When Lu Lizi came to visit, Zhao Qingru was busy in the kitchen. She vividly described what happened outside. He was attacked by a dog, and his stepmother tricked him out of 10 yuan. Falling into the dung pit after slipping in the toilet was just too much. What is this called? Karma catches up with bad people. Lu Lizhi was unlucky, and Zhao Qingru was very happy. Could it be that he was scared by the dog brought by Secretary Qin? We shouldn't say such things lightly. That person was very scruffy. If he said he fell into the dung pit because he was scared by the dog, what if he blamed his stepmother? Li Xiangyang winked at Zhao Qingru. His alcohol tolerance is really poor. He insisted on coming to the He family to drink a toast. Who can blame him? Li Xiangyang, I think you're quite mean. Hearing the implied meaning in Li Xiangyang's words, Zhao Qingru chuckled, her shoulders shaking. I used to wonder how you, such an honest person, got so close to He Yan. People with similar interests stick together. You're a bit mischievous too, no wonder you can hang out with He Yan. How am I mischievous? Where is my brother mischievous? If he were, would Sister Li Hua still marry him? Li Xiangyang explained seriously, it's not like I pushed Lu Lizhi into the dung pit. If you say I'm bad, next time I really push Lu Lizhi into the dung pit and let him bully you. The more serious Li Xiangyang looked, the more Zhao Qingru laughed. They walked together, talking and laughing, until they reached the youth brigade's camp. Zhao Qingru's laughter dazzled Li Xiangyang, making him feel he couldn't get enough of her smile. When they arrived at the camp, he hesitated, reluctant to leave. Zhao Qing, do you want me to see you inside? No need. Zhao Qingru smiled brightly. Comrade Li Xiangyang, I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me back. Li Xiangyang was about to turn away, but he saw Zhao Qingru was hesitant to move. He put his hands in his pockets and stood still. I promised He Yan to ensure your safety. I'll wait until you go into the camp before leaving. Watching Zhao Qingru enter the camp, Li Xiangyang finally left. Unknowingly, as soon as Zhao Qingru entered the camp, Sun Mingyuan blocked her. Having seen Li Xiangyang Zhao Qingru back and wave her goodbye, Zhao Qingru entered the camp, and Sun Mingyuan appeared from behind the door, sneering mockingly. No wonder some people have eyes on top of their heads and look down on the young workers going to the countryside. It turns out they have taken a godmother and climbed up to a high position in the team leader's family. Previously, Zhao Qingru was kind and didn't want to argue with complicated people since it could harm her reputation. After seeing how Aunt Bai handled conflicts, Zhao Qingru realized that people like Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan become more aggressive when ignored, thinking you're afraid of them. Young worker Sun, you'd better watch your words. Zhao Qingru said coldly, the person you mentioned who climbed high is not far away. Should I call him back, so he can hear how you talk behind his back? Sun Mingyuan's face changed. He couldn't understand why women nowadays are so sharp. Manhwa is like that, and now Zhao Qingru has become the same. All right, I didn't mean it that way. He softened his tone. I'm waiting here to ask you something. You and Manhwa are close. Is her brother-in-law's job at the county food factory transportation team really arranged by Aunt Bai? I heard that Secretary Qin went to his house today for a wedding banquet, bringing a retired military dog that scared Lu Lizhi into a dung pit. Is that true? That Secretary Qin from the capital is just a comrade of Lu Lanhua's uncle. He's really good to her mother. When Sun Mingyuan said this, his eyes were spinning, clearly calculating. Zhao Qingru felt sick and didn't say a word. She took her bamboo lunchbox and walked around him. If you want to know if it's true, just go to his house and take a look, just like Lu Lizhi. Zhao Qingru snapped at him. Sun Mingyuan, how can a man be more gossipy than the village women? Sun Mingyuan still stubbornly followed her. Zhao Qingru called out from inside the house, Xiao Xiao, come out quickly. A dog is chasing me. His house was close to the mountain. At night, the cool breeze blew in through the window, cooling off the day's heat. Hearing the sound of water flowing outside in the courtyard, she knew He Yan was drawing water from the well and taking a bath outside. Li Hua sat by the bed, twisting and pulling her sleeves. Soon, she heard the sound of a wooden bucket hitting the ground and footsteps outside. Then He Yan, shirtless and wearing only pants, came into the room. Li Hua immediately stopped twisting her sleeves and covered her face. Brother He Yan, why aren't you wearing clothes? Why should I? Hien strode toward Lihua, lowering his body and leaning in close. Are you shy? You're already my wife, so don't be shy. Take your hand away, I want to show you something. Hearing Hien lean in and chuckle softly, Lihua opened a small gap in her fingers covering her face, and scolded him. You're so bad, you naughty rascal, shameless. Wife, what are you really thinking? You're overthinking it. Hien grabbed her hand, moved it away from his face, then took out the wooden box sent by Professor Ian from under the pillow and opened it. Look, this is the wedding gift Professor Ian gave us. He said the interesting thing was this. Lihua's face turned red. She reached out to push him. You're still bad, teasing me on purpose. After Li Xiangyang took Zhao Qingru back to the youth commune, Bai Su, who was moving in tomorrow, also went back to pack her things with her daughters. Hian's mother, wanting to make space for her son and Lihua, said she would go help. Thinking about tonight, only he and Lihua were in the house. Hien felt very hot and restless. Afraid his wife might misunderstand his impatience, he hurried to fetch a bucket of cold water to take a shower and cool down. His wife, on the other hand, opened her beautiful, loving eyes and reached out to push him. She pushed him onto his chest instead. Hien felt the heat he had finally suppressed start to stir again inside him. He held Lihua's hand and softly said, Look, this is me, this is you, and this is our child. Wife, do you think the child we have will look more like Ian Fan's carving? It's so embarrassing. They just got married, and Hien mentioned having children. Lihua wanted to see the wooden sculpture Professor Ian sent her and Hien, but she was a bit afraid. Finally, she gathered her courage and looked a little more. She saw clearly that the little doll looked both like her and somewhat like Hien. Hien nodded, waiting for her answer. Lihua's face turned bright red with embarrassment. I don't know. If someone in the house had been there, they would have seen the two shadows overlapping at the window before the candle flickered out. Then Qin Yan pulled in the 9-year dog that Bai Su was raising and heard the deep, hoarse voice inside the house say, Wife, let's try and see. Last night, after leaving Hien's house, Bai Su asked Hien's mother to rest next door. Early in the morning, Manhwa and the others got up to cook breakfast, and Hien's mother came over. Sister Lu, you got up so early. Though Hien's mother was still weak from her illness, she seemed in a good mood, perhaps because her son was married and settled. After a good night's sleep, she looked radiant and was full of energy. Bai Su led her into the house. Mother Hien spoke to her, saying, I want to get up early and cook rice for Pear Blossom and Hien to take over. That way, the children won't have to start a fire there, and I can also see if there's anything else that needs tidying up so you can move in sooner and keep me company. When a new daughter-in-law moves in, she is busy setting rules, waiting to serve tea, preparing breakfast to honor her mother-in-law. But this one, worried about disturbing her son and daughter-in-law, wants them to sleep well and gets up early to cook. She is truly a wonderful mother-in-law. Bai Su is very happy with this marriage. A good love is about supporting each other and adding value. A good marriage is the same. Women don't just marry a man. Marriage means joining another family. Hien is handsome, can earn money, cares deeply for Pear Blossom, is loyal and kind, and knows how to handle things. Hien's mother has a good relationship with Pear Blossom. She teaches Pear Blossom to read, draw, and make clothes. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law act like good friends. Getting married is like a woman's second rebirth. With such a husband and mother-in-law, Lu Pear Blossom's new life is full of hope and brightness. Hien's mother still mentions that the children were tired yesterday and should sleep more. Bai Su naturally understands that tired refers to the busy day they had with the wedding certificate, banquet, and hosting guests. But hearing this, it sounds a bit funny, making her smile. It's lovely to see such a caring mother-in-law, and Bai Su is happy about it. Yesterday's banquet used up a lot of eggs. Orchid has already cooked sweet potato porridge. I plan to make an egg pancake and stir-fry some sour beans and mincemeat to go with the porridge. I also have some pickled bamboo shoots. Do you think that will do? Bai Su took out the pickled beans and bamboo shoots. The smell made Hien's mother salivate. After yesterday's feast, everyone ate a lot of meat. Now it's time for some light porridge and side dishes to settle the stomach. Your pickled beans and bamboo shoots are delicious, sour, sweet, and refreshing. I've been craving this for a long time. Bai Su was chopping vegetables. Hyeon's mother kept circling around her, occasionally handing her something. She also kept praising Bai Su and Orchid. Dear, your cooking is so good. You've taught the girls well. They all learn from you. Their cooking is very tasty. Thinking about living under the same roof with you in the future and eating your cooking every day, I feel like I will have a happy life. Orchid. Compared to her mother's cooking skills, they can only manage to cook rice and eat it. At her sister's mother-in-law's house, they are all true to their mother's teachings. How bad must Lu Bo Nyang's cooking be? I feel sorry for her brother-in-law. Manhwa was sitting by the stove, burning fire, without saying a word, while Hyeon's mother continued to circle around Bai Su. Girl, I tell you, Hyeon marrying Li Hua is really a great luck. Being able to marry such a filial and kind girl like Li Hua, that boy is lucky, and I'm also happy for us. I used to think life was just like this, but now I see there's hope for a better future. From now on, our family will live well. If I do anything wrong, just tell me. After Bai Su finished cutting vegetables, Hyeon's mother, a helpful assistant, quickly picked up the knife and put it away. I have many faults, but I'm not as quick and diligent as you and the girls. If I do anything wrong, just tell me and I'll change. Hyeon's mother kept talking happily, making Manhwa, who was burning fire, feel confused. She really had no sense of being an elder, lowering her stance so much, and she was criticizing herself for having many faults. Manhwa had not interacted much before. She only knew that Lu Bo's wife was weak and spoke softly, gently. But now that she was healthy again, her words were sharp and quick, and she could say a string of sweet words effortlessly. Suddenly, Manhwa thought her sister's mother-in-law was quite adorable. His house made of blue bricks was comfortable, but whether it was Manhwa, who was cold-tempered, or Hua, who liked to think and talk, they were all pondering. How could they leave their grandmother and uncle's family, who were like vampires their blood? Life was good, so why move to brother-in-law's house? Hyeon's mother's personality eased their worries. Anyway, her brother-in-law was going to work at the county food factory, which was remote. They would follow their mother to keep her company, helping her sister and Hyeon's mother. Bai Su almost wanted to laugh. Her son-in-law, Hyeon, was really good at comforting people. He often said in front of her that being able to date Li Hua and call her mom made him the luckiest person in the Peace Brigade. At that time, she thought Lu Jie's gentle personality was why Hyeon could be so charming. But after spending more time together, she realized that Hyeon was just following his mother's personality. They made pickled crispy bamboo shoots with chili, which tasted fresh and flavorful. Bai Su stir-fried green beans with mincemeat, and Guohua picked some water spinach from the garden to cook another dish. She poured the sweet potato porridge to cool down and started making egg pancakes. Just as the pancakes were almost ready, suddenly, bird calls came from outside, making Manhwa sitting by the stove stiffen. Mom, dinner will be ready soon. I need to wash the clothes I changed yesterday. The pancakes were almost ready, and breakfast could be eaten soon. At this moment, should she go wash clothes? Based on her understanding of Manhwa, Bai Su felt something was off. Seeing Manhwa carrying a bucket of dirty clothes out the door, Bai Su handed the spatula to Hyeon's mother and said, "Sister Lu, you can scoop up the pancakes. I'll go take a look." Following Manhwa out the door, Bai Su took a turn and saw the small stream nearby. As summer approached, the area by the stream was lush with plants. Manhwa had just placed the bucket on the blue stone slab for washing clothes when Sun Mingyuan emerged from the bushes by the stream. When he saw it was Sun Mingyuan, Manhwa quickly grabbed her bucket to leave. Sun Mingyuan stopped her. "Are you still mad? Manhwa, how long are you going to be angry with me? I already told you I have nothing to do with Lin Lijuan." Sun Mingyuan, dressed in a white shirt, looked at Manhwa with a slightly resentful tone. "If I didn't pretend to be a swallow and call out to you like a bird, would you still come out? Are you planning not to see me anymore? How can you be so heartless? We used to be so close." Lanhua had probably never seen someone turn the tables like this before. She couldn't help but retort, I already told you. We're not suitable. I've made it very clear, Sun Mingyuan. Are you interested in bothering me like this? Lanhua kept a cold face. What you have with Lin Lijuan isn't my business. I'm not interested in knowing about your little affairs with her. I just think you're not the right person for me. Don't come looking for me again. Be careful, I'll report you for harassment. Perhaps Lanhua was too straightforward, which made Sun Mingyuan's face turn purple with anger. He looked grim and was about to leave but suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. All right, I won't bother you about dating. We're just comrades, nothing more. Sun Mingyuan suddenly softened his tone, picked up a book he was holding, and handed it to Lanhua. Look, this is your favorite Soviet revolutionary novel. I went through a lot of trouble to borrow it from the neighboring team's youth. This book is for you to read. He insisted on giving the book to Lanhua. She took a step back, refusing to accept it. Suddenly, Sun Mingyuan turned and shouted, Lanhua, your mom is here. Following his gaze, Lanhua nervously looked at the small path beside the stream. When she realized she had been tricked, Sun Mingyuan had already shoved the book into her hands and ran away. Hey, don't run. Lanhua chased after him to return the book when Bai Su appeared from behind the parasol tree by the stream. Lanhua, what kind of book did Sun Mingyuan give you? Mom, I really didn't borrow the book from him. Since Bai Su asked He Yen to buy her high school textbooks, she found a new direction. Lanhua now only wants to study high school knowledge hard and doesn't want to get involved with anyone. Afraid of disappointing Bai Su, she pulls the book in her hand and explains, Mom, I didn't borrow the book from Sun Mingyuan. I don't know what went wrong with him. He found out from Yenzi that I like Soviet revolutionary novels and insisted on lending me this book. I'll go to the youth station now and return the book to him. Having seen the whole process of Sun Mingyuan handing over the book, Bai Su guesses that Lanhua probably doesn't even know what kind of book she's holding, but she knows. Lanhua hurriedly explains, not paying attention to the book, but Bai Su notices what she's holding. On the cover, big characters read Anna Karenina. Initially, Bai Su, who is tolerant of literature, wouldn't think much of the book Sun Mingyuan brought her, but Qin Yanyu reminded her yesterday not to read every book blindly. Soviet revolutionary novels? That's interesting. There's no rush to return it. Bai Su takes the book from Lanhua and says, this book is quite interesting. Let me see it. Does Mom also like reading Soviet revolutionary novels? The few books Zhou Jiqing left her haven't been opened by her before, and Lanhua is confused. But in the next 2 days, Bai Su really took the book sent by Sun Mingyuan during her shift at the clinic and read it with great interest. Bai Su has a habit when reading. She removes the outer cover to prevent damage, placing it on the table at the clinic. When Zhao Qingru and Lanhua are studying together, they look up and see the illustrated cover swinging in front of them. It shows a man in military uniform passing by a luxurious woman, with a train stopped on the tracks nearby. Lanhua hasn't read this book before, but Zhao Qingru had seen it when she was in Beijing. Knowing what the book is about, she didn't think much of it. 1,000 people, 1,000 hamlets. We should be tolerant of literary works, not judge them with biased eyes, but instead think about the deeper meaning behind the author's writing. Lanhua is trying hard to solve a math problem, while Zhao Qingru, using her knowledge, explains it to her. Outside the clinic, there is noise. Is Aunt Bai here? Someone twisted their ankle. Zhou Zishu's daughter, Zhou Yan, along with Lin Lijuan, brings in a thin, frail young woman who is a youth sent to the countryside. She is followed by several young people, including Sun Mingyuan. Seeing Bai Su, Zhou Yan hurriedly said to her, Aunt Bai, Li Jiqing twisted her ankle. Please take a look at her. Bai Su quickly put a mostly finished book into the drawer, then squatted down to check Li Jiqing's injury. It was just a twisted ankle. Bai Su applied some ointment and gently massaged it. After that, Li Jiqing stopped crying out in pain. It was only a small injury, yet these people made such a big fuss. The young workers crowded into the clinic, looking around curiously. Bai Su had just finished massaging Li Jiqing's leg when a young woman saw the cover of a book on the table. Wow, Comrade Lu Lanhua, You really like reading Soviet revolutionary novels. I have this book, too. Lin Lijuan, who had been reading about Bai Su treating Li Jiqing's leg, turned her head at the noise. The other day, I lost a book called Anna Karenina. Lu Lanhua, what book are you reading? The young worker talking to Lin Lijuan handed over the book cover. Lin Lijuan looked at the cover and her face changed. This book belongs to me. There's a tear here and I used rice glue to fix it. That's my book. How did it end up here? She angrily stared at Lu Lanhua and Zhao Qingru. I didn't lend you my book. How did it get into your hands? Did anyone steal my book? At this moment, Bai Su realized why the fuss over Li Jiqing's small injury was so big. So many people were helping her check the injury. And then, the drama unfolded. People like Lin Lijuan, who was difficult to deal with, were shouting about theft. Lu Lanhua looked at Sun Mingyuan nearby. Sun Mingyuan immediately stepped forward and said to Lin Lijuan, it's a misunderstanding. Since Lanhua teaches well, she wouldn't need to be a substitute teacher anymore and could become a formal staff member. If Zhou Hongbao lost his job at the shop, it would be a double loss. He couldn't be a teacher anymore, and he couldn't work at the shop. The party secretary, Zhou Dajiang, might not keep his position. Without his job, Zhou Hongbao would have to join most of the others in working the land for food and doing manual labor. Hua and Su Xiaoxiao listened to Bai Su and felt inspired. They secretly admired her clever move. Mom, I'll go call Zhou Hongbao now. This trick really worked on Aunt May. Fuming, she asked, what do I mean to you? Sun Mingyuan, are you dating Lu Lanhua? Sun Mingyuan stepped in front of the fierce Lin Lijuan and looked affectionately at Orchid. He kindly explained, Lin Jiqing, it's not what you think. You misunderstood. This was a clear attempt to cover up. Because of Sun Mingyuan's explanation, everyone believed Orchid was dating him. At the youth station, Sun Mingyuan was close to Lin Lijuan, and Lin Lijuan also thought of Sun Mingyuan as her own. They all believed they were a couple. Then suddenly, Lu Lanhua appeared, and everyone looked at her strangely, as if she had inserted herself between Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan. The rumor that Sun Mingyuan was dating Lu Lanhua was confirmed. Zhou Yan, the daughter of the village secretary, suddenly took the book cover from Lin Lijuan's hand. Lanhua, what do you think of this kind of book? Zhou Yan looked surprised. This book is about a married woman who cheats on her husband and gets involved with a soldier. The woman is shameless, abandoning her family to seek excitement. So, you love reading revolutionary stories, but it turns out you read this kind of book? My dad and the team leader are about to recommend you to be a substitute teacher at the school. Zhou Yan looked disgusted. How can you teach others if you read such inappropriate books? Lanhua, I've been your friend for so long, but I am really disappointed in you. First, Lin Lijuan accused her of stealing the book. Then Sun Mingyuan jumped in, making things worse, making it seem like she was interfering between Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan, secretly dating Sun Mingyuan. Now her best friend Zhou Yan suddenly accused her of reading inappropriate books and questioned how she could teach others. Even though Orchid was usually cold, she was so angry at these accusations that she trembled and couldn't even reply. Suddenly, Zhao Qingru picked up the high school textbook that Orchid had placed on the table and slammed it shut, revealing the cover to the youth and Zhou Yan. Open your eyes and see clearly. What kind of book is Orchid actually reading? Seeing that Orchid was covering a high school textbook, Zhou Yan, who was criticizing her, looked embarrassed.
Misunderstood.
Zhou Yan's eyelids twitched, and she forced out a smile that was worse than crying. Lanhua, you said you're studying high school textbooks, so why didn't you tell me? Why did you put that inappropriate book cover on the table? Aren't you just trying to make people misunderstand you? You're studying high school textbooks, but where is the book Sun Jiqing borrowed from you? Zhou Yan was still not convinced. Lanhua, have you already read that kind of inappropriate book? When the rowdy clowns had caused enough trouble, Bai Su took out a book from her drawer, interrupted Zhou Yan, and held the book up to the young workers. Zhou Yan, is this the inappropriate book you mentioned? Bai Su showed a mocking expression and calmly smiled. You haven't read this book, so how do you know it's not a Soviet revolutionary novel? Sun Jiqing forced this book into Lan Hua's hands a few days ago, and Lan Hua doesn't even know what it's about. Bai Su questioned her. You haven't read this book, so how do you know what's inside? If this isn't solved, Xianglan said she won't come back. Do you want your son to be a widower?
Ba.
What are you saying? Don't worry, I have a plan, she replied confidently. Hearing this, the two sons looked at her with bright eyes. Song Tianxi was counting the accounts in the shop when he suddenly sneezed. He looked up and saw dark clouds gathering outside, muttering, "Looks like a storm is coming." He quickly changed into different clothes, worried the rain would be heavy soon. He told the shop assistant, grabbed an umbrella, and headed out to return to the village. On the way, passing the alley, you knew what it was about, but still insisted on giving it to Lan Hua. What are your intentions? Look, Zhou Yan also said she heard from the young workers that this book has been circulated at the youth station. You deliberately circulated a book about a married woman colluding with an officer at the youth station, and you even forced the team members to read it. Are you trying to spread unhealthy ideas and corrupt the young workers and team members? Bai Su stepped in front of Zhou Yan, took the book's cover, and put it in a cover. All right, Sun Jiqing wants to corrupt the thoughts of the team members. I suspect he might be a spy sent from outside. And Lin Jiqing hiding such a book. It's clear he's working with Sun Jiqing. As a member of the Peace Brigade, I can't ignore this danger. I need to hand the book over to the team leader and Secretary Zhou for proper investigation of Sun Jiqing and Lin Jiqing. Bai Su looked at Zhou Yan with a gentle smile. Yan Zi, you're the daughter of the team leader. You should open your eyes wider. Don't get too close to those young workers who read inappropriate books, or you might be influenced by enemy ideas. As the daughter of a good leader, you need to be extra careful about enemy tactics like sweet talk and deception. Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan were stunned. It's just a book. How could they make such a big deal out of it? They were terrified at the thought of espionage and counter-revolution, and they all looked at Zhou Yan. Even if Zhou Yan was clever, she was relying on her father's influence. When she was caught by the old monster Bai Su, she was still a bit naive. Zhou Yan begged Bai Su, "Auntie, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood Lan Hua. I really care about Lan Hua and don't want her to go astray." She spoke so beautifully. Bai Su smiled gently and said, "You have a good relationship with Lan Hua. Considering your father, I don't want you to go astray either, Yanzi." Auntie, I really was wrong." Zhou Yan almost knelt down to Bai Su. "Lan Hua hasn't read these kinds of books. It was my fault for mixing with those young workers who read such books. I need to correct my thoughts. Annie, I will take this book to my father so he can investigate. He should check out the wrong trends at the youth station. Going to the countryside to work, day after day digging in the dirt, living a boring life. Who doesn't carry a few books? The nature of these books isn't easy to define. But with one careless move, she could be labeled as counter-revolutionary, a spy, or having unhealthy thoughts. Originally, she was just reading a few books at the youth station, and no one paid much attention. But when Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan caused trouble, they all got into trouble. Especially Zhou Yan from the district secretary's family, who sold them out to protect herself and even suggested searching the youth station. Bai Su handed the books to Zhou Yan and warned her that if she remembered this incident someday, she should talk to the district secretary about it. She didn't gain any benefits and only caused herself trouble. After Bai Su caught her mistake, Zhou Yan, holding the books, left with her people looking dejected. Zhou Yan's own mistake was like shooting herself in the foot. When she left, Zhao Qingru couldn't help but chuckle. "Auntie, do you think Zhou Yan really will get her father to send people to search the youth station's books?" Zhao Qingru was a bit worried. "I have several books there. If she really causes trouble, she could find fault with them. She was trying to fool me. If she dares to send people to search for books, she will offend all the youth workers." Bai Su, surprisingly, acted a bit confused. "Your godmother, I don't plan to fall out with Secretary Zhou for now. Whether it's Anna Karenina or other literary works and books, they mainly reflect society, characters' emotions, fate, and their ultimate destinations. Authors don't write to encourage imitation, but to help people understand the social reality of that time and think about deeper issues through the stories of the protagonists. So, the books themselves are not at fault. Only those who use books to achieve their goals are wrong. Zhou Yan said she would send people to search the youth station's books. Who knows how the youth workers feel about her? Why should I hold on to this matter? Bai Su told Zhao Qingru, on the day your sister Li Hua and Hian got married, Secretary Qin mentioned that you shouldn't read every book you come across. Today, Zhou Yan used a book as a cover to harm Manhwa, and it's hard to say this won't happen again in the future. Your collection of miscellaneous books will be moved to the old He family house later. I will hide them for you. Bai Su held Zhou Yan's weakness to protect Lanhua and to help her see her true friend's real face. At first, she looked angry, then her expression changed, and finally, she calmed down again. Bai Su's gaze fixed on her. Lanhua, do you see clearly now? What do you think about what happened today? Lanhua was indeed very angry. The books were forcefully given to her by Sun Mingyuan. She was unfairly blamed and accused by Lin Lijuan of stealing books. Soon after, Sun Mingyuan came out to defend her, making the situation worse, and the young people at the health station thought she was interfering between Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan, secretly dating him. Her best friend Zhou Yan also accused her of reading inappropriate books. Seeing what kind of people were around her, Lanhua felt her judgment was really poor. But at the same time, she realized Bai Su was protecting her. Her mother knew that the books Sun Mingyuan gave her were suspicious, but she didn't rush to make her return them. Instead, she deliberately placed the books on her and Zhao Qingru's study table to lure out the truth and let her see the true faces of Sun Mingyuan and Zhou Yan. She wasn't protecting her from trouble, but teaching her how to avoid it. Lanhua felt that someday she would leave the Peace Brigade. Her mother was teaching her how to tell right from wrong and how to be wise about people. Her mother didn't expose Sun Mingyuan's intentions, but used the situation to let the truth gradually surface, revealing the malicious people around her. She had been hurt by someone she once trusted and hoped for, and betrayed by her good friends. Normally, she would be very sad, but thinking of Bai Su's sincere care for her, she felt that heaven had already given her such a good mother. The people she used to care about seemed insignificant now. So, her sadness and anger slowly eased. Lanhua became calm. She thought carefully and then said, Zhou Yan wanted the position of substitute teacher at the elementary school. That spot was probably prepared for her by her father. But when my sister married, Secretary Qin came. Because of his influence, her father and Uncle Li decided to give me that position. She was unwilling. When she found out what Sun Mingyuan was planning, she took the opportunity to hurt me. After all, she used to be considered a good sister to me. Lu Lanhua felt a bit emotional and said, Mom, if she wants to be that substitute teacher, it's fine. I don't necessarily have to compete with her. That's good. Now I see her clearly. People like her should be kept at a distance. Instead of wasting time dealing with her, why not study a few more problems with Sister Qingru, or memorize some more lessons? Lu Lanhua continued, and then there's Sun Mingyuan. He's using Lin Lijuan as a tool. He deliberately borrowed Lin Lijuan's book to give to me. When Lin Lijuan saw this, she accused me of stealing, and he came out to defend me. All this fuss was to make you, Mom, misunderstand that I have a secret relationship with him. He also made the youth team and the brigade think I was dating him. Wasn't that trick used by my cousin on Qingru before? Sun Mingyuan also wants to make me unable to explain clearly, so everyone thinks I am dating him. He thinks that by helping me speak for him, I will soften and that he is responsible. Who gave him the right to do that? Lu Lanhua scoffed and said self-deprecatingly, I was really blind before, fooled by his sweet talk. I even planned to be with him. Bai Su felt relieved that Lu Lanhua finally saw Sun Mingyuan for who he truly was. She had been saying that her daughter, Bai Su's daughter, couldn't be so blind. Zhao Qingru also felt happy for her good friend. She told Bai Su, godmother, Sun Mingyuan is really hard to understand. Do you know what he said to me when Sister Li Hua and brother Hian got married? He asked if Secretary Qin was at the wedding feast and inquired about your relationship with Secretary Qin. This person is so funny. He must think that brother Hyan's job at the county food factory was arranged by you, godmother, through Secretary Qin, so he started to have ideas about Lanhua. Having suffered many losses from Sun Mingyuan, Zhao Qingru saw through him clearly. A decent man should be down to earth, not scheming all day. That's like fishing for the moon in the water. Ultimately, he gets nothing. She guessed, let's wait and see. Once he starts having ideas, he might cause more trouble. Lanhua thought of something and suddenly laughed. Then let's make some noise. Working all day is tiring, and after work, I still have to find time to study. Having a little clown to help pass the time doesn't seem so bad. Lu Lanhua felt she was learning to be bad. If I am to be humiliated, let him come at me. Sun Mingyuan didn't know that the last time he hugged Lin Lijuan, Lanhua caught them in the act. He always thought that Lu Lanhua stopped talking to him because he caused trouble at the brigade office with Lin Lijuan, trying to use her to get the job of brigade health worker. Didn't he leave a backup plan by informing someone to warn Lu Lanhua? As long as Lu Lanhua thought that Lin Lijuan was the one who came up with the idea and that it had nothing to do with him, and made her believe he cared about her, with his handsome appearance, she would surely change her mind. So, he carefully chose Lin Lijuan's favorite book and lent it to Lu Lanhua. Knowing Lin Lijuan's personality, she would definitely cause trouble if she found out the book was in Lu Lanhua's hands. If he stepped in to defend Lanhua at that moment, she would realize he cared about her. Women are often easily softened. He planned to explain that the trouble at the brigade was Lin Lijuan's fault, and Lu Lanhua would think he was responsible. He also hoped Lu Lanhua, like Anna in the book, would pursue love and freedom at all costs, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Once he became the son-in-law of Bai's family, Bai's wife could help him get a job in the county town, just like she helped Hien. Hien, who was a simple country girl, managed to get into the food factory's transport team. He, who had attended high school, wanted to follow Secretary Qin. When one succeeds, everyone benefits. With Qin Yenyu's background, after gaining some experience at the grassroots level, he would return to Beijing when his term ended. As long as he could stay close to Qin Yenyu, he could not only return to the city smoothly, but also rise quickly with Qin's help. Sun Mingyuan thought it all through and believed he was destined to succeed. But at a critical moment, his trusted Zhou Yan betrayed him. Zhou Yan spoke sweet words but secretly helped her pursue Lu Lanhua, only to stab her in the back for a primary school substitute teacher's job. You're really ruthless. Lu Lanhua is your best sister, and stabbing her in the back must feel so satisfying. Back at the youth commune, after comforting Lin Lijuan, Sun Mingyuan used their secret code to call her out. The most poisonous woman's heart. Zhou Yan, it's all your fault. Otherwise, Lu Lanhua would have already changed her mind today. What do you gain from doing this? Have you kept your substitute teacher position? Your father and the squad leader still have to consider Secretary Qin's opinion and leave the exam spot for Lu Lanhua. Sun Mingyuan sneered. Harming others ends up harming yourself. Now everything's ruined. You're not only in trouble with Aunt Bai, but if the squad leaders investigate the library at the youth center, the girls you've been in contact with will blame you. You still say you helped me pursue Lu Lanhua. I shouldn't have trusted your sweet words. Zhou Yan took matters into her own hands and went to the squad's health clinic to act out a scene. She was worried Aunt Bai might tell her father. Angered by Sun Mingyuan's accusations, Zhou Yan's eyes filled with tears. Mingyuan, I did this for you. Can't you understand that? What do you mean? You made Lanhua misunderstand me. Are you saying you did this for me? Sun Mingyuan, still angry, snapped. Zhou Yan, don't think I'm stupid. I'm not Lu Lanhua. After scolding her, he tried to turn away. Zhou Yan quickly grabbed his sleeve. Mingyuan, don't be angry. I really did this for you. You know I've always had feelings for you. If you want to be with Lanhua and ask Aunt Bai to help you talk to Secretary Qin, it's not that easy. But the substitute teacher spot is different. As long as Lu Lanhua isn't qualified to take the exam, I can persuade my father to find a way to get that spot for you. She shook his sleeve with tears in her eyes. Mingyuan, think about it. You, and Lu Lanhua haven't even started anything yet. The last trouble at the squad's office already left Aunt Bai with a bad impression of you. Even if you and Lanhua are temporarily together, she might not help you get a job in the county like Hien did. As long as Lu Lanhua isn't qualified for the exam, the substitute teacher spot can fall to you. Seeing Sun Mingyuan's expression soften slightly, as if he was convinced, Zhou Yan, feeling wronged, started crying. Instead of worrying about the future, why not try to grab what you can now? Mingyuan, I'm doing all this to help you get the substitute teacher position. If Aunt Bai looks down on you now, once you get the job, you'll be considered a cultured person. Then your relationship with Lanhua will be closer, right? Mingyuan, everything I do is for your good.
But you still misunderstand me.
It hurts so much. Sun Mingyuan was indeed somewhat moved. That Aunt Bai, no matter how she tried to get close, just looked down on him. However, Zhou Chongqing, who left the Peace Brigade to attend the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, was quite different. If he sided with Zhou Yan, it would be like having the support of Secretary Zhou behind him. But how could one's Secretary Zhou compare to Secretary Qin from the county town? Moreover, Qin Yenyue was from Beijing, and his father was an important leader there. How could he give up the big tree, Qin Yenyue, for a small branch like Secretary Zhou? Still, Zhou Yan also had to be kept in check, to leave himself a backup plan. Thinking of these things, Sun Mingyuan's face softened a bit. He pulled Zhou Yan aside. Yan, I was wrong about you. It turns out you're doing this for my sake. Are you stupid? If you want to help me, just talk to me properly. Don't let me get flustered in front of Aunt Bai at the health clinic. Sun Mingyuan let go of her hand and patted her arm to comfort her. All right, don't act on your own anymore.
Just listen to me from now on.
I won't hold this against you. You don't need to worry about the substitute teacher job anymore either. Sun Mingyuan looked a bit proud. Lanhua is upset with me. As long as I smooth things over with her, she'll give up the substitute teacher position easily. If you want me to be the substitute teacher, I'll just be a cultured person. I'll find a way from Lu Lanhua. After saying this, Sun Mingyuan decisively released Zhou Yan's hand and walked away. As he left, Zhou Yan called out to the bushes by the small river, Zhou Hongba, he's gone now. Why aren't you coming out? You're so disrespectful to your brother. Zhou Hongba stepped out from behind the tree, watching Sun Mingyuan's figure fade away. This Sun Jiqing is hard to please. Look, you've been trying to coax him all this time, and he still wants to keep you hanging. He's even reluctant to let go of that big tree, Lu Lanhua. Is Lu Lanhua a big tree? Isn't the big tree the Secretary Qin that her mother knows? Zhou Yan scoffed. My daughter is a charming little fox. Her mother is shameless too. A widow who has 5 daughters and still tries to flirt with Secretary Qin from Beijing. Just wait. Sun Mingyuan won't be able to escape my grasp eventually. Zhou Yan sneered. That widow and Lu Lanhua still think that my father let Lu Lanhua take the exam for the substitute teacher because of Secretary Qin's face. They don't know that Dad wanted you to marry Lu Lanhua. Brother, when that little fox Lu Lanhua becomes a substitute teacher at the elementary school, you better seize the chance and win her over. Once you marry Lu Lanhua and become Madame Bai's son-in-law, she will speak well of you in front of Secretary Qin. You will have everything you want. You could also work in the county town like Hien. Zhou Yan's eyes showed scheming. If you get Lu Lanhua, I can take advantage of the situation to make Sun Mingyuan willingly marry me. With my father around, Sun Mingyuan can't escape my grasp. As soon as he has a chance to go back to the city, he won't be able to shake me off. Zhou Hongba interrupted his sister's endless chatter. This time, Lu Lanhua's reputation isn't damaged, and she can still take the primary school teacher exam. You're only making the misunderstanding between her and Sun Mingyuan worse.
Just forget about it this time.
If you do something behind my back or Dad's again, I won't forgive you. The weather was getting hotter. While pulling weeds in the sweet potato field, he was exhausted and sweating profusely. It was mid-June. After the school finished summer vacation, in just over a month, the Double Harvest Festival would begin. Sun Mingyuan looked at his sun-darkened arms and then at Lu Lanhua, who was pulling weeds nearby, wearing a straw hat. Yesterday, He told Zhou Yan he would try to get her a substitute teacher position, but he was just fooling her. He had better options following Secretary Qin. How could he settle for a primary school substitute teacher position? But thinking about the upcoming Double Harvest Festival and the exhausting work in the fields, Sun Mingyuan didn't want to experience that anymore. On second thought, Zhou Yan's words made sense. First, he should get the primary school substitute teacher position to make Madame Bai think he is a cultured person. After being with Lu Lanhua, he could use them as a stepping stone to get close to Secretary Qin. More importantly, if he became a primary school substitute teacher, he would work fewer days during the Double Harvest Festival, and the village leaders wouldn't say much. Sun Mingyuan made up his mind. He left the large sweet potato field he was working in and moved to the neighboring plot, which Lu Lanhua and Zhao Qingru managed. Lanhua, how long are you going to be angry with me? While helping Lu Lanhua pull weeds, Sun Mingyuan explained. Last time, when Lin Lijuan caused trouble at the village committee, I was worried it wouldn't be good for Madame Bai, so I told some young people at the youth station. Why do you think Lin Lijuan's trouble has anything to do with me? Sun Mingyuan patiently explained. Also, I lent you that book. I really didn't mean anything else. I hope you can be like Anna in the book, break free from the chains and shackles weighing you down, and pursue freedom and love to live your ideal life. It was Zhou Yan who was jealous because I like you and deliberately caused trouble behind my back. Sun Mingyuan gazed at her with deep affection. Orchid, you know I care about you. I've always wanted to help you leave the Peace Brigade and explore a bigger world. I want you to live a wonderful life like in a story. In the past, when Sun Mingyuan said this, Lu Lanhua's eyes would be full of hope. He thought that by saying these words, he could make her change her mind. But unexpectedly, Lanhua stopped pulling weeds and looked at him with a teasing smile. Sun Jiqing, if you have the ability to take me to a wonderful life, why are you still here pulling weeds in the sweet potato field of the Peace Brigade, just like me? Zhao Qingru, who was pulling weeds nearby, couldn't help but laugh softly. She joined in teasing Sun Mingyuan. Lanhua is right. Sun Mingyuan, you're so capable. So why haven't you left the Peace Brigade for a bigger world? Using Lin Lijuan, that silly girl, as it is one thing. But now you're trying to keep Zhou Yan as a backup and then come bother Lanhua? Do you have such a big face? Zhao Qingru's words suddenly made Sun Mingyuan realize something. He finally understood why Lu Lanhua suddenly stopped talking to him. He glared angrily at Zhao Qingru. Did you say bad things about me in front of Lanhua? What's between me and Lanhua is none of your business, Zhao Qingru. You keep pestering me, wanting to be with me. I never paid you any attention. Then you come to Lanhua and talk badly about me. You're shameless. Sun Mingyuan finished his words and turned to Lanhua sincerely. Lanhua, please don't listen to Zhao Qingru's nonsense. She's just jealous because I like you. Lin Lijuan is just clingy. She's so ugly, small eyes, flat nose, covered in pimples. I wouldn't want her. Why would I like her when I have a fairy like you? And Zhou Yan, the daughter of the village secretary, thinks she's the boss of the Peace Brigade just because her father is a small official. She lied to me, saying she wanted to help me pursue you. But when I lent her a book, she stabbed me in the back. Such a heartless woman. I, Sun Mingyuan, am not blind. I wouldn't like her. She even tried to pressure me with her father, hoping I'd marry her. When the young workers go back to the city and live city life, she doesn't even consider if she's suitable. She and her father are both no good. Sun Mingyuan spoke passionately, his words flying. Lanhua just looked away, ignoring the person Lin Lijuan was leading, who was standing behind a tree near the sweet potato field. She gave a subtle signal with the corner of her eye to Zhao Qingru, then straightened up to interrupt Sun Mingyuan. Sun Mingyuan, what nonsense are you talking? Yanzi is such a good person. Why are you speaking ill of her? Also Lin Lijuan, she treats you well. How can you secretly insult her? You are too much. You say Yanzi is shameless, and yet you still gossip behind Secretary Zhou's back. Lu Lanhua, furious, said, Secretary Zhou is such a good person, diligent and caring for the Peace Brigade, kind to you young people. Such a good leader, And you are secretly talking bad about him? You've really disappointed me. Lu Lanhua was very angry. Sun Mingyuan, I was blind before. I thought you were a promising young man, someone I could learn from, so I lent you books. But now I see you gossiping behind the scenes about the young workers and female comrades, talking badly about Secretary Zhou. You are such a bad person. I will distance myself from you in the future. Yes, I will keep my distance from people like you. Zhao Qingru helped from the side. How can you be so shameless? Not only are you talking nonsense at the young workers' site, but you also go around telling brigade members bad things about Secretary Zhou. Sun Mingyuan was stunned. He hadn't spoken badly about Secretary Zhou in front of the young workers or brigade members. He only said those things in front of Lu Lanhua, hoping to win her back, to show her that he only had eyes for her, not for Lin Lijuan or Zhou Yan.